The unremarkable, rotund figure had no desire for ascension. He sought only a companion to share his mundane life. Yet, fate is often unkind. For those endowed with talent, pursuing a life of simplicity proved arduous. When he relinquished a single tree, he found himself amidst a vast forest. The crimson flames crackled, and wisps of arrow smoke wafted from the top of the furnace. Sitting beside the alchemical furnace was a portly boy of around 10 years, his face framed by black-rimmed glasses, idly fanning himself. Occasionally, he flicked his fingers to emit a flicker of black flame, causing the fire to shift to an inky hue. Alchemy cannot be performed with ordinary flames. Wood fires serve only to cook and warm. Attempting to refine the spiritual materials of the world with such flames would result in a futile endeavor, consuming countless years without yielding a single elixir. One must also avoid the Taoist's three true flames, lest one wish to incinerate the furnace itself. Rare treasures of heaven and earth are not easily obtained. Who would be foolish enough to squander them? The flames utilized in alchemy are the chaotic flames, the primordial fire that nurtures all things. Not only can it refine the essence of the world, but it also preserves the spiritual energy intact. The flames he flicked were indeed the coveted chaotic flames, the very fire of dreams for alchemists. His master's favor was thus bestowed upon him, for without such a talent, it would be difficult for him to attract the attention of the cold-faced alchemy king. Though alchemists are also cultivators, they do not concern themselves with magical artifacts. They scour renowned mountains and rivers, seeking ancient beasts, spirits, and exotic flora. None are unsuitable for alchemical refinement. This is a profession brimming with promise. In the early stages of one's journey, when abilities are still developing, one can collaborate with other cultivators for sustenance. Once one masters the craft, life of indulgence awaits. With fellow practitioners eagerly descending from treetops to forge friendships, and esteemed cultivation families tirelessly vying for the services of alchemists. It is no wonder, then, that fire elementals are exceedingly rare among people, and those who can wield chaotic flames are even scarcer. True treasures indeed. In contemporary times, alchemists have almost vanished from the land, making them highly sought after. Yet, the rotund boy, named Wang Hao, had not pondered such matters deeply. Enchanted by a television series featuring immortal swordsmen, he had ventured into a Taoist temple to seek a master. By chance, he encountered the reclusive alchemy king, who, upon learning of his affinity for fire and chaotic flames, immediately took him under his wing. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Wang Hao, wholeheartedly devoted to the path, had spent a decade as an apprentice boiler attendant, which left him somewhat disgruntled. However, reflecting on his original aspiration for transcendence, he ultimately chose to endure. Riding the wind with my sword, vanquishing demons across the cosmos. It turned out that the scenes portrayed on television were deceiving. Cultivation was akin to tending a furnace. Flying swords and magical artifacts were mere illusions. I said. What? You want me to refine an elixir? Get lost! A sudden roar echoed from outside. The alchemy king's notorious temper was as infamous as his alchemical skills. Who was the unfortunate soul to provoke such ire? Many had come seeking elixirs, but a request for an elixir was unprecedented. Yet, it was not without reason. All things are divided into yin and yang, and elixirs are no exception. The elixirs that people typically refer to are yang elixirs, which can be consumed by gods, humans, and even demons. In contrast, yin elixirs are meant for the deceased. After death, a person's energy gradually dissipates without a body. Spiritual energy cannot be gathered, and over time, it fades away. However, possessing a yin elixir can alter this fate, allowing the deceased to escape annihilation and possibly attain ghostly immortality. If one could gather certain legendary materials, the reconstruction of a physical form would not be mere fantasy. As for the specifics of those legendary materials, let us not dwell on them, for they are but fleeting illusions. Refining an elixir is a great taboo equivalent to a forbidden art in the cultivation realm. The alchemy king's pride would never allow him to assist in such a matter. Countless experts from the realms of mysticism had sought his assistance, only to leave empty-handed. Now, to be asked to create an elixir for the dead, was it any wonder he would be furious? Cultivators do not adhere to the principle of equality among all beings, and they categorize life forms with utmost clarity. The 6 realms are as follows: the realm of hell, the realm of hungry ghosts, the realm of beasts, the realm of Asura, the realm of humans, and the realm of heavenly beings. In the master's eyes, the status of ghosts was even lower than that of beasts. Who had the audacity to poke a hornet's nest? A spectacle was surely in store. Out of curiosity, Wang Hao set aside his fan and tiptoed closer, peering through the door crack to glimpse a plainly dressed man of dignified bearing, yet with an unmistakable air of melancholy. He seemed ill-equipped to plead for help, remaining silent, yet reluctant to depart. The master, in a fit of rage, unleashed a torrent of curses, allowing Wang Hao to discern the situation's context. It turned out that the middle-aged man was actually an elder of the Xinyue sect, known as Chen Xian. With his cultivation level, he could have ascended to immortality, yet he chose to remain in the mortal realm for the sake of his deceased wife, yearning only for their reunion. He had long gathered the materials necessary for the elixir now. He merely sought someone to refine it. Such a trivial task would be a mere flick of the wrist for the alchemy king. In truth, he would need only to utter a few words, as Wang Hao was more than capable of concocting the elixir himself. After taking on an apprentice, the old man had washed his hands of worldly affairs, focusing solely on his own cultivation. All alchemical tasks were entrusted to his disciple. Perhaps because he no longer needed to tend the flames, his mood had improved significantly, and he had become more accommodating to those who came seeking elixirs, relishing the prospect of having a disciple and the opportunity to maintain a generous reputation. To refuse assistance even in such circumstances seemed exceedingly unkind. For 3 consecutive days, Chen Xian remained steadfast outside the humble dwelling, undeterred by wind or rain. A step away from the golden core realm, he was stagnated, envious of the lovebirds while indifferent to the allure of immortality, truly a man of passion. Unlike some, who, after a lifetime of cultivation, had made no progress and lost their humanity, much like the master. If he had resorted to shamelessly begging, Wang Hao would have looked down upon him. Countless individuals sought elixirs, many of whom he had already turned away. Yet, the man's unwavering resolve and deep affection for his wife were moving. Even with Wang Hao's hardened heart, he resolved to assist him, for how difficult could it be to refine a single elixir? Surely, it would pose no challenge to the alchemy king's esteemed apprentice. As twilight fell, the moon shone brightly amidst a sea of stars. The rotund figure stealthily made his way to the door, half concealed behind the building, emitting a comical hissing sound. "Oh, you've come to seek my master's assistance in refining an elixir, have you? Though my master has been more generous in recent years, he will certainly not entertain the idea of refining an elixir. Staying here is merely a waste of time." "I understand. The crafting of an elixir is a great taboo among alchemists. However, without a Xian elixir, my late wife will not last 6 months before her soul dissipates. Chen Xian has no other choice. In this world, only the cold-faced alchemy king could produce an elixir. To abandon hope would mean watching his wife fade away. Even amidst the challenges, he must persist." Wang Hao had anticipated that he would not relent and feign a sigh, saying, "My master will not refine an elixir, let me assist you instead." Who would believe that a boy in his 20s could understand the intricacies of alchemy? Yet, this was indeed their only hope. Chen Xian asked, dubious, "Can you truly refine an elixir? It requires Xian in fire, preferably chaotic flames. Conventional methods will not suffice." Wang Hao, brimming with confidence, patted his chest and proclaimed, "Ha! You fear I might ruin your materials, don't you? Rest assured, I have been refining elixirs for my master for 10 years. Creating such an item is a piece of cake for me. I rarely get the chance to do a good deed. It's entirely up to you. Chen Xian was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. I am exceedingly grateful for your willingness to help, young brother. There is no reason to doubt you. The few materials required are trivial. Even if I were to fail and ruin them, I could easily gather more in a short time. With a flourish, he revealed 3 materials necessary for crafting the elixir. The dark green substance emitting a faint glow was the essence of the corpse king, derived from the bodily fluids of a millennium-old zombie. Such a substance must be aged sufficiently. Records indicate that fluids from a 1,000-year-old corpse appear pale green and slightly transparent. Those aged over 2,000 years take on a hint of green. The dark green essence must belong to a corpse over 3,000 years old, truly a corpse king, a formidable entity to contend with. Next was the ghost face mushroom, aptly named for its resemblance to a ghastly visage. Brown in color, it exuded a pungent odor, with specimens that closely resembled a ghastly face being of superior quality. The more grotesque the expression, the more precious the mushroom. The most precious is the blood of the 1,000-year-old eel, a drop of deep crimson leaping restlessly in the palm. Nowadays, finding a wild eel is a challenge. An eel that has lived for over 1,000 years is rarer than a virgin from an art academy. Chen Xian sourced only the finest materials for his wife, sparing no effort or expense. Wang Hao, having followed his master for years, was accustomed to the world and was not overly astonished. Instead, he marveled at Chen Xian's methods of material transformation. Was it sorcery? A magic trick? After all, being young, he harbored little interest in alchemy, but he was enamored with various curious spells and magical artifacts, unable to resist asking questions. Chen Xian let out a hearty laugh and promptly removed the ring from his index finger. This is not sorcery, it is merely a storage ring. If you like it, young brother, feel free to accept it. Low-level cultivators typically use treasure pouches for storage, which are cumbersome and limited in capacity. Members of prominent families might occasionally utilize storage bracelets, but rings are considerably more precious. Although not exceedingly rare, they are essential for adventuring. Additionally, storage rings possess a special function that signifies status, much like a man's wristwatch, primarily for display purposes. Consequently, their quality varies significantly. One can assess the quality by examining the gemstones embedded in the ring. The lowest grade is red, subdivided into dark red, vermilion, and bright red, with the latter being of superior quality. Following this are yellow and green, with blue gemstone rings being the most prized. Not only do they have a larger capacity, but their color is exceptionally beautiful. Chen Xian's ring was blue, a deep error reminiscent of the night sky, crystal clear and devoid of impurities, and any discerning eye could immediately recognize it as a top-tier item. Its shimmering blue radiance akin to the brilliance of stars. This ring is called Error Star, Chen Xian explained with a smile, elucidating its purpose. The method of use is straightforward. One can place or retrieve items with mere thought. The Error Star contains 3 layers of restrictions, primarily to safeguard valuable items should theft occur. The thief would be unable to extract the contents. Wang Hao experimented a few times and soon became adept at using it. This was his first magical artifact, and naturally, he cherished it dearly. Having spent a decade tending a boiler, he had no knowledge of the way, let alone the experience of wielding magical artifacts, and he suddenly felt akin to a peasant. There is a saying, a common man is innocent, but possessing a jewel can bring misfortune. Do not flaunt it unnecessarily to avoid attracting trouble, Chen Xian advised as he slid the ring onto Wang Hao's finger. While my master is meditating, let's seize the moment to concoct the elixir. Wang Hao finally snapped back to reality. Such matters must be conducted discreetly, and the sooner they concluded, the better. You intend to refine the elixir here. Do you not require an alchemical furnace? Chen Xian was taken aback, observing the rotund figure of Wang Hao rolling up his sleeves, clearly planning to proceed on the spot. Actually, One can refine elixirs without a furnace, Wang Hao replied, extending his right palm, where a dark flame flickered restlessly, reminiscent of a dance performed by nocturnal spirits captivating and beautiful. Chaos fire. Just this skill alone was impressive. His movements indicated he intended to refine the elixir in his palm, generating flame from his heart. Using his hand as the furnace, even a master alchemist would find it remarkable. Chen Xian ceased to worry about Wang Hao's abilities, though he was concerned for his predicament. Though eager to procure a mistake in elixir for his wife, he could not resort to deceitful means. Young brother, refining the in elixir is a forbidden technique. Moreover, you are concealing this from your master. Should it be discovered, you would undoubtedly face punishment. Please think carefully. What is there to consider? If I provoke trouble, I shall simply disperse it. I have no desire to assist him in firing up an alchemical furnace. As he spoke, Wang Hao tossed the corpse king's essence into the flames, the viscous dark green liquid morphing continuously while releasing a foul stench until it was entirely vaporized. The green gas swirled unpredictably yet remained cohesive, hovering in his palm like a mist. Seemingly sensing impending danger, the ghost face mushroom emitted a chilling wail before entering the fire, its expression contorting into an even more grotesque and terrifying visa-hair clear threat. Refining elixirs was, in truth, an act of demon refinement. Plants or animals over 300 years old would attain sentience, hence the products were referred to as elixirs rather than mere medicines. Naturally, with such spiritual awareness, they would not passively await their demise. Resistance was entirely expected. Wang Hao had long since grown accustomed to this, his plump visage remaining serene, and the chaos fire showed not a flicker of disturbance. Chen Xian couldn't help but marvel. Such composure at a young age was indeed commendable. The ghost face mushroom gradually dissolved, soon becoming gas yet retaining its menacing appearance, continually emitting threats. Wang Hao smirked, a phantom taiji diagram appearing in his palm, with the yin-yang fish spinning at a rapid pace, soon reducing the ghost face mushroom to fragments. Chen Xian finally exhaled in relief, realizing how a simple ghost face mushroom could unsettle him. After all, it represented hope for saving his wife. Alchemical techniques are divided into internal and external elixirs, with cultivators invariably practicing the former. Using one's essence as the cauldron to absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to birth the golden elixir, the cauldron or elixir serves merely as a metaphor. Thus, cultivators are generally not skilled in alchemy, or rather, they possess little understanding of it. It is precisely this lack of understanding that breeds anxiety. However, Wang Hao's gaze remained reassuring. Thus far, he had not displayed any signs of panic, as if everything was under control, and his alchemical technique was remarkably swift. In the blink of an eye, he had added the final drop of eel blood to the flames. At this moment, the essence of the corpse king and the ghost face mushroom had merged into one, both possessing extremely in attributes, which attacked the eel blood immediately. This was the crucial moment for merging the elixirs. Wang Hao guided the process carefully, beads of sweat forming on his plump cheeks. The eel blood seemed to convulse in agony, shifting shades as its color changed from deep crimson to dark purple, until it absorbed all the floating gas, transforming into a ghostly green hue about the size of a pigeon egg, yet lacking a fixed shape, resembling a nebulous mist, exceedingly strange. With Chen Xian's experience, it was evident that success was imminent. The legendary mystic in elixir turned out to be an intangible entity, and he joyfully accepted the in elixir, his hands trembling as if it were the very essence of his wife's life, which, in fact, it was. Wang Hao wiped the sweat from his brow, self-deprecatingly remarking, "It seems I am still of some use." The alchemical process had drained a considerable amount of his mental energy, leaving him feeling utterly fatigued. If only he could find a place to rest. Young brother, do not belittle yourself. Many in the realm of cultivation would willingly part with their fortunes for a single elixir, even trading their cherished magical artifacts without a second thought. Although the ability to soar through the skies is impressive, in a century, what remains but a pile of bones? Pursuing the path of the golden elixir is the true course, Chen Xian said, feeling grateful yet choosing not to elaborate further. Silently vowing to repay the favor when the opportunity arose. Magical artifacts may be difficult to acquire, yet within the realm of cultivation, elixirs are treasured above all. Rarity begets value. Anyone can forge a magical artifact, albeit with varying quality. When a master stretches out his legs, it becomes formless, and over time, it loses its significance. Furthermore, the mightiest magical artifact merely boasts transient power, as it is ultimately an external possession, while elixirs hold an entirely different value, deemed more crucial than life itself by cultivators. The essence of internal elixirs lies in gradual accumulation, progressing steadily, absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth for personal use. This method is undoubtedly more refined than the fiery process of alchemy, but it is slow, particularly in an age where spiritual energy is scarce. Aside from a few blessed realms suitable for cultivation, urban environments barely allow for survival, let alone cultivation. The first threshold for cultivators is the nascent soul. Typically requiring 300 years to achieve, necessitating relentless day and night practice. Without extraordinary opportunities, one would not last a century, let alone attain the true path of cultivation. Cultivators' extraordinary opportunities generally fall into three categories: discovering a spiritually abundant blessed realm, which allows for accelerated cultivation, saving decades of arduous effort. This is not something one can hope for, as such places are often occupied by major sects. The second type involves celestial magical artifacts, which, once refined, can absorb spiritual energy, serving as portable blessed realms and also saving decades of time. This too is not something to be expected. For the same reasons as above, throughout history, ascendants have predominantly been individuals of considerable strength and esteemed lineage, often consuming the entirety of their sect's financial and material resources to nurture only one or two individuals. Even after ascension, what valuable artifacts can one truly leave behind? It pales in comparison to what thousands of disciples in the sect could share. Typically, only those in close proximity to the ascendant are able to benefit, leading envious onlookers to exclaim that when one person achieves enlightenment, even the dogs and chickens ascend. The offspring of prestigious families often possess the aforementioned advantages. However, they can only hope to shorten their journey by a century at most, while the attainment of the nascent soul remains a distant dream. Who among mortals can live to be 200 years old? Thus, all hopes are placed upon pills, those that enhance true essence, those that prolong life, and ultimately, whether one can reach the nascent soul or meet their demise lies solely in the chance of acquiring a life-extending pill. Superior materials can be sought after or purchased, as both artifact forging and alchemy are inextricably tied to wealth. Therefore, the realm of cultivation is not as secluded and hermetic as tales suggest. Rather, these families exert every effort to amass wealth, with only those of noble status qualifying to retreat into hidden sanctuaries for seclusion. Upon grasping these truths, even one who felt a deep sense of realization, the path of cultivation is not a pursuit for the impoverished. For years, he had not been refining pills but rather burning through his funds. Chen Xian temporarily retrieved the bracelet to store the ink pill and continued, "To be able to study under the cold-faced pill king is a stroke of fortune for you, young brother. The 10 years you've spent at the pill furnace have yielded immeasurable benefits, something others can only envy. Your current abilities are commendable. What you lack is merely experience and timing. Should you require materials for alchemy, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." As they spoke, a fierce roar erupted from the alchemy chamber. Alas! It had chosen this moment to interrupt, and it was certain that Master would discover the disturbance. After Chen Xian's explanation, Wang Hao considered the merits of continuing to refine pills, and he swiftly turned to rush towards the chamber. "Humph! You nearly ruined my dragon tiger pill." The pill king appeared at the doorway, his face contorted with rage. Do you understand the consequences of hastily refining the impure? This was the first time Wang Hao had witnessed the old man's fury since joining, and he wondered if it was merely an act. Just as he was about to explain, he heard his master let out a heavy sigh. Our fated bond as master and disciple has come to an end. Pack your belongings and descend the mountain. Master! This was the first time Wang Hao had called him that since the day he became a disciple. Though the old man had not been particularly kind to him, a wave of bittersweet emotions washed over him at that moment. There is no need for further words. The dragon tiger pill is your creation, take it with you. As he spoke, a golden light descended into Wang Hao's palm, revealing a pill divided into red and black hues. The two powerful essences clashed, unable to merge. The surface appeared as if clouds were swirling, hinting at a majestic aura capable of swallowing the heavens and earth. Before he could examine it closely, the heavy sound of a door slamming echoed. His master was known for his unwavering resolve, making pleading futile. Furthermore, Wang Hao was unfamiliar with the concept of begging, which was precisely why he had developed a fondness for Chen Shi, and they shared a kindred spirit. When he first became a disciple, he was but a child, and the few garments he had brought were no longer wearable. Over the years, he had refined numerous pills from leftover materials, but those were of little interest to his master. It was better to take them down the mountain. The chubby boy returned to his room, forlornly packing his belongings. At this point, Chen Xian was at a loss for words. Apologies or comfort eluded him. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly grasped Wang Hao's hand and led him to a clearing by the woods. Raising 3 fingers to the sky, he summoned a massive purple sword that hovered above them, exclaiming with lofty spirit, "Young brother, if you do not mind, let us become sworn brothers." Brotherhood? I think not. Wang Hao was well aware of his own limitations and had no desire to forge connections with anyone. What? Do you look down upon me? Is there any reason to swear brotherhood with a mere chance encounter? You only feel guilty for implicating me in your expulsion from the sect, hence your desire to compensate. My assistance in alchemy was purely voluntary. Your expulsion from the sect has nothing to do with me. In a matter of moments, Wang Hao had gathered his belongings, tossing them haphazardly into the star-blue ring. Chen Xian threw back his head and laughed heartily. Well said. After such a long time in cultivation, even I have grown mundane. Young brother, you must not have descended the mountain in quite a while. Your innocent nature is truly rare. 10 years. Wang Hao spoke as if stating a number devoid of significance. While other children reveled in joyful childhoods, he had remained by the pill furnace, without a single kindred companion. A good man's ambitions lie in the 4 corners of the world. There is no place too vast for you to explore. Moreover, with your abilities, you could have already left your master. Remaining here is simply a waste of time. There is an inn down the mountain. Let us drink to our heart's content. With that, he seized Wang Hao's arm and led him away. It turned out that this world indeed possessed the ability to soar through the skies. As the wind howled past his ears, the trees and valleys, the flying springs and cascading waterfalls blinked by beneath his feet, creating a sensation akin to a dream. In the early morning, dawn broke outside the window. Wang Hao opened his bleary eyes, kicking aside an empty wine bottle that had rolled near him. How foolish he had been to consider the wine sword immortal as his aspiration. He had consumed 2 gin of liquor the previous night and had babbled incoherently, while Chen Xian had left early due to prior commitments. Before departing, he had cautioned Wang Hao not to reveal his identity and suggested that if he encountered difficulties, he could seek out Dahua Company in Chengdu. In today's cultivation world, the mere mention of pills ignited greed. Should word spread that the Pill King's disciple had emerged, one could only imagine the chaos that would ensue. Alas! He was utterly broke. Surely, his companion wouldn't be so generous as to forget to pay the bill. Although Wang Hao had spent a decade in the mountains, he still understood the concept of needing to pay for food, and beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. After exchanging a few tense words, it became apparent that the rough man had left without settling the bill. Stealing a glance towards the entrance, he noticed two burly men in uniforms standing there, their hereditary fierce expressions evident on their faces. They were the legendary security guards. 随后, bring me a cup of tea to sober me up. Wang Hao indeed needed to regain his senses, as well as time to contemplate his escape plan to avoid being beaten into a panda. When the tea was served, the waitress tidied the table, making it clear that his time to linger was running out. After visiting the restroom twice, Wang Hao despairingly discovered that the establishment had no back exit, and the staff seemed to be growing suspicious, their distrustful gazes fixed upon him, sending chills down his spine. Amidst his indecision, several tourists entered the restaurant. At that moment, breakfast was being served, and among them was a young woman with flowing hair cascading over her shoulders, adorned with large red sunglasses. She wore a t-shirt that accentuated her alluring figure, paired with loose-fitting jeans. Beyond these simple adornments, her beauty was unpretentious, exuding youthful vitality with every movement. As she entered the dining area, her gaze quickly landed on Wang Hao, or more precisely, on the star blue ring adorning his finger. Her graceful form paused for a moment before she approached him, drawing ever closer. Hey, chubby! Where are you from? The girl chewed gum as she spoke, embodying the typical flying girl persona, which left Wang Hao feeling quite put off. I'm not from anywhere in particular, Wang Hao replied, maintaining his composure. Are you out of your mind? That ring of yours is quite impressive. Which family does it belong to? In the cultivation world, apart from a few ancient sects, most existed in familial forms. Observing Wang Hao's plump figure, drenched in sweat and clearly untrained in any esoteric arts, it was evident he hailed from a third-rate cultivation family. Such organizations seldom saw ascension, so her implication of him being a mere drifter was not unfounded. How could the flying girl recognize a storage ring? Yet, she was unaware that the star blue was of exceptional quality. Even an ordinary storage ring would be enviable, similar to the red one worn by the sect leader. Oh, it was a gift from a friend. Wang Hao thought she was coveting his star blue ring, which ignited a hint of irritation within him. That friend must think highly of you. Such things are rarely given away. The girl took a seat without hesitation, relishing the rare encounter with a fellow cultivator. It was a chance for camaraderie. Could it be that modern beauties are drawn to chubby men? What a delusion! He was convinced that the girl intended to swindle the ring, and his eyes reflected a hint of hostility. Wang Hao bluntly reminded her. It seems we are not well acquainted, Humph. Just by looking at you, one can tell you hail from a second-rate family so petty. We are all peers in the same path. What harm is there in sharing a meal together? The young girl cast a playful glare at him. Under normal circumstances, she would have had countless suitors vying for her attention. This time, she managed to come alone only after shedding two older brothers. When venturing into the world, one must forge new friendships. Being entangled with fellow disciples would have been a reason to remain on the mountain in solitary cultivation. Who would have thought that a simple approach would meet with such indifference? Since you've taken the initiative, don't blame me for being impolite. I was just lamenting my lack of someone to cover the bill, Wang Hao replied casually. If you're treating, then I have no objections. The girl erupted in laughter. What my master said was indeed true. Ha ha! This time, let me treat you, you miser. Wang Hao felt a weight lift off his shoulders and, intrigued, inquired, what did your master say? My master claims that all chubby people are misers. Ha ha! After her jest, she revealed a captivating smile, radiant as summer blossoms, and she couldn't care less about who paid the bill. Listen carefully. My name is Chu Yao, remember it, or you shall face my wrath. Having lived in the mountains since he was less than 10 years old, this was Wang Hao's first interaction with a girl from outside. Though he wasn't particularly nervous, he found himself at a loss for words. Just as he was about to introduce himself, she interrupted him. Don't reveal your name. I prefer to call you Chubby. She flashed a devilish smile, revealing two adorable little canines. Call me what you will, Wang Hao replied, feeling somewhat annoyed but too weary to argue. As long as you're willing to foot the bill, you treat it as if I'm listening to a dog barking. Chu Yao swiftly finished her breakfast and, as if performing a magic trick, produced a napkin from her bracelet to wipe her mouth. Chubby, where are you headed? She carried such items in her bracelet, how intriguing. Wang Hao cautiously responded, I need to return home first, then you'll make plans. I love India. Oh, that's not far from Qincheng Mountain. Why don't we travel together? But first, accompany me for a little detour. Consider it an opportunity to broaden your horizons. As she spoke, she gestured for someone to collect the payment. I've seen all sorts of sights. Wang Hao scoffed internally, having sought elixirs from the most esteemed figures in the Taoist realm, yet here he was being bossed around by a mere girl. 825 yuan, just give 800, and it's settled. The restaurant was modest, but the service was commendable, and the bill was prepared in advance. Chu Yao leaped up from her chair dramatically. What? 2 bowls of bean juice cost over 800. Is your establishment a scam? It seemed the restaurant was bustling with patrons, and the waiter quickly clarified, Miss, you mustn't speak carelessly. Your friend here drank all night at our establishment, and this is already with a 10% discount. If you don't believe me, you may ask your friend. Wang Hao nodded in agreement, wearing a sly grin. He pondered which mattered more, money or face. 800 yuan wasn't a fortune. Once she understood the situation, Chu Yao paid the bill without hesitation, huffing and striding out without a backward glance. Regardless, she had deceived him first. Wang Hao could only chase after her. He was already out of shape, and with his extra weight, catching up to her was no easy feat. Within moments, he was panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Chu Yao noticed he was following and pretended not to see him, subtly employing her agility technique to maintain her distance. There were far too many boys pursuing her. Typically, the more aggressive they were, the more she found them irksome. Based on her past experiences, she rarely spared a second glance at Wang Hao. However, this was her first excursion, and by chance, she encountered her first fellow cultivator, which compelled her to initiate conversation. Little did she know, Chubby was unlike the other boys. He appeared indifferent, even displaying signs of disdain toward her. Her curiosity piqued, she drew closer. Gradually, she realized that he was not unpleasant. His calm demeanor was neither overly flattering nor pretentiously aloof. His initial coldness was merely a natural defensive reaction, easily understood. Nevertheless, she felt a twinge of annoyance and decided to make him endure a bit of hardship. Intentionally avoiding transportation not because she knew he was broke, but to deny him any opportunity to catch his breath. They sprinted for an unknown distance, and soon Qincheng Mountain loomed in the distance, shrouded in mist like a mysterious maiden. This place is one of the birthplaces of Taoism, home to several renowned paradises, albeit limited to a small section of the rear mountain, inaccessible to tourists. Even Chu Yao, using her agility technique, felt her knees weaken. What more for the untrained Wang Hao? She finally slowed her pace, allowing him to catch up. Fatty, why are you chasing me? Are you hoping to mooch off me? Wang Hao panted heavily, struggling to maintain a conversation at this speed. After some time, he finally managed to say, what I wanted to say earlier was my fault. I apologize. Those simple words spoken, he turned to leave. Chubby, you've chased me all this way just to apologize. Chu Yao blocked his path. Wang Hao, growing weary of her temper, replied impatiently, yes, just to apologize. Then can you tell me why you look so disheveled? You know, that ring on your hand could be sold for enough to live comfortably, yet you couldn't even afford the meal just now. It's all my so-called friend's fault. Wang Hao lamented dramatically, lamenting his unfortunate company. He recounted how they had shared drinks, only to leave him high and dry, omitting the details of his alchemical pursuits and Chen Xian's identity. He merely mentioned being tricked by friends. Before he could finish, Zhu Yao burst into laughter, scolding him for being foolish enough to fall for it. When traveling, who doesn't face difficulties? After she had her fill of laughter, she concluded, "You call that poor judgment in choosing friends." Had Chen Xian heard that, he might have given her an earful after all. It was merely an oversight in forgetting to pay the bill. As they conversed, they arrived at a small town at the foot of the mountain. Qingcheng is known for its serene beauty, attracting a steady stream of visitors. Their interests primarily lay in the trade area at the mountain's edge, where a dazzling array of crafts could be found. To the untrained eye, discerning authenticity was a challenge. However, cultivators knew that such places held little of value. Searching for treasures in a Taoist holy site was akin to hunting for rabbits in a wolf's den, a sheer waste of time. Yet, despite knowing this, Zhu Yao still wandered about, seemingly hoping for some luck. If she could find a treasure right at the doorstep of a renowned figure, the expressions on some people's faces would surely be amusing. However, her discerning eye was lacking. After 2 laps. She found no treasures but accumulated a fair share of junk, discreetly tossing her spoils into her bracelet when no one was watching.
Chapter 3. Stunning. Part 2. Summer is indeed a nightmare for the corpulent. In the bustling tourist area, Wang Hao soon found himself drenched in sweat. Continuing on like this would surely lead to dehydration. "Hey, didn't you say we were heading to Qingqing Mountain? Why are we still lingering?" Zhu Yao shot him a disgruntled glance. "It's not your money being spent, so what is the rush? It's not often I get to descend the mountain. I intend to enjoy myself to the fullest before we depart." This journey was to celebrate the birthday of the headmaster of Qingqing Mountain. Delivering the gift was merely a task to be completed, and arriving too early would detract from the experience. Recognizing Wang Hao's decent behavior, she rewarded him with a refreshing cup of Coca-Cola, and the two continued to meander around. It was only near noon that they finally arrived at Shanqing Palace. Zhu Yao immediately spotted the legendary stall and wasted no time purchasing a bowl of cold jelly to savor. While she indulged, Wang Hao seized the opportunity to remind her, "It's getting late. Shouldn't we head inside?" The entrance to Shanqing Palace was just ahead. Entering would mean accomplishing half of their mission. Given her nature, she would likely drop everything and rush in, allowing him to return home to see his parents. "Why should we go in?" Zhu Yao rolled her eyes, as if she had just ingested poison. "This tastes delightful. Give me another bowl." After a considerable amount of time, she finally set down what must have been her umpteenth bowl, pulled out a napkin from her storage bracelet to wipe her mouth, and without a word of farewell, turned to leave. Wang Hao hastily rushed to stop her. "Aren't you here to pay respects? We're already at the entrance. Let us go in." "Goodness, the front mountain is teeming with tourists. Where are the cultivators?" Zhu Yao retorted, "The birthday celebration is at the back mountain. You truly are quite dim." At that moment, Wang Hao felt a surge of frustration. Climbing the mountain while dragging along his 170 pounds was no easy feat. "Then why did you come to the front mountain?" "It's your lack of exercise that has you out of breath after just a few steps. The disciples of second-rate families truly lack quality." Zhu Yao pointed in various directions to obscure the truth, asserting that her reason for ascending the front mountain was solely to enjoy cold jelly. Of course, with her mastery of the divine movement technique, she would not tire easily. In the realm of cultivation, aside from refining their inner alchemy, mastering talismanic arts was essential. They could traverse the skies, vanquish demons, and aside from their magical artifacts, they relied heavily on these skills. Naturally, there were times they could utilize these abilities to procure food and drink. The alchemy king held such trivial pursuits in disdain. Once one's cultivation reached a certain level, traveling vast distances became effortless. Rather than waste time on inconsequential matters, it was far more prudent to diligently cultivate the path of golden elixirs. True masters understood this fundamental truth. They neither delved into it themselves nor taught their disciples. Alchemists had their own means of survival and methods of destruction, which Wang Hao had yet to fully comprehend. Celebrating a cultivator's birthday was hardly a joyous occasion. The celebrants wished for time to stand still, allowing them to effortlessly achieve the yuanying stage. Those who came to offer their congratulations varied in quality. Relatives worried about the longevity of the celebrant, wondering if their old friend had discovered the elixir of life. However, the majority came merely for the spectacle, seizing the opportunity for exchange and discussion, while smaller sects aimed to gain visibility. As customary, gifts were indispensable as tickets of entry. The nature of these gifts revealed the strengths of various sects and the relationships between guests and the celebrant. Observing the guests, it was evident that Chu Yao South Sea sect was not particularly familiar with Qingsheng. Otherwise, they would not have sent a mere girl to handle matters so dismissively. To this day, the practice of singing gifts during celebrations persisted among cultivators. Those with meager offerings inevitably felt embarrassed, while the generous showcased their wealth, leading many to feign grandeur. The Gongsun clan presents a Xianjade purple-gold flying sword. The crowd erupted in a stir. Crafting such a superb flying sword was no trivial feat, and presenting it as a gift was indeed extravagant. The host deliberately opened the box for all to admire, revealing a mesmerizing display of purple, green, and black gold swirling within the room. Wang Hao stood on his tiptoes just to catch a glimpse. The fabled flying sword turned out to be a compact version, measuring only about a foot in length, with a purple gold blade and a Xianjade hilt. Truly a pinnacle of luxury. Suspended in mid-air, the sword quivered, as if imbued with consciousness. The three colors shimmered beautifully. Yet compared to the grand purple sword summoned by Chen Xian, it appeared somewhat trivial, as if that sword were made for men. Little did he know the amount of gold and precious jade required to refine such a small piece, not to mention the years of cultivation necessary for its creation. Nevertheless, the sword's opulence left him in awe. How splendid it would be to possess one himself. How dare they present such rubbish? While Chu Yao, despite her modest cultivation, hailed from a prestigious background and possessed a keen eye for discerning treasures, she recognized that the Xianjade purple-gold flying sword, although appearing splendid, was not of the highest caliber. The sword's body was forged from gold, which, while valuable, was not particularly rare. With sufficient funds, it could be crafted. The Xianjade was of slightly higher value, yet procuring fine blue-field jade was not overly difficult, provided one exercised caution in its refinement. Ultimately, this flying sword was merely a product of monetary expenditure, lacking any unique quality. Furthermore, the Gongsun family boasted few experts, and their limitations in refining were evident. The intricate patterns on the sword were merely impurities. Most knowledgeable individuals scoffed at such ostentation, deeming it an utter waste of effort. Cultivators rarely bestowed their protective artifacts upon others. Even high-grade treasures were typically reserved for disciples. Thus, the likelihood of encountering genuine top-tier gifts was exceedingly slim. Even a casual item could be criticized by Chu Yao, relegating it to the category of trash. Her own gift was hardly better, though she chose to express it more delicately. Before long, Wang Hao felt his enthusiasm waning. After merely sipping a bowl of bean juice that morning, hunger gnawed at him, and he shifted his focus to the food laid out before him. The table was laden with a variety of pastries, though few seemed interested. Free offerings are too good to pass up, and he quickly grabbed a flaky pastry and popped it into his mouth. Soft, crispy, and utterly delectable. Wang Hao's eyes sparkled as he savored the plum cake and dragon whisker pastry, gradually slipping into a state of blissful oblivion, oblivious to those around him. Given the prestigious status of Chu Yao's South Sea sect, he basked in the honor of sitting at the guest of honor's table, his gluttonous behavior starkly contrasting with the refined demeanor of the other guests. Chu Yao felt a flush of embarrassment at the sight of him. Could you not be so uncouth? You're making me look bad. I'm starving. Wang Hao disregarded her discomfort, shoving another piece of pastry into his mouth as he spoke. The Tuo Ba family from Yaojiang presents a dust calamity pill. The announcer's voice suddenly rose an octave. Wang Hao, startled, choked, and began to hiccup uncontrollably. Isn't that just a trivial pill? Does it warrant such a ruckus? He thought. Such a thing could hardly be considered a true elixir, but rather a simple tonic for strengthening the body, entirely distinct from the precious elixirs in his ring. In this era, genuine heavenly materials and earthly treasures were scarce. What the mythical 1,000-year ginseng or the 10,000-year snow lotus? Such tales were mere fabrications, and one might search the world over without finding a single root. Even a long-rooted radish could be unearthed, yet ginseng remained elusive. Alchemists were even rarer than these treasures. The art of alchemy had been passed down through oral tradition since ancient times, with written formulas being nothing but nonsense. Following the ancient adage of one master teaching one disciple, The art had become nearly extinct. Wang Hao recalled that when he first apprenticed with the Alchemy King, the first lesson was not a formula, but rather the admonition that the law should not be passed to 6 ears. Thus, much of the knowledge had been lost over time, and those who attempted to learn on their own found themselves at a dead end. Even if one managed to grasp the basics, alchemy heavily relied on experience, who possessed enough rare and precious materials to pay for their education. As for the teachings Wang Hao received from the Alchemy King, they were somewhat questionable. When one sought to create elixirs with prepared materials, it was akin to honing one's skills using someone else's resources. Was this not a privileged situation? Moreover, the crafting of pills required chaotic fire, and those with such aptitude were exceedingly rare. It was no surprise that the art of alchemy had declined, given the myriad challenges faced in alchemy. Even a dust calamity pill could elicit desire, nearly causing Wang Hao to burst into laughter. As Chu Yao assisted him in searching for tea, she reproached him. Look at your lack of composure. Even if the dust calamity pill is a fine item, there is no need for such excitement. The accursed Qing Chong sect has laid out a banquet of pastries, yet failed to provide any drinks. They must be intent on embarrassing us. Who is excited? That worthless thing could never excite me. Wang Hao retorted, his face flushed, partly from choking and partly from indignation. Fortunately, no one paid attention to the argument between the two individuals. The fact that someone was willing to gift a Dan was quite extravagant. Even an ordinary cultivation family would earn respect for such a gesture, instantly stirring excitement in the living room. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a towering figure caught everyone's eye. Standing at 6 feet tall, with golden curls and wild blue-green eyes. His simple attire, a short shirt that revealed his arms, perfectly complemented his untamed spirit. The effect was particularly striking to the young women present, as evidenced by Chu Yao's slightly infatuated expression. Beside him stood a breathtaking beauty with an icy demeanor, clad in a dark gold gown that accentuated her tall figure, sparkling with tiny silver lights, a testament to exquisite crafting techniques. Her black hair shimmered with a silky sheen, and her movements resembled a flickering cold flame, framing a face of unparalleled beauty accentuated by captivating eyes. The allure she exuded was breathtaking, surpassing the ancient tales of beauty that could topple cities. Unlike superficial beauty crafted to impress, she resembled a black tulip, her cool elegance enough to drive anyone to madness, rendering Tuoba, who stood beside her, overshadowed. The emergence of such a figure from the Tuoba clan would indeed rewrite the rankings of sex in the cultivation world. An elderly man nearby lamented that the value of a cultivation family could skyrocket with just one individual attaining enlightenment. Given the man's qualifications and a life-prolonging Dan, achieving the nascent soul stage was merely a matter of time. The elder's deductions were based on the extravagant gifts. Casually presenting a dust calamity, Dan indicated that the Tuoba family had attracted a master alchemist. Although such a Dan seemed trivial in Wang Hao's eyes, the behind-the-scenes expert was likely just a mediocre practitioner. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to make cultivation sex envious. While both inner and outer Dan practices belonged to the same realm of cultivation, they were distinctly separate, rarely intersecting. Even a single decent Dan could provoke fierce competition among those typically aloof in their ways. I am Tuoba, and I have met the sect leader of Qingcheng, he said, clasping his hands over his chest with an air of confidence. The celebration was a chance for Tuoba to make an impression. Otherwise, despite the Tuoba family's wealth, they would not have gone so far as to gift a dust calamity Dan. In truth, he had only recently recruited talent after extensive effort, and he had only managed to produce 2 dust calamity dawn thus far. The alchemist himself was merely a novice, lacking the chaos fire essential for crafting such dawn, which made his current output the limit of his capabilities. While a less ambitious individual might have hoarded the dawn for personal gain, Tuoba had his own plans. After 3 generations of hard work, the family had grown substantial enough to rival current major cultivation sections. Yet, their rise was too recent, and given their location in Miao territory, they lacked the geographical advantage enjoyed by several families in Central Plains. Thus, attending this birthday celebration was a strategic move to gain visibility. The Dust Calamity Dan served as the capital. Although presenting only 2 dawn could be seen as an act of bravado, as long as there were alchemists within the family. Producing a 3rd or 4th Dan was not beyond reach. Chapter 4, Astonishment, Part 2, Tuobaye's strategy succeeded, as the cultivation sects, with their accumulated wealth over thousands of years, were virtually untouchable. Attempting to pave the way with mere money was a fool's errand. Even spending one's entire fortune would not garner respect, and it might even invite ridicule as a nouveau riche or bumpkin. Yet, with just a single dust calamity Dan, the previously obscure family became the focal point of the banquet, with the sect leader of Qingcheng personally inviting him to the honored guest table, bringing along the stunning beauty by his side, a testament to his deep scheming. The birthday of the Qingcheng sect leader became a trivial matter as guests inquired about the origins of the Tuoba family, intrigued by the mysterious beauty. It was foreseeable that by the next morning, the Tuoba family would emerge as new nobility in the lexicon of the cultivation world, all for the price of a single dust calamity Dan, an inconceivably small price to pay. Of course, cheap was relative. Most renowned entrepreneurs within the country could hardly afford such a luxury. Yet, Tuobaye's face still radiated joy, a clear indication of the Tuoba family strength. The notion of beauty being someone else's was a fleeting thought for Wang Hao. After his initial astonishment, he quickly returned to his usual demeanor, refocusing on the food. After indulging a hearty meal, he found himself yawning incessantly and, before he knew it, succumbed to sleep. "Fatty, are you still sleeping? Wake up!" A fierce little face loomed before him, nearly ready to unleash a flurry of playful punches. "Oh, is the birthday celebration over?" Wang Hao rubbed his eyes. The plump individual was naturally prone to drowsiness, especially after 2 nights of festivities, leading to inevitable fatigue. Is he even a cultivator? Always complaining about being tired or sleeping. Has he never practiced any profound techniques? The pretty lips continued to grumble, feeling embarrassed for having brought Wang Hao up the mountain, especially since Tuoba Yi had just approached him for a toast, and he had been sleeping like a log. Wang Hao stretched, acknowledging that alchemists were not devoid of cultivation techniques, but they required opportunities. Those who cultivated inner dawn were akin to herbivores, always able to find tender grass at their feet, quietly sitting in solitude to draw in qi, naturally achieving their desired level of cultivation. Therefore, for them, the foundational stage was the simplest. In stark contrast, the process for alchemists was one of complete predation, or rather, opportunism. Unless they found high-quality materials, they would prefer not to establish their foundation, fearing future regrets. The quality of one's foundation profoundly influenced future achievements. Thus, one could not afford to be careless. It was akin to laying a 3-meter foundation and expecting to build a 100-story skyscraper. Chu Yao was adamant about not staying overnight, summoning a taxi to descend the mountain in the dead of night. The rugged mountain roads were shrouded in darkness. Even the driver seemed apprehensive, though he mustered the spirit to chat cheerfully, considering the 300 yuan fare as a reason to engage with a beautiful woman, which served to enliven his spirits. Not long after the car started, Wang Hao began to doze off again, only to be jolted awake by a sudden exclamation. There's a demonic presence. The taxi came to a screeching halt, leaving 6-foot-long skid marks on the road. The veteran driver, familiar with the routes of Qingcheng Mountain, was no stranger to the bizarre and believed in many supernatural occurrences, having personally experienced strange events. Many carried talismans for protection, such as peachwood swords and copper coins, believing it better to trust in their existence than to dismiss them. The experienced driver typically chose to stop, believing that observing the unknown was preferable to careening off a cliff. From a moment Chu Yao left her sect, she had longed for an encounter with the extraordinary, her anticipation akin to an amateur athlete awaiting a match. At that moment, her face lit up with joy, though a hint of nervousness remained. After all, this was her debut encounter. As she flung the car door open, she forcefully pulled Wang Hao behind her, her lips incessantly murmuring, "It seems to be a fox spirit," radiating strong, demonic energy. At least 300 years of cultivation. Qingcheng Mountain, a realm of natural wonders, was home to many creatures with spiritual essence, and the masters typically coexisted peacefully with them to avoid staining their sanctuary with blood. After traversing 2 peaks, they arrived at the source of the demonic presence. Yet, there was no fox spirit to be found. As they scanned their surroundings, a flash of green appeared, seemingly smaller than an ordinary fox. Neither of them could discern the creature's form, but upon realizing the size, they both felt emboldened and took off in pursuit. Guyo, relying on her swift movement technique, relentlessly chased after it, casting spells along the way. Although she was unable to strike her target, she successfully cornered the creature into a dead end. The creature, realizing it had nowhere to flee, turned to face Chu Yao with fierce eyes, occasionally emitting baby-like sounds. The standoff between the girl and the creature appeared rather comical. It turned out to be a green weasel, which left Chu Yao slightly disappointed. Exterminate the evil. A small, exquisite bell flew from her hand, growing to 6 feet in length with the wind, its graceful lines and beautiful design adorned with unknown patterns. Custom-made for her by some unknown senior. The power displayed was truly astonishing. Golden light flickered amidst the scene, and the ominous sounds of wind and thunder resonated within a 10-zhang radius, with lightning crackling all around. If this were to strike down, the little creature would surely perish, leaving not even a trace of its bones. Such a display would be a true act of plundering heaven's treasures. This must not happen. Wang Hao, breathless, urgently intervened, having finally caught up after a frantic dash. Chu Yao had initially shown no interest in taking action, but in a fit of frustration, she drew her flying sword and approached, striking a couple of times without channeling her magical energy. The sound of her sword clashing against the creature's body was akin to striking resilient leather, sending vibrations through her wrist, while the little ferret remained unscathed, gazing at her with a smug expression. Ignoring her previous hesitations, Chu Yao leapt forward, swinging her sword in a flurry of strikes, the melodious clanging filling the air, yet still failing to injure the creature. In her fury, she retrieved a fire talisman, chanting incantations as she conjured 2 fireballs that surged toward her target. Missed. The ferret bared its teeth and put on a show of defiance. Wang Hao found the scene utterly amusing, but chose not to reveal his amusement, silently guarding the exit and allowing her to flail about in futility, while inwardly he pondered her evident propensity for violence. Best to keep his distance in the future. Suddenly, a hearty laugh echoed from behind, and Tuoba Yi appeared, his golden hair dancing in the night breeze, radiating an undeniable coolness and charm. Beside him stood the previously encountered icy beauty and an additional middle-aged man with a gloomy demeanor. After stealing the spotlight, he had descended the mountain overnight and had fortuitously crossed paths with them on the way down. The arrival of the handsome figure prompted Chu Yao to momentarily cease her actions, offering an awkward smile to the prince on the white horse before sparing the unfortunate ferret. Wang Hao, quick of hand and eye, swiftly captured the ferret, for capturing exotic beasts was a fundamental skill for an alchemist. Had been moments earlier, he might have waited patiently, but now, with competition in the field, he was determined to act first. If these individuals valued even a mere dust catastrophe pill so highly, who could predict what lengths they might go to for a ferret? Tuoba Yi nodded in acknowledgement before frowning and saying, "The spiritual beasts of the mountains struggle to cultivate. Why not let it go, young brother? If you do not mind, I am willing to offer a treasure in exchange, ensuring you do not suffer any loss." A hypocrite indeed, pleading for the ferret either out of recognition of its value or a desire to curry favor with the extraordinary beauty. Wang Hao felt a weight in his heart and replied coldly, "I fear that your offering may not suffice." Tuoba Yi appeared puzzled, hesitating as he remarked, "Oh, I believe that little ferret holds little value for you. Why must we bring ruin to a living being?" The gloomy middle-aged man suddenly interjected, "Young master, we truly cannot afford to exchange. That ferret is, in fact, an ancient exotic beast known as the wind ferret. The records of the Taoist text, the Book of Herbs, state that the wind ferret, also called the wind beast, resembles a ferret but is blue in hue. It cannot be harmed by fire, is impervious to blades, and can only be killed after enduring thousands of hammer blows to its head. Yet, if it inhales wind, it will revive instantly. The essence of its urine can be used in medicine, and consuming its brain and certain parts can extend life by 500 years. Feeling ashamed, he admitted, "At first, I did not recognize it either. It was only upon witnessing your capture technique that I suddenly recalled it." While anyone could read texts, discerning their meanings accurately was another matter entirely. His humility was genuine, and it was only natural to overlook such details. How many could match Wang Hao's ability to identify exotic beasts? 500 years. To a cultivator, that meant the possibility of ascension. Tuoba Ye's expression shifted repeatedly. To claim he was unmoved would be a falsehood, and the final decision would rest upon personal integrity. You are not planning to bully the weak and seize what is not yours, are you? In this desolate wilderness, under the cover of night, is the perfect time for murder and theft, Wang Hao bluntly reminded him. Tuobai eventually regained his composure, responding, "What does my status mean to you, young brother? Take the wind ferret if you wish. Ancient exotic beasts are rare, and it would be best if you utilized it well. If the wind ferret were in my possession, it would not go to waste." Wang Hao inwardly cursed, maintaining a facade of calmness as he replied, "If you intend to use force to seize it, I have means to destroy the wind ferret, ensuring your efforts are in vain and you carry the blame. Since you are so brazen, I might grant you an opportunity. If you can procure a piece of 10,000-year ice essence, I might consider an exchange." The middle-aged man nodded, agreeing this proposal is fair. The marvel of ice essence lies in its purity, as it is the most pristine energy in existence. Even the slightest contamination will cause it to vanish, making it as precious as the wind ferret. However, it holds little use for cultivators, primarily serving as material for water-based treasures. Rather than waste time searching, it is more prudent to replace it with a more potent artifact. His repeated displays of prowess inadvertently revealed his identity. Presumably, that dust catastrophe pill was concocted by him. Such a thing might bolster one's health, but could only extend life by a decade at most. No matter how much one consumed, it would be of little use. To be precise, he was not an alchemist, but an exceptionally skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. TCH, ice essence is top-tier material for foundation building, especially 10,000-year ice essence. To be so ignorant of such common knowledge and still claim not to be a novice? Wang Hao had no understanding of the unique path alchemists pursued in their cultivation, which was distinctly their own and not something an outsider could simply speculate upon. At the very least, he was partially an ally. Even with some disdain, he still appraised the man, dressed modestly and exuding a calm demeanor. Despite his gloomy complexion, he possessed a humility that was quite rare, rendering him less irksome. Since you are aware of ice essence's properties, you must also know how to procure it, correct? Ice essence is formed from the cold air of glaciers, pure and unblemished, so it must not be tainted in the slightest. The best method to gather it is to find a virgin girl to hold it in her mouth and bring it back. Moreover, she must be a true virgin, never having been touched by a man. Are you testing me, young brother? For some reason, the middle-aged man revealed a hint of pride as he provided his answer. Am I really that idle? Wang Hao retorted, I merely fear you may squander such a precious item. After finishing his words, he pulled Chu Yao away. The troublesome girl would surely turn into a lovesick fool if she gazed at the handsome man for a moment longer. Watching the two retreating figures, Tuoba Yi chuckled heartily. 500 years of life. Hope for grandfather. We must acquire the wind ferret. Little Wu, I must ask for your personal assistance. That creature requires a virgin. Sir, do you know how to find ice essence? Since it is referred to as ice essence, it must be extraordinarily cold. How could one hold it in their mouth? The icy beauty replied with a frigid expression, I will bring back the 10,000-year ice essence, and if that fat man goes back on his word, I shall personally eliminate him. Here, please assist by casting your vote. Chapter 5. Struggle 10,000-year ice essence is birthed from the gathering of icy air. And the longer it forms, the smaller its volume becomes. Only that which can fit in the mouth of a virgin will be of the highest quality, exceeding 10,000 years. Furthermore, ice essence is not as cold as one might imagine. It maintains a slightly cool temperature, allowing it to continuously absorb the chill of the glaciers. Even if Tuoba Yi wished to resort to trickery, it would be impossible upon realizing this. Wang Hao could not help but feel a sense of pride. Not to mention that 10,000-year ice essence is concealed within vast glaciers, lacking a specific location. Recklessly searching for it would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. One might freeze to death before even locating it. Even finding a virgin would be a challenge. Women abound on the streets, but how could one discern if they are virgins? Must one inquire individually, risking a beating from their boyfriends if they are not? If he were to rely solely on his own efforts, it would be ages before he could establish a foundation, unless he sought a ghostly spirit as a mere pretense. The quality of one's foundation directly impacts future accomplishments, so it must not be taken lightly. According to the records, ice essence is the best material for foundation building. Yet Wang Hao was powerless to seek it out and could only offer the wind ferret as a trade. While 500 years of life is undeniably tempting, securing a perfect foundation is still worthwhile. The key is that he possesses the ability to concoct pills, ensuring he would not struggle to find something to prolong his life later on. The stock within the starry blue ring is ample enough for indulgence. It's often said that one may tread far and wide without success, yet fortune may come without effort. Wang Hao had been troubled by foundation building, only to unexpectedly discover hope shortly after descending the mountain. In his delight, he noticed Chu Yao's murderous glare. It is said that those who see must share in the fate. How could he have forgotten such an unspoken rule? Wang Hao quickly donned a smile. Chu Yao hopped in anger, exclaiming, "You fatso! Why didn't you mention earlier that creature was the wind ferret? You made me look foolish. You're angry over such trivial matters?" Someone began to sweat once more. Of course. Do you not know that a woman's image is more precious than life itself? The tone began to grow increasingly aggressive. To put it plainly, she was embarrassed in front of Tuoba, which ignited her anger. Wang Hao understood well that it was a mere fantasy for someone of his appearance to attract the attention of a beauty. Nevertheless, he felt a pang of discomfort and decided it would be best to take his leave. "Miss, even a chubby person has their pride. Since you find me displeasing, it would be best for us to part ways here." As he spoke, a misty vapor appeared in his hand, within which 2 vibrant green pills pulsated incessantly, brimming with an inexhaustible vitality. For cultivators, an additional 300 years of life was trivial. Without achieving the nascent soul, they could not withstand the thunder tribulation. Life, though not yet extinguished, would inevitably lead to death. Even if one were to obtain the wind fox, it could only ensure the formation of a nascent soul for one person. Now, however, he could resolve the crises for 2 individuals. Chu Yao had not only suffered no loss, but had instead gained significantly. Qingqing Mountain was not far from beyond, and a taxi could easily take them home. Paying once they arrived was not an issue. Moreover, Wang Hao's character meant he would not deign to regard the expressions of others, even while walking. Speaking plainly lightened his heart considerably. He strode away, leaving Chu Yao dumbfounded, cradling 2 coveted pills sought after by practitioners. Exchanging a meal's worth for 2 life-extending elixirs was indeed a tremendous bargain, yet a sourness lingered in her heart, devoid of any joy. A decade had passed, and everything had changed. The city seemed utterly transformed. He had left it merely 10 years old, and now, in his early 20s, he wondered if his parents would even recognize him. Throughout the journey, Wang Hao's mind wandered restlessly, and by noon, the taxi entered a residential community. His parents were quintessentially middle class, neither wealthy nor impoverished. They had endured much hardship over the years, as Wang Hao had eloped to seek a master, prompting his family to search throughout Bashu for him. Behind the security door stood a familiar face, still kind and gentle, yet aged significantly. Strands of white hair adorned the temples, and the wrinkles on her forehead were etched as sharply as a knife, piercing Wang Hao's heart. "You are Wang Hao." He had contemplated countless scenarios for revealing his identity, yet he never anticipated such a simple recognition. A mother could always identify her child. Such was the essence of maternal instinct, especially since Wang Hao bore a striking resemblance to his father. "Mother." His voice was somewhat hoarse, tinged with emotion, as mother and son embraced tightly. In search of his son, his father had tirelessly posted missing person notices for 10 years. Upon hearing any news, he would take leave immediately, rushing to the ends of the earth without hesitation. Countless fruitless journeys had drained their savings, leaving them weary. According to national policy, the couple had the right to have another child, yet whenever the topic arose, their resolve was unwavering. "Our son is not dead. We do not need another." The joy of reunion dulled the shadows of a decade. A child wandering alone must have endured considerable hardship. To avoid stirring painful memories, the couple shared a tacit understanding, refraining from discussing the past. Their doting on their son was beyond imagination. As long as he committed no crimes, nothing he did could be deemed shameful. That night, his father drank heavily, refusing to sleep, as if closing his eyes would risk losing his son again. Each day at home felt like a celebration. Aside from the mundane necessities of life, father and son were inseparable. In the blink of an eye, a week passed, and after the initial fervor, his parents began to contemplate their son's future. Wang Hao had left home at 10, then in the 4th grade, and now at 20. Was it feasible for him to return to primary school? Get a tutor? Within 3 years, he could catch up on high school courses and still sit for the college entrance examination without exceeding the age limit. If all else fails, he could take adult education exams. The couple was confident in their child's intellect. As his father put it, "Our child is clever, just like his father." The conversation soon escalated to the realm of genetics. They even began to seek suitable girls for their son. It was inconceivable for a 20-year-old boy to have never experienced love in modern society. Considering the Wang family had been passed down through 9 generations, how could they not be anxious? Education, career, marriage, and children. This was not the life Wang Hao desired. As night fell, he secluded himself on the balcony. The evening breeze felt particularly refreshing, and the community's greenery was delightful, with crowds gathered on the lawns to cool off. Son, what are you thinking? Do not worry about the future. Dad will take care of everything. Tomorrow, I've arranged for Aunt Yang's daughter to meet you. Don't embarrass me. Wang Hao mustered his courage and spoke loudly. Dad, I do not wish to go on a blind date. If you do not want to date, then focus on gaining knowledge while you are still young. You are still quite young, and there are good girls out there. His father's large hand patted Wang Hao on the shoulder. It was not a strong gesture, but it radiated warmth. Faced with his father's understanding, it was challenging to voice his objections. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Hao steeled himself and declined. Dad, you don't understand my point. I do not wish to go on a blind date or study. I have my own matters to attend to. I'll come back to visit you both and will leave in a few days. After a week of deep reflection, he had made up his mind. Pursuing the path of the golden elixir was the true calling. Marriage was inconsequential, but his partner would certainly not be Aunt Yang's daughter, whom he had encountered in his childhood, and whose physique was comparable to his own. Have you considered your future life? Whether in business or employment, you must have a source of income. His wise father did not press further, but chose to guide him instead. There is no need to worry about my income. I found a good job at Dahua Company in Chengdu, and I start next week. To reassure his father, Wang Hao resorted to a compromise. Dahua Company. That is indeed a respectable position. Their group is among the top 500 globally. Are you certain it's a Dahua Company? His father displayed a smile, albeit one tinged with disbelief. For given Wang Hao's age and education, it seemed improbable that he could secure a position in such a prestigious company. Truth be told, even cleaning toilets, they required a bachelor's degree. Chun Xian's mention of the company was no trivial matter. Wang Hao had witnessed the economic prowess of the sects of cultivation and confirmed it was no mistake. That is good. Yet his father remained unconvinced, insisting on personally escorting him to the company in a few days. The distance was merely a little over 100 kilometers, and such a request was not unreasonable. Wang Hao could only accept with reluctance, hoping that the other party truly recognized the star blue ring. Mere recognition would not suffice. They needed to be willing to accept it to navigate through. On Monday morning, before Wang Hao had fully awakened, his father pulled him from bed and insisted he don a new suit they had purchased. After enjoying breakfast prepared by his mother, the two set off in a Jetta towards Chengdu. The address of Dahua Company was located in the central district of Chengdu, a striking structure of 99 floors, composed entirely of glass, its apex slicing through the sky like a blade. Chun Xian was a disciple of the renowned Xingyue sect, known for its adept practitioners of astrology and divination. Such a configuration might conceal some profound mystery unknown to outsiders, but it exuded an undeniable aura of dominance. Upon entering the lobby, Wang Hao steeled himself as he approached the front desk, silently praying not to embarrass himself at this critical moment. Are you Mr. Wang Hao? The receptionist, possessing not only impressive qualifications, but also 3 indispensable qualities: beauty, memorability, and cleverness, exuded a professional smile imbued with a tranquil grace that provided a sense of comfort. The economic entity was merely the foundation of the sect, while Chun Xian was a revered figure within the Xingyue sect. Who would dare to treat his directives lightly? News of his brother's impending arrival had circulated, and due to the lack of specifics regarding his brother's identity and purpose, the upper echelons of the company were on edge, anxiously awaiting Wang Hao's arrival. Naturally, the receptionist had been briefed, and upon receiving confirmation, she discreetly relayed the information to the president's office. The president will be out shortly to greet you. Please hold on. The usually astute and capable receptionist appeared somewhat flustered, uncertain of how to attend to the esteemed guest. Fortunately, she maintained her composure and, while waiting, prepared a cup of coffee for the visitor. However, this gesture seemed somewhat superfluous. The coffee was scalding hot, and before it could be enjoyed, the president had already appeared at the elevator door. Chapter 6. Hanging Out with My Sister, Part 1. After watching Wang Hao enter the elevator, his father hurriedly departed, gesturing a thumbs up as he left. That the president himself would come to welcome them was a courtesy that would leave any employee astounded. What was there to be concerned about? As a father, He felt there was no reason to accompany his son to the interview. Upon entering the president's office, Wang Hao succinctly stated his purpose and expressed gratitude for their cooperation. On the other side of the grand desk sat the president of Dahua Corporation, a man in his 50s with a rotund belly and a bald head, lacking any discernible signs of a cultivator, exuding only the cunning and sophistication of a businessman. The Xingyue sect excelled in business operations, leveraging its substantial capital while also adhering to standard practices in talent acquisition, recruiting personnel strictly from within the industry. Their primary objective was financial gain. Aside from the flow of money, their ties to the sect were virtually non-existent. Wang Hao was a unique exception, having received direct attention from the elders, which justified the special treatment he received. Armed with the Star Blue Ring and Chen Xian's instructions, Wang Hao could easily request billions in cash without issue. Yet his request was merely for a trivial display. Upon understanding the situation, the president let out a sigh of relief. To ensure the task was completed satisfactorily, he arranged for Wang Hao to hold a nominal position as the office director, one that required no actual work but still provided a salary. After sending Wang Hao off, he would dutifully report the outcome to headquarters. Stepping outside Dahua Corporation, Wang Hao took a deep breath of the murky urban air. This was not a place for cultivators to linger. Nevertheless, his spirits were high, as he had gained considerable freedom along with a respectable income. Though it could be seen as undeserved, he rationalized it as compensation for refining Yindan, which made him feel justified, as the discomfort of financial strain was not easily borne. Any single elixir from the Star Blue Ring could fetch a handsome price. Yet Wang Hao was not at the end of his rope nor a reckless spendthrift. The materials for alchemy were scarce, and even though he had the capability to refine them, he was not inclined to squander them frivolously. In truth, he held a valuable commodity and intended to wait for the right price. That evening, he checked into a hotel suite long-term leased by Dahua Corporation. Closing the door behind him, he eagerly retrieved the wind fox to preserve its medicinal properties. He did not kill it, but instead confined it alive within the Star Blue Ring. In just a week, the little creature had undergone remarkable changes. Its formerly pale blue fur now shimmered with the luster of jade. If it remained still, one might mistake it for a jade ornament. Furthermore, its eyes had transformed into a stunning red, more vibrant than the most exquisite rubies. The growth process of ancient beasts is notoriously slow, often taking centuries to show any change. Why then had this creature undergone such a transformation in less than a week? Wang Hao suddenly felt a wave of unease, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He quickly focused his thoughts on the Star Blue Ring and discovered that 3 top-tier elixirs meant to enhance true essence had mysteriously vanished. These were far more precious than ordinary life-prolonging pills, and Wang Hao had initially intended to use them after completing his foundation establishment. Now, they had inadvertently benefited this transient creature, and he glared with a fierce intensity. Even a single drop of blood from the wind fox was a treasure, which, when combined with rare materials, could yield a longevity elixir that also enhanced true essence. Trading it for the ice soul would indeed be a loss. Yet having made an agreement, retracting it would surely provoke discontent. The Tuo Ba family, with their resources, could easily locate the ice soul. Wang Hao had proposed the trade precisely because he recognized this point. Now, he could only proceed step by step. Planning to set a deadline for Tuo Ba Yi in the coming days, he could not wait indefinitely. If they failed to meet the deadline, he would not hesitate to assert that he was not bound by his word. He tossed a dream reversal pill to the little creature, feeling reassured as he returned it to the ring. The materials for crafting dream reversal pills were readily available. He had no less than 100 within the ring, and using several would not cause him any distress. His gaze drifted to the corner, where he spotted the tiger dragon pill. Compared to the others, it appeared unremarkable and even ugly, with an unclear purpose and impure color. It seemed like a substandard product. Yet, his master had insisted it was complete. During its refinement, it was evident that the Pill King held this particular pill in high regard. When Wang Hao had previously refined other pills, his master had shown little interest. But during the refinement of the Tiger Dragon pill, the old man frequently inquired about any anomalies. He was meticulous about every detail. From a number of times the tiger roared to any changes in the furnace's flames. When it was time to produce the pill, his master personally oversaw the process. Of course, Wang Hao had been busy helping others refine Yindan at the time. Given his master's evident concern for the Tiger Dragon pill, why had he chosen to gift it to Wang Hao? The old man was notoriously stingy, hoarding all his possessions for himself. Wang Hao could hardly appreciate the Pill King's dedication to teaching. The essence of alchemy lay in practice, and all of Wang Hao's skills had been learned through hands-on experience. In the beginning, he had likely ruined countless materials, and all those losses had surely been chalked up to the Pill King. Moreover, with the Pill King's knowledge, how could he not realize that his disciple had been meddling? As long as the pill was successfully refined, he would turn a blind eye. It should be noted that being frugal with materials also required skill, and it had unknowingly helped Wang Hao cultivate a good habit of conserving resources. Forcing Wang Hao to leave the mountain was not an act of cruelty. It was simply that the time for ascension was approaching. Those dwelling outside the world often had peculiar personalities and were averse to emotional farewells. Seeing that his disciple had nearly mastered the skills, lacking only in timing, it was better to send him down the mountain for experience, while also instilling a sense of guilt in Chen Xian, who owed Wang Hao a favor. Thus, he said their bond had reached its end rather than expelling Wang Hao from his tutelage. The intertwining red and black of the pill resembled the yin-yang symbol. The red represented the flame tiger, of which Wang Hao was well aware, having heard its cries daily during that time, as it was said to be a legendary beast. The identity of the black portion remained a mystery. The materials and the pill's gestation had all been completed by his master, with Wang Hao merely managing the fire. However, since it was named the Tiger Dragon Pill, the black part could only be a dragon or a snake. Weighing it in his palm, he confirmed after a moment of contemplation that it was not meant for consumption. Perhaps he would discover its purpose upon completing his foundation establishment. He was eager to infuse a thread of true essence into it for experimentation, but alas, he lacked the means. After 2 months of anxious waiting, still no word from the Tuo Ba family left him wondering if they had indeed given up. Could it be that they found the ice soul too elusive and retreated? While Wang Hao secretly rejoiced, he also felt a twinge of disappointment, for the prospect of completing his foundation now seemed bleak. To be prudent, he decided to pay a visit to the Tuo Ba family. If they were willing to concede, it would be ideal. If not, he would impose a deadline. There was no need for the company to be informed. His presence or absence would make little difference. He bid farewell to his parents and boarded a flight to Kunming the following day. A small incident occurred while passing through customs. The staff were astonished to see him miraculously produce his ticket and identification. Fortunately, he managed to explain that he was an enthusiastic magic lover, allowing him to escape the situation. It seemed that the storage ring had its inconvenient moments and could attract the attention of other cultivators. Recalling Chun Xian's previous warning, he promptly removed the star blue ring and tucked it into his pocket. The Ming Dynasty scholar Feng Shik described Kunming's climate in his Chronicles of Yunnan as having spring-like weather year-round, summer-like warmth, autumn-like coolness, and winter-like rains. Shortly after the onset of summer, Kunming had experienced 2 rain showers, creating a pleasantly cool and refreshing atmosphere. Stepping out of the airport, Wang Hao greedily inhaled the air. Indeed, the spring city lived up to its reputation, resembling a paradise for the plump. He casually hailed a taxi and absently instructed the driver to the Tuo Ba family. If it were not for Kunming's efforts to enhance its urban image through quality education for taxi drivers, the overweight man would have long been unceremoniously ejected from a vehicle. One might think they were filming a martial arts epic. The people of Kunming are known for their warmth and hospitality, especially towards travelers, provided that one pays the fare in full. After taking Wang Hao on a couple of loops around the city, the driver, guided by an innate sense of direction, finally discerned some clues and accelerated onto the highway, heading straight for the picturesque Honghe Prefecture. Wang Hao was in no rush, opting to meander along the way. He savored the enchanting sights, the wind of Shangguan, the flowers of Shaoguan, the snow of Songshan, and the moon over Irai Lake. After relishing the legendary beauty of wind, flowers, snow, and moon, he also took a moment to admire the terraced fields of the Han people in Yuanyang. Just as he was still pondering, the driver informed him they had arrived. He paid the fare of 3,000 yuan, and the taxi vanished into the distance. This price was fair, and Wang Hao, with a decent salary as the office director, did not mind at all. Fortunately, people with the surname Tuoba were not numerous, and those who belonged to an esteemed lineage certainly had a long history. The driver had intuitively brought him here, but whether it was necessary to inquire further remained to be seen. Before him stood a villa built against the mountain, which could only be described as extravagantly opulent. Though the interior remained unseen, The imposing outer walls were enough to leave one awestruck. One might even liken it to a fortress. The massive iron gate was not retractable, but a solid barrier that shut out the elements, emanating an inexplicable weight and mystery. From a modern perspective, it was difficult to imagine this was a residence, and having grown accustomed to the poverty and backwardness of Honga Prefecture, Wang Hao suddenly felt that constructing such a building was a form of crime. Cultivators were indifferent to the lives of ordinary people. At least during tumultuous periods in Chinese history, they had never made an appearance. "Are you looking for someone?" A voice as melodious as silver bells interrupted his reverie. Before him stood a radiant woman, her true age completely concealed. Her fiery gaze carried traces of the past, while her skin was as delicate as a young maiden's, exuding a mature sensuality. Perhaps due to the revealing nature of her low-cut attire, she could not hide the alluring curves that captivated the eye. Chapter 7. Mixing with the Sister, Part 2. Her body was adorned with exquisite jewelry, yet there was no hint of ostentation. It seemed as though these embellishments were an intrinsic part of her being. The warmth in her gaze evoked an irresistible desire for closeness. Fiery passion. Wang Hao suddenly thought of this phrase, smiling as he asked, "May I inquire if the residents within bear the surname Tuoba?" The woman scrutinized him with curiosity, her gaze landing on the newspaper he held, an impromptu purchase during his travels. A decade of secluded living had rendered him somewhat naive, hence the need to catch up on current affairs. Ironically, the section he had opened was the recruitment page, and, serendipitously, the Tuoba clan had just posted a job listing. "Are you here to apply?" she asked, her gaze shifting away as she lit a cigarette, her movements graceful. The crystal-like sheen of her lip gloss shimmered enticingly, combining with her alluring curves to create a potent temptation. "It's quite warm," Wang Hao exhaled, wiping the sweat from his brow, having not caught what she said. The woman seemed well aware of her allure, giggling. "Oh dear, the young man is blushing after just a few words. It doesn't matter if you lack skills. Cleverness will allow you to learn quickly. Follow me." "What skills?" Wang Hao wondered if this woman was involved in that line of work. He felt his own appearance was somewhat lacking. Continuing to dab at his perspiration, he was certain of one thing. The occupant of this place indeed bore the surname Tuoba. As the iron gate swung open, the words Tuoba appeared in bold, swirling calligraphy on the stone-paved entrance. The woman's willingness to lead him inside indicated her significant status. Yet Wang Hao had little interest in probing further. The truth would eventually reveal itself upon meeting Tuoba Yi. As he stepped through the iron gate, he was momentarily taken aback. The interior felt like an entirely different realm, with a gentle aura flowing like water, providing a sense of comfort and serenity even to an ordinary person. The spiritual energy here was almost tangible, rivaling that of renowned sanctuaries like Amei and Qingqing. It was no wonder that Tuoba Yi possessed such audacity. However, without the elixir of life, his ambitions would ultimately fall short. Surprisingly, the interior was not lavish. There were no palatial homes, luxury cars, or gardens. It resembled a simple village, albeit populated entirely by cultivators. The iron gate and tall walls seemed designed to conceal the dragon vein beneath. The woman noticed his astonishment and smiled. "What are you standing there for? Come along." Indeed, the high walls and iron gate were meant to shield from prying eyes, but their primary purpose was to prevent the leakage of spiritual energy. The ancestors of the Tuoba clan had discovered this dragon vein and had taken measures to conceal it, ultimately deciding to use formations to seal in the energy. This not only prevented leakage, but also deterred other clans from discovering and competing for it. Over the years, the energy released from the dragon vein had nowhere to dissipate, accumulating and intensifying until it rivaled the famous Blessed Lands. The dragon vein had facilitated the rise of the Tuoba clan, yet they now lacked an alchemist. Alas, genuine alchemists were even rarer than dragon veins. Even if one were found, they might not be inclined to offer their services to the clan, preferring instead the prestigious locations of Wudong or Kunlun. Those who favored youthful beauty might consider Amei or Qingcheng, as Sichuan has long been known for its stunning women. With skills in hand, one could thrive anywhere, yet Wang Hao was resolute in not staying. Although he had entered the Tuoba family estate and passed the initial assessment by the beautiful woman, further tests awaited him. Despite the vastness of the Tuoba clan, they were not so generous as to support idle individuals. Even landlords nowadays face scarcity. After navigating through numerous hills, they arrived at a dark cave, where a chilling breeze mixed with an overwhelming stench wafted out. Wang Hao noted the absence of weeds at the cave entrance, indicating frequent visits by large animals, prompting him to instinctively step back. "What are you hiding from? Go in." The woman had already removed her jewelry and donned simple, refreshing attire. Her gaze locked onto him with intensity. "Is there any difference between that and walking to my death?" Wang Hao was not foolish enough to comply, shaking his head vigorously. A hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes. "Come down with me. This place is called Longtan. There are thousands of snakes inside. I made it clear in the job advertisement. If you dare to apply, it means you understand snake catching. Even if you lack experience, you must have some courage." Now it made sense. The Tuoba clan was seeking a snake catcher. Upon this realization, Wang Hao's mind raced. Alchemists are known for their adaptability, traversing the world in search of rare materials to enhance their true essence. They do not endure the grueling practices required for internal alchemy. Rather, exceptional alchemists are often intrepid adventurers. The snake den, situated along the dragon vein, with its abundant spiritual energy, would likely attract rare species. It would be a shame to miss out. Having made up his mind, he quipped, "How do I know you're not luring me in to feed the snakes? Now you can rest easy." The woman conjured a torch, its yellow glow not only illuminating but also repelling the snakes. There was no doubt it was a magical artifact, though its utility was limited, indicating she had been well prepared. Wang Hao promptly abandoned the notion of using pills to ward off toxins and obediently followed her. After descending 300 meters underground, the atmosphere grew even more ominous and frigid, with the number of snakes increasing, often coiling into massive clusters. Even with Wang Hao's extraordinary courage, the sight of their devilish eyes sent chills down his spine. He hastily advanced a few steps, only to slip and collide intimately with the figure ahead. His palms met a disturbingly soft surface of considerable size, fingers sinking into it entirely. Though unintentional, visions of alluring landscapes surged in his mind, as if he could see the color and shape of two snowballs. The woman wore little, and her attire was exceedingly thin, allowing him to discern the peaks of her curves with remarkable clarity. The charming purple grapes suddenly became firm and perky, noticeably swelling. As a fully functional man, his body reacted instinctively, proudly pitching a tent that made contact with the woman's ample form. The woman did not panic or resist. Her breathing merely quickened. After a moment, she coldly remarked, "As a man, do you not feel ashamed to hold a woman in such a situation? Have you left your courage at home?" She did not seem to blame him for his rudeness. Wang Hao exhaled in relief, hastily releasing her and stammering an explanation that what had just transpired was purely accidental, a result of an unfortunate slip. Suddenly, her icy facade melted into a smile. "I believe you wouldn't deliberately provoke a rattlesnake. Although men are somewhat lecherous, life itself is the most precious thing. However, I'm quite curious as to why this creature did not bite you." Wang Hao turned to see an ugly little creature coiled around his heel, gazing at him with deep affection. With a triangular head adorned with 3 spots, a stout body, and 3 longitudinal stripes on its back. The pattern of spots intersected, the central ones a purplish brown surrounded by deep black, bordered with yellowish white, giving the impression that its entire body was covered in eyes. Though it was his first encounter with a rattlesnake, its repulsive appearance indicated it was certainly not benign. Just as Wang Hao was about to say something, he suddenly became aware of the tent in his lower region, feeling utterly embarrassed, and quickly covered it with his hands. No need to hide. That is a natural physiological response. Even consuming the whole snake would have the same effect. However, do not let it face me, or I shall castrate you. It is often said that women from Miaojiang are fiery, and indeed, this was no mere rumor. Wang Hao chuckled inwardly, realizing that accompanying his sister was an amusing affair. The maturity and warmth of women were far more enticing than the coyness of younger girls. He could not help but smile, feeling as if the sky could fall and his sister would shield him. Not long after, the path of the cavern took a steep turn, almost vertical, lacking stairs or non-slip features, and covered in slick green moss. The woman had no choice but to hold the torch in her mouth, using her hands to grip the walls, making progress exceedingly laborious. Coupled with the need to assist the overweight man, her breath soon came in gasps, her ample bosom rising and falling with each breath, utterly captivating. "Did you see clearly?" A cold, stern voice echoed in the darkness. "I saw nothing," the fat man blurted out in panic. The woman poked his head with her finger, admonishing him. What are you thinking in that little head of yours? I told you to look at the snake in front. Wang Hao followed her white finger and let out an exaggerated shriek, quickly hiding behind the woman. Can that even be called a snake? Even a casual breath could swallow a person whole. Even if he were to gain a few more pounds, he would not be spared. The enormous serpent was as thick as a barrel, its scales the size of wash basins, gleaming like mirrors, each reflecting the yellow flame of the torch. Its eyes were a terrifying blood red, exuding a chilling metallic aura. The giant snake raised its triangular head, continually exhaling crimson glimmers, seemingly threatening the two. Strangely, it did not seem prepared to attack. In the constricted space of the cavern, intruders would have nowhere to hide. Wang Hao guessed it was guarding something. Each time I come here, I encounter it blocking my path. The first time I saw it, it startled me. I knew it was merely a show of bravado. Behind it lies a millennium-old ginseng. You must find a way to distract it, and I will seize the opportunity to gather the ginseng. Show bravado? It simply cannot be bothered with you. Wang Hao was no novice. He instantly recognized it as a wild exotic species, a guardian snake. Though still in its juvenile stage, it was not something one could easily bypass. Indeed, it had a habit of guarding mystical herbs, but the snake itself held greater value than the ginseng. In traditional Chinese medicine, items like reishi and ginseng were considered top tier, yet they were inconsequential to alchemists unless they were over 1,000 years old. Otherwise, they cannot be called ginseng, but rather demon ginseng. Despite the fantastical tales of 1,000-year-old ginseng, the reality is that ginseng typically only lives for a few hundred years. Speculate on what truly lives for a millennium. For heaven's sake, everyone, please vote. Chapter 8. Accompany my sister. Part 2. Moreover, if the ginseng were truly 1,000 years old, it would have long been consumed by the guardian snake. The creature's reluctance to move indicated its intent to protect the ginseng until it matured. There is no certainty regarding the time. The guardian snake has likely been protecting it for hundreds of years, so what's odd about it guarding for another 200? Should it attack, we would surely perish. All for a mere ginseng. Do you think it worth the risk? Wang Hao feigned fear. The woman, realizing she could no longer hide the truth, sighed, of course. It is not worth risking for 1,000-year-old ginseng. However, to save my father-in-law's life, I must take the chance. I forgot to clarify. I am the wife of the Tuoba family. Gathering ginseng is to extend my father-in-law's life. As his wife, it is my duty, and you have no ties to the Tuoba family, so there is no need for you to accompany me on this perilous journey. If you choose to stay, I will ensure your safety, and once the task is complete, you will not be treated poorly. You are the wife of Tuoba Yi? Wang Hao scratched his head in frustration. That cursed Tuoba Yi, surrounded by exceptional women, yet he still indulged in infidelity. Even with such a fine wife, he sought other pleasures. The woman shook her head. Tuoba Yi is my son. You are Tuoba Ye's mother. He nearly dropped his new Longines glasses, his face flushing with embarrassment at the recent awkwardness, yet he felt no contempt. It was merely a misunderstanding, and he had entirely embarrassed himself. Their magnanimity was commendable. All right, I will distract the guardian snake. You go ahead and gather the ginseng. Without allowing her the chance to ponder, Wang Hao bit his finger, the scent of blood immediately stirring the guardian snake. However, having guarded the ginseng for 300 years, it was cautious not to act rashly. Still hesitant to take the bait, the woman was startled to see him drawing the snake with blood. Even if he succeeded, how would he escape? Yet, Wang Hao's calm demeanor piqued her suspicion. Was he genuinely foolish or simply fearless? After a moment of standoff, Wang Hao turned and fled, reasoning that the guardian snake would likely pursue him. After all, snakes are bloodthirsty creatures, and the scent of blood would surely drive them mad. Moreover, Wang Hao had been refining pills for a decade. His blood carried the essence of spiritual materials, a fatal temptation indeed. The priority was to divert the guardian snake, granting the woman an opportunity to gather the ginseng. The sounds of wind and a strange rustling filled the air. The guardian snake was in pursuit. Wang Hao realized the disparity in their speeds was too great. If he continued running, he would be caught in mere moments. Thus, he turned a corner and halted, leaning against the rock wall, panting and coughing, silently vowing to lose weight after this escapade. Wang Hao was not naive enough to risk his life for another man's wife. The deaths of a few Tuoba family members were of no concern to him. His agreement to assist was primarily due to his respect for the woman, but also out of selfishness. Ginseng that was less than 1,000 years old held no value, yet the guardian snake's venom was still considered a worthwhile acquisition. Since descending the mountain, he had not refined any pills. Thus, it was only natural for him to feel a twinge of desire, especially with materials so conveniently presented. Greed was inevitable, but the key was confidence. While he could not claim absolute certainty in facing the guardian snake, he at least felt 7 or 8 parts assured. When he bit his finger, he discreetly retrieved a fiery red pill, concealing it in his palm. Being a creature of the shadows, the snake could be intimidated by the pure yang fire pill, at least enough to keep it at bay. He had employed this tactic successfully in the past, but facing the colossal creature before him filled him with trepidation. The streamlined head of the snake lunged forward like lightning, its sickle-shaped fangs glinting ominously. Even without venom, they could pierce flesh. Wang Hao knew that was not merely for show. The venom contained within could kill thousands of elephants. At the critical moment, the guardian snake halted its advance. Upon closer inspection, he found it mesmerizing. Each scale appeared meticulously polished, and its crimson pupils burned like flames, reflecting his own image. Their gazes locked, their noses nearly touching. Both could sense each other's breath. Wang Hao exhaled. The fiery pill had halted the guardian snake at the last moment. Although it is often said that fortune favors the bold, this endeavor seems excessively reckless, and the pursuit of mere drops of serpent venom hardly justifies the risk. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Hao deftly extracted a dream-returning pill, his technique both peculiar and practiced, and within 3 seconds, he managed to subdue the serpent. Due to the haste, however, the venom collected was minimal, merely the size of a fruit pit. By the time the woman returned with ginseng, he had already spread his hands. Feigning a look of shock, "What happened to the snake?" she inquired, cautiously circling around it, fearing to disturb its slumber. After all, a nightmare awaited them if they did. The robust creature nearly blocked the entire cave entrance, its abdomen visibly rising and falling, a clear indication that it was still alive. "Did you manage to gather the ginseng?" Wang Hao innocently diverted the topic. Despite knowing he was fabricating, the woman found no reasonable explanation and, grateful for the ginseng in hand, chose not to pry further. She waved it in front of him, a testament to their joint effort. Just one glance sufficed to assess the quality of the herb. Indeed, the ginseng was not yet a millennium old, but it was close enough. Its premature harvest made Wang Hao feel a pang of sympathy for her. He then began clamoring for a meal, having exhausted himself after such a prolonged ordeal. There was a passage near the ginseng's growth site, but for the time being, this specimen would suffice. "Let us go. Once we're outside, I'll treat you to a nice meal. And remember, don't mention anything about the Dragon Cave, understood?" The woman warned earnestly. The Tuoba clan, fearing damage to the dragon vein, had declared the Dragon Cave a forbidden area, forbidding anyone from entering, let alone gathering herbs. "What Dragon Cave? I've never heard of it," Wang Hao replied, his performance more convincing than ever. A fool could deduce the truth, if not for some unspoken reason. The Tuoba family had plenty of capable hands. Why would it fall to him to intervene? That recruitment notice was likely a personal initiative from the woman. "I didn't realize you were quite astute, Fatty. You should stay with the Tuoba family from now on, and you may call me Sister Lan," she said, taking a few steps before suddenly faltering. Had Wang Hao not caught her, she would have surely fallen. "What is wrong?" he asked. "I'm not sure. It feels as though my entire body has gone numb, devoid of any sensation," Sister Lan frowned. She had no recollection of being bitten by a snake, and had prepared ample antidotes beforehand. Otherwise, the serpent would not have spared her. Wang Hao pondered briefly before realizing that the gas exhaled by the serpent was toxic. Due to his previous alchemical training, his blood possessed a natural immunity to the serpent's venom and a repelling effect against venomous snakes. Thus he had not faced any danger. Sister Lan, however, had inhaled too much of the toxic mist. It was little wonder she was affected. Typically, such a condition could be remedied by merely evacuating the area of the poison, and if that failed, there was always an antidote pill available. Yet, in order to conceal his identity, Wang Hao chose to exert himself and carry her out. Though Sister Lan appeared voluptuous, she was surprisingly light, yet still heavy enough to present a challenge for Wang Hao as he navigated the steep, rocky terrain. Stumbling countless times along the way, he cast aside any fanciful thoughts, simply feeling the warmth of her breath against his neck, which was rather uncomfortable. True to her word, once they exited, she arranged for him to stay with the Tuoba family and even provided him with a separate room, a rare privilege among the ordinary offspring. Moreover, She frequently sought him out for conversation, ostensibly to plan a return to the Dragon Cave. To the other family members, this inevitably sparked gossip, speculating that he might be a distant relative of Sister Lan. Fortunately, the conjectures were benign, and Wang Hao paid little mind. Some matters, the more one elaborates, the murkier they become. How could he possibly explain? Wang Hao was a man of his word. Thus, the Tuoba family's training grounds soon saw the addition of an unremarkable, portly figure who would laboriously run until he collapsed from exhaustion each day. Taoism emphasizes the cultivation of vitality, yet the portly man's methods were counterproductive, drawing the ridicule of his peers. Occasionally, a well-meaning soul would offer advice, but the portly man merely laughed it off. Ha ha! Wang Hao gasped like a dog on the ground, his rigorous training over the past fortnight yielding little in the way of results, filling him with dismay. Fatty, you've made progress. Last month, you could only manage 5 laps before collapsing. Just now, you ran 5.5 without stopping. Keep it up, Sister Lan exclaimed, emerging from nowhere, a stopwatch in hand. For reasons unknown, this unremarkable portly man was not only unoffensive but rather endearing. Perhaps it was his ordinariness. Compared to her son, Tuoba Yi, he was far from exceptional, yet he was as diligent and earnest in his efforts. His relentless training aimed solely at enhancing his agility demonstrated his dedication, prompting Sister Lan to often tease him during her leisure. Is this really what you call progress? Wang Hao flipped onto his back in the grass and asked Sister Lan, don't you seem to have much to occupy your time? Why not just say you find me boring? She retorted, my duty involves managing family affairs, while you lounge about the training grounds all day, which is why you frequently see me. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into a commotion, and Sister Lan beamed with delight. My son must have returned. I'll introduce you shortly. Through the throng, a striking figure with golden curls and a robust build emerged, resembling a lion of the grasslands. Though his face lacked its usual confidence, replaced instead by a worried expression. All the men of the Tuoba family practiced cultivation, opting for seclusion at the slightest opportunity. Only Tuoba Yi, tasked with managing the family business, made frequent appearances and garnered the highest regard within the clan. In a sense, Sister Lan benefited from her son's prominence. Son, Sister Lan disregarded the stares and embraced him tightly. Poor Tuoba Yi found himself trapped between 2 formidable entities. Struggling to breathe, his wild visage flushed with embarrassment as he weakly protested, Mom, you're making this awkward for me. In the eyes of the clan's younger generation, he was a stoic man of iron, and indeed he was. What is there to fear? You used to cling to me and refuse to let go. Sister Lan playfully ruffled his hair, though she ultimately released him. Image mattered greatly for a successful man. If it were me, I'd cling on too. Wang Hao mused silently, considering the reunion between mother and son. Was there room for anyone else? Matters of revelation could wait, at least not in Sister Lan's presence. Resolving this, he quietly edged towards the outer circle of the crowd. Just as he intended to slip away, he suddenly heard Tuoba Yi ask, Mom, how is Grandpa's health? Mentioning the elder's condition brought a shadow to Sister Lan's face. I found a ginseng for him a few days ago, which has slightly improved his situation, but it remains precarious, merely a temporary reprieve. Although ginseng could prolong life, its effects were not significant unless one could find the fabled elixir. Where could one seek such a thing on short notice? Even if found, most would require refinement into a pill before use. The alchemist they had recently acquired was of decent character, albeit still somewhat inexperienced in his craft. Though unspoken, everyone was aware of this. What about your sister? Why didn't she return with you? A mother's heart longs for her children, and Sister Lan, recalling how inseparable her children once were, felt a twinge of concern. Oh, Xiao Wu went to the Antarctic ice fields to find the ancient ice essence. She just called me a few days ago. We encountered a wind fox while on Qingqing Mountain. Unfortunately, my son couldn't recognize its worth, allowing someone else to seize it first. However, that individual agreed to trade with us, provided we can locate the ancient ice essence. As he spoke, Tuoba Yi's expression turned regretful. Had he captured the wind fox then, his family would not have to worry about their elder's ailments. Upon hearing of the wind fox, Sister Lan's eyes brightened briefly before dimming once more. She sighed, what is meant to be will be. What is not meant to be cannot be forced. As a younger generation, do your best and don't burden yourself with guilt. These past years, your father and uncles have been in seclusion, leaving the family business to you. Take care not to overexert yourself. Still, you should have let your sister venture alone to the ice fields. Though her cultivation is strong, she is still a girl. Aren't you worried something might happen to her? Not merely unremarkable. At the tender age of 16, Tuoba took over the family business, leaving him with scant time for cultivation. His sister had long surpassed him in skill, prompting him to wear a wry smile upon hearing his mother's admonitions. Fortunately, they had managed to find ginseng to treat his grandfather, thanks to the assistance of an acquaintance. "Let me introduce you," Lan Jie said, grasping her son's hand and scanning the surroundings, only to spot the plump figure attempting to sneak away. "Hey you, stop right there. Where do you think you're going? Come over and meet my son, quickly." Although she awaited Tuoba's arrival every day, she wished it were under different circumstances. Would Lan Jie truly dare to take drastic measures against him? After a month of interaction, Wang Hao had learned that this was merely her catchphrase, yet it still filled him with trepidation. She treated him with genuine sincerity, while he was harboring deceit. Whether he extended his neck or retracted it, he was bound to face a reckoning. It was better to confront the situation with courage, especially since it was Lan Jie who had mistaken him for someone else, not he who had deliberately misled her. Wang Hao turned calmly, smiling as he addressed Tuoba Gongzi. "It has been a long time. I hope you've been well." Tuoba couldn't fathom that the plump one his mother referred to as Wang Hao, staring at him in disbelief before stammering, "It's you? Why couldn't it be me?" Wang Hao replied, attempting to deflect the conversation. "Do you two know each other?" Lan Jie's eyes were filled with confusion, clearly realizing someone had deceived her. "Mom, he is the one who kidnapped Feng Li. Why are you calling him plump?" "No worries. I am indeed plump," Wang Hao replied with a forced smile, though it appeared insincere. Strangely enough, he didn't mind being called plump by Lan Jie. Devoid of mockery, the term felt oddly endearing and comforting. If she had used a different appellation, it might have sounded distant or even awkward. "Listen here, you fatso. If you don't clarify things, I'll be sure to skin you alive." Indeed, Lan Jie began to threaten him fiercely, perhaps mindful of the onlookers and choosing to temper her words. The open grassland was not a fitting place for such discussions, so the three of them moved to a bamboo pavilion, where the gentle sound of trickling water and the vibrant green of the jade bamboo created a refreshing and elegant atmosphere, akin to a celestial realm. One could hardly associate such beauty with poverty. Within its embrace, one could forget the concept of money, despite the fact that everything was indeed built upon it. The teacup held pu'er tea, its flavor rich and smooth, releasing the fragrance of longan amidst the delicate steam. It was said to aid in weight loss without rebound effects, a sentiment that Lan Jie, a woman, would naturally express. In conclusion, she added with a fierce glare, "If anything happens to my daughter, even if she loses a fraction of weight, I'll make sure to take you down." Upon grasping the entirety of the situation, Lan Jie's demeanor shifted dramatically, mostly out of concern for her daughter. In her heart, her daughter would always outweigh Feng Li in importance. Her daughter was venturing to the Antarctic, a place blanketed with snow and ancient ice, and growing up in Yunnan, she could scarcely imagine such a landscape. Wang Hao was unaware of who her daughter was, yet, judging by his mother's beauty, he could surmise that her daughter was not far behind, perhaps even a stunning beauty in her own right. It would indeed be a tragedy for such a person to perish in the Antarctic. However, Feng Li could not simply be relinquished without due cause, even if they were to offer the elusive ice essence in exchange. Wang Hao would still feel the pang of loss. After a moment's hesitation, Tuoba resolutely stated, "While I know this is an unreasonable request, the situation is urgent, and I must speak plainly. My sister embarked on a journey 3 months ago to the Antarctic ice fields in search of the ancient ice essence, and we have yet to hear back. Regardless, the Tuoba family will procure the ice essence for you, Wang Xiong, but time is of the essence, and we cannot delay any longer. Would you be able to provide Feng Li to alleviate our pressing need?" Tuoba assured him with his own life as collateral that he would indeed secure the ice essence. Lan Jie, though outwardly bold and carefree, was cautious when it came to Feng Li, knowing well that acquiring ancient mystical beasts was no simple task. She stood to leave, saying, "You two discuss this. I'll step out for a moment." It was one thing to hand over Feng Li, but even a fair exchange would cause her heart to ache. Wang had already formed a plan and, after savoring a sip of tea, intervened. "Lan Jie, please don't leave just yet. We still await your guidance." Lan Jie turned back with a smile. "You needn't consider my feelings. decide as you see fit. I'm also a member of the Tuoba family, and my advice may be biased. However, I, Qinlan, can assure you that if you are willing to offer Feng Li for the sake of saving lives, even if Xiao Yi cannot procure the ice essence, I will personally venture to the ice fields to retrieve it for you. Even if you decline, feel free to say so. No one from the Tuoba family will trouble you. To speak plainly would inevitably create distance, and if you refused, friendship would be doomed. Wang Hao smiled. Your desire for Feng Li is likely due to its ability to extend life for 500 years, yet there are numerous elixirs that can achieve longevity. Why risk it all on a single tree? Long ago, I encountered a sage who gifted me a beaching dan said to extend life by 300 years. I intend to offer it in exchange for the little creature's life. Spiritual beings are not easy to cultivate. Why must we bring suffering to them? If you agree, I'll present the beaching dan immediately. This was a statement Tuoba Yi had made previously, now serving as a convenient pretext, albeit with differing personal motivations. While Tuoba Yi's initial objection stemmed from compassion, Wang Hao's reluctance was rooted in not wanting to squander his precious elixirs. He was determined to extract the little creature's life force, even if it meant sacrificing his own top-grade elixirs. Though rare, he still had a stockpile of beaching dan in his ring, and keeping 2 or 3 for emergencies sufficed. Any more would be unnecessary. In the past, those seeking elixirs were all masters who had surpassed the nascent soul stage, looking for elixirs to enhance their true essence, showing little interest in the surplus elixirs meant for longevity. Originally, they were the ones soliciting elixirs, and even if they desired them, they wouldn't dare speak of it openly. It was better to leave it as a favor for the Dan King, making future requests easier. However, if even they found the elixirs unworthy, could the Dan King truly take an interest? Ultimately, it ended up in the plump fellow's possession. Wang Hao had previously been indifferent to such things, and had it remained on the mountain, the longevity elixirs would indeed have been useless. Who would have guessed that these neglected beaching dan would transform into treasures, life-saving for cultivators below the nascent soul stage? Thankfully, the plump fellow was astute. Thus far, he had not wasted a single one, having only used 2 in exchange for Feng Li. During this time, Tuoba Yi had been preoccupied with his grandfather's predicament, initially holding little hope when seeking help. Upon hearing Wang Hao was willing to trade beaching dan, he was elated, paying no mind to the distinctions between Feng Li and beaching dan. In truth, to him, there was no difference. What mattered was that he could obtain it now. Fearing any complications that might arise, he immediately agreed and even inquired if there were additional conditions the Tuoba family could fulfill. With the crisis averted for the Tuoba family, Wang Hao also secured Feng Li's safety, leading to a mutually joyful resolution, and even Lan Jie wore a knowing smile, though her gaze towards Wang Hao was peculiar, sending a shiver down his spine. Wang Hao refrained from mentioning any conditions. The favor owed by the Tuoba family was far more enticing than any colorful notes. Cultivators are not devoid of greed. Rather, they possess a profound craving, albeit for things that differ from the ordinary. After finalizing the terms, Wang Hao produced a beaching dan, cradling it in his palm. The elixir rolled like a bead, shrouded in a delicate mist, its vibrant green hue harmonizing beautifully with the bamboo. This was the legendary elixir. A true dan. Tuoba Yi was no simpleton. He had heard elders speak of the distinctions between dan and medicine. Each elixir possessed a life of its own, capable of breathing and moving, even absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Thus, in legend, dan could cultivate into sentience, even achieving immortality. A single elixir could embody the very essence of creation, encapsulating the myriad transformations of the universe, with the realms of existence contained within. The act of alchemy was akin to creating new life. From this perspective, to call an alchemist a god was not an exaggeration. Such tales were merely stories to most cultivators, who would never encounter such wonders in their lifetime. In possession of such a miraculous elixir, one need not await death. A secluded place to cultivate for 3 centuries would suffice to transcend the nascent soul stage. It is merely a matter of time. Why suffer in the mundane world in relentless pursuit? Observing the elixir's ethereal beauty, it is evident that it is not an ordinary item, rendering inquiries about its authenticity superfluous. Tuoba Yi reverently accepted the pill, his expression akin to that of a devout pilgrim. He cradled the elixir in his hands as he departed. fearful of tarnishing even a trace of its essence. The pill represented the fate of his grandfather. Such care was justified. Yet, to the rotund fellow, it was a source of amusement. In the blink of an eye, only two individuals remained in the room, and an unbidden chill crept up from behind. Wang Hao, feeling a pang of guilt, lifted his teacup, his mind racing with strategies. He had shown his hand and bestowed the elixir. So why this lingering unease? Despite being mentally prepared, he shuddered as the silvery, melodic voice broke the silence. Why feign ignorance at the dragon's cave? What dragon's cave? I know not of what you speak, Wang Hao replied, maintaining an impassive demeanor, resolute in his vow to remain silent about the dragon's cave, a testament to his commitment. Seeing him persist in his pretense, Lan Jie refrained from pressing further, her inquiry gentle as flowing water. How old are you this year? Again, the rotund fellow couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow, only to feel her delicate fingers brush against his neck, sending chills down his spine. In 2 months, I shall turn 20, Wang Hao replied candidly, his eyes darting about. Ah, so you are but 20. I heard you encountered a great master long ago. I wonder how long ago that was? Lan Jie deliberately elongated the notion of long ago, feigning deep contemplation, her eyes flickering with disappointment, chiding him for the deceit of a child. Cough, cough. I've choked. Wang Hao spluttered tea and darted out of the bamboo house. If you have tickets, please share them. Writing a new book is no easy task. The 10th chapter, Foundation Establishment, is exquisite. Part 1 appeared at first to be a mere exchange of bargaining chips, with the timeline slightly advanced. Yet, everyone understood it was an act of goodwill. Wang Hao was promptly invited to reside in the bamboo house, the tranquil surroundings intoxicating. Far cooler than the outside world. Even at noon, one could sleep soundly, provided they were untroubled by mosquitoes. Lan Jie's abode lay nearby, and the two became neighbors, which ironically distanced them, likely due to the wind fox's influence. She wished to avoid any perception of ulterior motives. A commoner is innocent, yet possessing precious treasures can lead to suspicion. If one possesses something that drives everyone mad, discerning true feelings from false becomes arduous. Even understanding is futile. For Lan Jie likely distanced herself to avoid suspicion. Were it not for the awaited eternalized soul, the rotund fellow would have long departed. Wang Hao secretly rejoiced in having concealed his identity as an alchemist. Otherwise, he might now be fanning himself at some sect. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard a voice call out, "Fatty." To him, that voice was more melodious than the finest music, prompting him to leap from his bamboo chair and dash to the door to greet her. "What's the rush? Miss me?" Lan Jie teased upon seeing his disheveled appearance, her smile enchanting. "Ah," Wang Hao blurted, his feelings genuine, requiring no disguise. "When did you become so flirtatious?" Disgusting, Lan Jie feigned retching. "It was you who inquired." "I merely spoke the truth," Wang Hao retorted, his mood sour. "Lan Jie, how is your grandfather faring?" In truth, this question was unnecessary. Cultivators experience no ailments, merely approaching their ultimate fate. A single life-prolonging pill would remedy all. His inquiry stemmed from mere politeness. Lan Jie shot him a sidelong glance. If the pill you provided was genuine, he would naturally recover. If it was false, then he remains unwell. So what say you? Asking this upon entering, is it to remind me that the Tuoba family owes you a favor? Not at all. I would prefer you forget. Wang Hao protested vehemently. Are you serious? I could call my daughter back right now. We need not seek the ice soul. Lan Jie turned to leave, but upon reaching the threshold, she noticed a rotund fellow standing there, dumbfounded, and burst into laughter. "I was merely jesting. I'm here to inform you that the eternal ice soul has been located, and my daughter is on her way back. Fortunate that my daughter is unharmed, I shall spare you for now. Let's go greet her." Welcoming the return of a sister certainly required the presence of a brother. Since obtaining the beaching pill, Tuoba Yi had not made an appearance, inevitably raising suspicions akin to a monk who finishes his chance yet remains. In truth, he had long harbored thoughts of recruiting talent, even aside from the Wind Fox. Wang Hao's insights were impressive. Recognizing the Wind Fox at a glance was no feat for the mediocre. He was eager to befriend him, not shun him. However, his mother's objections had thwarted him. Additionally, the middle-aged man from the last encounter was present. The eternal ice soul was a rare find, and he was determined not to miss the opportunity. Though lacking in alchemical prowess, he possessed exemplary character, far from envious of the capable. It was his repeated endorsements of Wang Hao that earned him Tuoba Ye's esteem and trust. When they met, he greeted Wang Hao with a silent smile. A person from outside society, not skilled in words. Tuoba Yi then solemnly introduced the two. The man was named Li Lu, a name as unremarkable as the individual himself. Easily overlooked if one was not attentive. It was commendable that Tuoba Yi could discern talent. After an interminable wait, as dusk descended, a graceful figure emerged from the depths of the colorful clouds, adorned in a dark golden gown embellished with starlight, cloaking her exquisite allure. Her long hair danced like flowing clouds, and her delicate visage was nothing short of breathtaking, rendering the vibrant clouds around her pale in comparison. Tuoba Wu, the stunning woman previously seen at Qingqing Mountain, had arrived. "She is your sister," Wang Hao exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes nearly falling from their sockets. "Did you not meet before?" "I assumed you were aware," Tuoba Yi replied, curious. "Indeed, we met, but I thought you understood the remaining context. It would be best to halt the conversation now." The speed of the flying sword was astonishing, landing before them in an instant. Tuoba Wu's cold gaze swept over the crowd, likely due to the Ice Soul's influence, as she neither greeted her mother nor brother, striding directly into the bamboo house. Everyone had long since grown accustomed to her aloofness, following her inside with smiles. The method to transfer the Ice Soul was remarkably simple, mouth to mouth. However, Tuoba Wu, proud and aloof, would never consent to such a thing. It was said that she would immediately regurgitate the eternal Ice Soul if subjected to such a base method. The means and methods were disclosed by the rotund fellow. Who could know if he harbored ulterior motives? Witnessing the rare treasure on the verge of destruction, the most pained was Li Lu, who quickly interjected, "If the eternal Ice Soul becomes tainted, it will be lost. Such a precious item would be a tragedy to waste." Moreover, there was a prior agreement between the parties, and Wang Hao has already provided the spirit pill. If we were to destroy the Ice Soul now, would not the Tuoba family appear capricious and untrustworthy? Tuoba Yi's expression reflected his dilemma. His sister would rather discard the Ice Soul than engage in such an act, especially with someone she inherently disliked, the rotund fellow. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Is there truly no alternative method?" "None whatsoever," Wang Hao replied decisively. His heart elated. Preserving the Wind Fox was already a victory, and now he could exchange the Ice Soul for a kiss. How delightful. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Lan Jie pulled him aside, scolding, "What an indecent method. Are you attempting to take advantage of Tuoba Wu? With her intellect, how could she not see through your intentions?" Helpless against her ignorance of rare treasures, exposing the truth was impossible. "By heaven, how could I know whom you sent to retrieve the Ice Soul? If you had sent back an ugly creature, I would have faced the same outcome." Wang Hao had never harbored such intentions, merely fortunate in his encounter, and now spoke with conviction, his words resonant and firm. Tuoba Yi's mind raced, finding merit in Wang Hao's reasoning. Initially misunderstanding the nature of his relationship with Tuoba Wu, he had cautioned that only a pure maiden should be sought to fulfill the task, thus excluding his sister from consideration, indicating no desire for beauty. Understanding was not an issue, yet persuading Tuoba Wu to agree would be a monumental challenge. An awkward silence enveloped the bamboo house. Everything is relative. To claim there is no other way is sheer nonsense. It is merely too cumbersome. And should any slip occur during the process, the precious ice essence will inevitably be compromised. Even if success is achieved, the quality may still decline. Wang Hao desires nothing but the finest, and naturally, he is unwilling to concede. Who, after all, will be inclined to change methods when such fortune presents itself? Only a fool would. The fact that Tuoba Wu has not yet relinquished the ice essence indicates the possibility of compromise, regardless of her lofty ambitions. For the sake of her family's reputation, she may indeed be willing to sacrifice. It is simply a matter of transferring the ice essence. Must it entail sacrifice? The only person knowledgeable in this matter is Li Lu, and his hesitant demeanor raises concern. To avoid jeopardizing this promising opportunity, Wang Hao resolves to act preemptively. "Mr. Li Lu, being a person of vast knowledge, could you suggest alternative methods?" Wang Hao inquires, his eyes subtly urging for a response. It is inevitable that some concessions will be required, but for the sake of Tuoba Wu's first kiss and the purity of the ice essence, it is a price worth paying. Others have long intended to consult Li Lu, but feared provoking Wang Hao, which would signal distrust. Now that he has broached the subject, all eyes turn to the middle-aged man. Initially hesitant, Li Lu, upon receiving the necessary cues, declares robustly an alchemist would wager their life for rare materials. How much less for mere intimacy? Even if there were better methods, the existence of a superior one makes the pursuit of alternatives utterly futile. His words resonate with profound sincerity, and while he merely states the impossibility of finding a better alternative, it is an unspoken truth that hints at the need for compensation related to alchemy. Regardless, Wang Hao nods in tacit agreement. Whether acknowledging the validity of his words or consenting to the remuneration remains unclear. The old fox. He had thought Li Lu a man of integrity, but it seems he is more cunning than anyone else. Li Lu's pronouncement leaves no room for ambiguity. The Tuoba family must either bear the shame or sacrifice the initial kiss. Having endured 3 months in the Antarctic ice fields, Tuoba Wu understands the value of the ice essence, which is indeed irreplaceable. Such matters require the agreement of a daughter, which is often a reluctant concession, leaving the ultimate decision to her mother. With no better options, Sister Lan shoots her son a fierce glare, scolding, "What are you still doing here? Leave." Yet inwardly she thinks, how could you expect Xiao Wu to agree with you present? Moreover, does lingering here mean one wishes to watch a spectacle? For the interests of her family, Tuoba Wu chooses to compromise, though in reality, she has no true choice. A woman's first kiss is undoubtedly precious. Even if not bestowed upon a future husband, it should be with someone cherished, creating an indelible memory. Not with a repugnant glutton. Her lips, crimson and vibrant, exude an alluring sheen. What delightful taste would linger upon them? Wang Hao, though not a lecherous man, finds himself enchanted by her exquisite beauty, a face of unparalleled allure, untouched by makeup, radiating pure elegance, with brows arched as if to disdain the world. Her captivating gaze ensnares the soul, rendering one unable to look away. It is not the delicate beauty of an Eastern maiden, but rather a siren's intoxicating allure. Wang Hao dares not gaze further, fearing he might lose himself. With the ice essence in hand, he must promptly establish his foundation. Losing focus over such a precious substance would be a trivial matter, but succumbing to obsession could lead to dire consequences. Such losses are simply unacceptable. Are you not finished yet? Is this merely a kiss? Must we still cultivate the mood? Witnessing her daughter's embarrassment, Sister Lan, unable to bear it, pinches Wang Hao, causing even the stout man to wince in pain. Such behavior is truly a desecration of divine materials. When that plump visage inches closer to her daughter, Sister Lan cannot help but think, though she does not dislike Wang Hao, he is indeed tarnishing her daughter's purity. Had it been any other man, her sentiments would remain unchanged. The softness of rose petals juxtaposed with an intensity that rivals fire creates an overwhelming sensation, rendering her breathless. Her heart racing like a tractor's engine. In this moment, establishing a foundation seems impossible, and Wang Hao hastily pushes the woman away, striving to regain his composure. Before he can even stabilize his breath, a sharp pain stabs at his lower back, accompanied by Sister Lan's scathing remarks. "You glutton, if you dare do that again. I swear I'll have you castrated." Unbeknownst to her, he is focused on establishing his foundation. From any perspective, it appears deliberate on his part. With the morning's poor performance, he must sacrifice speed to ensure quality, intending to make up for it when in better form. Sister Lan, ever benevolent and forgiving, chooses to overlook the circumstances, pondering what else she might do besides feeling moved. Should there be another advance, it would solidify the situation. Heating her breath. Though untrained in any technique, she understands the basic principles of calming the mind. Mental focus is essential in any discipline. Once her breathing is steady, she opens her eyes. Yet upon seeing the breathtaking Tuoba Wu, her heart races once more. Maintaining composure proves exceedingly difficult. Continuing further would undoubtedly lead to a loss of control, and in desperation, she closes her eyes, gradually leaning in. The scent, akin to musk, seems to penetrate her thoughts, rendering her mind blank as she brushes against the rose petal softness. Feeling an electric thrill, her body trembles, more intensely than her own. For Tuoba Wu, while exquisitely alluring, is undeniably a maiden, particularly in this context of her first kiss, where anxiety and physiological responses are heightened. Wang Hao dares not utter a sound or make any movements, resorting to the subtlety of his tongue to part the petals. The action feels awkward, compounded by her unwillingness to cooperate. His tongue merely dances upon the petals, yet he cannot bear to abandon the pursuit. From Sister Lan's perspective, it is an incessant shake of the head. Lips are one of the most sensitive areas on a woman, and even she cannot withstand such teasing, let alone her innocent daughter. However, this is not the sort of matter one can casually address, leading to an anxious frenzy. Tuoba Wu indeed feels an overwhelming discomfort. Though she silently accepts the cruel reality, her subconscious refuses to permit the glutton to invade her mouth. Absolutely not. That detestable tongue feels akin to a serpent, each probing touch igniting an itch deep within her, accompanied by a hint of shameful pleasure. Shame and indignation wash over her, culminating in 2 tears that cascade down her cheeks. Having achieved a temporary victory, Wang Hao feels invigorated. As he navigates her rows of pearly teeth, he encounters resistance once more, tasting the cool, fragrant essence of her mouth. With the ice essence nestled within, swallowing becomes a challenge, ultimately rendering it a trophy for the glutton. Were it another woman, it might evoke disgust, yet she is pure, untouched by filth, and the ice essence serves as testament. Without hesitation, he swallows. For a distinguished alchemist would not squander any precious resource. Virgin essence is far rarer than many so-called superior medicines and may assist in refining the ice essence later. Even if it serves no purpose, Wang Hao finds no reason to expel it. For the maiden, this is an unprecedented humiliation. Tuoba Wu even hears the sound of the man swallowing her essence, leading to a flush of mortification staining her delicate cheeks. Continuing the charade serves no purpose. It merely permits the vile glutton to indulge longer. She is pure, yet not foolish, to expedite the end of this indignity. She allows a gap to form between her teeth, permitting the serpent to sweep in, claiming the ice essence along with the dwindling fluid, greedily consuming all. The transaction concluded. Tuoba Wu swiftly slaps Wang Hao across the face. Compared to the humiliation endured, the gesture feels almost trivial. If a single slap could secure her first kiss, surely every man would be willing to try. The ice essence is in your possession. We are now even. Hand over phonely, or I will kill you at once. Were there any warmth in her tone, it would be the most exquisite sound in the world, but alas, it lacks such quality. Sister Lan is acutely aware of her daughter's temperament. Relinquishing the ice essence signifies a clean slate, and eliminating Wang Hao post-transaction would not constitute a breach of contract. In other words, her daughter intends to take a life after the deal, avenging the humiliation she has suffered. Wang Hao's fate is sealed should he fail to deliver Fengli. It is unacceptable. Wang Hao has rendered great kindness to the Tuoba family, and she cannot allow such events to transpire. Sister Lan quietly positioned herself in front of Wang Hao, sighing as she spoke. He had provided aid before your return, at a time when your grandfather's condition was dire. Without the life-prolonging elixir, he would not have endured to this day. Thus, Wang Hao holds a debt of gratitude towards the Tuoba family. Do you wish to cast a shadow of ingratitude upon them? I cannot permit you to do so. The mother and son faced each other in tense silence until Tuoba Wu finally turned to leave, saying nothing, leaving only 2 tears in her wake, already far too much for her. The wounds of the heart require time to mend. Words would serve no purpose. So Sister Lan refrained from intervening, allowing her the solitude to heal. Perhaps a good cry would provide some relief. Upon turning, she discovered Wang Hao sitting on the ground, seemingly unfazed, and inwardly cursed him. You glutton! With a thud, the icy essence, along with the precious liquid, was swallowed whole. Let the confrontation ensue. Wang Hao had no time to dwell on trivial matters. The act of swallowing the liquid was intended to encase the 1,000-year-old ice essence, shielding it from contamination before refinement, while simultaneously augmenting his true essence. However, the duration of this protective liquid was exceedingly limited. If he failed to refine the ice essence before it dissipated, he could only blame his ill fortune. The refinement process had been rehearsed countless times in his mind, even in dreams. The moment the ice essence entered, the chaotic flame ignited, intertwining with it, gradually descending towards his dantian. There are 3 potential locations for dantian cultivation: the upper dantian at the center of the forehead, the middle dantian at the heart center, or the lower dantian, 3 inches below the navel. Practitioners typically opt for the lower dantian, as it is less prone to deviation. And even if deviation occurs, the risk is minimal. Time is of the essence. After all, a steady approach is the true path to success. Wang Hao concurred with this perspective, as he was not concerned about lifespan issues. Furthermore, he could refine elixirs to enhance his true essence. And there was no urgency to rush. Why engage in needless risks? Even if he were to take risks, it would be wiser to focus on the foundational materials. The unique aspect of the ice essence lies in its continuous energy absorption, while simultaneously repelling any impure energy, allowing its existence solely in the polar ice fields. Using the ice essence for elixirs not only ensures purity, but also allows for constant absorption of spiritual energy, akin to a practitioner's ceaseless cultivation. Moreover, the ice essence's energy absorption rate is unparalleled, far exceeding mere meditation. Furthermore, the ice essence he was utilizing was a 1,000-year-old specimen, nourished by the essence of the maiden's liquid. The maiden's pure yin energy acted as a catalyst, maximizing the ice essence's potential, making the preceding strike well worth it. Were it not for the myriad benefits, the glutton would have long sought a spirit to substitute. Ice and fire are eternally incompatible, yet the chaotic flame possesses the ability to encompass all, capable of melting anything. The task at hand was to dissolve the ice essence before the liquid was dispersed, merging it with the chaotic flame. The thought of achieving a complete integration of ice and fire was both tantalizing and reckless. Even the most skilled alchemist would hesitate to undertake such an experiment. The consequences of failure would not only obliterate the 1,000-year-old ice essence, but also unleash a surge of accumulated spiritual energy, annihilating everything within hundreds of miles, potentially forming a glacier across the Yungue Plateau, leaving the perpetrator in utter ruin. Wang Hao was willing to take the risk. The notion had first taken root in his mind when he heard his master speak of foundation establishment. The reasoning was simple. He desired the best. His innate talent could bring his dreams to fruition. The chaotic flame is the finest fire seed in existence, while the 1,000-year-old ice essence is a premier foundational material. The fusion of the two would undoubtedly yield the finest results. Hurry, melt, he implored internally, longing for the chaotic flame to burn even more fiercely or for the opportunity to consume more of Tuobo Wu's essence. Perhaps that would buy him a moment's reprieve. Alas, the crystalline liquid was rapidly dwindling, and each remaining drop was now immensely precious. Despair and helplessness began to swell within him at an alarming rate. Would his efforts truly come to naught? The 1,000-year-old ice essence had begun to show signs of melting, yet the process was agonizingly slow. Slow enough to bring tears to his eyes. 1 drop, 2 drops. The liquid that had melted from the ice essence fell into the chaotic flame, not disappearing, but rather merging into the flames, giving rise to spots of ethereal blue amidst the darkness. The final drops of the essence evaporated within the flames, forming a chilling mist that lingered, temporarily shielding the ice essence from the outside world. Tuobo Wu was not only the purest and most exquisite of women, but also a practitioner of water attributes. Her essence contained the quintessence of her pure yin origin. This addition to the foundational materials was equally pure, allowing the process of foundation establishment to continue. As the 1,000-year-old ice essence faded, the chaotic flame underwent a profound transformation, becoming a resplendent ice flame. Its appearance mirrored that of fire, yet its essence was an unmelting ice. The flames continued to rise, releasing tiny shards of ice at the edges until they vanished, transforming into pure energy that fueled the ice flame, perpetuating the cycle of birth and rebirth. This was the long-anticipated elixir, a tangible flame, a cold flame. Unable to contain his fervor, Wang Hao yearned to scream to the heavens. Before he could celebrate, an indescribable pain surged through him, as if every bone in his body was filled with ice, and liquid nitrogen coursed through his veins. The intense agony rendered him unconscious in a matter of moments. Apologies for the delay. Yesterday's state was poor. Only a single chapter was shared. I hope for your continued support and votes. Chapter 12. Foundation Establishment is Sensational. Part 2. The morning in the bamboo loft was filled with the melodious chirping of birds and fragrant flowers, and the air was laced with a refreshing coolness, a sensation beyond description. Wang Hao awoke groaning, first checking to see if the ice flame still burned. For cultivators, the elixir is valued above life itself. Those who have entered the path can truly appreciate this. The ethereal blue ice flame still flickered, emitting crackling sounds, the sound of fragmented ice being released. Upon closer inspection, it was breathtakingly beautiful, and the surrounding spiritual energy sensed the ice flame's call, eagerly rushing into his body, ultimately becoming part of the ice flame. The most challenging aspect of cultivation lies in the sustained process of energy absorption, occurring almost unconsciously, akin to breathing. If his assumptions were correct, the ice essence's energy absorption characteristics had been preserved. The chaotic energies absorbed would be refined by the ice flame, allowing pure energy to remain while expelling impurities. The ice flame would not be destroyed by contamination. Rather, it possessed the ability to filter out impurities. Thus, Wang Hao's cultivation process would not be faster than others. It might even be slower, as the pure original energy was scarce, with most of the absorbed spiritual energy being impurities. However, the accumulated true essence would be exceptionally pure. If he wished to rapidly elevate his cultivation, he would still need to rely on elixirs. Yet all three elixirs capable of enhancing true essence had been devoured by Feng Li, leaving him with a gnawing sense of frustration. Suddenly, he caught sight of Sister Lan's face, a blend of reproach and delight. So engrossed was he in the experience of forming his Dan, that he had failed to notice the presence of a living person beside him. It was hardly surprising, given the anticipation he had felt for so long upon achieving foundation establishment. Observing his surroundings, he realized he was in a young lady's chamber, the fragrance of jasmine wafting through the air, and he lay upon an exquisite bamboo bed. This must be Sister Lan's room. Despite the desire to remain a while longer, Wang Hao attempted to sit up. It was inappropriate to linger in someone else's bed, especially that of a woman. However, the slightest movement brought forth excruciating pain, eliciting a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Unable to locate a mirror and unable to move his body, he resorted to calling out for assistance. Sister Lan, why do I feel like a thoroughly overripe tomato? Why does every touch bring pain? And how long have I been unconscious? You are in better condition than ever. If I am not mistaken, you have successfully established your foundation, correct? The process of foundation establishment not only involves forming the Dan, but also necessitates bodily transformation. Typically, establishing a foundation takes at least 3 months to half a year, with many taking years. Thus, changes may not be evident. Yet, you completed the entire process in just 2 hours. How could it not hurt? It has been 6 days since you fell unconscious. I've been waiting for you for 6 days. It has nearly driven me mad. Sister Lan yawned, covering her mouth with a small hand, her languorous demeanor exceptionally enticing. Wang Hao, feeling remorseful, replied, I'm fine now. You should return to rest. I can manage without moving. Here is your room and your bed, a place for you to rest. I apologize. I will leave as soon as I feel a bit better. Sister Lan yawned again, playfully poking his forehead with her finger, saying, This is neither my room nor my bed. It belongs to Xiao Wu. We entered together that night. Have you forgotten? Wang Hao cried out in pain, grumbling, Why not take me back to my own room? I don't want to linger on her bed. Just enjoy it. You whimper at the slightest touch. Who would dare move you? Besides, you think you could just stay on my bed? Despite her teasing, Sister Lan showed mercy and withdrew her finger, but then promptly resumed her interrogation. Come clean. Did you use the eternal ice crystal for your foundation? Completing your core formation in just 2 hours is truly unprecedented. Furthermore, why did you choose the lotus position from yoga instead of the Taoist 5 hearts facing heaven? It looks rather awkward. The methods for establishing a foundation are myriad and varied. It is not surprising to employ any particular technique. As a cultivator, it is only natural to be curious about the means of foundation establishment. Cultivators are typically secretive about their methods, especially those that are unique, as these techniques are fundamental to their sect or family. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge would refrain from prying, and even if asked, they would refuse to divulge any information, leaving others in a quandary. Initially, Sister Lan regarded Wang Hao as an ordinary person. Otherwise, she would not have dared to bring him home. Now, it was second nature for her to ask without hesitation, though she secretly regretted it. If it is inconvenient to discuss, then don't. I am merely curious. Wang Hao's method of foundation establishment is not applicable to others unless one understands alchemy and possesses chaotic fire. Thus, revealing it would be futile, and concealing it was unnecessary. He chose to downplay the details, first admitting to using the eternal ice crystal for his foundation, glossing over the crucial processes, and then swiftly changing the subject. The lotus position can also be 5 hearts facing heaven. The palms of the hands, the soles of the feet, the crown of the head, aren't they all facing up? Moreover, it is more stable than the Taoist method. The Taoists refuse to adopt it because they pursue a state of relaxation, believing that forcing one's legs together obstructs the flow of qi and blood. In truth, it becomes inconsequential once one gets accustomed to it. The real benefit of the lotus position is stability. Even when asleep, one does not fall over, making it an excellent posture for dozing off during alchemy. This reason cannot be disclosed, as it is a unique secret. Sister Lon was fully aware he was dodging the question, but chose not to expose him. She was genuinely astonished by his cultivation technique. During their conversation, she could sense a continuous influx of spiritual energy towards Wang Hao, akin to being in a meditative state, drawing in qi at all times. She immediately scolded him. "Little brat, I can't be bothered to listen to your nonsense. I'm going to sleep now. So remember not to move around." In reality, she intended to meditate and draw in qi. Unless in seclusion, cultivator sees every opportunity to absorb qi. The path of cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. If one does not advance, one will inevitably regress. There is no room for complacency. Wang Hao wished to move, but dare not. After lying down for 2 weeks, he finally managed to stand, albeit unsteadily. Although he missed the faint scent lingering on the pillow, he could not remain sprawled on someone else's bed indefinitely. Moreover, who could say when Tuobo Wu would return? If she found him occupying her bed, he might as well be done for. Though he had completed the core formation stage, he still lacked the confidence to challenge someone with over a decade of experience. Before leaving, he meticulously arranged the bedding, smoothing out every wrinkle. Though he could not eliminate the lingering odor of sweat, a result of the toxins expelled during his foundation establishment, an unpleasant scent indeed. He felt as though he had just recovered from severe illness, yet there was an underlying sense of comfort and pleasure. Every pore in his body seemed to breathe joyously, while his blood flowed like a gentle stream within him. The most soothing sensation was the slow movement of his true essence. Cultivating external elixirs does not require mental guidance. The body inherently possesses its pathways. However, prolonged inactivity can lead to stagnation or blockage. The foundation establishment process had cleared these pathways, and now, with the infusion of spiritual energy, they naturally resumed their flow. Sitting on the stone bench beneath the bamboo building was the anxious Li Lu, who immediately approached him. "Sir, you've been waiting long." Wang Hao suspected he was here for his reward, so his tone carried a hint of teasing. Li Lu smiled and replied, "As long as the value is commensurate, waiting, no matter how long, is worthwhile." The two exchanged knowing smiles. Wang Hao's successful foundation was partly thanks to Tuobo Wu's essence, and he felt it only fair to share some joy in return. Seeing no one around, he took out a dream recovery pill and handed it to Li Lu, as he truly could not find anything of lesser value. In truth, the function of the dream recovery pill was not insignificant, but the quantity was overwhelming. It was rarely needed. Aside from occasionally giving one to Feng Li, it was mostly useless, taking up space in his star blue ring. "Thank you for your support. This is but a trivial gift. Please accept it, but I ask that you keep it confidential." A trivial gift? Li Lu suddenly felt like crying. Was the thing he yearned for so dearly considered worthless in someone else's eyes? He stood dumbfounded for a moment before hastily stowing it away and awkwardly saying, "The young master has business to discuss with you." Wang Hao did not press further and followed him to Tuoba Ye's residence. It was still a simple bamboo building, lacking even the most basic decorations, with only a bed in the corner and 4 bamboo chairs in the guest room, alongside a root carving holding tea utensils, exuding an elegant and ancient charm, undoubtedly of considerable value. Cultivators below the nascent soul stage are acutely aware of the dangers of indulgence. They scarcely have time for leisure, let alone luxury. Wang Hao, feeling too weak, unceremoniously sat down in a chair, as standing for too long was tiring. Tuoba Yi did not mind. He invited Li Lu to sit, as well, and brewed 2 cups of tea before slowly elaborating. It turned out that while Tuoba Wu was at the Antarctic ice fields, she discovered a peculiar plant resembling ginseng, but of colossal size. Due to her eagerness to find the ice crystal, she dared not linger and only brought back a small sample. A few days ago, she showed it to Li Lu, who was utterly baffled. Thus, they sought Wang Hao's assistance. What color? How big? Pure white, 7 meters tall for meters wide. Tuobei answered it fluently, as he had done his homework in his sister's absence. What is the scent? The color of the juice? Recalling the fragrance Tuoba Wu had mentioned, Wang Hao instinctively responded. Fragrant, with milky white juice and slightly sweet. I suspect it may be a king ginseng. This time, it was Li Lu who spoke. He had licked that sample countless times, naturally knowing its flavor. His answer was interspersed with his own judgment, and if confirmed, the Tuoba family would undoubtedly spare no effort to acquire it. Wang Hao paused for a moment and said, ginseng typically grows at temperatures between 20 to 35 degrees and thrives on decaying wood, usually found in rainforests, not ice fields. Moreover, the lifespan of ginseng is at most around 10 years. It cannot grow to a height of 7 meters. Therefore, it is not ginseng. Li Lu felt somewhat disappointed and pressed on. Could it be an exotic herb? After all, it grows in the ice fields. To be honest, I have been revisiting the ancient texts I have read these past few days, but I cannot find anything similar or closely related. Tuoba Yi quickly reassured him. Modern people only hear tales of ancient exotic herbs and beasts. Who has ever seen them? Therefore, no one would mock you. Rather, we admire your humility. Li Lu, a renowned healer from Yaojiang, humbling himself to seek guidance is indeed no small feat, especially from a younger counterpart. Wang Hao held him in high regard, which is why he generously offered the dream recovery pill and was prepared to impart serious knowledge. You are indeed very dedicated, but mere dedication is insufficient. First, not all spirit beasts and exotic herbs are documented, and some ancient texts contain inaccuracies regarding medicinal properties. If you wish to know the function of that herb, you could try it out, then you may even name it for posterity. How many people in this world possess such extensive knowledge? Many can only watch helplessly as ancient beasts slip by, just as Tuoba Yi did last time. Who dares to claim that such entities were not recorded in classical texts? After all, it was Laozi who first discovered them and named them. If you encounter an unfamiliar plant, attempting to identify it could be a perilous endeavor. Even 100 lives would not suffice for such recklessness. Are you truly more capable than the legendary Shinon? Frankly, this is nothing more than idle talk. Chapter 13. Deception and Beauty. Li Lu, feeling both challenged and impressed, nodded repeatedly. The disparity in their realms of understanding led to a varied perception of issues. Casually offering elixirs to others and daring to experiment with countless herbs is hardly remarkable. Witnessing his agreement, Wang Hao felt a twinge of guilt and hastily corrected himself, stating, I am not suggesting you taste every herb, but rather that merely reading books without practical experience is futile. Are the plants you mentioned humanoid in shape, but lacking a head? The two men were momentarily rendered speechless, having not studied diligently enough. After a sip of tea to alleviate his discomfort, Tuoba Yi finally replied, Indeed, it has a masculine form, yet it lacks a head. How about below the waist? Is it forked? Wang Hao pressed on. Silence ensued for a brief moment. It is forked, Tuoba Yi admitted, evidently relaying information from his sister. Why not ask Tuoba Wu directly, instead of sending someone else? Am I so detestable? Wang Hao grinned mischievously, deciding to turn the tables. Are there any signs of bites on it? Is there a water source nearby? The questions became progressively simpler, and the pace quickened. Yes or no? Either option required no extensive contemplation. Thus, Tuoba Yi's responses hastened as well. Do you dislike me? Wang Hao abruptly changed the subject. The siblings, who had been cooperating harmoniously, were caught off guard by a sudden turn, only to hear Tuoba Yi's straightforward affirmation. Indeed, an awkward silence enveloped the room, prompting Wang Hao to rise and head for the door. The plant you refer to is called ghost moss, or ghost embryo. It thrives in areas abundant with corpses. It is said to be formed from the essence and blood of the deceased, serving no purpose aside from its delectable taste. I trust you wouldn't wish to consume it. By the way, I shall depart this afternoon, so you need not worry about encountering me again. Tuoba Yi watched the portly figure fade away, sighing, Come out, Xiao Wu. The wax-dyed curtain parted quietly, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful visage. In the past 2 weeks, Tuoba Wu had lost considerable weight, evoking sympathy from anyone who beheld her, yet her cold gaze clearly needed no pity. Fortunately, the instigator was about to leave. Considering his sister's feelings, Tuoba Yi reluctantly set aside thoughts of recruiting talent, reminiscing instead about the joyful moments shared between siblings. After a moment's contemplation, Li Lu resolutely stood and declared, "The young master and young lady have treated me well, and there is something I cannot conceal. There is indeed a second method to transfer the ice soul. We could find another virgin to assist, yet the risks are substantial. If the individual is not pure enough, it may ruin the ice soul. Furthermore, even if it does not perish through the transfer from two virgins, the quality of the ice soul will undoubtedly be affected. Are you suggesting that we let Xiao Wu pass the ice soul to another virgin, who would then relay it to Wang Hao?" Tuoba Yi pondered, realizing the simplicity of such a method, questioning why he hadn't thought of it sooner. Blame fell upon himself for being intimidated by the ice soul's legendary status. Li Lu explained, "Not quite. That method is redundant. It carries significant risk and would diminish the ice soul's quality. I would not agree to it myself. So what good would it do to mention it?" Tuoba Yi's expression darkened as he inquired, "You knew there was another method all along, didn't you?" Li Lu maintained his composure, affirming, "Yes, but even if I spoke of it, Wang Hao would not consent, so why bother? How could you know he wouldn't agree if you never voiced it?" Tuoba Yi slammed his hand on the table, his sister's happiness at stake igniting his fury. Wang Hao was aware too, yet not only did he refuse to disclose it, but he also tempted me with incentives. His concern for the ice soul is evident. It would be illogical to take such risks. Li Lu retrieved the dream return pill from his satchel and placed it on the root carving, continuing, "This is the reward he provided me. I dare not keep it to myself, and shall leave it for the young master to handle. Though the dream return pill may not be extraordinary, it holds immense value for cultivators." The fact that such a price was paid merely to ensure silence reveals Wang Hao's determination to possess it. Li Lu's agreement was not driven by greed, but by the interests of his family. Had the individual harmed not been his sister, Tuoba Yi would surely have lauded his wisdom and loyalty. Yet, how to address the current predicament? Damn Li Lu, why reveal this now? Tuoba Wu, in a state of despair, grasped the dream return pill, feeling that this very item had led to her downfall. She was determined to make the despicable fat man pay. The Tuoba family was merely a conduit of a dragon vein. Aside from abundant spiritual energy, there was nothing particularly special about it. Alchemists did not demand high standards for spiritual energy, gathering rare materials to enhance their true essence, and remaining here was tantamount to squandering time. However, what was truly worth cherishing were the people. Before departing, she ought to bid farewell to Sister Lan. On the way, Wang Hao slipped the starry blue ring back onto his finger, feeling no need to conceal anything further. That fat fool, causing trouble and then fleeing. Indeed, when Sister Lan learned of his departure, she erupted in fury. Left with no choice, he divulged his grievances, explaining that the crisis with the Tuoba family had been resolved. Yet he had provoked Tuoba Wu. Remaining here would yield no benefits. Ultimately, he had stirred trouble and planned to escape, concluding with the cliché excuse that a true man's ambitions lie beyond. Such words were spoken with heartfelt emotion. Sister Lan chuckled. "If you are not accompanied by the Wind Fox, I would surely urge you to stay. Now, however, it feels as though I am merely coveting your treasures. I shall escort you this evening. Where do you intend to go?" Wang Hao pretended to exclaim, "To the Antarctic ice fields." Sister Lan asked in surprise, "What business do you have there?" "I've heard reports of ghost moss appearing in the ice fields. I plan to test my luck." Wang Hao appeared eager, stressing the need not to remain idle. Having completed the foundational cultivation, he sought materials to concoct elixirs to enhance his true essence. "Deceiver, you just stated that ghost moss is worthless, yet now you fabricate an excuse to leave alone in search of it." Though reluctant, Tuoba Wu resolutely appeared in the room, intent on exposing the fat man's vile deceit, unwilling to allow him to further manipulate their mother-esque trust. The atmosphere no longer brimmed with spiritual energy. The fragrant aromas had vanished, replaced instead by the heavy scent of gunpowder. Sister Lan spread her arms, saying, "Oh dear, I cannot assist you this time. Good luck, fat man." Feigning a sorrowful expression, Wang Hao inwardly reveled in delight, having deliberately claimed that ghost moss was worthless and then announced his departure to arouse her suspicion. Even the astute Tuoba Wu could fall for such a ruse, had it not been for her emotional turmoil stemming from her stolen first kiss. Deceiving her would have proven difficult. A journey to the ice fields was necessary, yet he wished to do so in the company of beauty. Otherwise, how could he possibly search for ghost moss in a vast Antarctic expanse? Ghost moss was indeed useless, He had not lied. Wang Hao nonchalantly lifted his teacup, feeling entirely in control, with nothing to fear. Unaware of the trickery, Tuobo Wu coldly retorted, "If it is so useless, why bother searching for it?" Wang Hao feigned guilt, arguing, "I previously mentioned that ghost moss is formed from the essence and blood of the deceased. Aside from its exquisite taste, it serves no purpose. If you were clever enough, you would grasp the implication. The delightful flavor of ghost moss, being a product of blood and essence, naturally attracts rare beasts to sample it, leading to many such creatures inhabiting areas where ghost moss grows. I even inquired whether there were any bite marks or nearby water sources, to which your answer was affirmative." With the matter settled, Sister Lan returned to Wang Hao's side. Since he had not lied, she could not harm him. "Daughter, I must support justice and not my kin. This time, I cannot assist you." "Umph. Well done. You managed to justify yourself adeptly. I have one more question. When it comes to transferring the ice soul, was there truly no second method? Or is it that you simply refuse to disclose it?" Recalling past grievances, Tuobo Wu's eyes blazed with intensity, her tone increasingly aggressive. "There is no other way." Wang Hao remained calm and composed. "If we were to find another virgin, and I passed the ice soul to her, who would then relay it to you? Would that suffice?" Some individuals remain unmoved until they confront the inevitability of death. Tuobo Wu, with a forthrightness that brooked no argument, pointedly remarked. Sister Lan finally sensed the underlying tension. "You'd better have a reasonable explanation, you corpulent fool." "Perhaps." Wang Hao feigned a heart-wrenching lament. "But I hadn't contemplated it at the time. The rice has been cooked. There's nothing we can do now." Regrettably, his performance was short-lived. For a yellow pill soon came into view, the Huimeng pill. The alluring hue was all too familiar. "Your act is utterly pathetic and revolting," Tuobo Wu scoffed, hurling the pill at the rotund figure, who was as sullied as the pill itself, only serving to tarnish her hands. Before the ironclad truth, there was no room for deceit. Even under Sister Lan's piercing gaze, Wang Hao lacked the audacity to fabricate lies. He confessed candidly, "I admit, your method is indeed feasible, and I was aware of it at the time. I was the one who prevented Li Lu from disclosing it. However, my silence was not to gain an advantage. That course of action was a needless gamble. What if something went awry along the way? What if the virgin we procured turned out to be impure? What if you ruined the Wan Zai ice soul? Moreover, such actions would inevitably degrade the quality of the ice soul. Do you comprehend how vital the ice soul is to me? Would you dare to toy with your inner alchemy in your own hands or entrust it to another? I provided you with the longevity pills in advance, merely seeking the highest quality Wan Zai ice soul. Is that request truly excessive? If the ice soul is subpar, I might as well capture a random Yin spirit. Why would I require your exchange? I understand. I am acutely aware of the significance the Wan Zai ice soul holds for you. Your demands are not unreasonable. Exchanging the ice soul for the longevity pill is a fair trade. Your willingness to provide the longevity pill in advance is already generous. You seek the ice soul for foundational cultivation, naturally wishing for no mishaps, not even the slightest flaw. Such a thing is more precious to cultivators than life itself. But why do you refuse to speak up? If you were to reveal the truth, I would allow Xiao Wu to personally transfer the ice soul to you. Do you not trust me, you corpulent fool? The gentle words warmed the heart. To safeguard his daughter's first kiss, one might trample upon the rules of the game. To tread upon another's elixir, such behavior is truly reprehensible. In the realm of cultivation, elixirs equate to life itself, even surpassing it in value. My silence stems from a fear of Sister Lan's complications. Furthermore, I could never compromise. What meaning would it hold to speak? It is a mutual transaction, fair on both sides. Even if I bear no ulterior motives, the Tuoba family should not degrade the quality of the ice soul. Is that not so? Wang Hao's heartfelt expression, though sincere, remained untruthful. The transaction was far from equitable, for he had also absconded with another's essence. It was indeed this essence that aided him in his foundational cultivation, and both the pure Yin origin and Wan Zai ice soul were equally precious. Thus, he owed Tuoba Wu a debt of gratitude, one he would repay, though he would not voice it. Let us garner some support. Chapter 14. Deceiving Beauty, Part 2. Sister Lan recognized his ploy for what it was, a momentary indulgence, but she would not allow her daughter to be wronged. With a fierce glare, she declared, "You gluttonous fool! You've already gained the ice soul, taking advantage, and yet you still quarrel? Speak. How shall we handle the ghost moss? Wang Hao understood the wisdom of knowing when to retreat and muttered. They inquired about the nature of that plant. What purpose does it serve? In truth, it is only logical that I remain silent. Yet I still divulge to them that ghost moss, like exotic beasts, belongs to no one. It is for those with fate to acquire. My search for it is not unreasonable. Such a feeble excuse. Purely a defense. Tuobo Wu rebuked. You clearly sought to mislead my brother, hoping to diminish his interest in the ghost moss so you could pursue it alone. Despicable. I merely stated the facts. How you interpret it is your affair. The rotund figure bore an infuriating demeanor. His vision restored post-foundation, and his appearance only grew more irksome without his glasses. Sister Lan revealed a look of disappointment. Ah, and the fortunate ones shall claim it. You, glutton, I shan't assist you this time. Do not call me Sister Lan again. I cannot bear it. The Antarctic ice plains are neither vast nor minuscule, and the harsh climate is unforgiving. You have just completed your foundation. You cannot even wield a sword. What makes you think you can find it? Even if you endure great hardships to reach the ice plains, can you outpace the Tuoba family? What good is speed? You'll merely chase after the ghost moss foolishly. They wouldn't even recognize an ancient beast, let alone capture it. I am in no rush. Exotic beasts often possess unique survival skills, with many varieties exhibiting formidable strength. Simply relying on brute force to subdue them is futile. Even when encountering weaker species, one cannot carelessly use treasures. Such methods would ensure their complete annihilation, leaving nothing behind. Exotic beasts are entirely different from demonic beasts. The latter's essence is not particularly rare, perhaps just a rabbit, bear, or fox, where all cultivation and energy reside within their inner alchemy, making them relatively easy to deal with. One merely needs to slay them and extract the pill. However, the value of exotic beasts lies in their corporeal forms. Young ancient beasts may lack pills, yet certain body parts, like the brain of a winged fox, are treasures. To smash its skull before attempting to extract the pill would yield naught. Harshly put, it's akin to a cow chewing peonies. Classical descriptions of exotic beasts lack detail, either solely addressing their functions or merely listing their appearances, with little mention of capture methods. A layperson would accomplish nothing in their quest for ancient beasts unless they were intent on recklessly seeking divine treasures. You, glutton, are the one acting foolishly. Sister Lan chided with a playful glare, first seeking justice for her daughter before issuing a threat. What does it matter if you don't understand? We might as well destroy the ghost moss, and then we can part ways. It is impossible to hoard it all for yourself. Why not cooperate with the Tuoba family? Finally, they had broached the subject. Wang Hao felt a surge of delight within, though he maintained an outwardly indifferent facade, exclaiming, Cooperate with you? No thanks. You only seek to benefit at my expense, leaving me with nothing. Sister Lan leaned closer, her voice a fierce whisper, You gluttonous fool. The one seeking to benefit is you. Do not play innocent. Her slender fingers casually brushed against his waist. With a dejected sigh, Wang Hao relented. Fine. You come with me. We'll split the good spoils. I don't mind taking a small loss. You little rascal, what are you plotting now? I must attend to family affairs. I have no time to accompany you to the Antarctic. Sister Lan, perhaps recalling the circumstances in the Dragon Cave, displayed a rare moment of shyness. Then let Li Lu come with me. I find him rather agreeable. Wang Hao had already formulated his plan, deliberately omitting Tuoba Wu's name. Of course you prefer Li Lu to accompany you. You two are already colluding. He must remain with the Tuoba family to refine pills and cannot go to the Antarctic ice plains with you. Li Lu's loyalty was unquestionable, but his trust in the glutton was excessively naive, bordering on blind faith. He would inevitably be deceived, especially since pill refinement could not be delayed. If we are to cooperate, it was your suggestion. Now you're hesitant to send someone. Are you toying with me? Or are you afraid of me? Can you find no one brave enough to accompany me? Wang Hao rolled his eyes, his tone laced with provocation. The glutton is quite popular within the family. Your brother is clever, yet regrettably busy managing business affairs. After much deliberation, regardless of who goes, Tuoba Wu remains unconvinced, ultimately deciding to take matters into her own hands. You cannot go. That place is desolate. Who knows if you might seek revenge? If I were to perish, no one would know. Wang Hao shook his head vigorously. Stop feigning innocence. I know you too well. I warn you, should you dare to bully Xiao Wu, I shall ensure you are rendered impotent upon your return. Sister Lan hid behind a smile, realizing that only her daughter could venture forth, for who else knew the precise location of the ghost moss? As for the glutton's ulterior motives, they were as transparent as daylight. If he truly intended to monopolize the treasures, why would he even mention the Antarctic? He would never allow Xiao Wu to harbor any doubts. Given her understanding of the glutton, he possessed at least that much wit. Compared to the last time her daughter ventured alone to the Antarctic, Sister Lan felt considerably more at ease. Since the glutton harbored feelings for Xiao Wu, he would exert every effort to protect her. In the realm of romance, a gentleman seeks a fair maiden. It is a natural inclination, devoid of any sordid intentions. As long as he refrains from employing unscrupulous tactics, captivating Xiao Wu's heart is merely his skill. Moreover, she held a profound trust in Wang Hao's character. Were he truly despicable, the purpose of the dream-returning pill would not merely be to silence Li Lu. It appears she was already seen through. Indeed, experience is a formidable teacher. Fortunately, Tuoba Wu had returned to prepare supplies, blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. Upon hearing that there was hope of discovering ancient mythical beasts, Tuoba Yi merely uttered 4 words. Time is of the essence. Due to Wang Hao's inability to fly with a sword, the necessary arrangements proved to be somewhat cumbersome. Yet, through special channels, everything was resolved in 2 hours. The small aircraft was provided by an international passenger company, capable of traversing various nations along the way, ensuring an uninterrupted journey. The financial prowess of the Tuoba family was undeniably exceptional. Wang Hao, having witnessed the grandiosity of cultivation families, remained unfazed by the spectacle. Their motive for amassing wealth was to acquire rare treasures. Now was indeed the time to spend, as renting an aircraft was considerably cheaper than refining the dust calamity pill. Moreover, Li Lu, with her mediocre skills, had undoubtedly failed numerous times, resulting in astronomical costs. Even when compared to the Xian Yu purple gold flying sword, the expenses of an Antarctic expedition were negligible. Given their momentum, if they were aware that ghost moss was a valuable item, they would undoubtedly rent a transport plane to retrieve it. It was no wonder that rare treasures were so scarce. They could hardly withstand such relentless plundering. Tuoba Wu was not as naive as a young girl. Her expression revealed no contempt, and the coldness in her gaze had diminished significantly. Understanding the fat man's plight, she tempered her demeanor, adopting a stance of complete indifference, even when her gaze briefly brushed past Wang Hao, as if she perceived nothing at all. Her aloofness was not solely directed at one individual. Even her mother and elder brother rarely elicited a smile from her. Such disregard was disheartening. Did I resemble mere air? Wang Hao scrutinized himself through the window, finding himself quite presentable, clad in fine imported fur to stave off snow blindness, complemented by dark sunglasses that suited his physique. While he would not dare claim to be a paragon of elegance, he certainly appeared rather affluent, covering an area of 14 million square kilometers. Antarctica's inhospitable climate renders it unsuitable for human habitation. The only indigenous inhabitants are penguins and seals, alongside various national research teams. The pilot was particularly loquacious, launching into an enthusiastic introduction upon entering Antarctica. Although aware that his audience was primarily the beautiful woman, Wang Hao listened intently, knowing that some knowledge might prove useful later. In truth, the Dan King rarely imparted specialized knowledge. One learns best by observing, listening, and contemplating, while minimizing idle chatter. En route, they encountered a glider returning from an expedition, exchanging cheerful greetings through the windows. Encountering fellow beings in such a desolate place inevitably incited excitement, akin to an astronaut spotting a woman on Mars. Suddenly, the exterior turned a blinding white, as if they had plunged into a sea of milk, rendering visibility non-existent. The milky sky. The pilot finally ceased his chatter, his focus intensely fixed on the control stick, the sole object he could grasp. The milky sky is one of Antarctica's wonders, formed when sunlight strikes the ice surface, reflecting onto the low-hanging clouds. The tiny snowflakes within the clouds act like countless small mirrors, scattering light back to the icy ground, creating a dazzling milky radiance through a cycle of reflection. This milky sky can distort perception, making it difficult to discern distances and sizes, and in severe cases can induce dizziness, loss of sight, or even death. If one were walking or driving, the The best course of action would be to stop and wait for rescue. However, what should they do in an airplane? Heaven knows how many aircraft have plummeted from the skies due to such treacherous weather. The milky sky is arguably Antarctica's least favored phenomenon. Obscured vision precludes the awareness of danger, only allowing the sensation of panic. In haste, Wang Hao felt his collar tighten. His entire body lifted as if in a surreal flight, the sensation akin to true soaring, as if he were stepping into nothingness. In truth, they were in free fall, albeit at a slower speed. To hoist the hefty fat man into the air would require a cultivation level above the nascent soul stage. A feat Tuoba Wu was presently incapable of. Thank you. I owe you a favor, Wang Hao mused, for Tuoba Wu had indeed saved him. The fat man was almost moved to tears, mentally noting that in reality, it was 2 favors owed. Chapter 15. Deceiving Beauty, Part 2. Moments later, a distant explosion signaled the crash of an airplane. Before nature, humanity remains eternally insignificant, and all attempts are futile. The polar chills sent shivers through Wang Hao, compelling him to hastily retrieve a red flame pill from his star-blue ring, carefully channeling a modicum of true energy into it, instantly releasing an astonishing warmth. How scorching! He almost discarded it in surprise, as this was his first attempt at using true energy to stimulate a pill. Clumsiness was inevitable, but practice makes perfect, and it also served to refine his control over true energy. Wang Hao focused intently on his task, and before long, he adjusted the temperature to a comfortable level. Enveloped in a gentle warmth, though the coldness beneath him was unavoidable. As the ground was covered by 1,000 meters of solid ice, heating it would be tantamount to inviting death. Having resolved everything, he could finally lie down to rest. Before drifting off, he pulled out his MP4 and plugged in his earphones. Since they were merely waiting, it was better to listen to music to alleviate the tedium, especially knowing that Tuoba Wu would not engage him in conversation. As night descended, normalcy returned. Wang Hao awoke from a deep slumber, stretching luxuriously before turning to gaze at the enchanting figure beside him. Cultivators seize every opportunity to absorb qi, and Tuoba Wu was no exception. The harsh polar climate was indeed merciless, akin to a delicate flower swaying amid winter's chill. As a man, the fat man unhesitatingly suspended the red flame pill above her head. This should be much more comfortable, right? He said with a grin, nodding approvingly before retreating a distance, shivering as he lay on the ice. If she had not closed her eyes, one would hardly have the courage to stare. Yet now, Wang Hao could indulge in the appreciation of her beauty. Her elegantly arched brows, fiery lips, and even with her eyes shut, she stirred one's heart. Her silky hair cascaded over her shoulders, adding a soft hue to her purple gold gown. My lucky goddess, Wang Hao silently proclaimed. Everyone would be entranced by her unparalleled allure. Yet, if it were merely her breathtaking beauty, it would not suffice to captivate Wang Hao. Her pure essence had aided him in achieving Foundation establishment, and she had just saved his life aboard the aircraft. Was she not a goddess of fortune? Suddenly, Tuoba Wu awakened from her qi absorption. Likely due to the red flame pill's influence, her charming face flushed with a delicate pink. Glancing at the pill above her, she said nothing, rising to depart. Wang Hao hurriedly averted his gaze. Being discovered would be disastrous. He pocketed the red flame pill and jogged to catch up with her. The two examined the wreckage of the crash plane, finding the pilot had perished instantly. It was uncertain whether a distress signal had been sent before the incident. The traditional approach would be to remain and await rescue, but Tuoba Wu refused to waste time, insisting they proceed on foot. The crash site was not far from the ghost moss. Had they been able to fly with a sword, they would have reached it without delay. Despite secretly adoring her as a goddess, he dared not display his feelings. He merely hung the red flame pill above her whenever she absorbed qi, feeling a pang of concern whenever he saw her shivering. Excitingly, Tuoba Wu accepted his goodwill. Perhaps the polar climate was simply too frigid. Or perhaps she was unaware that he possessed only a single red flame pill. Before long, the two had trekked across the icy expanse for half a month. Although reluctant at heart, the ghost moss eventually appeared before them, resembling a headless plaster statue, exuding an enticing aroma mixed with a hint of blood, detectable from miles away. Wang Hao meticulously examined the gnaw marks on it, noting the traces of 3 animals' teeth, yet he could not ascertain whether they belonged to ancient mythical beasts. What shall we do now? Tuoba Wu inquired, her rare question stemming from the prior agreement that the fat man would make all decisions. Even so, Wang Hao was taken aback. Maintaining an impassive facade, he feigned authority, stating, "The current situation is unclear. Let us observe for a while." As they approached within 10 meters of the ghost moss, Wang Hao immediately sprang into action, first creating a small mound of packed snow, then diligently crafting various shapes atop it. After a full 2 hours of initial work, he lay down to dig again, seemingly intent on hollowing out the small mountain within. At first, Tuoba Wu was curious about his intentions, even contemplating whether to lend a hand, but she quickly abandoned that thought. This annoying individual was merely playing in the snow. Surely, he was not so bored as to build a snowman. Thankfully, she refrained from joining him in his antics, and instead found a spot at a distance to meditate and gather her energy. This time, she did not feel the warmth of the crimson flame pill. The frigid winds of the polar region chilled her to the bone, making it impossible to calm her mind. Unconsciously, she had grown accustomed to warmth. After 2 hours of futile attempts, she finally gave up and opened her eyes, immediately captivated by a miraculous sight. Not far away stood a structure made of ice, resembling a crystal cottage from fairy tale, though it was inconspicuous, blending seamlessly with the white expanse of ice. Boredom washed over her. With that single pill sufficient to stave off the cold, why go to the trouble of constructing a house? During these days, Wang Hao had kept her warm with a crimson flame pill, which she appreciated. The little gestures of care had led her to accept his kindness without realizing it. Yet her attitude toward the rotund fellow remained unchanged. If they did not find a way to conceal their presence, the strange beasts would surely detect them. They were highly sensitive to human sense and could vanish in the blink of an eye. Moreover, building a structure on the ice was not particularly challenging. One simply needed to pile up snow to form the outline of a building, then use the crimson flame pill to heat it, causing the snow to melt into water, which then froze again, resulting in the current form. Undeniably, Wang Hao made a compelling argument. Yet for a shelter, discretion was paramount. Excessive embellishments were superfluous, and the structure's design was rather juvenile. Little did she know that the rotund man was constructing a cozy nest of affection. How could he not be meticulous? Regardless, Tuoba Wu entered the shelter and affixed several spirit sealing talismans within to prevent any leakage of human scent. The nearly enclosed structure, combined with the warmth from the crimson flame pill, made the room delightfully cozy. The rotund fellow finally experienced a long-lost comfort, even shedding his fur coat and tossing it onto the ice to serve as a seat. Then, with a flourish, he produced chocolate and began to chew with delight. In order to ensure his daughter did not go hungry on the ice, Lan Jie had raided a supermarket, stuffing all the spoils into the star blue ring. When venturing far, it was the man's duty to carry the luggage, although cultivators possessed tools for storage, making it quite effortless. Furthermore, she knew that the rotund man would do everything in his power to care for his daughter, never willing to hoard food for himself. As they journeyed, Tuoba Wu had already become ravenous. She had not prepared much food, having consumed everything 3 days prior. And she was not adept at starting a fire to cook. It was a skill she had never learned. Originally, she had hoped Wang Hao would ignite a fire to roast a seal, as she could contribute to the hunt, making sharing food only fair. Who knew the rotund man seemed to have an endless supply of snacks, never asking her if she wanted any before indulging himself. Suddenly, Wang Hao produced a transparent bag containing McDonald's hamburgers, and before taking a bite, he finally asked, "Would you like some?" That tone sounded so much like charity that Tuoba Wu turned her head, pretending she had not heard. If she had known those items were prepared by her mother for her, she would have felt compelled to eliminate the rotund man. She could do without them. In an instant, the hamburger could be tossed to the wolves. Wang Hao, not finished, pulled out some cola, cups, and ice with ease. Good heavens! Tuoba Wu was nearly driven to madness. How many snacks had this fellow brought? Even a storage bracelet could not possibly contain them all. Moreover, he still had to carry his magical tools. Stealing a glance, she immediately noticed the alluring star blue ring. This was her first time scrutinizing Wang Hao with such intensity, albeit only the ring on his finger. The sapphire, resembling the color of the stars, was unfathomably deep. This was a storage ring, and a top-tier one at that. No wonder it could hold so many snacks. It would be no surprise to stash an entire convenience store inside. Storage rings were considered the epitome of luxury. With the method of crafting them long lost to time, only a handful remained, all adorning the fingers of notable figures, and blue sapphire rings were merely legendary. A treasure coveted by countless individuals was being used to store snacks. Unforgivable rotund man. Wang Hao, noticing her change in demeanor, ceased his temptations, fearing he might irritate her further. Let us see how long you can last without eating, he thought. I one tea shed a tear. It was not that he intended to be cruel, but rather that he understood Tooba Wu's character. She would not yield unless driven to the brink of starvation. Suddenly, a baby's cry pierced the air. No one would bring a child to such a place. Could it be a beast? Wang Hao hurriedly pressed his eyes against the observation hole, spotting a fiery red fox darting through the snow, resembling a flickering flame, moving with astonishing speed until it reached the ghostly moss and began to feast. The fire fox, barely qualifying as a strange beast, was prized for its fur and excelled in running. Clothing made from its hide was not only warm, but also resistant to fire. If enough pelts were available, they could be refined into treasures. Yet how much fur could a single fox provide? Even a scarf would be an insufficient yield. After all, they were here to capture strange beasts, not to hunt. If they could let it go, they should. Wang Hao restrained the eager Tooba Wu. Of course, she would not admit that her intention to hunt the fire fox was driven by hunger. Once it was slain, it would be a waste not to consume it. As roasting and eating it was entirely reasonable. Who knew that even this small ambition would be detected by the rotund man, cutting off her path? Soon, after satisfying its appetite, the fire fox prepared to slip away, only to be swiftly caught by a figure moving with remarkable speed. The figure, having succeeded, turned toward the direction of their concealment and inquired, "Who are you, and what brings you here?" This chapter is rather difficult to read. Let us see how the next chapter fares. Thank you for your support. A routine request for votes follows. Chapter 16, Playing with Pills. It turns out to be a Taoist, with fiery red hair and beard, and even his eyes exuded a fiery hue. His demeanor was both imposing and dignified, accentuated by his red robe, making him striking against the white ice field. Tooba Wu felt a heaviness in her heart as she gracefully approached him, greeting him as senior. The old man was taken aback by her beauty, exclaiming, "What a stunning young lady! Quickly leave, I mean you no harm." This individual's cultivation level was at least at the nascent soul stage, and engaging him directly would yield no chance of victory. Tooba Wu's mind raced as she replied, "Senior, you bully the weak. How can we trust you?" The old man chuckled mischievously. "You must have come to covet treasures. It is disgraceful to pilfer from the dead. You even speak with such grandiosity. If it weren't for your exceptional talent, I would have incapacitated you on the spot." Tooba Wu retorted angrily, "We address you as senior out of respect. As for your treasures, I am unfamiliar with them." One glance was enough to discern her exceptional talent. Truly, did he regard himself as a deity? It would have been more appropriate to simply acknowledge her beauty. In her memory, only her master possessed the ability to recognize talent. Wang Hao, sensing her frustration with the man, emerged from behind her to interject. The ghostly moss is formed from the gathered spiritual energy and blood of the deceased. Blood is common to all, yet spiritual energy is unique to cultivators. Ordinary cultivators' spiritual energy is limited and dissipates quickly after death, making it impossible for ghostly moss to grow. Thus, beneath this ice lies the remains of at least 100 cultivators, all of whom were formidable. However, we are not here to seek riches from the dead. Rather, we are after the strange beasts attracted by the ghostly moss, which makes your intentions suspect. Perhaps it is you who seeks to profit from the deceased, now trying to pin it on us. The old man's formidable cultivation was impressive, but remained trivial in Wang Hao's eyes. After all, those who came seeking pills were invariably experts, and they did so with humility. Although alchemists may exude a healer's aura, they were not to be underestimated in a fight. Unfortunately, his words revealed his novice identity. Treasures, unless crafted by oneself, were typically inherited from the deceased. Moreover, it was common to take treasures from the dead, as they could not deteriorate once their owners had passed. The old man's earlier aggressive questioning suggested a relationship with the deceased that was far from ordinary. "Kid, it seems you possess some knowledge. Ghostly moss is not recorded in any texts, and few know of it. Where did you hear about it? Moreover, the starry blue ring originally belonged to Elder Qin Xian of the Xingyue sect. How did it come into your possession? Are you perhaps his disciple? If so, your presence here would be less surprising. Yet, that does not seem right. His disciples are not typically so lacking in skill. It leads one to wonder if your master is also somewhat mediocre. Indeed, those who have achieved fame guard their reputation as one with their own eyes. Even if they are shameless, they cannot afford to tarnish the honor of their sect. Furthermore, in the pursuit of slaying demons and collecting rare treasures, one inevitably accrues enemies. What would one do in the face of retaliation? Thus, it is forbidden for disciples to venture out until they have achieved a certain level of proficiency. Some, burdened with too many enemies, must even take their apprentices along for training. Wang Hao, having just begun his foundation, emerging so conspicuously, is it not an open display of shame upon his master? Wang Hao would not tolerate any insult towards his master, exclaiming, "Nonsense! What does my master's identity have to do with you? The starry blue ring is something I found. If you're unconvinced, come and take it." The old rogue was originally a friend of Chun Xian and had agreed to meet here annually. Given the passage of time, it was indeed time for the old friend to arrive, so he decided to entertain a couple of younger companions, confident that the truth would soon reveal itself. "Huh, you think you can bite me? I am merely here to play with you. Feel free to summon any treasures you possess. There are no time constraints. If you can force me back a single step, you win. And as for the prize, how about this firefox in my possession? I presume you are familiar with it? Perhaps you are here for it. If you lose, the young lady ought to become my disciple, ensuring her a future of endless benefits, far better than becoming a pile of bones in decades to come." This statement sounded rather awkward. What did he mean by endless benefits? It would be more straightforward to say she would live a life of luxury. Even bandits who seize the wives of their captives are more direct, thriving on honesty. Wang Hao, feeling a surge of anger, shot him a glance and retorted, "What right do you have to offer her such privileges? Don't present me with a mere fox. If you tossed it on the ground, I wouldn't even care to glance at it. Youngster, do not feign ignorance. This is an ancient beast." The old rogue's face flushed with anger. He had mentioned the firefox as a prize merely because it was conveniently in hand, a casual remark that, while it may have seemed petty, was not as ignoble as Wang Hao perceived. It was merely a lack of attention in his speech, easily leading to misunderstandings. Of course, those who create misunderstandings are seldom virtuous. "May I inquire, esteemed elder, what other purposes does your firefox serve besides being a scarf? Let's not dwell on whether it is adequate. It seems a tad diminutive for gifting. Should I drape it around my neck? I fear it may let in the cold wind. Allow me to remind you, esteemed elder, to exercise caution when selecting your materials. A moment's carelessness could result in complete loss, leaving not a single remnant." Despite Wang Hao's frequent address of esteemed elder, he was clearly ridiculing the man's apparent poverty, which did not sit well with the old rogue. The fire fox, after all, was an ancient creature, not utterly worthless. Yet Wang Hao's expectations were simply too high. "Boy, what skill is there in merely exchanging barbs? If you possess true ability, win against me in a fair contest." The old rogue's beard bristled, seemingly ignited by real anger. Wang Hao, unwilling to be deceived, continued his mockery. "I have expressed my disinterest in your prize. Are you suggesting I compete with dogs over scraps?" In his fury, the old rogue cast aside the firefox, fearing that if he continued to engage, he might lose face in front of his old friend. Naturally, this old fellow was quite indifferent and possessed little of value, but fortunately he still had a single pill on hand, the most precious commodity for cultivators. He quickly retrieved it, determined to maintain some semblance of dignity. "Do not underestimate me. I possess a pure attribute pill, perfectly suited for a young lady. Should I lose, it shall be a gift for her. If I win, she may choose to accompany me in her cultivation. The matter of her becoming a disciple is of little consequence." Is it not strange that someone would flaunt a pill? The world has certainly changed, Wang Hao scoffed. What pill is suitable for women? Is it the 100-reducing pill mentioned in newspapers? The truth speaks louder than words. As the old rogue produced a pill the size of a dove's egg, cradling it in his palm, it shimmered with a watery azure hue, appearing as though autumn waters swirled within, evoking a sense of rippling waves. This pill could save the young lady 30 years of arduous cultivation. If you can defeat me, it shall be yours. Congealed water. It was indeed a genuine pill. While its creation was simple, the materials were not easily sourced, requiring the collection of 7 different waters from both heaven and earth. Names like water of the water and water of the fire sound daunting. It seemed the old rogue did possess a treasure, one that would indeed aid Tuobo Wu in her cultivation. Wang Hao, resolute, took out the crimson flame pill, enticingly stating, Convincing her to become your disciple is impossible. If I lose, the Crimson Flame Pill will be yours. If you're truly knowledgeable about fire, you must recognize its value. It far surpasses your pitiful congealed water and is likely something you would dream of possessing. Just as you stated, forcing you back a single step means your defeat. In battles among cultivators, reliance on treasures is paramount. Possessing a formidable treasure can allow one to triumph over stronger opponents, provided that their cultivation levels are not too disparate. Given that merely retreating half a step constitutes a loss, what harm is there in trying? The most one might lose is the Crimson Flame Pill. Outsiders think pills are solely for consumption, but they can also serve as treasures. And for true alchemists, pills are the pinnacle of treasures. Although these words were left by his master, Wang Hao had never had the chance to experience them. To control a pill requires breaking it first, and that demands the use of a specific technique, which necessitates true essence. Wang Hao had previously lacked this, but now he possessed it, igniting a desire to try. It was rare indeed for someone to step forth as a live target. With this thought, ethereal blue flames materialized before his chest, enveloping the Crimson Flame Pill. One hand rapidly transformed seals, resembling flames rising and orchids blooming. The initial attempt was somewhat awkward, but to onlookers, it appeared profoundly mysterious. "Break!" Wang Hao suddenly shouted. A flaming bird soared into the sky, one-footed and human-faced, every flap of its wings igniting a sea of flames. The crimson flames erupted and spread, painting the icy sky a brilliant red, even causing ancient ice to begin melting. The strange bird emitted croaks, spiraling twice before charging towards the old rogue, enveloped in a colossal fireball. Fire crow! Goodness! In the face of impending danger, the irritable old rogue unleashed a stream of curses. He had previously stated that retreating half a step meant losing. However, he could not allow himself to be roasted into skewered meat. With his cultivation, even facing an opponent at the nascent soul stage should not intimidate him, let alone Wang Hao, who had only just completed his foundation, while the young lady had merely entered the spirit refinement stage, emboldening him to boast. The normal progression of cultivation is divided into 11 stages: opening light, foundation establishment, chi movement, spirit refinement, heart movement, nascent soul, out of body, divided spirit, integration, tribulation, and great ascension. These two youngsters were still rather green. Who would have guessed that the seemingly unremarkable chubby boy possessed the ability to summon ancient beasts? Now, he had no choice but to face the challenge head-on, and even if he won, he would undoubtedly emerge covered in soot. Yet a flicker of joy stirred within him. Sometimes, fortune comes unexpectedly. The fire crow is a coveted treasure for fire cultivators, as turning it into a pill not only enhances true essence, but also elevates one's innate fire. Even without an alchemist, one could refine treasures independently, and they would certainly be quite impressive. The old rogue, now desperate, summoned his protective treasure, the flame sun ring, which was the size of a basin. Golden radiance enveloped him in the midst of roaring flames, rapidly spinning before him to form a faint golden glow, perfectly meeting the descending fire crow. In an instant, the explosive sounds of flames and the cries of the strange bird melded together, interspersed with the cracking of melting ice. The fire crow, a legendary arsonist, was said to have been shot down by Ho-E when he brought down 9 suns, allowing the common folk to mistake it for a sun. Thus its power was self-evident. While the flame sun ring could withstand the initial onslaught, it could not prevent the melting of the ice layer. The notion of not retreating even half a step was but a fantasy. The surrounding water was rapidly accumulating, leaving only a solitary ice stalagmite beneath his feet. The cries of the fire crow frayed the old rogue's nerves. A full-force strike might destroy the fire crow, but alas, he was reluctant to do so. Even injuring it would cause him great distress. Losing would result in mere embarrassment, but destroying the fire crow would bring him unbearable heartache. A rumble echoed. The entire ice bamboo snapped at its root and plunged into the depths of the icy water several meters down. The old scruffy man, known for his unwavering resolve, preferred to fall into the water rather than evade using his flying sword. Defeat was indeed his fate, but it was not due to a lack of strength. Rather, it stemmed from failure of mental fortitude. Had he not stood on the polar ice, had he not made grandiose claims beforehand, and had he been willing to destroy the fire crow, he would not have faced such a dismal outcome. It is worth noting that the old scruffy man had not tasted defeat in 200 years. Thank you all for your assistance. Please continue to support us. Chapter 17, Playing with Pills, Part 2. The liberated fire crow circled arrogantly, stirring up a wave of heat across the polar wasteland. From the flames came the hearty laughter of Chun Xian. Brother, it has only been a few months since we last met, and you have already completed your foundation establishment. Congratulations. If you don't dismiss the fire crow soon, we might all have to take a swim. As the saying goes, igniting a fire is easy, but extinguishing it is a different matter entirely. At this moment, retracting the fire crow was no simple task. After breaking through the pill, one should naturally transition to the control of the pill technique to retrieve it, but unfortunately, Wang Hao had yet to grasp the art of pill control, leaving him watching the fire crow flail about, asking, how do I retrieve it? For Chun Xian, eliminating the fire crow was not a formidable challenge. However, he was reluctant to destroy a fine pill and teased Wang Hao, don't tell me you don't know how to retrieve it. Letting it flap around is hardly a solution. Remember the incident with the 9 suns? If that happened again, the ice field would turn into an ocean, and your culpability would be immense. Oh, let me give it a try. Wang Hao summoned the ice flames once more, his fingers deftly shifting through the hand seals, while he recited incantations, which could be faintly heard upon approach. Damn it, this isn't it either. Which seal is for retrieving the pill? Not only was the correct seal necessary, but it also required the alignment of true essence, and the exploration process would inevitably take considerable time. Chun Xian deemed it inappropriate to interfere. He first greeted the drenched old scruffy man before turning to Tuobo Wu with a straightforward smile. You must be my sister-in-law? Tuobo Wu was momentarily taken aback. When had she become someone's sister-in-law? The Xingyue sect was one of the foremost sects, and Chun Xian's name was renowned. Although she was well-versed in the world, she couldn't help but feel a bit flustered and was unsure how to respond. Chun Xian, rather bluntly, assumed her connection to Wang Hao and took it as an implicit acceptance. My brother is impressive. He completed his foundation establishment in just 3 months and even found a beautiful wife. Yuxia, come and meet your sister-in-law. She is as lovely as you. A graceful figure appeared, and though it resembled a living person, it was in truth but a wisp of soul. After death, one can no longer absorb spiritual energy and will eventually vanish. Yuxia continued to cultivate using the Yin pill, but out of self-consciousness regarding her ghostly status. She seldom showed herself. Her enchanting gaze swept over to Tuobo Wu, and she playfully scolded, how could I possibly compare to my sister-in-law? Chun Xian, are you blind? Stop speaking nonsense. Am I speaking nonsense? In my heart, you will forever be the most beautiful. Just as he uttered these words, Yuxia playfully pinched him. Stop your foolishness. Are you not concerned about others laughing at us? It is improper to meet empty-handed. The treasures I once possessed are with you. Now that I cannot use them, quickly retrieve them for your sister-in-law. Right. When you're able to use them again, I will have someone craft them for you. Chun Xian chuckled foolishly, retrieving 2 treasures from his storage bracelet, a radiant flying sword, shimmering like autumn waters, named Ruobing, and a soft golden chain adorned with pearls the size of eggs. The binding chain for demons. He seemed to lack the desire to flaunt them further, casually handing them to Tuobo Wu. The aura they exuded indicated they were no ordinary items, and it was evident that treasures sought to please his beloved wife would not be lacking in quality. These were materials he had meticulously gathered, specifically commissioned from master craftsmen. These items are from my past. Please do not disdain them, sister-in-law. Yuxia was concerned that her unique identity might draw disdain. Finally, Tuobo Wu grasped the situation and the origin of the sister-in-law title, feeling awkward. I cannot accept my sister's things. Please take them back. In truth, Wang Hao and I are merely ordinary friends. Yuxia shot a reproachful look at her husband, clearly indicating that it was he who pursued Tuobo Wu, and how could one simply address her as sister-in-law upon first meeting? With a smile, she said, since you have called me sister, I shall accept you as my sister. Keep the treasures for now, and should you encounter difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. At that moment, Wang Hao finally managed to subdue the fire crow, fearing that Chun Xian would cause trouble for him. He hurriedly approached the group, panting, and asked, what are you discussing? Chun Xian, feeling somewhat dejected, replied, oh, your sister-in-law has just accepted a younger sister. He then proceeded to introduce Wang Hao to Yuxia. Wang Hao understood that they were doing this for his sake and expressed his gratitude to Yuxia. Chun Xian, perplexed, asked, why thank her for accepting a sister? Upon hearing this, Wang Hao's face turned crimson. Chun Xian, close your mouth. Yu Xia could no longer hold her tongue. Then came the introduction of the old scruffy man, who was, surprisingly, the renowned fire cultivator. The astonishment in Tuoba Wu's eyes revealed the significance of the old man's identity. Perhaps she regretted not accepting his apprenticeship moments before. Wang Hao's expression darkened. Bring forth the condensation water pill. He was indifferent to the titles of hermit or not. He believed in honoring the terms of the bet. The fire cultivator readily complied, but secretly harbored intentions regarding the fire crow, despite having lost the wager. My young brother, that treasure you possessed earlier was remarkable. I believe it was called the Crimson Flame Pill, correct? Wang Hao accepted the condensation water pill and tucked it away, responding coldly, yes. It is indeed the pill you lost in the bet. The fire cultivator, feeling disgruntled, remained undeterred. Despite his outwardly fiery temperament, he was not lacking in knowledge. For an ordinary person, acquiring a single pill was no simple feat, let alone mastering the art of pill refinement. His suspicions had already begun to stir. Wang Hao recalled that it was Chun Xian who first suggested to him to conceal his identity, and now he felt compelled to assist in deflecting any inquiries. Raising his voice, he declared, "The fire crow is my brother's treasure. If you wish to trade, I have no objections, but I will not tolerate any further unwarranted insistence." With a forlorn expression, the fire cultivator lamented, "You know my pitiful state. I've just lost the condensation water pill. What could I possibly offer in exchange?" After descending the mountain, Wang Hao came to realize a crucial truth. Whether in cultivation or alchemy, it was a game for the affluent. Retreating to a desolate mountain to live in seclusion was not true cultivation, but rather a waiting game for death. If he helped those in need, it would not be long before he found himself in the same position as the fire cultivator, becoming a destitute individual. Thus, he was unwilling to casually give away pills. Once they were squandered, he would be left with nothing and would earn the title of spendthrift. You have no treasures to seek? With your abilities and insights, do you truly worry about finding them? Chun Xian enticed him, noting that the condensation water pill had originally been a gift he bestowed upon the fire cultivator, who indeed possessed little value. Wang Hao, embracing his role as the villain, threatened, "If you delay, I may consider trading the fire crow with someone else or raising the stakes. So do not keep me waiting too long." Understood. Understood. The fire cultivator wasted no time, paying homage to his deceased friend before hastily departing, likely in search of treasures. Beneath the ghostly moss lay the remains of hundreds of adept cultivators, all of whom had left their treasures intact. The battle had been fierce, and as survivors, neither the fire cultivator nor Chun Xian would dare to claim the items of their fallen comrades, agreeing to return annually to pay their respects. The starry blue ring gifted to Wang Hao was also acquired from a rival in that very conflict, hence the fire cultivator recognized it instantly. Chun Xian watched the fiery figure vanish into the distance and sighed. The fire crow is of immense importance to that old monster. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suddenly found clarity. With his capabilities, it should not be difficult for him to procure treasures for exchange. "Brother, please allow him a little more time." Wang Hao chuckled mischievously. "I was just teasing the old scruffy man earlier. I'm in no rush to part with the Crimson Flame Pill." Chun Xian was momentarily taken aback before realization dawned upon him. "You truly have a knack for this, brother. I have tried to persuade him numerous times, but the old monster is quite stubborn. Now he finally knows the taste of urgency. Ha! Brother, let us find a place to indulge in some drinks." The mere mention of drinking sent a chill down Wang Hao's spine, prompting him to exclaim, "Why didn't you settle the bill after our last drinking session? I was completely broke at that time. Is this how you treat your brother? Such disloyalty." Chun Xian, fully aware of the situation, felt utterly embarrassed and explained, "There was an urgent matter at hand, and having imbibed too much, I simply forgot to pay. Besides, with your capabilities, should I fear for your predicament?" Wang Hao's face flushed crimson as he retorted, "Spare me your excuses. What could I have done? If it weren't for a foolish girl assisting me, I would have surely been detained for unpaid debts." At this juncture, further discussion proved futile. Chun Xian patted his brother's shoulder and said, "Brother, the last time was indeed my fault. Let's find a place to drink." In the evening, Chun Xian ignited a fire to roast a small seal. He also retrieved 2 jars of fine liquor from his storage bracelet to send gifts with Xinglan. He had to rely on the bracelet, a significant downgrade in his opinion. He endeavored to avoid the gaze of others while using it, feeling the weight of embarrassment. Meanwhile, The plump one recited his self-invented calming mantra. Invisible, invisible, I see nothing. With the ghostly moss completely obliterated by the fire crow. The plan to capture exotic beasts was thwarted. Just as they were about to leave, Wang Hao emptied the supplies from the Xinglan ring to share, revealing an astonishing array of snacks and beverages piled high, a sight to behold. Suddenly, amidst the mound, Chun Xian discovered an unusual item. Feeling a thrill greater than discovering an ancient beast, he remarked, "Who would have thought you were such a caring brother, attending to your sister-in-law with such meticulousness?" It turned out to be a pack of sanitary napkins. By the time Wang Hao realized, it was already too late, leaving him at a loss for words. "Lan Jie truly has put me in a bind. Why must one carry such things?" Tuobo Wu, with a frosty silence, felt humiliated in front of the experts. At this moment, she even contemplated abandoning the plump one. Having starved for days in anticipation of a sumptuous meal, she now felt utterly devoid of appetite. Noticing her displeasure, Wang Hao quickly diverted the conversation to his sister-in-law. Chun Xian, smitten with love for his wife, fell right into the trap, recounting the legendary tales of their marriage. A narrative that could go on for 3 days and nights, spilling both the appropriate and inappropriate stories, which exasperated Yuxia, who rolled her eyes upon realizing he had done such things too. The night was filled with copious drinking, and after cultivating, Wang Hao's tolerance had improved significantly, finally succumbing to sleep in the early hours of the morning. Upon awakening, he found Chun Xian had vanished, leaving behind an infuriated Tuobo Wu, her gaze ablaze with fury akin to the fire crow itself. Wang Hao staggered over, intending to clarify the misunderstanding, but he was at a loss for words. Should he confess that those items were gifts from Lan Jie, which he had hoarded during their journey? In a dazed state, he remembered the Ning Shui Dan he had won yesterday, and hastily produced it as a form of atonement. Tuobo Wu reached out to snatch it, but cast it aside without a glance. "I'll retrieve it for you," the plump one sighed, starting to search in the dim morning light, only to discover at noon that there was no Ning Shui Dan at all, merely a preserved plum pit, a cruel jest indeed. However, the fact that Tuobo Wu accepted the Ning Shui Dan brought him some joy. Stealing glances, Wang Hao found no trace of the fair maiden. She must have taken flight on her sword while he was preoccupied with the plum pit. Was he to return on foot? Heaven forbid. The plump one gazed skyward, lamenting his fate, hastily packing some food into the Xinglan ring and embarking on his journey. Shortly after Wang Hao's departure, a small passenger aircraft hurriedly approached, sent by Tuobo Wu as the ice began to thaw. Regrettably, the plump one was unaware that had he waited a moment longer, he could have avoided traversing the icy expanse on foot. As he walked, stopping intermittently to admire the blizzard and auroras, he found solace in the beauty around him. Even mingling with penguins for a couple of weeks out of boredom, he did not neglect his training. Although he did not need to meditate to draw in energy, he diligently studied the hand seals of the Danju and Yu Danju, mastering the techniques to perfection. Yet, he always felt that something was lacking. His rotund figure trudged slowly over the deep snow, leaving no trace behind, far superior to the art of walking on snow without leaving a mark. The ice flames continuously absorbed energy, and the refined essence of true energy became exceedingly pure, enhancing his control over it through the Danju. In the distance, an observatory came into view. After several twists and turns, he finally set foot back on his homeland, the moon shining brighter in his homeland. The expedition to Antarctica yielded no treasures, but Wang Hao was not disheartened. After all, he had spent months in the company of the woman he admired. What more could he lament? Unfortunately, he could find no excuse to pursue her any further and had no choice but to return home alone. Tuobo Wu felt like an unattainable dream. Now that the lies had ended, she had returned to her celestial heights, a realm above Wang Hao's reach. His father had fallen gravely ill 2 weeks prior, but thanks to Aunt Yang's care, he narrowly escaped death. This information, relayed by his mother, felt particularly awkward. Shouldn't one seek treatment at a hospital? Wasn't maternal care sufficient? When did Aunt Yang step in? Albeit she was indeed a healthcare professional. Aunt Yang appeared as she always had, petite and delicate, her fair face adorned with a cheerful smile. Next to her sat a serene girl, her shoulder-length hair gracefully framing her face, light makeup enhancing her natural beauty, exuding an exceptional aura as she nodded gently while listening to the elders speak. Without a doubt, she was Aunt Yang's daughter, whose name seemed to be Ying, though her surname eluded him. The mother-daughter duo were both beauties, sharing a striking resemblance in their eyes. It is said that a girl transforms greatly by the age of 18, yet this seemed somewhat exaggerated. He recalled her being a chubby girl, seemingly more well-off than he was, and in the span of a decade, she had blossomed into a beauty. Wang Hao suddenly recalled the cosmetic surgery advertisements he had seen in the newspapers, cloaked in secrecy, proclaiming that even a pig could be transformed into a beauty. Or perhaps she had reached the nascent soul stage, undergoing a complete metamorphosis. It was true that at the nascent soul stage, one could reshape their physique. Being chubby or slender could be adjusted, but altering one's appearance was a stretch. Otherwise, there would be countless Zhang Manyas in the world. Wang Hao had planned to embark on a significant weight loss journey at that time. Ying noticed his gaze and flashed a demure smile. So refined, so professional. One could believe she could maintain it at any moment. Their parents pulled Wang Hao to sit opposite the demure girl. It was glaringly obvious this was a well-organized and planned blind date. Aunt Yang initiated the conversation. I heard from your father that you were on a business trip for 3 months. Did you travel abroad? Wang Hao nodded. Oh, I made a trip to Antarctica. His mother, believing he was spinning tales, retorted angrily. Speak properly. Aunt Yang has watched you grow up. I truly went to Antarctica. Look, the clothes I wore are still here. Wang Hao produced his fur coat from his luggage, having prepared a travel bag filled with mementos from his journey. The imported fur was quite valuable, and Aunt Yang seized the opportunity to continue. I heard you work at Dawashi Company in Chengdu. The benefits must be decent? Wang Hao nodded in acknowledgement, living in a 5-star hotel suite, commuting via a company car, and although he was unsure of his salary, he had never maxed out his credit card. Ying had just graduated from university this year and had also joined Dawashi. You two should help each other out from now on, understand? His father's eyes twinkled with humor. The two families had been friends for generations. Although they had never formally engaged, it was due to legal restrictions. From the moment it was confirmed that Wang Hao was a boy, both families began calling each other in-laws. Wang Hao, in his youth, was adored by all. His chubby, lovable appearance was irresistible. His parents doted on him, and if he faced any hardship, Aunt Yang would be the first to leap to his defense, exclaiming, "Are you two not mistreating our son?" There was no distinction between son and son-in-law. After all, a son-in-law was but half a son. Wang Hao was healthy, and half a son could stand in for another. During the 10 years of Wang Hao's disappearance, his father incurred debts in search of his son. Aunt Yang, without hesitation, offered both financial and physical support, traversing several neighboring provinces. Ying, an exemplary student since her school days, later gained admission to Fudan University in Shanghai and returned blossoming like a flower. After Wang Hao's return, his father felt too awkward to broach the subject of marriage, yet it was Aunt Yang who approached them first. Are you Wang family planning to welch on your debts? Do you understand what ungratefulness means? In light of this profound sentiment, Wang Hao held her in high regard and promptly agreed to look after Ying in the company. That sounds acceptable, Aunt Yang replied with a satisfied smile. Now, adults have much to discuss, so I shall have Ying show you around. I heard you have studied martial arts. Do take care of her. Just returned from Antarctica, and now I must go out again? Wang Hao nodded, considering it a form of exercise. It was rather frustrating, as no matter how he exerted himself, the excess weight remained stubbornly intact. After stowing away his luggage, he hurriedly left the house, the two of them strolling awkwardly by the lakeside, exchanging trivialities. Ying suddenly inquired, "What position do you hold at Dahuang Company?" Wang Hao hesitated before replying, "Office director." That's quite a commendable position. Do you have connections within the upper echelons of the company? Wang Hao genuinely didn't grasp what the role entailed and scratched his head. I have no connections, merely fortunate, I suppose. Indeed, your luck seems to be quite remarkable. I have something to discuss with you. Go ahead, Wang Hao shrugged nonchalantly. After a moment's hesitation, Ying summoned her courage. My family hopes for us to develop our relationship further, but matters of affection cannot be forced. I currently have a boyfriend from my university days, and our relationship is quite strong. Therefore, I hope you can understand, we were once good friends and maybe colleagues in the future. I wish for this bond to remain intact. Do you grasp my meaning? Is that all there is to it? You ought to have spoken to Aunt Yang or my father about this. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Wang Hao queried curiously. I wish for you to clarify matters with my mother. Ying finally revealed her intent, her previous demeanor merely an act. Regrettably, I cannot comply. You must convey this yourself. The stout man, unwilling to hurt Aunt Yang's feelings, would rather leap into the river. Ying sighed. Your persistence is futile. We are adults. I hope you could be more rational. How self-important can one be? Wang Hao suppressed his anger, saying, Miss, rationality does not equate to exploitation. Regardless of whom you marry in the future, Aunt Yang is like a mother to me, and I will not hurt her. Furthermore, your prospects do not warrant such irrationality. As a colleague, I kindly advise you, farewell. Is this what they call heartbreak? Why was there no sense of sorrow? Apart from Tuobawu, no woman had ever stirred Wang Hao's heart. With his fantasies shattered, he resolved to focus on his training. The method for cultivating external elixirs was unique. Unless one had pills that could enhance true essence, the speed of improvement was pitifully slow. In essence, substantial progress required clever strategies. Wang Hao excelled at alchemy, but the materials were exceedingly rare. The pills that could enhance true essence required crystal stones and blood from ancient mythical beasts. While the blood of such beasts was readily available, he had been troubled about finding an opportunity to reclaim it after Feng Li had consumed 3 pills. Crystal stones were more troublesome to procure, though likely not exorbitantly priced. Few understood alchemy aside from the master and his disciple. His master was notoriously lazy and unlikely to assist anyone in alchemy. Currently, only a small amount of crystal stones was needed for weapon refinement, and alchemy did not utilize the same types of crystals, rendering their collection useless. Crystal stones were not scarce, at least more accessible than mythical beasts, but they were not produced domestically. It was rumored they could be traded in the black markets of certain countries, though the specific locations were unknown. Qin Xian had promised to investigate. No matter the cost of crystal stones, they could never surpass the value of elixirs. If he could locate the black market, it would undoubtedly lead to substantial gains. If he could exchange useless beaching pills for crystal stones, Wang Hao might even awaken with a smile in his dreams. By that time, he would have no time for sleep, as he would be fully engrossed in alchemy. Moreover, there existed another method to expedite cultivation. One needed to gather a plethora of magical artifacts and utilize formations to release their spiritual energy. In such an environment, attracting energy was far more exhilarating than sitting atop a dragon vein. Although cultivation openly professed that there were no shortcuts, each creature had its own path, and clever methods existed for all. Years ago, Chen Xian rapidly ascended to the nascent soul stage using this method, and the formation had now been passed down to Wang Hao. Unfortunately, scavenging for magical artifacts proved more challenging than seeking crystal stones. Trading pills for them would inevitably reveal his identity, making it impossible to implement his plans. In the evening, after consuming a considerable amount of beer, Wang Hao returned home. His father sat alone on the balcony, smoking a cigarette with a bottle of white liquor on the table instead of tea. Upon seeing his son, he extinguished the cigarette stub forcefully and exclaimed, Aunt Yang just called. She was quite upset. What makes Ying unworthy of you? When you returned, I hesitated to mention marriage. But now it seems we are the ones unworthy of her. Back then, you rejected the notion. But Aunt Yang never looked down on you and even brought up your marriage. Wang Hao, one mustn't forget their roots. Have you forgotten how Aunt Yang treated you? Damn it, Wang Hao thought, knowing exactly what that woman had done, bearing all the responsibility herself. Before he could explain, he received a slap from his father, his first strike, and it was over the lies of a hypocritical woman. Unwilling to accept this, he contemplated briefly, a flicker of malice igniting in his small eyes. Hypocrites must pay the price, and men could be quite petty, especially stout ones. Father, you and Aunt Yang have been deceived. It is not that I have no affection for Ying, but she has changed. She now has a boyfriend from university, and tonight she confronted me about it. His father lit another cigarette, perplexed. Is what you say true? Ying is not that kind of person. She even expressed agreement tonight. Wang Hao embraced his father's shoulder and whispered, People do change. That is precisely Ying's cleverness. She looks down upon your son for being overweight. Father, if Ying agrees, I could marry her right now. Upon hearing this, his father nearly spat out the beer he had consumed earlier. We are not at the point of begging for others' favors. His father was furious, pacing like a rampaging lion. Moments later, he seized the phone and dialed a number, likely someone who was still awake. The call barely rang once before being answered. Xiaoyang, I need to clarify something with you. Our son, Wang Hao, has indeed been missing for 10 years, and his education and appearance do not match Ying's standards. However, my son has never been ungrateful. You have watched him grow, and you should be familiar with his character. Brother Wang, what are you talking about? His father inhaled deeply from his cigarette, angrily shouting, "Do not ask. The children's marriage is nothing but a joke. Let's never speak of it again. Our family shall remain friends. We will proceed as we have. No, we must clarify this matter. Tomorrow, I will bring Ying over." Aunt Yang seemed to sense something, her tone turning agitated. His father forcefully hung up the phone, sighing, "You heard that. They will be here tomorrow morning. Whether you marry or not is irrelevant. The Wang family cannot allow others to speak ill of us. Since mutual affection cannot be forced, it is normal to dissolve a marriage proposal. There was never a contractual obligation." Regrettably, Wang's father placed too much weight on loyalty. The Wang family refusing the marriage was indeed unreasonable, considering Aunt Yang had waited for his son for 10 years and had helped the Wang family immensely during that time. The update has been somewhat delayed, yet I sincerely hope everyone continues to offer their support. Chapter 19. The Fat Man's Counterattack, Part 2. The fat man found himself sleepless, grappling with a sense of unease. Although he harbored a disdain for Ying, particularly for her hypocrisy, she was still Aunt Yang's daughter. As a man, he felt an obligation to bear some responsibility. However, should he shoulder this burden, it would surely bring his father's hopes of rising above his circumstances to naught. In moments of boredom, he often sought solace in meditation, not as a means to cultivate energy, but simply to attain tranquility. He would fixate on the blue flames as they danced, allowing time to flow past him like a gentle stream. In those moments, it felt as if all existence faded away, leaving only a mesmerizing orb of azure fire. During such contemplative states, the flames absorbed energy at an astonishing rate. In the early morning, Wang Hao opened the door to find his father lying on the sofa with his eyes wide open, the ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts, resembling a blossoming flower, evidence of a restless night. At 9:30, Aunt Yang hurriedly arrived with her daughter. The accusatory expressions on their faces revealed that Ying had spun yet another web of lies. Any lingering guilt Wang Hao felt evaporated instantly, replaced by a rekindled desire for vengeance that intensified with each passing moment. He gestured for the mother and daughter to take a seat before candidly positioning himself opposite them. Addressing Aunt Yang directly, "Aunt Yang, I must admit my past indiscretions. I left home for 10 years, during which your assistance was invaluable. My family and I are genuinely grateful for your kindness. However, the changes over the past decade have been monumental. Ying has excelled academically, gaining admission to a prestigious university, and she has blossomed into a beauty that would make any man envious. It is only natural for her to look down upon me. Therefore, I implore you not to blame her too harshly. Regardless of the future, I will always regard you as a mother." Aunt Yang interjected, "Wait a moment. Are you implying that Ying has had a change of heart? She claims you have taken another woman, and she even encountered her yesterday on the street. She refuses to marry a fickle man." Indeed, her words bore the sting of a well-educated individual, sharp and unforgiving. Wang Hao raised his hands in feigned innocence, responding, "I have only just returned and am still employed in Chengdu. I do not know a single girl in this locality. If Ying insists on wrongfully accusing me, there is little I can do. I am acutely aware that I do not deserve her, and thus, I would accept any reason she provides for a breakup." In a heartbeat, Ying's eyes glistened with tears as she sobbed, "Mom, do not listen to his deceit. I clearly saw that woman arrive from out of town to seek him out yesterday. An outsider, no less, a circumstance that left Wang Hao speechless. It was evident that the most venomous hearts often belong to women. Clearly, reading newspapers alone was insufficient. One must also attend a higher institution to grasp the fundamentals of life. His father stormed over, slamming the ashtray onto the coffee table with great force. "What do you have to say for yourself? You allowed her to say everything. Now, with no evidence to counter her claims, how can I explain?" Wang Hao felt utterly defeated, consumed by frustration. Aunt Yang, however, remained composed. Taking a sip of tea, she remarked, "Brother Wang, do not be hasty. We cannot solely trust Ying's narrative. Frankly, I cannot believe Wang Hao would engage in such misconduct. Even if a girl did come looking for him, it is entirely possible she harbored unreciprocated feelings. Wang Hao has always been well-liked, and it is not surprising that he would attract admirers at Dao's home. If neither of them has truly changed, then the situation is far from irreparable. It would be wise to allow them to continue their interaction. As the saying goes, time reveals a person's true nature. In due course, we shall see what sort of man Wang Hao truly is. I have confidence in this young man." His father readily agreed. The fat man could not help but gasp. Perhaps associating with such a loathsome woman could indeed help him shed some weight. In his determination to expose the deceit, he clenched his teeth and declared, "I am currently employed at Dawa's home, and my financial situation is quite stable. It will be prudent to set a date for our wedding or at least an engagement. I am committed to caring for Ying for a lifetime." Excellent. Annie has been eagerly awaiting this declaration. Aunt Yang's eyes sparkled with delight. In her heart, she believed marriage was inevitable and that it was wise to understand both families' wishes sooner rather than later. Continuing the charade would only lead to irreparable harm. Ying, risking exposure, retorted, "I will not marry a man unfaithful to love. Wang Hao, you have broken your promise. Yesterday, you clearly agreed not to pursue me any further. Why have you gone back on your word? Are you even a man?" The fat man rolled his eyes. "What have I promised you? I do not recall. Perhaps you should remind me. I might just remember." All eyes turned to Ying, awaiting either her admission of truth or acceptance of reality. Tears streamed down her face. It was impossible to discern which were genuine and which were feigned. Even the dullest of minds could sense something amiss. Aunt Yang adopted a serious expression. "Wang, I believe in you. Please, tell us what truly transpired." The situation was not inherently complex. The children's union was originally a matter of familial desire, devoid of genuine affection. There had never been a foundation for emotional betrayal or disloyalty. Now that the young girl had matured, excelling in her studies and blossoming in beauty, it was only natural for her to seek a worthy partner who would willingly marry a fat man. In school, there were countless talented suitors. It was hardly surprising for her to develop feelings for one of them, albeit she dared not voice such sentiments due to her mother's authority. Romantic feelings cannot be forced. The real error lay in her fabrication of lies and her attempts to manipulate the fat man. After all, he was not one to tolerate deceit. With a resounding slap, Aunt Yang delivered a stinging rebuke to her daughter, an expression of both anger and shame. Wang Hao instinctively covered his cheek, the sting echoing in his own heart, as if sharing in her pain. It was an act of compassion, but Aunt Yang was undeniably furious. Had her daughter been honest from the outset, she would not have been driven to such rage. Though she held a genuine fondness for Wang Hao, she understood that forcing a relationship would yield no sweetness. Yet, why had her daughter resorted to lies? Why inflict harm upon others and jeopardize the bond between their families? She knew Wang's character well. If he believed his son to be heartless, he would stop at nothing, and the relationship between their families would be irrevocably damaged. How could she face him again? She had sent her daughter to university for what purpose? To ensure she could hold her head high and live honorably. Wang had once showered her with affection. Her daughter was in essence his half-daughter. How could she bear to deceive him and inflict pain, lacking even the basic honesty required of a person? What use was her education? What if others had less formal schooling? Living a grounded life was surely commendable. After all, was Wang Hao not thriving in his career? Wang's father resumed his attempts at mediation, espousing the virtue of self-discipline and kindness towards others, a principle he held dear. Those who knew him admired him for his integrity. Aunt Yang's fondness for Wang Hao was undoubtedly influenced by her respect for his father. If the father was commendable, then surely the son would also be worthy of esteem. She believed that marrying such a man would provide her daughter with peace of mind. Little did she know, the fat man had already set his sights elsewhere, his heart belonging to another. Aunt Yang departed, leaving behind a lingering dissatisfaction with the outcome. Wang's father visibly relaxed. Since Ying had refused, there was no need for futile hopes. He firmly believed his son was exceptional and would not struggle to find a suitable partner. Yet he harbored a sense of gloom. After bidding farewell to their guests, he retreated to smoke in solitude, seeking solace in his vice. In the blink of an eye, only the fat man remained in the room, dramatically thumping his chest. If Ying had agreed, it would have been a source of considerable stress for him. Despite his less-than-ideal physique, he refused to feel inferior. He believed himself superior and deemed ordinary women beneath his notice. The one he truly desired was Tua Ba Wu, and for her, he would be willing to compromise. Yet, no other woman would receive such privileges. Tua Ba Wu's demeanor was not overly harsh. She merely displayed indifference towards those she did not fancy, her admirable character preventing her from inflicting pain upon the fat man. It was he who had repeatedly deceived her, only to be unmasked each time, a recollection that made him blush with embarrassment. After the arranged marriage fell through, the parents began their frantic search, investigating neighbors and colleagues. leaving no stone unturned in their quest for a suitable daughter for their son. Wang Hao, overwhelmed by the incessant pressure, retreated to Chengdu, spending his days hidden in a hotel, immersed in the art of alchemy. Time swiftly passed, and it had already been over half a year since he descended from the mountains. Previously, he had lamented the tedium of alchemical practice, but now, with leisure at his disposal, he found himself itching to create, even if his supplies were scarce. He decided to indulge in a bit of experimentation. During dinner, he casually captured a spectral spirit and, upon returning home, stealthily closed the door and hung a "Do Not Disturb" sign. Before commencing his work, he took a moment to admire the spirit of the winged fox, which had transformed into a vibrant emerald hue, its size slightly increased. Although it was in a state of slumber, it continued to absorb the energy of the elixir, and it would take at least 2 years to fully resolve the 3 pills within it, at which point the wind fox would gain 600 years of cultivation, benefits that should have been enjoyed by the rotund companion. Wang Hao cautiously drew a wisp of its exhaled breath and promptly returned it to the ring, muttering, "Sleep well." The wind fox, also known as the windborne beast, was invaluable not only for its longevity and blood used in alchemy, but even its exhaled breath was a treasure. In his hand, it felt like silk, as if it possessed a life of its own, a possible key to the wind fox's immortality. The snake venom appeared a pale yellow, resembling droplets of amber, and it was inconceivable that such beauty could carry the potency to slay countless elephants, a truth hidden within the kiss of a serpent. According to the fundamental principles of alchemy, regardless of the materials employed, one must always incorporate a living essence as a catalyst. This could range from a mystical creature with millennia of cultivation to a recently deceased spirit, and naturally, spectral spirits could also suffice. There was a time when his rotund companion had intended to use them as a foundation for creation. However, now that he possessed a concoction synthesized from the ice soul of 10,000 years in pure essence, he dismissed the spectral spirit as mere refuse, finding it repugnant to even look at, though he was relieved he had not dined excessively that evening. Upon careful examination of the spectral spirit before him, he realized it was indeed of superior quality, a result of the indifference of the disciples of the mystic school. For this entity truly was the CR de la CR of refuse. Spectral spirits are the remnants of souls left behind after the death of animals, while ghosts are born from the resentment of gathered spectral spirits. Typically, disciples of the mystic school would not capture ghosts or spectral spirits unless someone was willing to pay a fair price, for neither possessed spiritual energy nor could they produce inner elixirs. Capturing them would be futile and involve the additional task of guiding them to their next reincarnation, an endeavor akin to gluttony. "Please spare me," the spectral spirit pleaded. In life, it had been a corrupt official who, fearing punishment, leapt to his death. Due to the tragic nature of his demise and the inability to reincarnate by suicide, he remained trapped in the mortal realm. The irony was palpable. Had he merely been captured, he would have received a suspended sentence instead of jumping from a building. Wang Hao shared his master's perspective on spectral spirits and ghosts, viewing them as the lowest tier within the 6 paths, merely a material for alchemical creation. Compassion would not forge an exceptional alchemist. Every pill demands the extinguishing of a life. Alchemy is not a panacea for humanity's woes. The exchange of one life for another is devoid of significance. Aside from the necessity of a living essence, other materials could be experimented with. Yet the laws of yin and yang and the 5 elements must still be adhered to. Thus, a competent alchemist must possess ample knowledge. However, few are willing to experiment. They prefer to adhere to ancient methods of alchemy. Rather than waste precious resources, it is wiser to store such hard-won materials for a more opportune moment. The rotund companion's penchant for experimentation stemmed from his abundant resources. His master had left him a considerable bounty. The wind fox's breath and the snake venom could not be combined to create a renowned elixir, yet they might yield an offensive concoction, serving a purpose akin to a magical artifact. Among the 3 materials, the spectral spirit would be added last, leaving only 2 remaining components. Concerned that prolonged alchemical processes might diminish the potency of the venom, Wang Hao deliberated and resolved to first refine the wind fox's breath, opting to employ the newly formed ice flame for his experiment. All 3 materials were of yin nature, akin to the attributes of the ice flame, potentially augmenting its power. Having made up his mind, he summoned the ice flame to hover in his palm, allowing the wind fox's breath to gently swirl within it. It did not vaporize as quickly as before. This phenomenon had never occurred when using chaotic fire. Could it be that ice flame was unsuitable for alchemical processes? A chill gripped Wang Hao's heart. As long as the materials had yet to melt, he could still retreat. However, his obstinate nature urged him to persist. If it came to it, he would sacrifice the wind fox's breath. Moments later, the breath remained stubbornly intact, gradually seeping into the ice flame, which began to exhibit an extraordinarily subtle transformation. The previously serene and graceful ice flame became somewhat tumultuous, spiraling upwards in a frenzy, rapidly reaching the ceiling. If this continues, the place will catch fire. Invention is truly no easy task. Wang Hao, undeterred, swiftly added the snake venom, simultaneously raining in the ice flame. Fortunately, the ice flame remained under his control. Otherwise, he would soon be calling for the fire brigade. The subsequent process proceeded much more smoothly, the amber rapidly dissolving in the ice flame like a flowing stream of honey. Before it could vaporize, Wang Hao introduced the spectral spirit. The shorter the time for refining the venom, the better, but he needed to ensure the complete refinement of the spirit. Speed was the key. The spectral spirit emitted a chilling wail within the ice flame. While others might find it haunting, Wang Hao used it as a time reference. The cessation of the cries signified the spirit's refinement. Gathering wind, he formed the elixir in one fluid motion. The resulting pill was not perfectly round, but possessed an irregular shape due to the brief refining process, and it had not undergone vaporization, retaining the color and appearance of amber. However, it gleamed with a newfound brilliance, a hazy aura dancing across its surface, swirling as if stirred by an unseen breeze, and faintly exuding a chill, an indication of the ice flame's influence. What abilities it possessed would only be revealed through experimentation. The rotund companion did not intend to dismantle the hotel or cause a calamity, so he merely glanced at it before stowing it in the ring. Frustratingly, although the alchemical process had concluded, the ice flame refused to revert to its original state, maintaining its upward momentum. It seemed the wind fox's breath had modified it, or perhaps the ice flame had absorbed the energy of the breath. Logically, this should not have been possible. The ice flame was known for rejecting impure energies. How could it accept the wind fox's breath? One thing was certain. The ice flame remained pure, and the elixir and its creator were intrinsically linked, able to sense each other's changes. Lost in contemplation, a sudden booming voice burst through the window. "Ha! The fire cultivator, have returned." The resonance shook the walls, akin to Zhang Fei commanding the river to reverse its flow. The abruptness of the announcement startled the rotund companion, who hastily concealed the ice flame, cursing, "If you're back, just come in quietly. Why the uproar? Are you trying to bring the house down?" The fire cultivator obediently stood by, muttering, "It seems you are louder than I." Noticing the audacity in the retort, Wang Hao bellowed, "Then I ask you, why jump through the window when the front door is wide open? Is this your backyard?" It was entirely normal for cultivators to move swiftly. Moreover, the fire cultivator's peculiar appearance was bound to cause a stir upon entering the hall. For the sake of the fiery crow, the old monster was willing to overlook the disruption and promptly vowed to amend his ways. Just as Wang Hao was about to continue his tirade, he suddenly noticed the presence of an extraordinary beauty accompanying the fire cultivator. Her fiery gaze was disarming, and her crimson skirt, tailored to perfection, accentuated her alluring curves. With ample bosom and a pert dairy, she resembled a vibrant pepper. The rotund companion couldn't help but swallow several times. How could such a beauty willingly follow the old rogue? What a travesty of nature! Yet he knew better than to be too forward with such a lady. Thus, he endeavored to phrase his inquiry with elegance. "Your comings and goings are rather swift. You haven't simply picked up a roadside trinket to present to me, have you? If it doesn't meet my standards, I shall not exchange." The fire cultivator, brimming with confidence, boasted, "Fear not, young brother." After a brief moment, he retrieved a fist-sized shard from his treasure pouch. Despite being a renowned master, he had the audacity to use such an inconsequential item. The shard, however, was indeed a remarkable piece, as clear and translucent as crystal, with a hint of elusive pale blue swirling within, resembling a small fish joyfully swimming. It was evident that this was no ordinary item. Crystal, Wang Hao thought to himself, momentarily startled, though he maintained an impassive facade and scoffed. Where did you find this trash? His true intent was to ascertain its origin, for the rotund man had quite the appetite for valuable items. The fire cultivator, having fallen into the trap, exclaimed, "I procured this from the Lian mountain manor. It's genuine. Those women are still searching for me, intent on revenge. How dare you offer me stolen goods?" Wang Hao retorted, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He swiftly returned the hot potato, realizing that sacrificing his life for a mere crystal was not worth it, especially since this particular piece was of mediocre quality. Based on its hue and characteristics, it should have been classified as superior, but its singular color diminished its value, warranting only a mediocre evaluation. The fire cultivator, his eyes gleaming with desperation, thought, "What do I have to fear from them? They cannot touch me." Yet, deep down, he was aware of the potential repercussions. Even a third-rate disciple from the Lian mountain manor could easily best him, and the sect that safeguarded the treasured crystal was surely formidable. Despite understanding the risks of this transaction, Wang Hao could not suppress his desire. The crystal could be transformed into elixirs that would sustain him for decades of arduous cultivation. In these troubled times, where could one possibly source high-grade crystals? However, entering into a trade was akin to inviting trouble. For cultivators, illness was not the greatest fear. The real danger lay in lacking a solid backing. "Fear not. I shall use formations to seal the spiritual energy, concealing it within the star-blue ring." Undetected by any eyes, the fire cultivator whispered conspiratorially, "I will bear all responsibility for this affair. Only the heavens, the earth, you, and I will know." The allure of greed stirred within Wang Hao. Keeping the red flame elixir was futile, so why not do him a favor as a gesture of goodwill towards Qinxian? Upon taking the shard again for a closer inspection, he discovered that it was not merely a single-colored fragment, but rather a piece from a larger crystal. The rotund man's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without chemical skills, he could restore the crystal. Yet, the gap between desire and action can be vast, sometimes insurmountable. It seemed not only the heavens, the earth, you, and I were aware of this. She also seemed to know. The chubby fingers pointed towards a petite girl, who appeared to have heard everything, leading to the suspicion of a potential cover-up. Little Chili wore an expression of resentment, her small, pearl-like teeth biting down on her lip. Did she truly believe the rotund man intended to silence her? Strangely, she had remained silent since her arrival. If she had initially been shy, she should have spoken up by now. The fire cultivator, fearing the deal might collapse, hastily added, "It's fine. She is my newly accepted disciple and will certainly keep her lips sealed." Truth be told, even with the fire cultivator's booming voice, Wang Hao worried that their neighbors might overhear. Though skeptical, he chose not to press the matter further. "In this exchange, I am still at a disadvantage. Do you have any other treasures to balance the trade?" Since learning about formation-based cultivation methods, he had developed a keen interest in magical artifacts. "Little brother, have pity on me. Consider it a good deed. Look at me, inside and out, I possess nothing of value left. How about you take the treasure pouch as well?" The old monster's expression turned sour, his face resembling a bitter melon, his complexion shifting to a vivid green, as if he were hiding a fortune. He did possess a sun flame ring, a prized artifact he would never part with. Should he engage in battles in the future, would he rely solely on brute strength? The rotund man had no interest in the tattered pouch. "If I cannot find anything else, so be it. We are engaging in a fair trade. Just remember that you owe me a favor." The shard was no ordinary single-colored crystal. Even in an equal exchange, he had profited. Continuing the charade, the rotund man feigned a troubled expression and exchanged the red flame elixir. Upon receiving the fire crow, the old monster's face lit up with childlike glee. "Little brother, the Xianbing tricolor stone is a treasure. If you seal its spiritual energy with formations and draw energy beside it for a year, it is equivalent to 3 years of arduous training." Unfortunately, those women guard it too closely. They devised a method to collect it separately, working all night to find just a shard. If they catch wind of it, it will be difficult to act again, yet it is still more useful than ordinary artifacts. Fool! The method taught by Qinxian is far more astute. He releases the artifact's spiritual energy to absorb more, Wang Hao thought, secretly amused. Besides, it's clearly a dripping chicken leg. How could you only sniff at it? No wonder your progress in cultivating the inner elixir is slow. He maintained a facade of gratitude for the old monster's advice. Feeling fortunate, he teased, "Old monster, why does your disciple not speak? Is she mute?" "Oh, The little girl is just shy, the old monster hastily explained. She doesn't appear frightened to me. Are you not abducting someone else's daughter? The rotund man recalled the old monster's audacity in attempting to woo To'uba Wu in the icy plains, and vengeful thoughts surfaced as he moved closer to the girl. Little Chilly, you might as well team up with me. Being the old monster's disciple leads nowhere. Just look at his pitiful state. What benefits can he offer you? Stay by my side, and I assure you a life of luxury. Consider it. One to you? That won't do. This little girl has exceptional talent and a natural affinity for fire, destined to be my successor in fire cultivation, the old monster replied earnestly. Such triviality is merely talk. Even if little Chilly wishes to join me, I have no interest in taking on disciples. As the saying goes, teaching a disciple leads to the master's ruin. I avoid such unwise endeavors. Noting the somewhat ambiguous relationship between the two, the rotund man wondered, where was the disciple who would dare to glare at their master? In the interest of keeping matters discreet, especially with the Ice Lian Mountain Manor potentially eavesdropping, it was wise to maintain distance from the old monster. After the jest, he promptly urged them to set off. It is getting late, after a tiring journey. Why not find a place to wash up and rest? How could centuries of reputation be tarnished in an instant? The old monster protested, blushing furiously. We are not involved in such a relationship. She is my new disciple. I care not what your relationship is. Begone. Wang Hao exploded. With the acquisition of the crystal, the rotund man was in high spirits, planning to treat himself, though this was merely an excuse. As the adage goes, a horse does not grow fat on night grass. His ample physique was not a result of mere luck, but the fruits of laborious indulgence. Even during those nightmarish years, he had never neglected his appetite, and in this gastronomic paradise, he would not let the opportunity slip away. After dismissing the old monster, he set off, donning a loose-fitting t-shirt, and strolled along the banks of the Funan River. The verdant waters sparkled like a necklace of jade, with a few boats lazily drifting by. The riverbank was lush with grass, and pavilions attracted numerous visitors seeking respite. There were also many oddly shaped boulders inscribed with incomprehensible verses. He ambled along the river, savoring the leisurely pace. Then he spotted it, a stall selling bobo chicken, a classic Chengdu delicacy akin to skewers, with pieces of chicken or offal threaded onto bamboo sticks, marinating in a pot for easy selection. Wang Hao quickly found a seat by the riverside and ordered a bottle of chilled beer to quench his thirst. The gentle breeze from the river was refreshingly pleasant. The icy, pale yellow liquid slid down his throat, as if cooling his very soul. After achieving the golden course stage, his capacity for alcohol far exceeded that of mere beer. The rotund man guzzled glass after glass, as if it were soda, his other hand busy, soon filling his table with an abundance of skewers. Suddenly, a clatter echoed from afar, followed by shouts of curses and the crisp sound of a bottle shattering on the ground. Gazing upwards, a graceful figure approached with the swiftness of flight. The scattered tables and chairs did not hinder her speed. She vaulted over them with the agility of a hurdler, a pace that would leave even professional athletes envious. It would indeed be a pity if such talent were not showcased at the Olympics. From afar, only a playful white cap and the girl's stunning physique were visible, with two small white rabbits frolicking joyfully at her chest as she ran, a sight that was truly captivating. She was clearly evading someone. The girl seemed to notice Wang Hao's presence, which was not surprising given his ample frame. However, what followed was utterly astonishing. She began to shed her clothing while running. Do not misconstrue. It was merely her outer garment she removed, followed by her hat, allowing her long, dark hair to cascade like flowing clouds. She discarded her handbag into the river, and within mere seconds, she transformed entirely, revealing a clever little girl. Could she be the fabled spy? Just as Wang Hao stood in stunned silence, the girl abruptly halted, gracefully seating herself on a chair opposite him. She took a couple of deep breaths to steady her racing heart, though her chest still heaved violently, a sight only Wang Hao could perceive. Remarkable. She could rival even the likes of Tuo Wu. Her features lacked the seductive allure often associated with beauty, yet there was a touch of ethereal grace about her. The girl, nurtured by the exceptional land of Bashu, bore an enchanting aura. Her fair skin evoked images of polar ice, while her misty eyes shimmered with clarity akin to autumn waters. Those lively eyes, though filled with alarm, also seemed to plead for assistance. Before Wang Hao could refuse, a group of 7 or 8 sharply dressed men surged into view, pursuing her along the riverbank, toppling a wine bottle as they passed their table. They did not appear to be villains. Rather, the girl's actions raised suspicion. She neither called for help nor alerted the authorities, instead hiding beneath the table. It seemed the girl had stolen something, a beautiful damsel reduced to thievery. Wang Hao, unwilling to invite trouble, promptly called for the bill, regarding it as recompense for his admiration of her beauty. As he departed, he warned, "They will soon discover your clothes in the river. Good luck." At that moment, the girl found herself in a dire predicament and suddenly grasped Wang Hao's hand. "Can you help me? I have nowhere to stay and no money for food. My handbag fell into the river. You threw it in yourself." Wang Hao couldn't help but correct her. "Please? I haven't eaten all day. The bad guys will be back any moment," she pleaded, on the verge of tears. Wang Hao found himself inexplicably amused, perhaps because she had not referred to him by his size, or perhaps due to her undeniable beauty, reminiscent of Tuo Baowu. As for who she was or why she was being pursued, such details mattered little. "How can you run so swiftly on an empty stomach? Speak up. What do you wish to eat?" "I'll take you now," he said, bemused. "Just a couple of bowls of instant noodles will suffice. We need to leave here now. They will return soon." The girl, now a frightened bird, kept glancing around. Without waiting for change, she leapt into a taxi, grabbing a handful of chicken skewers as she departed. Once the door was shut, she dramatically patted her chest. "That was close. Thank goodness I practiced long-distance running. It would have been disastrous if they caught up with me. I thought you trained in the 100-meter hurdles. You're not surnamed Blue, are you?" Wang Hao replied nonchalantly. "Huh, I didn't expect you to be so interesting. My name is Su Shui from Suzhou, and my name means snow," she introduced herself. Wang Hao's lips moved as he recalled a past acquaintance, Chu Yao, and chose to remain silent, deeming it wiser not to engage. Su Shui, dissatisfied with his reticence, feigned an intention to open the car door. "Do you dislike me? If so, I'll leave right now." Though her situation was desperate, she could not bend to anyone's whims. "No, you mentioned your name, Su Shui, from Suzhou and snow." "I heard you," he said, a look of grievance on his round face. Su Shui was left defeated. It's customary for boys to introduce themselves first. "Now that I've shared my name, you should tell me yours. How else would I address you?" Having been called Fatty or Fat Pig since descending the mountain, he had grown accustomed to it. Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle, quickly revealing his name. Chapter 22. The Faux Girlfriend, Part 1. Satisfied, Su Shui smiled as the taxi arrived at the hotel. Despite having not eaten all day, she insisted on showering before dining. Wang Hao, of course, would not allow her to eat instant noodles and ordered a meal while she bathed. After cultivating his elixir, his senses heightened remarkably. While seated in the living room, he could still hear the sound of rushing water. Who said that cultivating could resist temptation? At this moment, Wang Hao felt a restless energy within him, akin to a flood that could only be diverted but not forcibly suppressed. This agitation was largely due to the influence of the ice flame. Since the change, it had spiraled out of control, as if breaking free from its constraints. The bond between person and elixir was inherently unified and under its influence. Wang Hao's heart began to stir. For reasons unknown, Su Shui consistently evoked memories of Tuo Baowu in him. After returning from the ice plains, he had cautioned himself to forget her existence. The disparity between them was too great. The journey to the ice plains had been a fulfillment of a wish, and continuing to linger would only bring more pain. Furthermore, they had yet to establish any genuine feelings. It was merely a one-sided affection on his part. Yet, even unrequited love was not easily cast aside, for her unparalleled beauty remained imprinted in his mind, haunting him. "What are you thinking about?" Su Shui emerged from the bathroom, her exquisite face flushed from the heat, droplets of water cascading from her damp hair. Her beauty was entirely different from Tuo Baowu's, yet equally captivating, rendering one unable to escape its allure. After her bath, she donned the hotel bathrobe, which barely reached her knees, revealing her fair, slender legs, a sight both playful and enchanting. Despite Wang Hao's prior mental preparation, he was still struck dumb by her beauty, as if beholding a lotus emerging from the water. "Are you stunned?" Su Shui, confident in her charm, teased, exuding neither arrogance nor disdain, rendering her presence delightful. Wang Hao snapped back to reality, clumsily offering, "Instant noodles are not good for your health. I ordered a nutritious meal from the hotel. Give it a try." Her beautiful eyes lingered on his face for a moment before she lifted the gleaming stainless steel cover. releasing an enticing aroma that wafted through the air, an irresistible temptation for someone who had been hungry all day. It smells amazing. Why are you being so nice to me? Be honest, do you have ulterior motives? She asked, a hint of flirtation slipping through her words, nearly embarrassing him. Don't take my words to heart. In an instant, she had already picked up the knife and fork. Though she ate quickly, her demeanor remained elegant. Such a wonderful girl should not be out in the world alone. Wang Hao felt a wave of affection for her, and after a moment's hesitation, he said, in your line of work, you often go without meals. You're at a crucial stage of growth. Lack of nutrition can hinder your development. Besides, after being chased all day, you must be starving, right? Su Shui paused amidst her meal, looking up with playful reproach. Where do you see me as undernourished? With your youth and beauty, finding a proper job shouldn't be difficult. I have some connections in Chengdu. I could help you secure a position, he offered, attempting to maintain composure, yet sounding rather old-fashioned. What do you mean by young and beautiful? What kind of woman do you take me for? Su Shui retorted, throwing down her fork in anger. I mean, no offense. It's simply not right to take someone else's belongings, is it? Wang Hao gently coaxed, perplexed by his own willingness to indulge her. Who took anything from anyone? I couldn't care less to discuss this with you. She shot back, realizing she had inadvertently cast herself as a thief. Su Shui seemed to harbor an unspoken dilemma. Her words trailed off abruptly, and her large, misty eyes flickered mischievously as she remarked, all right, you could take care of my meals and drinks. You certainly are not shy. Fortunately, the chubby fellow was well prepared. Those individuals were likely still searching for her, so she ought to refrain from causing any trouble in the next couple of days. Everything she needed was in the room. If she felt hungry, she could simply call the restaurant for food. After giving her these instructions, he headed straight for the door, thinking that remaining here would surely lead to complications. When did his self-control become so fragile? In the past, when facing Tuo Bawu, he had never felt such intensity. Even the most beautiful young girl inevitably bore a hint of naivety, and compared to ethereal charm, there was still a considerable distance to traverse. The chubby fellow was plunged into deep discontent. Utterly clueless about inner alchemy, he could not fathom that it was the ice flame stirring his emotions. After enduring the hardships of the icy plains, combined with the influence of the wind fox, his cultivation had surged into the chi dynamic stage in a remarkably brief period. The characteristic of this stage was the instability of the nascent Dan, coupled with the gradual accumulation of energy, leading to restlessness. Consequently, one's self-control wavered, manifesting as greed and violence, particularly a poor ability to regulate desires, making one susceptible to uncontrollable urges with the slightest provocation. In summary, this was a period where the Dan significantly affected one's psyche. Experienced masters typically kept their disciples close by to eliminate temptations and provide timely guidance. As their disciples were still in the nascent phase, their minds not yet mature, making it too risky to be out in the world. Yet, at this precarious moment, the chubby fellow had ventured out, only to encounter the breathtakingly beautiful Su Shui, making it all the more impossible for him to maintain composure. It was a miracle he hadn't lost control entirely. Where are you going? Su Shui blocked the entrance, refusing to yield. What are you doing blocking the way? Are you planning to keep me here? The chubby fellow's response was evasive. In truth, he was burdened with a secret. Before leaving, his mother had instructed him to return home for the weekend, claiming she missed the liveliness of family and wanted to see her son more often. Ultimately, it was a ruse to coerce him into matchmaking. He had initially intended to return the following day, but given the unusual circumstances, he decided to leave early. How frustrating. Knowing the truth, he still had to go home, where different girls awaited him each time. As for their looks, they were neither particularly good nor bad. His parents had already filtered out those of poor quality, while the more desirable girls had long since been claimed. Even if a few remained in their families, their standards were exceptionally high. Would they truly deign to notice a chubby fellow lacking in ambition? He could only hope that the woman his mother found would possess higher qualities. The chubby fellow had no ulterior motives. He merely wished not to have his appetite affected. After sampling countless delicacies, he found himself yearning for his mother's simple home-cooked meals. Are you looking for another place to stay? Su Shui had been concerned about how to sleep, as it was indeed inappropriate for a solitary girl to share a room. At this moment, gratitude welled up within her, albeit she misinterpreted his intentions. The chubby fellow could almost read her thoughts and chuckled. Please, go ahead and be excited. Of course, I won't be back until Monday. I'll assist you in finding a job then, so please refrain from wandering around too much. Ugh, wouldn't it be better if she just left? He thought to himself, nearly slapping his own face in frustration. Assured of his innocence, Su Shui felt a pang of guilt. The chubby fellow had assumed she was a thief, yet he was willing to assist her without any ulterior motives. How could she take advantage of him in such a way? After a moment of hesitation, she quietly spoke. You earn your keep, which isn't easy. Staying here is quite expensive. Why not stay? I can make do on the sofa for a night. Finally, her conscience began to stir, but the chubby fellow had no need for it. With a wave of his hand, he replied, just make yourself comfortable. I truly have matters to attend to, but I will return in a couple of days. The more he denied it, the more she refused to believe him. Just moments ago, they had been enjoying a meal by the riverside. How could he suddenly claim to have pressing matters? It was clearly an excuse to leave, and she was even less inclined to let him go. The girl's heart was indeed kind. To avoid exposing his awkwardness, Wang Hao slightly turned his body. Are you truly moved? Su Shui obediently nodded, her large eyes darting around, hoping he wouldn't make any excessive demands. Although breaking off the relationship would be easy for her as a Taekwondo expert, it was not something she desired. Encountering a good person in a predicament, she naturally hoped he was not a deceiver. Would you be willing to do me a favor? Su Shui's heart sank, yet she clung to a glimmer of hope. Speak your mind. It depends on what it is. After nurturing a budding relationship, Wang Hao, with a furrowed brow, confessed, to be frank, I am returning to my parents' home. They claim they want me to visit for a weekend meal, but in reality, they're trying to set me up on blind dates. You must know how tiresome such matters can be, but I cannot disregard my parents' wishes. This is what troubles me. If perhaps you could pretend to be my girlfriend just once, it might dissuade them from their tiresome antics. Is that all? Seeing her frosty demeanor, Wang Hao shrugged. If you refuse to help, it matters not. It would merely be dining with an unfamiliar woman. My parents are quite astute. You may not be able to deceive them. Stop trying to provoke me. If I cannot see through your tricks, then have I wasted these years? Since she had already assisted him, her request was not unreasonable. Rest assured, I will take care of everything. Su Shui exhaled in relief, blossoming into a radiant smile reminiscent of summer flowers. Isn't this just being naive? The chubby fellow felt a wave of joy, urging her to hurry along. For provoking her was different from other strategies. Even if exposed, it might not end in failure. Su Shui shot him a glance, playfully scolding. Who visits their parents at night? Furthermore, I cannot show up in my bathrobe. My clothes are being washed and won't be returned until tomorrow morning. Plus, it is customary to bring a gift. I don't want to let your parents see through the act. We'll leave tomorrow, then. The chubby fellow could not help but admire her meticulousness. Everything she said was reasonable. He quickly agreed, of course. You need not worry about gifts. I will handle everything, and I will conveniently buy you a couple of outfits tomorrow. Then we shall depart tomorrow. I will go to sleep now. Please wake me in the morning. As Su Shui yawned and stretched, her charm was undeniable. As a reward for her assistance, she rightfully claimed the bedroom. Chapter 23. The Pretend Girlfriend, Part 2. To quell his restless heart, the chubby fellow first took a cold shower before returning to the living room to sit cross-legged in meditation. Based on past experience, focusing on the ice flame would lead to profound tranquility. When the world was reduced to a mere flicker of fire, there was even a hint of solitude, as if that coldness was eternal. Yet at this moment, everything was different. The ice flame was nearly on the verge of madness. Not only did he feel no peace, but its ferocity was also infectious. The icy fire raged within his dantian, rapidly spreading throughout his body, causing the icy liquid in his veins to surge restlessly, accompanied by fluctuating emotional turmoil. As the master, he could not ignore its presence for even a moment. Wang Hao attempted to forcibly control the ice flame, trying over a dozen times, but to no avail. Not only was it futile, but he nearly lost himself in the process. By dawn, he reluctantly gave up. Soon after, a waiter returned Su Shui's clothes. Had the chubby fellow been acquainted with several top European brands, he would never have mistaken the girl for a thief. It was time to hit the road. Wang Hao quickly roused Su Shui, and after they shared breakfast, they hurriedly set out. Gifts were easy to manage. After a quick tour of Wang Fujing department store, he emerged laden with packages, having spent less than half an hour. However, the task of buying clothes proved to be a headache. The chubby fellow had initially planned to casually grab a couple of items, but after visiting over a dozen boutiques, He found nothing suitable, which seriously bruised his pride. Normally, he didn't care about clothing. He would simply wear something loose and baggy. But now he realized how challenging it was to find something fitting. Su Shui seemed to sense his embarrassment and put in extra effort to help him search, which touched the chubby fellow deeply. Good girls were indeed rare these days. As the two individuals passed by a women's clothing boutique, Wang Hao hastily remarked, "There's no time to waste. Let's buy you an outfit. I find t-shirts rather satisfactory." "All right then, let it be that one," Su Shui said, absent-mindedly pointing to a high-waisted jacket in a soft ivory hue displayed in the window, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. It exuded a sense of simplicity and elegance, perfectly suitable for meeting elders. Additionally, she was reluctant to spend excessively and planned to purchase a modest coat merely as a formality. "How can that be? You have accompanied me for 2 hours. I must repay you." Wang Hao was prepared to splurge, for money held little significance for a cultivator. "But doesn't that mean another 2 hours?" Su Shui smiled gently, evading his insistence. "I rarely squander time shopping for clothes." The corpulent man felt a pang of indignation. "That is not what I meant. I look good in whatever I wear, truly." Su Shui realized her words were poorly chosen and hurried to clarify. But her explanations only muddled the situation further. Finally, she shrugged her shoulders, conceding to his wishes. Although it might be challenging for overweight individuals to find suitable clothing, no attendant would dare overlook them, as it often signified a life of affluence, translating to purchasing power. "Miss, all our garments are imported. Each style is limited to a single piece per store, ensuring you won't encounter anyone else in the city wearing the same outfit," the attendant eagerly informed them, showcasing the season's new arrivals. There were only a few pieces that caught their eye, some of which were rather extravagant. This one, and the white one in the window. Su Shui quickly selected 3 items at a lower price and followed the attendant to the fitting room. Despite appearing somewhat disheveled upon their first encounter, her beauty and character were nearly impeccable, embodying the essence of a flawless woman. The corpulent man waited outside with a sense of contentment, picturing Su Shui changing clothes. Protecting a woman was a joyous endeavor, especially one as exquisite as her, fostering a swell of pride within him. Boredom set in when a couple suddenly appeared at the entrance, their striking combination of handsome and beautiful drawing attention. While the woman could not compare to Su Shui, the man lacked Wang Hao's robust physique, yet their presence still irked him. "Is it you? Uncle Wang is setting you up again, huh? Finding a girlfriend seems to require parental involvement. You truly are exceptional." One of the women sneered. "Let me give you a piece of advice. Merely buying clothes won't win a woman's heart. You must also meet certain standards. The women you're matched with are hardly sought after. Finding a man is a stroke of luck for them. You work for Dawang Company, so you need not overly flatter them." She went on, "I hear this boutique is quite expensive. The office manager's salary isn't high, so say where you can. Some individuals lack even a college degree. It's a mystery how they manage to infiltrate the company. Who knows, perhaps one day they'll be dismissed, and having some savings would be prudent." The woman, Ying, clutched her boyfriend's arm, her words sharp and bitter, seemingly retaliating for a past slight. "You have no idea who you're dealing with. Do you know the higher-ups at Dawang Company? They wouldn't fire the president without it affecting me. A single word from me could have you booted from Dawang." Wang Hao found her immaturity amusing. She embodied all the flaws of vanity and jealousy that women could possess. And even though she was somewhat presentable, she paled in comparison to Su Shui. In fact, it was an insult to even draw such a comparison. He deemed her unworthy of his attention. "Do you know this person?" the handsome man inquired, his protectiveness akin to a guard over a bone, questioning whether such a woman was worth defending. Ying, seemingly apprehensive of her boyfriend's misinterpretation, quickly clarified, "Humph. His father has some connections with my family, and he shamelessly sought me out for a blind date. My mother, soft-hearted, didn't have the heart to turn him away, so I was obliged to entertain them. Who knew he would be so clingy and bothersome?" Judging by their appearances, her words seemed credible, which elicited a smile from the handsome man. He handed over an exquisitely crafted business card, revealing himself as Du Tingyuan, the manager of the business department at Hongyun Company, a young man who had achieved much at a tender age. A flicker of emotion passed through Su Shui, who recognized the tragic nature of Ying's remarks. Even if she lacked understanding of dignity, she should not insult her own mother, a woman of such kindness. "Whatever," she thought, "how you choose to debase yourself is your affair. After the awkward encounter, the relationship between the two families had soured. There was no need to meddle further. What have I missed? Su Shui appeared before everyone, effortlessly donned in the garments she had selected, exuding beauty regardless of the attire. When men gaze upon a beautiful woman, the clothing becomes a mere afterthought, of little concern regarding its value. You have missed nothing at all, the corpulent man replied with a nonchalant smile. When two women stood together, Ying's radiance dimmed significantly, resembling an ordinary woman in the marketplace, gripping her boyfriend's hand tighter, yet her sharp tongue remained unyielding. That dress appears rather ordinary. Surely there are more new arrivals this year? It was clear that the sudden appearance of familiar faces was not fortuitous. While Wang Hao chose to overlook the woman's provocations, Su Shui refused to let him lose face, especially considering that intrigues were second nature to women. I've selected the remaining pieces here. Take your time choosing, she declared before suddenly standing on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on the corpulent man's cheek. Darling, it's time to settle the bill. Caught off guard, the corpulent man was momentarily stunned. This relationship seemed to be progressing far too swiftly without any mental preparation. Her soft lips were indeed warm, far superior to a forced kiss. What are you waiting for? Go pay. Su Shui whispered in his ear, reminding him that lingering in a daze would be embarrassing. Oh, I'll go now, Wang Hao quickly realized and followed the attendant to the checkout counter. As he departed, he overheard Ying's voice. So they chose all the cheap items. Darling, let's look at something else. Perhaps it was the first time she used that term of endearment. The clumsy feeling of it was almost nauseating. The value of clothing lies in who wears it. Boastful words pale in comparison to the worth of cash. Despite Su Shui's refined upbringing, she felt a twinge of indignation rise within her. Had it not been for her desire to support Wang Hao, she wouldn't have wasted her energy on such a woman. Ying, I want all the remaining clothes wrapped up. Except for those 3, I don't want, she declared, determined to reclaim her dignity as a managerial assistant, insisting on making a purchase that wouldn't be insignificant. The handsome man, reluctant to confront Su Shui, interjected, why bother? We're all friends here. Lunch is approaching. Why not let me treat you? No, I must buy these clothes. If necessary, I will pay out of my own pocket. This isn't merely a matter of money. Our actions aren't commendable. I absolutely intend to buy them. Miss, please expedite the process. We're in a hurry to eat. As the two continued their debate, Wang Hao returned after settling the bill, witnessing the attendant packaging the clothes. He turned to Ying and remarked, if you're in such a hurry to eat, perhaps you should forego the clothing purchase. I have a strong premonition you'll be unemployed within 3 days. It would be wise to save some funds for emergencies. Ying had secured her position at Dahuang Company through connections with a high-ranking official, and despite being new, she felt far superior to a mere office manager. She retorted, all right then, let us set 3 days as the limit. We'll see who is out first. Afterward, she urged her boyfriend to pay, treating him as if he were an ATM. To avoid conflict, the cashier approached them, explaining, this gentleman has purchased all the new items for this season. I sincerely apologize. Here is another piece of advice. Money isn't everything. The corpulent man, not known for his benevolence, was even less inclined to tolerate provocations during his irritable state. Ultimately, Su Shui left with only the white jacket, regarding Wang Hao's actions with disdain. As the handsome man remarked, hurling money at someone was hardly dignified. However, venting her frustrations brought her some joy, so she refrained from chastising the corpulent man excessively. Chapter 24, The Faux Girlfriend, Part 2. The two of them hurriedly stuffed their numerous bags into the taxi, setting off for Deyang. The summer fields, rushing past the window, painted a captivating shade of green. Upon arrival, the plump friend nimbly jumped out of the car, unloading the gifts, a first for him to buy presents for his parents. Spurred on by Su Shui's reminder, leaving him with a tinge of guilt. As he pushed the door open, he was immediately met with the stormy faces of his father and mother. The girl must have lost faith during the prolonged wait and ultimately stormed off in frustration. Naturally, the elders, as the hosts, felt embarrassed. The table was laden with delectable dishes, lovingly prepared by his mother, yet no one seemed inclined to touch the sumptuous meal. What a shame! Without a thought, the plump friend seized 2 slices of beef and stuffed them into his mouth. His mother smacked his hand with her chopsticks. At your age, still eating with your hands? You know the girl was waiting for you. Why did you take so long to return? Your father nearly flipped the table just now. I can't help you this time. You're on your own. In the midst of her reprimands, Wang Hao stuffed 2 pieces of sweet and sour pork into his mouth. What girl? Didn't you ask me to come home for dinner? No one mentioned anything about a girl. Besides, I went out to buy gifts for you. My job is going well, so of course I want to bring something home. Who returns empty-handed? Hey, did you hear that, old man? Our son went out to buy us gifts. Don't you dare accuse him of wrongdoing. His mother shouted deliberately before lowering her voice to admonish him. Stop pretending to be clueless. This is a one-time deal. Don't let it happen again. His father, fuming, approached with a cigarette in hand. I didn't see any gifts. This kid was probably out having a grand time, making up excuses to fool us. Don't let him trick you. Despite his outward sternness, he felt a sweet warmth inside, for it wasn't the gifts he cared about, but the familial affection. Gifts? My mother locked them outside. Wang Hao thought, unfazed, as he had orchestrated this whole scenario. You didn't mention it earlier? His mother shot him a glare before turning towards the door. Don't think that bringing back gifts will let you off the hook. That girl waited for you for 3 whole hours. After dinner, you must call her and apologize. Do you hear me? Whether it was his father's emphasis on decorum or his unwillingness to let go, he thought calling her would only complicate matters. Oh, his mother exclaimed in surprise, while Wang Hao wore a mischievous grin. His eager mother, upon seeing a delicate beauty standing at the door, would find it challenging to maintain her composure. Especially considering Su Shue's breathtaking beauty, one could liken her to a captivating disaster. Hello, Annie, Su Shue greeted, holding a heap of gifts, feigning innocence. Her identity was unmistakable, her shy eyes devoid of any flirtation, a type that the elders adored. Well played. Wang Hao silently praised her. The 2 elders eagerly ushered Su Shue inside, bombarding her with questions. She sweetly addressed them as uncle and auntie, her melodious voice capable of melting hearts. His mother poured a cup of tea and scolded the snacking Wang Hao. All you do is eat. Can't you even greet our guest? Hurry over. I left this morning to buy gifts for you, and I still haven't had lunch. Wang Hao thought to himself. Who doesn't know you just want to see your future daughter-in-law, not your son? I'm just making a graceful exit. What? You 2 haven't had lunch yet? Nonsense. It's one thing for you, a grown man, but what about the poor girl? How could you go hungry? His father was furious. Had it not been for their guest, he would have reprimanded his son further. Wang Hao, feeling shielded by Su Shue's presence, retorted, I was just trying to hurry back. What if you flip the table? I'll call that girl to apologize right now. How about that? Please calm down. Call. Just sit quietly. His mother glared at him. I'll heat up the dishes. We'll be ready to eat in 10 minutes. You 2 can chat. As the girl who had come for a matchmaker's meeting could no longer wait for dinner and left, the couple naturally lost their appetites, leaving the table laden with untouched delicacies, save for a few bites taken by Wang Hao. Even so, his father felt guilty about offering leftover food to their guest. Ultimately, all blame fell on his son. Before long, steam rose from the dining table, filling the air with the aroma of the dishes. Let's begin, Wang Hao exclaimed, eagerly grabbing his chopsticks. You're studying in Chengdu, right? Whenever you have time, come over to our place. I'll cook for you. His mother affectionately patted Su Shue, an affection akin to that of a long-lost daughter, with no hint of the awkwardness typical of first meetings. Su Shue, unreserved, replied while eating, I'm still studying. I haven't graduated yet. Once I do, I'll work in Chengdu. Wang Hao promised to help me find a job. She then made a playful face at Wang Hao. You're studying in Chengdu? My mother attended university there. She is quite familiar with the institutions of higher learning in Chengdu, she inquired, unable to resist. Su Shue, initially intending to evade the question, realized she knew nothing about the universities in Chengdu. Fearing that further inquiries could expose her ignorance, she decided to be candid. I'm studying in the UK. I'm just back for a break. Studying abroad had become a trend, and her mother was not taken aback, saying with affection, You must learn to take care of yourself while studying abroad. To lie without batting an eye. Impressive, Wang Hao thought, confidently resuming his meal. The meeting unfolded awkwardly, but ended joyfully. To avoid prolonging the evening, Wang Hao decisively suggested leaving after dinner. His mother, outwardly concerned, yet secretly fishing for information, took Wang Hao aside on the balcony, solemnly instructing him, From now on, you must bring your girlfriend home for dinner every week until Su Shue returns to the UK. And remember, having found such a wonderful girl, you must not waver. Otherwise, you will face the consequences. Wang Hao was drenched in sweat. When had he ever been indecisive? Feeling frustrated, He reached the door when suddenly his mother called him affectionately, turning back to see her signaling him to stay, causing him to perspire again. "Why are you rushing to leave? Didn't you say you'd stay for 2 days?" Su Shui was fiddling with an emerald ring. Its alluring green hue pleasing to the eye, even in the dim light of the car, exuding a soft yet vibrant glow. It was said that emeralds are the king of green gemstones, and if one had seen that enchanting color, they would understand the truth in that statement. In the West, emeralds symbolize love and life, representing the vibrant spring, and it was rumored to be the favored gemstone of Venus, the goddess of love, thus embodying the essence of successful and secure love. Clearly, his mother's gift of the ring was intentional. Too eager, perhaps? Wang Hao couldn't help but swallow hard and said meekly, "I was just afraid you'd slip up," mentioning studying in the UK. "If I sit here any longer, I'll end up eavesdropping on your conversation. But first, you should return that ring to me." Su Shui cautiously hid the ring behind her back. "Why should I? This was a gift from your mother." Since there was no prior discussion about the fate of the gifts, it was indeed unreasonable to reclaim what his mother had bestowed. Wang Hao had not anticipated that his mother would gift a family heirloom upon their first meeting, and reluctantly, he had to plead. "I know it was given to you by my mother. That ring is her family treasure, the only dowry she received when she married. It's meant to be passed down through generations. Unless you plan to become a member of the Wang family, possessing it would weigh on your conscience." Though Su Shui was accustomed to treasures, she was still enamored with the emerald ring, occasionally holding it to admire or shining in the light, causing Wang Hao's heart to race with anxiety that she might accidentally break it. Upon hearing the nearly tearful explanation from the plump man, Su Shui finally ceased her fidgeting and anxiously pressed her hand against her chest, exclaiming, "Is it truly that severe? Perhaps I should forego it." After uttering these words, she offered the ring back to him, but her hand faltered midway. "What if I wear it for just a couple of days? I promise to return it to your mother when I come next time." Wang Hao, appearing rather foolish, extended his hand in anticipation, only to feel a surge of frustration when she withdrew it once more. "Would it be too much to ask for you to act as my wife for a few days?" "Of course not," she retorted. "Why did you buy every piece of clothing at the store? You never struck me as someone so superficial." Ignoring his indignation, Su Shui casually shifted the topic. "Is it wrong for me to have money to spend?" The plump man snapped back, realizing that he could only cautiously observe the situation. After all, outright theft was not an option. "Are you upset that they bullied you? Or is it a matter of resentment because they discarded you in the past? That sort of behavior is rather petty, and it hardly befits a man." Su Shui gently blew on the gemstone before vigorously wiping it against her clothing, presenting a picture of avarice. Wang Hao quickly shielded it with his hand and exclaimed in annoyance, "I can't stand them treating you poorly. How could she cast me aside with such a condition? If it weren't for appeasing my father, I wouldn't even spare her a glance." His words were no mere boast. Cultivators indeed carry a sense of superiority, often seeking partners among their own kind, a far more ingrained concept than mere social standing in the mundane world. It is unthinkable for anyone to cross such boundaries. After all, even the most stunning beauty among ordinary folk becomes nothing but a pile of bones after a few years. While the notion of beautiful women becoming mere skeletons is an undeniable truth, how long can a breathtaking visage truly endure? The youthfulness of a person is fleeting, and cultivators are adept at making the right choices between love and the path of enlightenment. As for aiding a beloved in ascending to the same realm, that is a fanciful dream. Firstly, the various sects strictly prohibit the sharing of their cultivation methods. To assist a beloved would require first bringing her into the sect, or else it would be tantamount to betraying one's master. Cultivation differs from martial arts, as it is heavily constrained by resources, making the acceptance of disciples a highly regulated affair. Such matters are unimaginable in a world that emphasizes sex and family lineage. Furthermore, alchemists are the guarantee of ascension, and even cultivators must lower their voices in their presence. Is it truly so difficult to find a sister of exceptional beauty? The plump man dismissed such actions, not daring to reveal his true identity, enjoying his current freedom. "Oh, you truly dare to boast. Aren't you afraid your jaw might drop?" he retorted. "Honestly, her character does not match yours. You're not a superficial person. Since we met, I have not heard you mention money even once. Please refrain from engaging in such trivial pursuits." As she spoke, Su Shui placed the ring into her clothes-fitting pocket. While seeking votes, there was a request for a recommendation. Please assist in giving a recommendation for Sanjiang. On the book page, click on the reading section above, allowing brothers to experience Sanjiang's recommendation. Chapter 25, The Extraordinary Plump Man, Part 1. Originally, the intention was to resolve the issue of blind dates completely. Who would have guessed that he would have to bring Su Shui back every week? Now, even the ancestral emerald ring had fallen into her hands. If his mother were to learn the truth, she would surely be furious. Was this not akin to weaving a net for oneself? The plump man, having tasted bitterness, could hardly articulate his feelings, wearing a gloomy expression all the way, far removed from his earlier exuberance. Out of a sense of revenge, he decided to address Ying Ying's situation on the way. She could not be allowed to vanish without a trace within 3 days, as that would be too embarrassing. The president of Dahua Company had specifically left a phone number to ensure he could be reached at any time. This was partly to curry favor and partly to prevent subordinates from inadvertently offending a distinguished guest. Wang Hao's unique status within the company was confidential, known only to a select few high-ranking officials, and in case of an encounter with someone indiscreet, it was best to resolve matters swiftly to avoid escalation. When the middle-aged, balding man received the call, he was exceptionally courteous, not even inquiring about the reason, and immediately promised to have the Human Resources Department work overtime to handle matter. I haven't even explained the reason. The plump man muttered in frustration before hanging up. Was it necessary to provide a reason for dismissing a probationary assistant manager? A worldly wise president would never offend a distinguished guest over the assistant to a department manager. Within 15 minutes, Ying Ying appeared in the president's office, with the relevant dismissal documents laid out before her. Given that she had just joined Dahua Company and was still in her probationary period, she was informed that she could leave once she packed her personal belongings. President, since joining the company, I have worked diligently. Although I have yet to make a significant contribution, I have not made any mistakes, not even one. According to the regulations for probationary employees, the company cannot terminate me without cause. Furthermore, I believe my performance surpasses that of 2 colleagues by a considerable margin. Manager Zhang from the technical department can vouch for me. If he cannot provide a reasonable explanation, it will be difficult for me to accept this. Ying Ying struggled to suppress her urge to cry. Finding a job as a graduate from FD University wasn't difficult, but securing a position at a company like Dahua was exceptionally challenging. Without work experience or relevant training, her entry into the company was indeed facilitated by someone's connections. Even if you refuse to accept it, you have no choice but to comply, do you not? The company can terminate you at any time during the probationary period if they are dissatisfied with your performance. No one knows this contract better than I do. Not even the HR manager, for I drafted it myself, right here on this desk. The president gently tapped the surface of the desk and continued, if I recall correctly, you joined Dahua through Manager Zhang's introduction. You do not meet our recruitment criteria, as this position requires over 3 years of experience in the import and export trade industry. And you have only just graduated, correct? Everything was irretrievable. Ying Ying self-deprecatingly remarked, is this the reason the company has given me? The reason for your dismissal is outlined in Article 36, dissatisfaction with your personal performance during the probationary period. Moreover, you misrepresented your work experience, which has been verified by the Human Resources Department. Do you need any more reasons? No, that will suffice, Ying Ying replied with measured clarity. You may leave now. Please settle your accounts with the finance department and make sure to pack your personal belongings and exit the company promptly. The president's words were directed at the desk, and the bald head gleamed under the light. The dismissal process efficient and professional, with no mention of the reasons. Originally, such matters should have been handled by the HR department, but unfortunately, the HR manager was attending a training session. To provide Wang Hao with a prompt response, the president decided to take matters into his own hands. Ying Ying left the president's office in a daze, only to find 2 security personnel waiting outside, tasked with preventing dismissed employees from stealing company property or causing damage due to emotional distress. Dahua was a well-known enterprise, and every aspect had been meticulously considered. Upon seeing the plump man hang up the phone with a gloomy expression, Su Shui observed him as if he were a rare specimen. Are you truly willing to ruin someone's livelihood over a few harsh words? After all, you've had some acquaintance. Why must you go to such extremes? You're not so petty, are you? The plump man took a deep breath and replied mysteriously, let me share a secret with you. Plump individuals can be quite petty, especially those who have been wronged. Moreover, I keep my word. I rarely share this with anyone. Before he could finish, Su Shui burst into a fit of giggles. "You're just full of nonsense. You, the office director, are quite impressive. A single phone call and the assistant manager is out the door." "Well, I merely offered a suggestion. The final decision rests with the higher-ups." The plump man, for once, displayed a rare modesty, though it was merely a fade to conceal his true identity. Outside the hotel, over 20 individuals clad in dark suits were stationed, and the plump man immediately recognized them as the group pursuing Su Shui. Strangely, the hotel security appeared oblivious to their brazen demeanor. The taxi driver, having never encountered such a scene, neglected to collect his fare, urging the two to exit the vehicle before turning away, nearly colliding with the fountain at the entrance. Had it been 2 days prior, Wang Hao would have resolutely avoided trouble, but now, could he merely stand by and watch Su Shui get taken away? The plump man, who only took 2 minutes to make a decision, quickly resolved to act without hesitation, instinctively quickening his pace to stand before Su Shui. Although he was merely a novice cultivator in the initial stages, he was more than capable of dealing with ordinary individuals, though the sheer number of opponents was indeed daunting. "Fatty, this is none of your business. Step aside." A commanding middle-aged man emerged from the crowd, his square face and muscular physique visible beneath his suit, radiating an indescribable sense of pressure as he moved. Though his tone remained relatively polite, the term fatty struck harshly. Wang Hao merely shrugged with a smile. "Why don't you all come at me together? It would save me the trouble." The square-faced man appeared disinclined to engage physically, admonishing, "Fatty, you don't even understand the situation and want to involve yourself? It's not worth taking a beating. Just leave quickly." "I won't harm Su Shui." "A beating? You seem mistaken if you think you have the ability." Wang Hao continued to provoke, undeterred, though he lacked the strength to confront the 20 or so muscular men, who clearly were more than just brawn, most likely veterans judging by their physique and movements. He remained fearless. It was a sensation akin to a lion facing a robust bull without trembling. The chasm in strength between cultivators and ordinary people emboldened Wang Hao to look down upon them. "Since that is the case, you shall experience their strength firsthand. Being a hero is not merely about courage. It requires actual power to back it up, lest you become a laughingstock." The square-faced man retreated a couple of steps while his burly companions advanced. "Aren't you going to join in?" Wang Hao expressed disappointment. Su Shui was about to intervene, but she caught the square-faced man's gaze, which signaled her to remain silent, assuring her they would not harm the unfortunate Wang Hao. Curiosity flickered within her. Where did Wang Hao's confidence stem from? Most would quail in such a menacing situation, yet there was no hint of fear in Wang Hao's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she whispered in Wang Hao's ear, "Don't be foolish. Do you know who you're talking to? He is 10 times more formidable than the rest of them combined. Have you forgotten what I said? Fatty is quite sensitive. You shouldn't praise him in my presence." As Wang Hao spoke, he suddenly launched an attack, his bulky body surprisingly light, soaring like a feather. Yet his speed was akin to a bullet, reaching the square-faced man in an instant, throwing a punch. What appeared to be an ordinary punch, adorned with speed, was still dazzling. Coupled with the inertia of his 170-pound frame rushing forward, even a person with a modicum of common sense would hesitate to take it head-on. The punch grazed the square-faced man's skin, leaving a stinging sensation. Caught off guard, he barely managed to evade the brunt of the blow, feeling a sharp pain on his cheek as a drop of warm liquid trickled down. So fast, it was rare for a martial arts expert to exhibit such speed, especially from someone who was merely a 20-something with a hefty frame. The unexpected turn left the 20 or so suited men dumbfounded. Instead of swarming in a frenzy, they formed a circle around the two, including Su Shui. The square-faced man wiped the blood from his cheek and remarked, "Your speed and strength are commendable. No wonder you dare to challenge me. I underestimated you earlier. Perhaps you practice martial arts, but that last punch had too many flaws. You're the first person in 3 years to make me take you seriously, Fatty. I'm unsure whether to congratulate you or pity you." As he clenched his fist, a series of cracking sounds echoed from his bones. "Let me tell you, when capturing a thief, one must first capture the king. You know nothing." Wang Hao, emboldened by his sneak attack, rubbed his fists together. "Fatty isn't always clumsy. You made a fundamental error." The square-faced man nodded in acknowledgement. But now it was too late. As he launched his assault, the sheer terror of his presence was palpable, a relentless barrage leaving Wang Hao with scarcely a breath. He clumsily shielded his head and face with his elbows, each block sending waves of pain through him, a clear demonstration of the square-faced man's dominance. Yet, his opponent refrained from delivering a decisive blow, seemingly testing Wang Hao's adaptability and resilience. Thus, despite the dire situation, Wang Hao had not sustained severe injuries. Suddenly, the devilish figure vanished, and Wang Hao heard Su Shui's gasp. The dragon's tail. The earlier tempestuous assault had been a ruse to conceal a fatal strike. From a distance, the square-faced man's body soared like a dragon, executing a swift flip, channeling all his power and momentum into his right foot, aiming to crush Wang Hao's neck. Damn it, that scoundrel A. Wang. He assured me he wouldn't harm Fatty. Su Shui's eyes reddened with worry. Will he even survive that blow? No one had ever guaranteed anything. It was her own misinterpretation. Everyone believed Wang Hao's life hung by a thread, perhaps destined to become a vegetable or at least suffer grievous injuries, lying in a hospital's intensive care unit for months. What descended was not merely a foot, but a mountain crashing down. Only those who experienced it firsthand could fathom its power. As anticipated, Wang Hao's head plummeted, yet instead of striking the concrete, he halted just shy of half a foot from the ground, straightening his body with remarkable force. The foot remained on his shoulder, now devoid of power, rendered ineffective as Wang Hao trapped it with his arm, unable to move. He actually withstood that kick. This revelation astonished the onlookers, leaving them in sheer disbelief. You're mistaken. I am Fatty. Haven't you heard that a large physique bears great strength? Wang Hao grinned mischievously and suddenly retaliated, seizing his opponent and charging toward a wall, smashing into various hard objects, ground, pool, flowerbed, and cars, recklessly assaulting everything in his path. Rather than relying on futile techniques, he chose to pit physical prowess against his adversary. In this moment of catharsis, the ice flame within him surged with excitement, almost celebrating its master's loss of control. Indeed, it subtly influenced his emotions. Otherwise, given Fatty's nature, he would typically strategize rather than act so recklessly. The on-looking suited men, initially poised to assist, retreated at Su Shui's fierce glare, no longer daring to confront the daughter of their employer without the square-faced man's command. Finally, with the release of built-up tension, the ice flame calmed slightly, allowing Wang Hao to emerge from his frenzy. The surrounding chaos left him wide-eyed at the destruction he had wrought. The square-faced man lay defeated, gazing at the havoc wrought upon him. He was not alone. Everyone around shared the same astonishment. After a moment, Su Shui gritted her teeth and spoke. You don't need to feel awkward. I'll return with you. But first, I must visit my grandfather to secure the family's interests in Europe. Her father insisted she marry a British noble. In a shared predicament with Wang Hao, she fled to China, seeking her grandfather's help, leading to the dramatic rescue by the riverside, where Wang Hao had taken her in as a thief. Now that the truth had surfaced, Su Shui was to comply with her father's wishes and return to Europe for marriage. Yet she clung to a final hope with her grandfather. He had always been her greatest supporter and harbored a deep disdain for foreigners. Finding him might still provide a chance for reprieve. However, her grandfather had been out of touch for years. Where could she possibly search for him? I know where your grandfather is. A. Wang struggled to rise, a sheepish smile on his face. Miss, I have watched you grow. How could I bear to see you marry a foreigner? Last week, I discovered the old master's whereabouts. I intended to take you to him, but you slipped away while I was searching. Had it not been for A. Wang's leniency, how could she have returned to China? Such tricks could hardly fool her father. He must have faced considerable reprimands for this. The thought brought tears to Su Shui's eyes. Let us go see the old master right away. He resides in a villa on the outskirts. A Wang approached with unsteady steps, outwardly betraying no signs of pain. Truly a man of iron resolve. In the blink of an eye, the once heroic figure of the chubby man became an outsider, silently trailing behind them, unwilling to permit any deceitful antics. Su Shui's grandfather, Su Jinhe, was a renowned figure in the business world, once merely a step away from becoming the wealthiest among the Chinese. This legendary person, adorned with accolades, quietly withdrew from the limelight before reaching 50, entrusting all his enterprises and connections to his son. As the saying goes, a tiger father does not raise a dog son. Su Shui's father took over the family business right after graduating from university, not only ensuring a smooth transition, but also expanding the business into Europe. Yet, he ultimately fell short of his father's grandeur, and in recent years, his ventures in Europe faced repeated setbacks, revealing a lack of his father's sharpness. His desperation to surpass his father led to hasty decisions, resulting in cash flow problems. 2 hours later, the group arrived at a villa on the outskirts. In stark contrast to the modern architecture surrounding it, the courtyard was lush with green grass, and vines climbed up the walls. Unfortunately, the thriving foliage obscured the view, concealing what lay within. Accustomed to the concrete jungle of the city, this place appeared as a paradise untouched by the world. Wang and the others halted at the courtyard wall, deterred from entering without the old master's consent, and they were equally hesitant to allow anyone else inside. The Su family upheld strict rules of hierarchy and respect. Even Su Shui, favored by her grandfather, dared not act frivolously. Despite their arrival, it was absurd to wait idly outside. After all, what kind of grandfather would refuse to meet his granddaughter? Wang Hao observed with a cool demeanor, having learned from the earlier misunderstanding that one must plan before acting, lest they become the fool. The small building exuded an air of tranquility, suggesting the owner preferred solitude and would not welcome intrusions. If even his granddaughter dared not overstep, why should he? Grandfather. Father is planning to marry Shui off to a foreigner. Please come out and say something. Su Shui's plea tugged at the heartstrings. From the confines of the wall, the courtyard appeared spacious, and the chubby man was convinced that those inside could not hear them. However, the outsiders dared not breach the threshold, merely enduring the wait. Damn it, that old man must have a screw loose, setting such ridiculous rules that even his granddaughter cannot see him. The anxiousness was not limited to the chubby man. Wang's previous leniency had already drawn the Su family's ire. If they could not persuade the elder to make an appearance within 2 days, he would have no choice but to forcibly take Su Shui back, a scenario everyone wished to avoid. As evening approached and silence persisted in the courtyard, a young Taoist priest, strikingly handsome and clad in a pristine gray robe, arrived. His presence was reminiscent of a rabbit, with red lips and white teeth, evoking the image of a unique advertisement. The young priest held an antiquated jade pendant, his demeanor respectful, yet he brushed past the group without acknowledging them. The iron gate seemed to have a mind of its own, opening automatically, leaving the chubby man momentarily stunned. Taoists truly are remarkable. They don't even need to greet anyone. Wang quickly explained, fearing he might speak out of turn. That jade pendant is a celestial treasure. Failing to bow is a sign of disrespect to the divine, something mere mortals cannot bear. Is it really that mystical? The vivid description almost convinced the chubby man, but he quickly regained his wits. Wasn't that just nonsense? Although Wang Hao had little experience with such treasures, he recognized that the jade was utterly ordinary, merely capable of emitting a slight aura. The young priest, who had not even completed his foundational training, would hardly recognize a genuine celestial artifact. Had the young priest chosen to act with humility and hasten past or offered a greeting, the chubby man would have been too indifferent to call him out. Yet, his deliberately mysterious demeanor sparked curiosity, compelling the chubby man to scrutinize him further. That young priest is a fraud. That jade pendant is worthless. Not a celestial treasure at all, he declared fiercely, like a venomous snake poised to strike. You should refrain from speaking if you do not understand. My grandfather holds great respect for those who cultivate the Tao. Your words would surely anger him. Su Shui turned, her beautiful face still marked by tears. Is there really a need to frighten the elders like this? If the old man could hear what was said outside, he would have come out to meet his granddaughter by now. Wang Hao furrowed his brow and replied earnestly, to be honest, I am the legendary immortal. Perhaps I can enlighten your grandfather. He chuckled. Let me first expose this fraud. As he spoke, his rotund figure slipped past the iron gate. You are the real fraud. You fat fool, do not anger my grandfather. Su Shui warned, hopping anxiously behind him, her disbelief evident. I doubt that fat man is an immortal. He may have a bit of cleverness, but is just a braggart. Miss, he might genuinely persuade the elder, Wang whispered from behind. Besides, this is a do-or-die situation. Letting him try is worth the risk. Waiting idly is not a solution. Your father is already losing patience. If we do not act today, he might send someone to retrieve you, and then I will be powerless to help. Chapter 27. The Extraordinary Chubby Man, Part 2. The courtyard was not extensive, merely shrouded in vegetation that lent it an air of depth and mystery. Following a winding stone path for less than 100 meters, they arrived at a quaint and elegant small building. The chubby man lightly tapped his toes, propelling himself into the air, landing silently outside a window. Peering through the lush vines, he spotted an elderly man with a full head of white hair, his sharp gaze radiating an imposing aura. What a treasure! The old man seemed overjoyed, his voice trembling with excitement. Such abundant spiritual energy must greatly aid in cultivation. I am grateful for the assistance of my young master. Please do accept this humble gift. The elderly man clutched the jade pendant as if it were priceless, oblivious to its true worth. Wang Hao shook his head in disbelief. With the elder's knowledge and experience, he should not have been so easily deceived. The jade was of inferior quality, merely exuding a thin layer of spiritual energy that would dissipate within days. Yet, he was unaware of the elder's desperation. The secrets of cultivation are rarely shared, and many would sacrifice everything for a mere mantra. Countless emperors have exhausted their nations in search of the elixir of immortality. The old man's generosity was but a drop in the ocean. I only agreed to help because of your sincere intent. Please do not speak of the jade pendant to anyone else. The young priest feigned aloofness while accepting the humble gift, likely descending the mountain with the intent to swindle, ready to flee with his gains. The moment for revelation had arrived. To ensure their first encounter unfolded harmoniously, Wang Hao approached the front door and announced boldly, "Elder, do not be fooled by this young rascal. That jade is no treasure at all, easily obtainable for 15 yuan at a street market, and you can choose from various styles. Moreover, if you buy more than 5 pieces, you get a discount along with a complimentary exquisite cord." Wang Hao's detailed knowledge was thanks to the efforts of Chu Yao, who had worked hard to uncover the truth. Naturally, he had to flaunt it. Su Jinhe was reluctant to accept the unexpected visitor, his anger boiling over. "Who are you? Do not spout nonsense here." The chubby man refused to divulge his identity, fabricating, "I am Wang Hao, a practitioner of the Tao, a disciple of the Xingyue sect." Surely this young rascal has heard of the name Xingyue sect? The young priest remained composed, responding, "The Xingyue sect is an ancient Taoist school, renowned for its stargazing and divination, ranked second among contemporary sections. There are many impostors claiming to be disciples of esteemed sects. What proof do you have to support your claim?" Laozi need not disguise himself as a member of the Xingyue sect, nor fear that revealing his sect's name might startle you. Wang Hao scoffed, the small fry, feeling guilty, seeks to divert the topic. "My true identity shall be revealed in due time, while your status as a fraud is an undeniable fact. I can expose your tricks right now. Elder, may I borrow your jade pendant?" Su Jinhe, infatuated with the path of immortality, yet not foolish, recognized that the conflict between the two would only benefit him, and thus handed over the pendant. Wang Hao casually accepted it and inquired, "Elder, you firmly believe this pendant to be a treasure of the immortals, likely due to the aura of spiritual energy it gathers on its surface, correct?" Su Jinhe nodded. Indeed, he lacked the knowledge of formations and could only rely on spiritual energy to discern authenticity. However, spiritual energy could also be fabricated. Wang Hao elegantly spread his palm, and the pendant mysteriously vanished, secretly concealed within the Xinglan ring. The young Taoist was initially startled, then mocked after all that talk. "Are you merely attempting to perform a trick? I have no interest in your performance. I must take my leave." Wang Hao would not allow him to escape, swiftly moving to block the exit, his body obscuring most of the doorway. "The one performing tricks is you. Now, take a look at your treasure. Does it still possess a trace of spiritual energy?" The pendant, having lost its spiritual aura, reverted to its true form, dull and flawed, even inferior to items sold on the street. This was because the rotund man not only stripped it of its spiritual energy, but also erased the surface wax. The young Taoist's face flushed with embarrassment as he stubbornly retorted, "It was full of spiritual energy when I brought it. How do you know I didn't just find it like this?" Wang Hao leaned in closely, nearly pressing their faces together, asserting, "Full of spiritual energy when you brought it? Little rascal, you probably have never encountered a true treasure. Who told you that treasures are always brimming with spiritual energy? That's laughable. If a treasure constantly released spiritual energy, ancient artifacts would be nothing but scrap metal by now, having long since lost all their energy. True treasures are capable of absorbing spiritual energy. Have you not heard of spiritual entities?" The young Taoist, blushing, retreated defiantly. "Why should your words be taken as truth? I insist that treasures are filled with spiritual energy. If you have the ability, why not bring one forth for us to see? Did you not just witness one?" The rotund man cackled. Given your cultivation level, you haven't even established your foundation. Would you be able to use a treasure if given one? Would you even recognize it if placed before you? Your identity is indeed suspicious. You're most likely just a con artist wandering about. Su Jinha testified, the young master is indeed a disciple of Qingqing. I can vouch for that. Hearing someone speak on his behalf, the young Taoist felt a surge of pride. Did you hear that? I am a genuine disciple of Qingqing. You may bluster all you want, but the truth speaks for itself. No matter how cunning a fox may be, it cannot outsmart a skilled hunter. If it were anyone else, they might have been deceived, but the rotund man was no ordinary character. He immediately took issue. So you were a student of Qingqing? I am honored. I was unaware that you had taken up the trade of petty merchants. I attended the Qingqing sect's leader's birthday celebration 3 months ago. Why was I not informed of this? Perhaps we should ascend the mountain together to verify? This tactic was akin to cutting off the enemy's supply lines. Even if Qingqing were impoverished, they would not resort to such dealings. It was most likely that the young Taoist had snuck out to swindle a little money, daring not to return to confront anyone. Upon employing this strategy, the young Taoist indeed found himself at a loss. His cheeks flushed as he fell silent, displaying a pitiful expression. Su Jinha, perceptive to the subtle shifts, quickly intervened to mediate. He did not mind that the small gift had been wasted, for drawing out the rotund man was worth the price. I shall let you off this time. Next time you attempt to swindle, at least bring a fine jade piece. Not some street vendor's wares that only serve to embarrass you. Others may not know how to discern treasures, but they might have seen better elsewhere, understand? The rotund man ultimately spared the young Taoist. As the saying goes, one should show mercy where possible. Moreover, there was no deep-seated enmity. Had it not been for the elder and Su Shue's relationship, coupled with his earlier frustration, he would hardly have bothered to intervene. Yet surprisingly, the young Taoist not only failed to express gratitude, but also shot him a glare upon leaving. Damn it, with a face like that. You have the temperament of a woman. Little master, no, great master, if you could offer some guidance, Su Jinha would be immensely grateful. The elder, having faced numerous setbacks in his quest for a mentor over the years, felt a flicker of hope. Even with a fortune at his disposal, genuine masters were often reluctant to even glance in his direction. Prestigious sects were not in need of money. Why would they accept an elderly man as a disciple and risk becoming a laughingstock? Moreover, cultivators sought to pass down their legacies to exceptionally gifted disciples, who would waste time on an old man. Thus, despite years of effort, he had achieved nothing. Now, having finally encountered the real deal, his eyes sparkled with excitement. In his eagerness, he even resorted to respectful language, having long lost the courage to seek a mentor after repeated failures, merely hoping for a few words of advice. Wang Hao, being more self-absorbed than others, could not help but respond due to Su Shue's connection, modestly stating, I am also merely a novice. I cannot claim to provide guidance. Perhaps we can study together when time permits. Even this modest response left the elder astonished, prompting him to eagerly seek counsel. It turned out that the esteemed master he had encountered years ago had refrained from imparting any techniques due to sect rules. For years, he had practiced haphazardly without falling into demonic deviation, let alone making any progress. And now he had not even established his foundation. Hearing that the sects in Shudi were numerous, he had purchased a villa in Chengdu hoping for luck, yet ended up staying for over a decade. Nearly 20 years of cultivation without establishing a foundation. Wang Hao exclaimed, as if he had discovered a creature rarer than ancient beasts, his voice quivering. Elder, you are truly persistent. Your granddaughter is still waiting outside. She seeks you for something urgent. Shouldn't you let her in first? Su Jinha, finally recalling his granddaughter, replied anxiously, allow me to settle my family matters first, and then I shall earnestly seek the master's teachings. Everyone was filled with trepidation, and all the bodyguards remained outside, with only a Wang accompanying Su Shue into the small building. Upon seeing her grandfather, Su Shue could no longer contain herself and began to weep, her tears glistening like crystals as they streamed down her cheeks, soaking her garments. In her words, there was no mention of her father's failings. Yet she conveyed her vulnerability and helplessness with clarity. Beast, you squandered our vast family fortune, and now you have sunk so low as to sell your children. Tell him to return and face me. Before Su Shue could finish, Su Jinha slammed his hand down, his eyes flashing with a terrifying light, his long-dormant brilliance suddenly unleashed. Despite his repeated failures on the path of cultivation, He was a formidable figure in the mundane world, and he could not accept his son's incompetence. Susue, Fraitin, ceased her crying, gazing at her grandfather with wide eyes. Chapter 28. Illusory Butterfly, Part 1, Insightful. The rotund man silently praised, developing a modicum of fondness for the elder. In the business world, alliances forged through marriage were commonplace. Yet in Su Gina's eyes, it was a tremendous disgrace, especially since it involved marrying his daughter to a foreigner with golden hair and blue eyes. No wonder he was seething with rage, even neglecting his granddaughter's grievances. In truth, while Su Jinha adored his granddaughter, he was far from indulgent. Yet, Su Shui felt content, knowing her grandfather's stance allowed her to sleep soundly. The Su family's rules were exceedingly strict. Just as she dared not defy her father likewise dared not oppose her grandfather. At this moment, she felt a twinge of concern for her father, recalling that her grandfather had never been so furious before, and their family indeed faced an unprecedented crisis. Everyone return home, find a hotel to stay in, and wait for your father to arrive before we discuss matters. The path-obsessed elder displayed little concern for the family's plight, soon sending his granddaughter away while insisting on keeping Wang Hao. Detached from worldly affairs, the elder had long since abandoned everything from the mundane world, revealing the coldness of a cultivator. At this moment, the discourse on the Tao of heaven and man flows forth with great fervor. It is hardly surprising, for in the past, deceivers would often resort to theoretical musings to deflect inquiries. Taoist culture is vast and profound. A lifetime would scarcely suffice to exhaust its depths, let alone to comprehend it thoroughly. The rotund fellow was initially oblivious to this rhetoric, and before he could muster a few questions, drowsiness overtook him. Out of courtesy, he refrained from bluntly declaring the futility of such notions and forced himself to listen attentively. Fortunately, having previously studied the principles of yin and yang and the 5 elements during his alchemical practices, he managed to engage the elder with vague responses, which captivated the old man to the extent that he nearly yearned for a notebook to record the conversation. Ultimately, the elder's intent was to probe into the methods of cultivation, though he hesitated to voice his queries openly. It is worth noting that Su Jinhao, despite over a decade of arduous training without achieving the elixir of life, remains undeterred. Moreover, he happens to be Su Shui's grandfather, a commendable individual, and granting him this small favor would pose no significant burden. The rotund fellow, discerning his thoughts, resolved to feign exhaustion and pleaded, "Elder, let us retire early. We can discuss foundational cultivation at dawn, shall we?" Upon hearing this, Su Jinhao was momentarily taken aback. Unlike previous deceivers, who would adopt an air of inscrutable profundity regarding cultivation or avoid the topic altogether, this young man had directly mentioned foundational cultivation, indicating a genuine mastery of the subject. Overjoyed, the elder promptly agreed and instructed his subordinates to arrange accommodations for Wang Hao, ensuring a variety of fruits were prepared. After all, in the realm of cultivation, lavish feasts of meat and fish were not the order of the day. Wang Hao, however, felt no inclination towards fresh produce. Under the cover of night, he slipped out of the small building, driven by 2 motives. First, to satisfy his hunger, as he had yet to partake of dinner, without meat. How could one muster the strength for cultivation? Second, he sought materials for foundational cultivation. Instead of engaging in tedious discourse, he preferred to procure what he needed with expediency. After satiating his hunger, he ventured into the outskirts, where legends spoke of a mass grave, though he intended to find a spectral being to serve his purpose. The significance of such matters necessitated that he seek only the finest. As the saying goes, diligent efforts yield rewards. In the early morning hours, he finally stumbled upon a spirit, devoid of any resentment or impurities, resembling a crystalline droplet of water. Was it a waste to present such a spirit to the elder for foundational cultivation? Wang Hao found himself calculating the implications. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to part with it, for the elder was indeed Su Shui's grandfather. Just as he was about to conceal the spirit, an abrasive voice interrupted him. "Young man, your luck is quite commendable. That spirit is indeed of exceptional quality. However, it seems to hold little value for cultivators. Why not strike a bargain and leave it with me?" For the first time, Wang Hao's identity as a cultivator was unveiled, prompting him to turn with caution. The figure before him, shrouded in a pure black cloak that concealed both body and face, was indistinguishable in appearance, but bore an air of unsettling gloom. With piercing triangular eyes that radiated discomfort. Even if it holds no value for you, it remains a fine specimen. If I were to relinquish the spirit to you, what could I possibly gain in return? The cloaked figure was momentarily taken aback by Wang Hao's proposal for a trade. Cultivators were known for their pride. They would either demand or resort to hostility. Wang Hao's mercenary demeanor was indeed rare. Yet, the question of what to offer in exchange became a conundrum. Cultivators lacked for riches. They coveted elixirs or magical artifacts, items he could not possibly offer. With a wry smile, he said, I truly possess nothing of value to exchange. Keeping the spirit would be of no use to you. Why not act in a spirit of kindness? Fool, it may be useless to me, but it is invaluable to you. The life-prolonging elixirs hold no merit for me. Do you expect me to bestow them upon others? To merely exchange words for the spirit is nothing short of fantasy. The figure's ragged cloak suggested a state of poverty, and Wang Hao, disinterested in further discourse, turned to leave. The cloaked figure, in a fit of desperation, obstructed his path. I must confess, I am a Gu master from Yaojiang. Most people abhor Gu techniques, deeming them malevolent sorcery. Yet, Gu is not inherently dark. Its application relies on intention. Wang Hao waved his hand, interrupting him. You are aware that your profession bears a tarnished reputation, are you not? Does the crafting of Gu not involve venomous creatures? What purpose do you have for my spirit? Your assertion is misguided. Employing venomous creatures in Gu is a lesser practice, merely inflicting harm upon the body. Spiritual Gu, however, can influence the mind, akin to the soul-snatching methods of your cultivation sect. Speaking of my craft, I cannot help but feel a sense of pride, oblivious to the shifting expressions on Wang Hao's face. Soul-snatching, a method whereby a cultivator's spirit seizes another's body post-destruction, is akin to murder, yet more heinous, as the victim cannot reincarnate, destined instead for annihilation. Thus, it ranks among the top 10 forbidden arts in the cultivation world. Was that not a form of malevolence? Wang Hao's expression darkened. It appears you have overlooked a crucial point. Spiritual Gu directly targets the mind, evading even cultivators' defenses. Is that not so? The cloaked figure, realizing his misstep, hastily clarified, I previously mentioned that morality resides within intention. Spiritual Gu can also be employed for healing. Thank you for your guidance, but I must take my leave. Crafting such entities was clearly intended for nefarious purposes, and while Wang Hao was no paragon of virtue, he had no desire to aid in wrongdoing. He simply refused to engage in a losing transaction. Stop. The cloaked figure's demeanor shifted rapidly. You shall not depart without leaving the spirit. It would be equally challenging to leave the spirit behind. What if I were to disclose your secret? Wang Hao mused, feigning curiosity. Pray tell, by what means do you presume to obstruct a cultivator? Your spiritual Gu appears incomplete. A sly smile crept across Wang Hao's face. Having long suspected the figure's dubious nature, a fierce confrontation seemed inevitable, and he quietly summoned Amber from behind him. Chapter 29, Illusory Butterfly, Part 2. Having successfully crafted it without prior testing, using it now felt somewhat reckless. Unfortunately, he had exchanged precious stones with Fire Crow and Old Scruffy, leaving him devoid of worthy treasures. Thus, he had no choice but to use it as a temporary solution. Though he did not follow the traditional methods of alchemy, the materials he had gathered from ancient beasts, such as snake venom and the breath of wind foxes, were undoubtedly potent. While cultivators possess formidable physiques, they are not invulnerable. I possess means to make you wish for death. Today, you shall witness the might of the illusory Gu. Unlike a typical person's assault, the Gu master retreated instead of advancing, his uncanny form vanishing in an instant. In the morning light, a brilliant, white radiance emerged, interspersed with colorful fragments, resembling countless butterflies dancing in the air. The most beautiful things are often the most perilous. The figure, fully aware of Wang Hao's identity as a cultivator, dared to engage him, indicating a sense of invulnerability. In a critical moment, Wang Hao did not falter, activating the amber at the swiftest pace. Since victory would not come easily, he resolved to fight to the bitter end. As long as he remained unshackled, he had confidence in his abilities to dispel the Gu. Break. In an instant, the amber disintegrated into myriad tiny fragments, floating through the air like a gray mist, swiftly coalescing into a human visage. It bore a face twisted in agony, as if it had endured the cruelest torments imaginable, grotesque beyond measure, creating a stark contrast to the fluttering butterflies. Wang Hao had not anticipated that the amber would release such a manifestation. Was that not the unfortunate corrupt official? When he had captured him, he bore little energy, only a hint of resentment, and yet in an instant, he had transformed into this grotesque apparition. It seemed even more wrong than doughy. The illusion flickered and vanished, the lush green grass replaced by a barren expanse, now blanketed in a thin layer of white frost. When a morning sun reappeared, the Gu master had long since vanished. Surely, the unfortunate soul had sustained significant harm. Wang Hao was convinced of his success. After all, why would the figure flee otherwise? The spirit remained in his possession. How dare he attempt to deceive him? The mere snake venom was enough to make him suffer. Yet, Wang Hao was not without his own discomfort. Cultivators are acutely sensitive to changes in their bodies. And when the butterflies infiltrated him, it was no mere illusion. Moreover, a warm sensation spread across his face, indicative of his own unfortunate fate. Wang Hao quickly examined himself, discovering a pink butterfly-shaped mark upon his chest, akin to a delicate tattoo, its lifelike form seemingly poised to take flight. The illusory butterfly, or perhaps it was known as the red butterfly, imbued with an air of mystery even among ancient beasts. The lack of notoriety stems from its rarity and the absence of catastrophic records. Coupled with its ability to create illusions, it is exceedingly difficult to detect. The rotund individual had only heard of it in passing from his master, as it seldom made an appearance, rendering its capabilities and weaknesses unclear. One might wonder why. Possessing such a valuable item, one would not simply trade it for an elusive spirit instead of engaging in a potentially disastrous conflict. The question now is, who among us will perish first? The rotund man was taken aback. Dealing with an ordinary curse was manageable, but being entangled with a legendary monster was a daunting thought that inevitably caused him a headache. Utilizing an illusionary butterfly for curses is indeed a lavish and wasteful endeavor. Apart from its ability to penetrate the defenses of cultivators, its suitability for such purposes is questionable. The curse master, oblivious to the origin of the illusionary butterfly, misuses it, effectively gifting the rotund man a substantial boon, one that he does not appreciate. After a moment of reflection, Wang Hao regained his composure. If he lingered any longer, the old man would surely grow anxious. With his corpulent form, he ambled away, tossing a piece of amber, which was perhaps the least concerning of elixirs, back and forth in his hand, not fearing its peculiar nature. Its efficacy in compelling the yin-yang practitioner to pay a price would hinge upon it. Early that morning, Su Jinhe realized that the master was missing. Searching the entire small building and garden yielded no results. As he lamented his misfortune of being disconnected from such a great figure, the rotund man suddenly appeared at the door, a hint of oil lingering at the corner of his mouth. The master left early. It made it difficult for me to find him. He went out for a run to exercise. Wang Hao seized a teacup from the table, gulping it down before informing the old man that arrangements had been made for the household and that the foundation building process would require solitude for some time. He had no intention of explaining the materials, principles, or methods of foundation building. That would only complicate matters. Just as a doctor treats a patient without delving into excessive detail, it suffices to cure the ailment. Typically, the foundation building process involves drawing in qi, and the formation of an elixir is extraordinarily slow. If interrupted, all progress may be lost. Therefore, cultivators must proceed with caution, often observing strict abstinence and dietary regimens. Even so, experiencing several failures is not uncommon. Achieving success is not impossible, especially with the guidance of a renowned master. Su Jinhe, lacking effective methods for drawing in qi, could not be surprised by his previous failures. While refining the elusive spirit and implanting it into his body, it might be straightforward. Solidifying the elixir would require considerable effort, ranging from 10 days to several months or even years, dependent on the cultivator's innate talent, with outsiders unable to assist in any meaningful way. Initially, he would slowly refine the elusive spirit, transforming it into a misty gas before cautiously implanting it into the old man's dantian. The duration required to condense the mist into an elixir would depend on the old man's fate. Even with closed eyes, Su Jinhe could sense the foreign object being implanted. His brow furrowed momentarily before a smile of relief spread across his face. The dream of seeking the Tao for over a decade had finally taken its first step. The transmission of knowledge is often limited to a single phrase or a mere page, yet countless seekers are left at the threshold, excluded from enlightenment. The process of elixir condensation takes considerable time, and the subsequent stabilization requires patience. Amidst his boredom, the rotund man suddenly felt a warmth on his cheek. He glanced at a bagua mirror on the wall, discovering a pink hue had unexpectedly appeared on his otherwise fair face. Covering his chest, he realized his heart was racing uncontrollably. The control that cultivators have over their bodies far exceeds that of ordinary people, and such symptoms would not arise unless severely injured. Damn it! To possess such a treasure, yet be unable to enjoy it. Wang Hao retreated to a corner of the room, sitting cross-legged. With no knowledge of the illusionary butterfly's attributes and weaknesses, he could only proceed with cautious experimentation. Attempting to look within his body yielded no trace of the red butterfly, causing him a chill of despair. It seemed he would have to resort to the most rudimentary methods of search. With a flicker of thought, icy flames surged and enveloped his entire being. Regardless of where the illusionary butterfly was hiding, it had no choice but to reveal itself unless it wished to be incinerated. Of course, such a method could also harm the cultivator, particularly during the chi movement phase, risking the dangerous consequences of playing with fire. Still, there was no reaction. The icy flames illuminated every corner of his body, revealing even the most obscure nooks, yet the trace of the illusionary butterfly remained elusive. However, his body could not withstand the onslaught of the icy flames and began to feel uncomfortable. In his moment of desperation, the rotund man recalled the once prized chaos flame. Since acquiring the icy flames, he had relegated it to obscurity. His master had once remarked that the chaos flame was the source of all things, capable of refining everything. Could it be that even the chaos flame cannot subdue you? Wang Hao withdrew the icy flames back to his dantian and unleashed the black flames from his chest. Almost simultaneously, the pink mark on his chest underwent a transformation, bringing with it an unusual tingling sensation, as if a butterfly was indeed fluttering its wings. It turned out that the pink mark was the illusionary butterfly itself. Wang Hao cursed his own foolishness. However, knowing this did little to help him. The illusionary butterfly had melded with his skin. Was he to carve out a piece of flesh? This creature undoubtedly lacked a physical form, allowing it to penetrate the defenses of cultivators. It had merely revealed itself due to the disturbance caused by the chaos flame and had now retreated into hiding once more. Despite his frustration, the rotund man found himself powerless against it. The chaos flame, while capable of refining all things, was a risky wager if he were to use a piece of flesh as collateral. He could not bring himself to make such a decision, especially since even if he gambled, victory was not guaranteed. After all, the illusionary butterfly was not an immediate threat, so it would be wiser to devise a plan for the future. In reality, the rotund man was fortunate, having severely injured the curse master during their confrontation. The illusionary butterfly had lost its sentience and would not harm its host unless commanded. Wang Hao, lacking a thorough understanding of curse techniques, could only speculate about the underlying principles. His musings were interrupted by the sound of a commotion outside the walls, a subtle noise that would be inaudible to anyone who was not a cultivator. Su Jina's family had strict rules, and he had specifically instructed that no one should intrude. It seemed unnecessary to remain on watch. Wang Hao quietly slipped out of the small building and arrived at the entrance, where a large group had gathered outside. Along with Su Shui and Wang, there was an additional middle-aged man. Beneath two sharply defined brows lay piercing eyes. The comfortable life had not led to a loss of physique, and every line on his face was chiseled as if sculpted. Standing upright, he exuded an air of authority as he reprimanded Su Shui sternly. It was a pity that Su Shui, appearing meek and timid, dared not speak up. The rotund man felt a pang of sympathy and hurried over to intervene. Your father is furious, you must understand. This is a matter for the Su family, and outsiders should not interfere. What is there to understand? It's merely a case of business losses leading to the selling of one's daughter. No amount of pretty reasoning can change the facts. I wonder if you still wield any authority in front of foreigners? The icy flames surged once more, and the rotund man initially intended to confront him. However, upon seeing Su Shui's pitiful expression, he could not bring himself to cause her distress. You are right. After all, this is your family's matter, and it does not concern me. Your father refuses to see anyone, so unless he comes out himself, please do not enter." After offering a brief explanation, he departed, leaving Su Shui to figure out how to reach him. If her father were not so stubborn, she would surely seek him out. The fleeing curse master lay silently in bed, a look of profound agony etched on his face. His greenish skin resembled that of a plant, covered in a fine layer of icy crystals. Strictly speaking, he was not lying in bed, but rather placed upon it, as his body had contorted excessively, rendering him incapable of lying flat. The frost on his skin was due to the chilling poison, the green hue from snake venom, and his twisted form was a manifestation of the wind poison, which had pulled and distorted his body mercilessly. The speaker was the cold-faced Li Lu, appearing as if he were in the presence of a corpse, and in truth, that was indeed the case. A faint crack echoed as the bones of the unfortunate individual fractured under pressure. Li Lu continued, "The cold has penetrated his bones. They are exceedingly brittle, and any slight pull will result in fracture. He must be in immense pain, perhaps wishing for death instead. We should not squander the precious dust-calming pill to prolong his life. Although the dust-calming pill can temporarily sustain his existence, it cannot ameliorate his condition. Delaying only exacerbates his suffering." Nonsense. The Zhao family and our Tuoba family are closely intertwined. How can we disregard the life of our distant nephew? Even the faintest glimmer of hope must not be forsaken. We shall feed him the dream reversal pill shortly. We must ensure he endures until the arrival of the elder from the Zhao family, for perhaps a sliver of possibility remains. Sister Lan spoke, her eyes unexpectedly shedding 2 tears that rolled down like pearls, heartbroken over her nephew's plight. Who could fathom that her sorrow was feigned? What sliver of hope could there be? Li Lu murmured, though the others in the room overheard. Honesty is his hallmark. Any contact with those 4 kinds of poison offers no salvation. The difference now lies between an early demise or a delayed one, and at this moment, using a spiritual pill to extend his life is the most shameful waste. "Fool!" Sister Lan, feeling disheartened, scolded, "Come outside with me." Stepping out of the sick room and finding a secluded corner, Sister Lan finally exhaled, as if she had transformed into a different person, her previous gloom dissipating. After casting a reproachful glance at Li Lu, she said, "Could you not be a bit more discreet? Even if we all know he is beyond saving, we cannot allow him to die under the roof of the Tuoba family. Our family is prosperous. We cannot act in a manner that would invite scorn. Do you understand?" "Sai, never mind. You understand these principles. You intentionally spoke to let them hear, did you not?" The practitioner of Gu magic is named Zhao Zhua, belonging to a renowned family in the Miao region of Xiangxi, famous for their expertise in Gu techniques. The Tuoba and Zhao families have shared a cordial relationship for 3 generations. Although the bond of friendship between our families is commendable, it becomes problematic when it comes to the matters of marriage. Zhao Zhua, naturally intelligent, mastered his family's Gu arts at a young age. Like many scions of noble families, his greatest delight lay in romantic pursuits. Ever since he laid eyes on Tuoba Wu, he has been unable to forget her, repeatedly seeking excuses to entangle himself with her, and even bringing family members to propose. The Tuoba family, valuing the friendship between the 2 families, could not outright reject him, deferring the proposal by citing the girl's youth. Now, Tuoba Wu is already 23. What reason can we provide to delay further? The marriage issue has become a source of anxiety for Sister Lan, and Zhao Zhua's misfortune seems to have providentially aligned with her own concerns. Although there is a hint of schadenfreude, it is preferable to allowing her daughter to leap into a perilous situation. Zhao Zhua's notorious affairs are well known. He has resorted to unscrupulous means, even employing Gu magic to harm others, causing untold suffering to many innocent maidens over the years. His current fate, while not entirely self-inflicted, certainly bears the mark of karmic retribution. Seeing her expression of relief, Li Lu unexpectedly smiled. "Haha, if I did not speak, how would they know?" Sister Lan feigned a sigh. "The world has changed. Even honest people have become less so. I noticed your hesitance earlier. Clearly, there are words you find difficult to express. Speak freely now. Is it so obvious?" Li Lu's admiration for Sister Lan grew. "When I introduced Zhao Zhua's injuries, I only conveyed half the truth. The white frost on his body is indeed due to the cold poison, specifically the ice soul poison. His contorted form does not exhibit symptoms of stroke poison unless it were the breath of a wind fox, which can condense without dispersing. The greenish hue of his skin indicates snake venom, likely from an ancient beast. Furthermore, Zhao's bloodshot eyes and erratic breathing suggest he has also been afflicted by vengeful poison. That fat fool. Sister Lan smiled brightly after a moment of silence. More enchanting than a blooming rose. This matter must not be mentioned to anyone. By the way, the Kunlun exchange is approaching. You should return promptly and refine a few good pills. Perhaps this year, the Tuoba family can achieve great success and inform Xiao Wu to come over. It is time she makes an appearance. Though the Kunlun event is titled an exchange, it does not involve sharing methods or insights on cultivation, as each sect keeps their practices secret. Who will be willing to share? The actual content of the exchange revolves around magical artifacts, with the occasional pill appearing, albeit in very limited quantities. Historically, the Tuoba family has rarely been invited to such events. This time, their invitation is likely due to Tuoba Ye's performance during his birthday celebration, as the event's organizer probably hopes for them to produce another pill. At that time, the Tuoba family should at least secure a place in the rankings of cultivation sections. Before long, Tuoba Wu arrived. Li Lu did not disclose the full story, but merely mentioned that her mother awaited her in the hospital, prompting her to hurry without delay. Upon learning the truth, she could not help but feel anger. Had she known it was Zhao Zhuo in trouble, she would have had no desire to visit. Sister Lan, sensing her daughter's thoughts, advised the Zhao and Tuoba families are old friends. During such times, you should make an appearance. Moreover, Zhao Zhuo is gravely injured. His life cannot be saved, which alleviates one of my concerns. You must understand my intent. Putting on a show for them is inconsequential. Had it not been for Zhao Zhuo's persistent pursuit, there would indeed have been no need to strain relations. Instead of returning to Xiangxi, Zhao Zhuo came directly to Yunnan after his mishap, demonstrating that even in his final moments, he did not forget his romantic escapades, reflecting the closeness of the families. Ultimately, Tuoba Wu decided to stay. Sister Lan gently patted her daughter's cheek. The condensing water pill has significantly advanced your cultivation. At such a young age, you've reached the late phase of spirit training. We need not worry about your future. However, have you considered Xiao Ye's situation, brother? Tuoba Wu queried, puzzled. Sister Lan sighed. Xiao Ye's talent is nearly on par with yours. Yet he took over the family business in his teens, and these years of toil have hindered his cultivation. Do you know? He has not slept for a decade, using the night to cultivate in secret. Though he does not voice it, he bears great inner turmoil. He silently sacrifices for the family. Yet I cannot neglect my son's future. If he continues like this, reaching the nascent soul stage seems hopeless. Could you spare some time to assist him? Tuoba Wu, having the closest relationship with her brother within the family, felt moved by her mother's words. Given her current cultivation level in the late phase of spirit training, she was but a step away from the heart-moving stage. With a nascent soul within reach, even without the condensing water pill's aid, she readily agreed. Good. It would be impractical to hand over everything immediately. Assisting Xiao Yi at least would be beneficial. It is too challenging for a girl to step into the business world. Your cultivation is second only to grandpa's in the family. It would be better for you to help Xiao Yi manage affairs in the cultivation community. The Tuoba family must walk on two legs. In dealing with the Zhao family, you should accompany Xiao Yi to the Kunlun event. Tuoba Wu nodded in agreement, but hesitated to enter the sick room. Oh, and if you encounter that fat fool, please send him my regards. Tuoba Wu asked, puzzled. What fat fool? The fat one is Wang Hao. Did you not visit the ice plains together? You left him all alone in Antarctica. If you have the chance to meet, remember to apologize. He is a benefactor to our Tuoba family. Sister Lan hesitated, but ultimately refrained from revealing Zhao Zhuo's injury secret. The fewer who know, the better. I tried to arrange a flight to bring him back, but he ran off so quickly. When Tuoba Wu had just returned from the ice plains, she worried about the fat fool's safety. It was only later that her brother brought news of Wang Hao's safe return. The fat fool's silent return, without so much as a word of reassurance, is infuriating. It must be said that the fat fool is quite wronged. He likely thought the girl had left him, given Tuoba Wu's previously cold demeanor, which would make such an action unsurprising. Chapter 31. Reunion continued. Although the dream reversal pill allowed Zhao Zhuo to last until his grandfather's arrival, he remained in a deep, unresponsive slumber, akin to being deceased. The family used 2 pills to sustain the life of their great-grandson. Even if the elder felt anger, he could not voice any words of reproach. Such injuries would leave even the gods helpless. Zhao Zhuo passed away on the third day while returning to Xiangxi. In the moment of his last breath, the illusion butterfly seemed to be reborn, its pink mark on its chest shifting unpredictably. With the master S passing, it broke free from its constraints and could now be considered truly free. However, freedom is generally relative. The illusory butterfly indeed lacks a physical form, leaving even the rotund individual wielding the chaotic fire at a loss. Such is the nature of existence. Every advantage carries a corresponding disadvantage, and to survive, one must often rely on a host. The host can be viewed as both a victim and a master of the illusory butterfly, depending on the strength of each party and who ultimately holds the reins of control. For the illusory butterfly, residing within Wang Hao's body is both a stroke of fortune and a misfortune. Although a cultivator's body is indeed conducive to the illusory butterfly's growth, Wang Hao's abilities simultaneously constrain its freedom. Should it attempt to escape the rotund man's body, the chaotic fire would immediately respond. Wang Hao regards it as a thorn in his side, and during his leisure moments, he has ruminated on ways to rid himself of it, his frustration mounting to the point of nearly grinding his teeth in anger. After 2 long months of waiting for the enchanting Su Shui, Chun Xian unexpectedly appeared, dropping in through the window with his family in tow, and upon seeing the rotund figure, his eyes widened in disbelief. "My dear brother, you've reached the Qi movement stage so quickly. Your speed surpasses mine from back in the day. You must have employed a unique cultivation method. The wonders of external elixir cultivation are truly remarkable. But wait, even with fortuitous encounters, diligence is essential. There are no shortcuts in cultivation." The term dear brother slipped from his lips effortlessly, evoking a sense of warmth and familiarity. Achieving the foundation establishment in just 3 months and now racing to the Qi movement stage within 2 months left even the seasoned Chun Xian astounded. In reality, while external elixir cultivation is indeed swift, it is not excessively so. This rapid progress can be attributed to the wind fox's breath altering the ice flame. The essence of external elixir cultivation lies not in tireless energy manipulation, but in promptly locating suitable materials for alchemy. Not to consume the elixirs produced, but to refine one's own essence. "Honestly, I haven't practiced much," the rotund man admitted, an unusual display of humility that nearly caused Chun Xian's jaw to drop. "I see," Chun Xian remarked with a sly grin. "Recently, I heard that a fire cultivator pilfered the treasured Xianbing tricolor stone from the Ice Mist Villa, resulting in a significant boost to their cultivation. This old monster, being a fire element cultivator, would have no use for the Xianbing tricolor stone. Did you perhaps trade it for the fire crow? Both of you benefited immensely from the exchange. How could you even deduce that?" The rotund man mused, suspecting that Chun Xian's apparent lack of awareness was merely an act, akin to a pig playing the tiger. He quickly gestured for silence, wary of eavesdroppers. "Even you could figure out? Alas, it seems trouble is brewing. That old rascal has caused me no small amount of distress, claiming, heaven knows, earth knows, you know. I know. And suddenly 5 people are in the know. The young lady from Ice Mist Villa cannot possibly be more astute than Chun Xian, who could easily perceive the anomaly," causing the rotund man to turn pale. Yu Xia, sensing his unease, reassured him, "Do not worry, dear brother. Chun Xian only guessed your transaction because he was aware of it beforehand. Outsiders would never discern a thing, and we certainly won't speak of it. Do you not trust our brother and sister-in-law?" The rotund man lamented, "I would never doubt my brother and sister-in-law. I simply refuse to allow that old rascal to outsmart me. Attracting trouble is not worth it." Chun Xian thumped his chest, declaring earnestly, "Fear not, dear brother. Even if the secret were to slip, you need not fear the Ice Mist Villa. I will ensure everything is resolved in your favor. That old rascal won't stand idly by after reaping the benefits." Yu Xia giggled. "Is it really necessary to go to such lengths to deal with the Ice Mist Villa? As for that fire cultivator, with his abilities, he could surely find treasures elsewhere rather than coveting another's prized possessions. But with both of you lending your support, my brother has little to fear. By the way, where is your sister-in-law? Why isn't she with you?" The rotund man was not particularly averse to confrontation. Rather, he simply preferred to avoid trouble. The mention of his sister-in-law reminded him of Tuo Ba Wu's unparalleled beauty, causing a pang of anguish in his heart. With a bittersweet smile, he replied, "Ever since she returned from the ice plains, there's been no contact. I cannot bear to admit that I was abandoned in the Antarctic." Seeing his demeanor, It was clear he had been discarded. Yuxia, Ridizing ne faut pas, quickly offered comfort. There are many beautiful girls in the cultivation world. Chun Xian knows quite a few. I can have him introduce you to some who are bound to be even more stunning than your sister-in-law. When it came to principles, Chun Xian hastily protested. I am not one to frivolously dally with multiple women. There are many girls in the Xingyue sect who would eagerly seek out an alchemist like me. However, finding someone more beautiful than your sister-in-law is quite the challenge. I cannot even fathom a woman surpassing her beauty. To prevent disappointing the rotund man, he added, perhaps my imagination is simply limited. Yuxia was hearing her husband compliment another woman for the first time. However, having witnessed Tuaba Wu's beauty, she understood that such praise was hardly exaggerated. Even so, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy, remarking, to be lauded as a beauty by Elder Chun of the Xingyue sect, your sister-in-law has truly lived a fulfilling life as a woman. Chun Xian quickly countered, what use is mere beauty? A person's character is paramount. Just look at your sister-in-law. I scarcely pay attention to other women. Even if your sister-in-law's beauty rivaled that of a celestial being, if she possessed a venomous heart, such a woman is not worth longing for. How could you say that? You chose me for my character, didn't you? At this moment, attempts at damage control were too late. Yuxia's almond-shaped eyes glinted with a captivating charm when she glared at him. As their conversation escalated into a playful quarrel, the rotund man felt a sense of frustration. What venomous heart? Tuaba Wu was not so unworthy. In truth, it was merely his own misguided affections that had led to this misunderstanding. It was wholly unfair to Tuaba Wu. Just as Wang Hao was about to clarify, he heard Chun Xian, with a serious tone, state, dear brother, given your qualities, finding a divine beauty should pose no challenge. I understand that you cannot reveal your identity as an alchemist, but during the upcoming Kunlun Grand Assembly, I will announce you as my brother Chun Xian. Let us see who would dare underestimate you. Chun Xian was not a mundane individual, yet living in a mundane world. Who could escape its confines? Witnessing his brother being bullied and belittled genuinely infuriated him. What nonsense are you spouting? My brother is not that kind of person. Yuxia quickly chimed in, reminding him, if you're looking to assert your authority, my brother does not need to rely on Chun Xian's name. Wang Hao took a deep breath, as if expelling the clouds of negativity from his mind, then smiled calmly and said, no one has ever underestimated me. Tuaba Wu is a wonderful girl. I was the one who pursued her, so please do not dwell on it. Do not refer to her as sister-in-law in the future. That was entirely my one-sided affection. She remains your sister, does she not? Chun Xian nodded approvingly, a true man. Genuine sentiments. No wonder you are my brother. A true man should be able to both take and let go. Gulme, let's find a place to drink and forget our troubles. Infuriated, he declared, from this day forth, I shall write 2 updates daily. Chapter 32. Reunion. Part 2. Chun Xian's purpose for this journey was to inform his brother about the Kunlun Grand Assembly. Rather than a mere exchange, it could be likened to a grand trading event, where masters from various sects, along with a select few wandering cultivators, might come bearing treasures in hopes of striking it rich. Such an occasion was not to be missed by Wang Hao, who was eager to acquire talismans and crystals. Participants would be prominent figures, and even ordinary disciples from renowned sects would not receive invitations. With Chun Xian's elevated status, he was naturally inclined to secure advantages for his brother. Before departing, he left behind an invitation, dazzling in its golden hue. Not only was it crafted entirely of pure gold, but it was also forged using alchemical methods, feeling substantial in hand. Replicating it would be no simple task. Finding the legendary source of crystals might prove elusive. Thus, acquiring several defensive talismans would be a wise choice. In the realm of cultivation, confrontations primarily rely on an array of talismans, with cultivation level often taking a back seat. It is not uncommon for lower-level cultivators to triumph over their higher-level counterparts through the use of talismans. Quality talismans not only grant cultivators a significant advantage in battle, but also greatly benefit daily cultivation, and in critical moments, they can safeguard one's life. The Star Blue Ring serves merely as a container, and to date, the Rotund Man possesses no talisman for combat. While he can utilize pills to assist in battle, it never feels entirely satisfying, and using them in front of discerning eyes could easily expose his identity. Chun Xian, considering various factors, was eager to procure a magical artifact for his brother. Initially, he intended to invite his brother to join him, but the stout fellow adamantly refused. Having grown accustomed to a solitary lifestyle, the burden of being identified as Chun Xian's brother felt cumbersome to him. As the time to embark on their journey approached, he was packing his belongings when the doorbell rang. Susue, the sight of the enchanting figure outside instantly filled the stout fellow with joy. The old adage, a blessing in disguise, resonated with him, as he felt a twinge of regret for resolutely forsaking Tooba Wu the day before. Today, however, Su Shui appeared at his doorstep, perfectly embodying the saying, "There are plenty of fish in the sea." Grasping the girl's hand, he found himself momentarily speechless, her delicate touch akin to silk gliding over his fingers. "What are you doing? Let go of me." Su Shui's face flushed with anger. Their relationship had not yet reached such intimacy, and besides, it was inappropriate to act so brazenly in front of her grandfather. Su Jinha's determination to pursue the Tao was unwavering, his perseverance far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Previously, he had faltered due to a lack of proper guidance. But with Wang Hao's assistance, he made extraordinary progress, completing his foundation in less than 2 months. Upon awakening, he discovered that the sage had already departed, and only then did he learn that his granddaughter was acquainted with the master. Without even pausing to eat, he hastily made his way to her. On the journey, he scolded his son, who had been waiting for over 2 months, and sent him back to England. In business, one inevitably faces ups and downs, and he hoped his son would learn to rely on his own strength to endure. Maintaining composure in the face of honor and disgrace was a fundamental quality of character. If one could not even achieve this, it was better to remain at home, as venturing out would only lead to embarrassment. It was then that the stout fellow noticed the excited expression on Su Jina's face at the door and quickly released Su Shui's hand, awkwardly smiling at the elderly man. Su Jinha said little, immediately bowing his head in reverence. "Master, please accept this disciple's bow." To demonstrate his commitment to apprenticeship, the elder knelt in the corridor, fortunate that there were few residents in the suite area to witness such a spectacle. The foundational techniques of the cultivation world had always been closely guarded secrets. Since Wang Hao had aided him in establishing his foundation, calling him master was not unreasonable, especially given the rarity of finding a true sage willing to teach. And the elder, having faced numerous setbacks, was certainly not about to let this opportunity slip away. Su Shui was taken aback by her grandfather's actions and, reluctantly, knelt beside him. Having grown up in Europe, it was her first time kneeling before someone, her eyes filled with confusion and reluctance. "You big liar. I'll make you pay when Grandpa isn't around. I cannot accept a disciple. You should rise." The stout fellow was resolute on principle. After being inexplicably expelled from the mountain by his own master, he had no face to privately take on a disciple. Furthermore, his master had once stated that alchemists traditionally passed down their knowledge verbally, one master to one apprentice, and one must be cautious in choosing a disciple, lest they sever the lineage of their school. The old man, lacking the chaotic fire, was destined to be unable to produce elixirs, making him an unsuitable candidate for apprenticeship. Ultimately, the stout fellow was simply too lazy to take on a disciple. "The master can bear it, but if I do not accept a disciple, the disciple shall not rise." Su Jinha, steadfast in his resolve, was not easily dissuaded. The stout fellow thought to himself, "I fear you may shorten my lifespan." In this day and age, it was difficult to be a good person. A simple act of kindness could lead to being clung to incessantly. Yet, he feigned politeness, repeatedly asserting his inadequacy, claiming to be a mere novice, and lacking his master's approval to accept disciples. Cunning as he was, Su Jinha, seeing the apprenticeship fail, discreetly signaled his granddaughter. Although Su Shui was convinced that Wang Hao was merely boasting, she did not dare contradict her grandfather, pleading, "Please agree for my grandfather's sake." What nonsense is this? Without a compromise, it is truly difficult to reach a conclusion. The stout fellow, inadvertently touching the invitation in his pocket, suddenly had a revelation. Since the old man was so interested in magical artifacts, why not cater to his desires? At most, he could bring him along to the Kunlun Grand Assembly, thus alleviating the current awkwardness. He promptly said, "Elder, let us not speak of apprenticeship any further. I cannot defy the teachings of my sect. However, I am about to attend the Kunlun Grand Assembly, where there will surely be many magical artifacts to behold, and numerous esteemed individuals will be present. Perhaps you might find a worthy mentor. Would you consider this?" The notion of apprenticeship had always been a lofty aspiration. Su Jinha, having lived a long life, understood the wisdom of recognizing a good opportunity when it arose. After a moment of silence, he gladly accepted. Upon seeing him rise, the stout fellow finally breathed a sigh of relief, only to hear Su Shue's voice beside him. If we can see so many magical artifacts and esteemed individuals, can I come too? Perhaps it was the fear of her grandfather that kept her from being too brazen. Her tone was now almost pleading. To travel with a beauty. The stout fellow welcomed the idea, just as he was about to agree when he suddenly heard the old man as furious shout. Nonsense! That kind of assembly is not a place for you. You will return to England in a few days to continue your studies. Stop daydreaming. Su Shue immediately fell silent. Damn it! The stout fellow was nearly exasperated, yet he maintained a facade of composure. It would be beneficial to bring her along. She ought to see the world, right? After much persuasion, the old man finally relented. Once the arrangements were set, Su Jinha was more anxious than anyone else, eagerly preparing for the journey. Although he did not outwardly rush them, his incessant pacing made others dizzy. The stout fellow, unable to endure any longer, decided to set off that very afternoon. Chapter 33. Kunlun, Part 1. Kunlun Mountain is located in the west, grand and expansive, stretching endlessly. Gazing southward towards Kunlun, its brilliance shines forth, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur. According to the Shanhai Jing, this sacred mountain is home to numerous deities, divine trees, and magical beasts. Names like the Queen Mother of the West, the Heavenly Emperor, the King of Humanity, and the Yellow Emperor, each well known, depict Kunlun as a paradise for the gods, akin to Olympus in the east. However, all of this bears little relation to the present-day Kunlun sect, which is a Taoist sect originating from the late Ming dynasty and holds a relatively insignificant position in the cultivation world. The location of the Grand Assembly was chosen for its popularity, as Kunlun, steeped in various legends and anecdotes, has long held the title of the most auspicious site in Chinese mythology. From afar, one can behold the majestic beauty of Kunlun, particularly the towering peaks of Yushu and Yuzhu, which rise above 6,000 meters. They are perpetually adorned in silver, shrouded in mist, and the famed June snow is a description of this enchanting landscape. Having visited this sacred place before, Su Jinha now reflected on the embarrassment of being turned away in the past, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Indeed, the legendary Holy Land was teeming with wonders. The stout fellow felt a surge of spiritual energy, dispelling the lethargy of recent days. He approached a nearby uniformed attendant and inquired, "Could you kindly direct me to the restroom?" Su Shue initially thought he was asking about the location of the assembly. Her curiosity piqued, but was taken aback when he inquired about such a place. Her fair cheeks flushed crimson, and as her grandfather looked away, she muttered under her breath, "Big liar. You and your peculiar habits." Wang Hao, stroking his chin with a mischievous smile, remarked, "I can easily confuse your grandfather with just a few words. Isn't that impressive? I wonder how he would react if I proposed to him now. Speak carelessly, and I'll make you regret it." Suzhu Brandishit had tiny feast, which only made her more endearing. The stout fellow couldn't help but let his imagination wander. The two soon began to chase each other, entirely oblivious to the elderly man's flustered expression. Despite Su Shue not being a cultivator, she ran faster than a rabbit. Unfortunately, her foot slipped, and in a moment of distraction, she collided with someone nearby. Oh, the person she bumped into remained still while she fell to the ground. The stout fellow rushed over to check on her, only to find that the other person was a familiar face, a lovely girl. "Is it you?" It was a surprising encounter. Chu Yao appeared somewhat dazed. Wang Hao, initially taken aback, greeted her with a casual, "Hello, Chu Yao?" Chu Yao's lips moved slightly, but she ultimately remained silent. She had intended to greet him, but realizing she did not know his name, she hesitated. The stout fellow, who once called her by various names, could no longer do so. If his master heard, he would surely have her skin. The previous misunderstanding between the two stemmed from Wang Hao's aversion to being called fatty and a touch of jealousy. In retrospect, it seemed rather amusing. Sensing her embarrassment, he attempted to alleviate the tension by saying, "You may still call me fatty. When I first met you, I had just descended from the mountain and disliked being called that. Now I have long since grown accustomed to it. After all, it was your request. Hello, fatty." Chu Yao suppressed her laughter and extended her small hand, her smile akin to summer blossoms, brightening the surrounding snow-laden mountains. "You two knew each other before?" Su Shui, bewildered, climbed to her feet, her expression filled with mild confusion, unable to discern any previous discord between them. To prevent further misunderstandings, Wang Hao promptly introduced the two. He candidly asked Chu Yao, "Are you here to attend the Kunlun Grand Gathering? Am I not qualified to participate?" Chu Yao raised her chin in pride, then curiously added, "Oh, how do you know about the Kunlun Grand Gathering?" "Because we are here for the same reason." Su Shui chimed in with a light-hearted laugh. "You are attending the Kunlun Grand Gathering?" Chu Yao was momentarily taken aback. The exclusivity of the event was undeniable. Even her own participation was due to her master's influence, drawing countless envious gazes from fellow disciples, especially as she was the most cherished disciple of the esteemed Yun. However, Wang Hao was merely at the initial stages of his cultivation. How could he possibly qualify for such an event? Gu Yao, while not holding a high position within the Nanhai sect, was indeed favored by her master, and any good fortune would certainly involve her. If Fatty had even a modicum of awareness, he would understand that while magical artifacts were not extraordinarily rare, they were not overly abundant either. One needed to be at least at the spirit refinement stage to forge them, which required the precious essence of true energy. Thus, only those of higher status or those favored by their masters could possess such artifacts, while ordinary disciples primarily relied on talismans. Observing Chu Yao adorned with a golden bell and a storage bracelet, it was evident that her status was not insignificant. Even wandering cultivators relied on lesser treasures. "Why? Do you think I'm not qualified to attend?" Wang Hao, eager to avoid drawing connections to Qin Xian, was a novice in identifying magical artifacts and was wary of being taken advantage of. He had been struggling to find someone to guide him, and fortuitously encountering Chu Yao, he was determined not to let the opportunity slip away. As she appeared flustered, he explained, "A friend gifted me an invitation a couple of days ago, and I thought it would be enlightening to see the world. I am utterly ignorant regarding magical artifacts and will need your guidance when the time comes." Chu Yao suddenly recalled the starry blue ring and the 2 pills given to her by Fatty. If that mysterious friend was willing to gift such items, then receiving an invitation should be no surprise. Feeling relieved, she smiled lightly. "Rest assured, I will take care of it. I may not boast about my skills, but identifying treasures is certainly within my grasp." "You little girl, having encountered only a handful of treasures, you dare to boast?" A graceful beauty floated down beside Chu Yao. Though her words were reproachful, her gaze radiated affection. The woman was indeed stunning. However, gazing upon her evoked no improper thoughts, regardless of which aspect one focused on. She resembled a solemn and serene statue, exuding an indescribable sense of tranquility. At first glance, she and Chu Yao appeared as sisters. Yet the messages conveyed through their eyes were entirely different, instilling a sense of the trials of life. "Master, why do you speak of her like that?" Gu Yao, disregarding the presence of others, jumped playfully. "Is it not so? Without mastering the art of artifact crafting, you dare to claim you can appraise treasures? The Kunlun Grand Gathering is filled with experts, and the treasures presented are countless. Even I intend to broaden my horizons. Such boasts will only lead to ridicule." Yunyi's tone was slightly stern. The situation had arisen because of herself, and Fatty hastily intervened. No. Chu Yao is indeed knowledgeable. She far surpasses me. Last time, at Qingshan Mountain, I owe it to her for broadening my horizons." Yun regarded Fatty with a particularly kind gaze. "The pills the little girl brought back were given by you, correct? Chun Xian's gift of the starry blue ring and the beaching pill indicates a significant relationship between you two. I once crossed paths with Chun Xian. Since we are both attending the Kunlun Grand Gathering, why not travel together?" Chapter 34. The warmth of her demeanor was difficult to refuse, and without hesitation, Fatty agreed. Though he repeatedly stressed that his relationship with Chun Xian was ordinary. Such a pretense would not deceive Yun. She merely chose not to expose him. When the disciple returned with the beaching pill, she mentioned that it was given her by a Fatty, and that he wore a starry blue storage ring, which was exceedingly rare. In the mortal realm, there was only one such piece, leading her to associate it with the elder Chun Xian. Wang Hao, reluctant to admit the complexities of his circumstances, pondered why he should involve himself further. The gathering's venue was hidden amid the mountains, a trivial challenge for cultivators. Yet Fatty was merely a novice. Had he not encountered the duo of Chu Yao and her master, he would have been at a loss for directions. Suddenly, the rugged mountain path transformed, revealing a rare stretch of flat terrain, at the center of which glimmered an oval halo radiating a soft green light. Undoubtedly, it marked the entrance to the gathering. 4 spirited young Taoists stood guard nearby, their cultivation at least at the spirit refinement stage, their presence making those with ulterior motives feel inadequate, including Wang Hao and Chu Yao. Su Jinhe, aware of her lowly status and lack of experience, remained silent, following closely behind Wang Hao, eager not to miss a single word of their conversation, believing that even the slightest insights into cultivation would be invaluable. Upon witnessing the remarkable sight, she could no longer contain her astonishment. I have long heard that celestial beings possess the ability to create worlds. What a revelation, she exclaimed. Wang Hao nearly fainted at her words, feeling utterly embarrassed. Though he possessed little more insight than the old man, he held no blind admiration for cultivators. Thus he found it hard to believe in the notion of creating space. Indeed, Chu Yao was stifling laughter beside him. This is clearly a formation. In essence, it's just an illusion, concealing the original space, akin to what we refer to as a ghost wall. At the mention of a ghost wall, the guard's expressions turned pale. The little girl certainly spoke with no regard for restraint. Yun Yi, irritated by her disciple's slip of the tongue, admonished, "If you dare to speak frivolously again, I shall send you back." "It truly is a formation," Chu Yao retorted defiantly. "Teaching the disciple can wait until later. We shouldn't allow others to see us as a joke. At this moment, it's better to teach her something worthwhile." Yun Yi's tone softened as she explained. "It is indeed a formation, but how many can comprehend its mysteries? In today's world, only Chun Xian possesses the ability to set up such formations. In my opinion, his formations have become less ostentatious this year, likely to avoid embarrassing those who are overly competitive. Since it is a formation, there must be a way to break it. If someone can see through the formation or disregard its restrictions, they could enter from any point, without needing to use the main entrance. The gathering does not restrict such actions, and if successful, it would be quite a spectacle, allowing one to enter with great pride. Thus, at each gathering, there are always those eager to try their hand at it. However, most end up embarrassed and return to the entrance to retrieve their invitations. The tales of the cultivation world are indeed endless, and with Yun Yi's captivating narration, they became even more enchanting. Regardless of the content, her voice was simply mesmerizing. "Why can't I find a good master?" Fatty lamented, feeling sorry for himself. "After assisting my master at the furnace for 10 years, I still can't elicit a kind glance from her." Sighing, he thought of his master's fiery nature, which was perhaps due to her innate attributes, leading to a volatile temperament. After years of alchemy, it was only natural for her to suffer from imbalances. Upon hearing that one could force their way in, "Kuyawis Aizliyup. Master, why don't you give it a try? You might just succeed." "No, I'm sure you will succeed." Yun Yi's beautiful eyes glimmered with playful reproach. "Do you, master, engage in such reckless endeavors?" Before long, several individuals, resembling formidable experts, approached the entrance, their demeanor undeniably imposing, as they all appeared to be at least at the nascent soul stage, yet each bore a disheveled appearance. "Damn it, I was just a step away from rushing in. What a pity." In my view, the formation set up by Chun Xian is far more intricate, encompassing at least 81 variations, resulting in countless unpredictable factors. The Xingyue sect is renowned for its astrological and formation mastery. Unless one possesses overwhelming strength, breaching such a formation is akin to scaling the heavens. As the trio conversed, they fumbled out their invitations. The gatekeeper disciples were accustomed to such scenes, and, while snickering, promptly allowed them passage. The old fellow had just encountered a setback, and provoking them now would be unwise. Yun Yi shot a glare at the snickering Chu Yao and remarked, "Stop gawking. That young lady is on the verge of freezing." Among the 5, only Su Shui had not practiced cultivation and was inadequately prepared for the cold. To keep warm, she hopped about in the snow like an adorable little rabbit, nodding gratefully as she heard Yun Yi offer assistance. The Nanhai sect received a silver invitation, which, according to the rules, permitted 2 individuals to enter. The quota had already been determined, with Yun Yi being the indisputable first choice. However, the second position was fiercely contested. Other disciples within the sect possessed no magical artifacts. Even if they did, they would be reluctant to part with them, merely intending to witness the event. Ultimately, the spot fell to the amiable Chu Yao. "Where are your invitations?" The Taoist gaze was unfriendly. The chubby fellow among the trio had only recently reached the chi movement stage, and receiving an invitation was a far-fetched notion. Especially with two companions in tow, only a golden invitation could grant them entry. Otherwise, there was only one way, to breach the formation. The chubby man cursed silently, presenting his invitation with a flourish, as a soft glow bathed the snowfield in a golden hue. The Kunlun Grand Meeting had dispatched only 5 golden invitations, and behind each invitation stood a figure of legendary status. Only a novice could fail to recognize their names. None of them could be associated with the chubby man before them. The gatekeeper disciples instinctively inquired, "Where did you obtain your invitation?" The chubby man's expression soured as he pressed, "A friend gifted it to me. We can enter now, right?" The Grand Meeting had no stipulations against transferring invitations. As long as guests presented an invitation, they were permitted entry. Despite their skepticism, the disciples yielded the way. With the trouble resolved, Yun-Yi smiled calmly and stepped into the radiant light. The invitation was indeed a gift from Chun Xian. What was so strange about that? The interior of the sect was a realm entirely distinct from the outside world, as warm breezes greeted them. And the ground was no longer blanketed in snow, but adorned with lush green grass, brimming with the vitality of spring. Su Shui felt slightly better and immediately began to curiously survey her surroundings. The venue, hastily constructed, lacked elaborate architecture. It merely adjusted the existing terrain, with several stones stacked to form rudimentary tables, creating a trading platform. Though it appeared somewhat rudimentary, it perfectly highlighted the exquisite magical artifacts on display. The venue was filled with such small tables, many of which had been occupied by eager individuals. At the center stood a massive piece of azure stone, surrounded by an array of rare treasures that would surely warrant grand presentations. Do not miss the latest work by the illustrious Zi Ju, Grand Aspirations Through the Ages, a must-see. Chapter 35. Although the Grand Meeting had yet to officially commence, eager attendees had already begun showcasing their wares, making the venue resemble a bustling flea market. The two girls were captivated, especially Chu Yao, whose shopping addiction made even ordinary crafts irresistible. Before her lay genuine treasures, each worth far more than her own bell. Yet, these items could not be acquired merely by exchanging money. Yun-Yi shot a warning glance at her apprentice, then sighed, "Keeping you around is quite restless. Bring along your friend to explore, but remember, loose lips invite trouble. Do not speak carelessly." Chu Yao, as if granted a royal pardon, seized Su Shui and set off. They were of the same age and shared similar interests. Thus their interaction was quite harmonious. Su Jinhe was unwilling to miss out on this opportunity for enlightenment, and had no choice but to follow his granddaughter and gain some insight. After all, an outsider requires guidance to appreciate the treasures, does he not? Just as Wang Hao was about to join them, Yun-Yi halted him. "As a friend of Chun Xian, you should find these items beneath your notice. It would be better for you to stay. I have some pressing matters to discuss with you." Wang Hao understood she had something important to say and was not in a hurry to view the artifacts, so he remained. Fortunately, the venue was spacious enough, and with the crowd engrossed in browsing, the two could meander without drawing attention. "You've seen Chun Xian recently, haven't you?" "Indeed. He delivered an invitation to me 2 days ago." Acknowledging that he could not conceal the truth, the chubby man responded candidly. After a moment's hesitation, Yun-Yi inquired, "Will he attend this Kunlun Grand Meeting? I know he entrusted the invitation to you." Wang Hao nodded affirmatively. They had made arrangements prior to his arrival, as he relied on Chun Xian's assistance to evaluate the artifacts. A smile graced Yun-Yi's lips, radiating an enchanting charm that rendered her extraordinarily beautiful when she smiled. The chubby man momentarily found himself entranced. "Was Chun Xian alone when he presented you with the invitation?" Wang Hao, no fool, quickly discerned the underlying implications. She clearly held an interest in his older brother. But how to respond? To his recollection, his brother and sister-in-law had always been inseparable, their bond too strong for even a needle to penetrate. The chubby man was reluctant to hurt Yun-Yi's feelings. Loving someone was not a fault. After all, was he not also infatuated with Tuobawu? Even now, he could not forget her. Yet, he found it impossible to lie. Yun-Yi, perceiving the chubby man's expression, could surmise the reality. Human emotions were complex, and Chun Xian's fixation on love was indeed profound. However, was it not that very devotion that drew her in? "Chun Xian is with you, Xia, correct?" Wang Hao was about to say something, but merely nodded in response. Yun-yi smiled sadly, then continued. The Kunlun Grand Meeting occurs once every 3 years, with participants including representatives from various sects and numerous wandering experts. Even the possibility of rogue immortals appearing. The treasures on display are boundless and varied. However, with an abundance of artifacts, their quality can be inconsistent, and some may be mere pretenders. You seek assistance in identifying artifacts, yes? Allow me to help. Upon realizing she had shifted the topic, Wang Hao finally exhaled in relief. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. The exchange of magical artifacts differed from monetary transactions, as the likelihood of a successful trade was minimal. Most attendees came to test their luck, while others sought to showcase their wares, and naturally, some were merely there to broaden their horizons. It was evident that Yun-yi's interest in trading was minimal. Her primary focus was on imparting knowledge about magical artifacts to the chubby man. After a brief search, an ancient jade ring captured her attention. This ring, known as Chun Hui, was distinct from other artifacts. It could enhance one's true essence, making both cultivation and combat efforts far more effective. Such artifacts were immensely beneficial to cultivators and were exceedingly rare, thus highly valuable. Moreover, from its hue, this ring appeared to be of superior quality. The ring's owner, a venerable elder with white hair, lifted his head with a rueful smile upon hearing her commentary. To receive such praise from the esteemed Yun-yi, Chun Hui's value must surely increase manifold. The Nanhai sect was renowned for its craftsmanship, possessing a unique perspective on artifact appraisal. With Yun-yi's unparalleled expertise in crafting, her endorsement would undoubtedly elevate the ring's worth. Anyone intending to acquire such a treasure would certainly feel the weight of expectation. Yun-yi replied with a gentle smile, "Ah, it is Mr. Zihong. My apologies. I do not offer mere flattery. I speak the truth. It is truly a pity to exchange such a treasure." Zihong's facial muscles twitched slightly. How could the esteemed Yun-yi, with her discernment, recognize the owner of the ring so effortlessly? Why bother to spare the old man's dignity? It took me 30 years to gather rare materials to forge Chun Hui. How could anyone in the cultivation world be unaware of it? Absurd. Regret fills my heart for having squandered my aspirations on frivolities, thus missing a splendid opportunity for cultivation. As my lifespan dwindles, must I take these regrets to the grave? I fear the immortal will mock me. I am merely hoping to exchange it for a life-extending elixir. When faced with matters of life and death, Yun-yi cannot help but feel despondent, lamenting. Although the Kunlun Convention is replete with treasures, the occurrence of elixirs is pitifully rare, let alone those that can prolong life. Why does Mr. Zihong not seek alternative methods? If one could find the Elixir King, perhaps there may still be hope. The Elixir King has always been elusive. Finding him is not as simple as it sounds. Even if located, the old master may not be inclined to assist, and where would one procure the materials for alchemy? Alas, the Elixir King is but a legend to us. Who has ever seen him in the flesh? The plump man reflects. It is not just you who feels this way. Even the pinnacle masters of the human realm, when seeking assistance, find that the master is not always amenable. The title of cold-faced Elixir King is not earned lightly. He instinctively touches the starry blue ring on his finger, which contains the lives of over 100 cultivators. It must be safeguarded and utilized wisely. Mr. Zihong's plight is indeed touching. However, the plump man will not betray his principles. Fortunately, he has Chun Hui to offer in exchange, a fair trade. As transactions in this world are rarely perfectly equitable, it is merely a matter of mutual needs. Wang Hao is confident that no one but himself possesses elixirs to offer, thus he does not rush to make an exchange, continuing instead to learn alongside Yun-yi. As the grand event has yet to commence formally, rare treasures are scarce, and it is not long before they encounter a companion. At this moment, Su Jinhe is clutching a jade slip, his eyes alight with excitement. Yun-yi, with his keen insight, calmly remarks, "That is a cultivation technique. Cultivators favor using jade slips to store information for convenience and to avoid concerns about decay. While scattered cultivation techniques are rare, they are not particularly precious. One method suffices for practice. To flip from one method to another would only waste time. Furthermore, every major sect possesses its own cultivation methods. Practicing techniques from another sect is tantamount to betraying one's master and ancestors, a practice that finds no market at the Kunlun Convention. However, his other treasure is indeed valuable, comparable to Chun Hui, yet it is carelessly discarded indicating the individual's lack of discernment. He speaks in hushed tones, clearly attempting to keep the conversation private. The old man, despite having established his foundation, lacks understanding of cultivation. He is in dire need of cultivation techniques. So how could he possibly part with the jade slip? Susue, standing nearby, is visibly distressed, her eyes reddened, evoking sympathy. After making up his mind, Wang Hao approaches the old man and whispers, "If you do not relinquish your grip soon, do not expect to exchange it for a suitable price." After intense internal deliberation, the jade slip is finally placed back on the stone table, but the old man's pitiful gaze shifts to the plump man, as if to say, "I have set it down. Now you must advocate for me." Wang Hao, seeing the other's eager demeanor, feels a surge of irritation and blusters. Every sect possesses cultivation techniques. Why do you covet theirs? Do you intend to betray your master and ancestors? Such things should not even be present at the convention. The logic is clear to all. The other party, initially startled, soon argues defiantly, "My friend, let us not speak in haste. We are engaging in a fair trade." Moreover, acquiring the jade slip does not necessarily imply intent to cultivate, much less betrayal. It seems you're interfering with another's exchange, which contradicts the very purpose of the Kunlun Convention. The convention is meant to protect all exchanges, provided they are conducted willingly by both parties. Wang Hao scoffs. What use is the jade slip if one does not cultivate? Your desire for such an object is clearly ulterior. I advise you to wrap up your dealings before you provoke public outrage. The other party is immediately left speechless. Indeed, a cultivation technique that cannot be practiced is akin to refuse. Who would be foolish enough to exchange a treasure for it? Even if someone were inclined, they would fear the stigma of betrayal. Once the object is obtained, who would believe that they would not cultivate? The so-called exchange does not guarantee practice. It is merely a pretext. In truth, his demands are not excessive. He merely observes the old man's urgency and seizes the opportunity to extract a profit. Yunyi, having watched coldly, timely adds, "The individual possesses another treasure, does he not? According to the rules of the Kunlun Convention, any treasure is eligible for exchange." He deliberately refrains from mentioning that even refuse can be exchanged, provided one is unafraid of embarrassment. The plump man then casts a sidelong glance at the nearby treasure, a dark iron rod that appears utterly unremarkable, lacking any semblance of a treasure, tossed into a rubbish heap. It would likely be overlooked by all, save for an expert with an eye for gems. He quickly averts his gaze, his lips curling into a scornful expression, uttering a mere 2 words, "Rubbish." Though Wang Hao maintains a facade of calm, inside he is anxious. How can one encounter a valuable item and not feel stirred? Yet what could he offer in exchange? Parting with the beaching Dan is simply unacceptable. It is not that he is stingy, but when faced with someone he finds distasteful. Even the finest treasures are not worth the exchange. He would sooner take them to his grave than part with them. He finds them unworthy. However, when it comes to someone like Mr. Ziheng, a slight concession would be acceptable. The plump man has a good impression of the old man, perhaps due to the latter's respect for his master. In his moment of hesitation, he hears Yun Yi's voice. The texts on cultivation are not entirely without merit. Scattered techniques can still serve as references. As the saying goes, the stones from other hills can serve to polish jade. Since these are unclaimed possessions, there is no question of betraying one's master and ancestors. If the old man desires it, I could extend a favor. However, my treasure in exchange for the jade slip seems rather unbalanced. While speaking, he produces a palm-sized shuttle, both ends pointed like olives, adorned with exquisite carvings, yet devoid of impurities. The dazzling silver gleam immediately captures the attention of many, who rush to witness its brilliance. The name alone carries weight. Even if the illustrious Yun Xianzi were to present a mere copper ring, many would believe it to be a remarkable treasure. This is a protective artifact I have just crafted, which can also serve as an offensive weapon, though I have yet to name it. Yun Yi delicately balances the silver shuttle on her fingertip, feigning difficulty, which leaves the plump man in a daze. So, the immortal is indeed one of our kind, ready to take advantage of the moment. Since he cannot present a treasure for exchange, it would be prudent to do a favor. Wang Hao swiftly concurs. Exchanging a treasure for the jade slip is indeed a poor bargain. The immortal need not feel troubled. The jade slip's owner, seeing business arrive once more, especially thanks to Yun Yi's involvement, is unwilling to allow the plump man to spoil it. Resolutely standing, he removes a storage wristband from his arm. The jade slip, along with my storage wristband. If you do not mind, I will include this as well. He gestures towards the dark iron rod, not even glancing at it. To his astonishment, there is indeed another treasure. The plump man's spirits lift, and he deliberately raises his voice to caution. Immortal, this exchange still seems unfavorable for you. After all, a storage wristband is merely a container, while 100 treasures pouch can also hold items and cannot be compared to a true treasure. Why not allow me to exchange something for your silver shuttle instead? He casts a reproachful gaze his way, softly admonishing, you are being overly greedy. One must not be too avaricious, do you understand? Acquiring the silver shuttle in exchange for that flying sword is already a gain. Now that the other party presents 3 treasures for trade, what more do you expect? Upon reflection, the plump man understands. Being a lone wolf, he has no reservations, while He carries the weight of her title. Thus her actions are bound to be more cautious. Such matters, if exposed, would lead to ridicule. It is best to know when to withdraw. He ceases his interference, and the other party leaves joyously with the silver shuttle, not forgetting to boast, leaving a bitter taste in the mouths of onlookers. The plump man grumbles, thinking, had it been me, I would have made them pay dearly. And what are your words? When they realize they have been deceived, they will undoubtedly seek me out for retribution. He returns to her usual serene demeanor, presenting all 3 acquired treasures to Wang Hao. You may dispose of them as you wish, but the jade slip is to be gifted to the old man. How can you call yourself his master otherwise? Who could gaze upon a cultivation technique with such covetousness? I am not his master. I have merely offered a few words of guidance. The rotund man first sought to clarify the facts before inquiring, why would the fairy bestow such a treasure upon me? As the saying goes, one should not receive rewards without merit. I truly feel unworthy. It is rather I who ought to express gratitude for the knowledge you have imparted to me. Yunyi, having dismissed his disciple once more, smiled gently and replied, must you always address me so formally as fairy? The flying sword is not merely a weapon. It serves as a mode of transportation for cultivators, essential like a storage ring. Soon enough, you will find it indispensable. Finding a good flying sword is no small feat, and it would not be inappropriate for me to assist you in selecting one. Besides, my passion for artifact refinement makes it hard to resist the opportunity to study an extraordinary treasure closely. This sword has a remarkable history. It is named Tear of the Sky. Its previous owner was a nefarious figure, ultimately vanquished by the righteous, after which the sword vanished. By the way, would you mind if I kept it for a while? The rotund man scrutinized the iron shard for a moment. Tear of the Sky. What a grand name. Can it truly rend the heavens? Though it does sound somewhat sinister, I believe it is best left in your safekeeping, as I won't need it immediately. He promptly handed it over. A fleetingly beautiful smile graced Yunyi's face as she sighed. You are surprisingly generous. I nearly underestimated you. While the power of the Tear of the Sky is indeed extraordinary, its name derives from its incredible speed. The black light resembling a streak of lightning that seems to tear through the void. It likely suffered damage during that battle, which accounts for its current state. Otherwise, that individual earlier would not have overlooked it. I will assist you in repairing it during my research. Ah, I see. Almost led astray by your words. The rotund man chuckled foolishly. Stop pretending. You are more astute than most. My offering of the flying sword is not without reason. The Beeching Dan you gifted to Chu Yao is a priceless treasure for cultivators. Even as compensation for monopolizing Feng Li, it is far too generous. Although I transcended to the nascent soul stage a decade ago for my senior sister, it is akin to heavenly nectar. I have set aside portions for them. And now seeing Mr. Ziheng's plight is truly disheartening. Despite her light-hearted demeanor, a hint of melancholy lingered in her brows as she worried for Mr. Ziheng, whose path had been tragically cut short. After a moment's contemplation, the rotund man smoothly remarked, as the saying goes, fortunate people have heavenly protection. Mr. Ziheng possesses abundant blessings. There is no need for concern on his behalf. You, with your kind heart, did not easily transcend to the nascent soul stage, did you? This assertion was clearly nonsensical, prompting Yun to shake her head and respond, my ascension to the nascent soul was achieved through a unique method, one I would never teach to another, not even to my fellow disciples. Feigning a sigh, the rotund man declared, who could bear to see the fairy distressed? Alas, consider it a good deed on my part, aiding that old man just this once. As long as the fairy ensures I do not suffer losses. Given your diligent efforts, consider this a favor, he added, Chapter 37. Following Yun Yi's assessment, Chun Hui had evidently become the focal point of the gathering, with many tempted by the prospect. Yet the steep price deterred all but the most determined. The words of a master indeed possessed the transformative power of alchemy, and Chun Hui, originally a dazzling gem, proved more precious than gold. If Mr. Zihong sought not for a life-extending elixir, the current situation would scarcely warrant the rotund man's intervention. Wang Hao, confronted by the crowd, could not suppress a chuckle, naturally slipping into the role of a gallant protector. Make way, make way. Those here to gawk should keep their distance. We wouldn't want to soil the fairy's garments now, would we? Is there perhaps an ulterior motive at play? Initially, Yin Yi found such ostentation excessive, but upon reflection, she recognized that Wang Hao, closely allied with Chen Xian, had ample opportunities to display his bravado, so why wait until now? Moreover, Wang Hao was generally understated. His current flamboyance likely stemmed from youthful exuberance and a momentary desire for mischief. If he could assist Mr. Zihong, what harm was there in allowing him a moment of folly? As she contemplated this, she decided to let him be. The crowd parted, and suddenly a captivating figure emerged, Tuobo Wu. Her mesmerizing gaze and fiery red lips were undeniably enchanting. However, the rotund man averted his eyes. Tuoba Wu turned casually at the sound of his voice, seemingly oblivious to his awkwardness, and continued her transaction with Mr. Zihong. Among the attendees, aside from the rotund man, only the Tuoba family could concoct elixirs. Others, even if possessing a single spirit pill, would be reluctant to trade their treasures. In the face of strife, the path of the Golden Core seemed far more pragmatic. Yet, Tuoba Wu offered only the Dust Calamity pill, which could extend life by merely 2 or 3 years, insufficient for a cultivator to achieve the nascent soul. Thus, Mr. Zihong remained indecisive. After all, the grand event had yet to commence. There were still 3 days to wait, and without Chun Hui, there would be no means to exchange for the elixir. Yet, who could say how many Dust Calamity pills the woman possessed? Perhaps only one, while countless others coveted it, as evidenced by the ravenous gazes that surrounded her, clearly indicating that the appearance of the Dust Calamity pill overshadowed Chun Hui's brilliance. Mr. Zihong, will you exchange or not? Tuoba Wu was indeed very fond of the Chun Hui ring, and the only price she could offer was the Dust Calamity pill, thus not entirely malicious. The world of cultivation could be even more ruthless than the secular realm. What a twist of fate! Once desperately seeking to ensnare her, he now found himself unexpectedly encountering her. Although he was reluctant to engage with the Tuoba family, the rotund man felt compelled to intervene. First, he could not stand idly by as Mr. Ziheng's future was jeopardized. Should he lose Chun Hui, the rotund man would be unable to assist him. Second, he had previously promised Yun Yi his assistance. One must not be untrustworthy. Third, that Chun Hui ring was truly eye-catching. Of course, it must be exchanged. However, it was to be a trade with the fairy. Yun Yi had just extolled Chun Hui's virtues, and it was indeed meant to be exchanged. She had merely stepped away momentarily, a fact well known to all. What nonsense! Were it not for Yun Yi's revelation of Chun Hui's worth, could so many have been drawn here? Fortunately, everyone present was a fellow practitioner, exhibiting commendable decorum, as no one resorted to insults. Like a heavy bomb dropped into the gathering, all eyes were drawn to the scene. Caught off guard, Yun Yi was suddenly thrust into the limelight. Despite her grace and poise, she could not help but feel flustered. If she failed to produce an elixir, it would be truly embarrassing. Just as panic began to set in, she felt something round and cool in her palm. Without needing to look, she recognized it as a beeching dan, capable of extending life by 300 years, a treasure she had once handled when Chu Yao brought it back from Nanhai. Thus, she felt a sense of relief. In that moment, with all eyes upon her, there was no time for hesitation. Yun Yi feigned ignorance of the commotion, extending her alabaster hand, wherein lay a beeching dan. Its enchanting green hue captivating all present. Green, symbolizing the rebirth of spring and the continuity of life, held the audience in rapt admiration. Moments later, the spell broke, and gasps of astonishment filled the air. Mr. Zihong, to exchange Chun Hui for a beeching dan is indeed worthwhile. With it, you can ensure a smooth progression to the nascent soul stage. Given your level of cultivation, transcending the thunder tribulation will pose no challenge. Although Yun Yi had already ascended to the nascent soul stage through a special method, she still addressed Mr. Zihong with respect, presenting the spiritual pill with both hands. Ha ha ha! Mr. Zihong clutched Chun Hui, laughing heartily, though tears streamed down his weathered face. I have devoted 30 years to gathering the world's treasures to forge Chun Hui, achieving a lifetime of renown, yet squandering precious time. Truly, Chun Hui has been both my triumph and my downfall. Now, as my time draws near, I begin to regret. I once thought it was all over, yet in the end, Chun Hui has come to my rescue. May the younger generation heed this lesson. The path of cultivation is filled with limitless glory, yet one must tread carefully, lest they stray onto a misguided path. The golden core path is the true doctrine. Such simple wisdom is understood by all, yet to genuinely embody it is exceedingly difficult. Cultivators are human too, and they harbor desires not for wealth, but for treasures. Immersed in their cravings, they find themselves ensnared, ultimately leading to their demise, with the golden core path fading into a distant dream. When the Beeching Dan made its appearance, Tuoba Wu immediately understood everything. It was undoubtedly the scheming of that rotund fellow behind the scenes. Such actions would undoubtedly undermine the prestige of the Tuoba family. With a cold huff, he quietly departed, yet a smile lingered on his exquisite face, unaware of how many profound masters had been captivated by his charm. Although it was regrettable not to obtain the Chunhui, there were still 3 days remaining in the grand event, and one could never tell what rare treasures might yet emerge. Holding onto the Chunjie Dan posed no risk of being rendered useless. It could very well serve the esteemed Zihong, which was indeed gratifying. However, the rotund fellow's actions were utterly detestable, clearly aimed at sabotaging the Tuoba family's reputation. Was he seeking revenge for matters concerning the Ice Plains? Or was he trying to curry favor with the fairy Yinyi? Taking advantage of the chaos, Li Lu quietly approached the portly man and sighed. Your recent actions were rather excessive. Even if we cannot become friends, must we turn into enemies? Wang Hao replied nonchalantly. What do you mean by excessive? Do you think I contested with her out of revenge? Am I really that petty? It was merely a ring. If she had asked, I would have given it to her immediately. Moreover, the Chunjie Dan would be of no help to Mr. Zihong. Would I just stand by and watch someone perish? Chapter 38. The emergence of the Beeching Dan stirred the first round of excitement at the grand event. People flocked to the fairy Yunyi. Familiar faces came to offer congratulations, while strangers sought to appraise the treasures. At its core, it was merely a curiosity about the origins of the Beeching Dan. With one in existence, who could say another would not follow? It would be a pity to miss such an opportunity. Bound by propriety, Yunyi could only respond to each inquiry, secretly admiring the rotund fellow's cunning intellect. The Beeching Dan being in her possession would only lead to temporary trouble. Those who coveted it had to consider their own strength. The life-extending elixir was desperately needed only by those below the Yuanying stage. Such individuals would surely not dare to entertain any ill thoughts towards her. In time, the storm would settle, bringing no harm while simultaneously enhancing the reputation of the Nanhai sect. Had the rotund fellow produced a Dan just now, he might have had to prepare for a hasty retreat. With his strength, how could he fend off those who set their sights upon him? Innocent men bear no guilt. Yet possessing a treasure could lead to peril, akin to a 3-year-old child clutching a golden doll in a bustling market. Extremely dangerous. Those of dubious character could commit unspeakable acts for a single Dan, making the rotund fellow's deliberate low profile a wise choice. Though admiration lingered, the sense of being schemed against left a lingering discontent in her heart. After dispersing the crowd, she immediately sought out the rotund fellow, thrusting the Chunhui ring into his hand and demanding, You are clearly the one wanting to exchange with Mr. Zihong. Why must you drag me into this? I do not relish the spotlight and utterly detest being pestered. Wang Hao grinned as he pocketed the ring, then replied innocently, The fairy is as astute as ever. How could you not discern the reason? You presenting the Beeching Dan would only cause them to be momentarily vexed. With your illustrious name and prowess, who would dare to have designs upon you? If it were me, it would be catastrophic. They would not only suspect I had a Dan, but would also tear me apart for the Chunhui ring. Hearing his flattery, though somewhat clumsy, it was evident he sought mercy, and Yunyi could not help but chuckle. I shall let you off this time. See what punishment awaits you if you err again. You know that girl from earlier, do you not? Something transpired between you two. The rotund fellow inquired curiously. You can tell? I did not speak to Tuobo Wu, nor did we exchange glances. You didn't even call me fairy. It seemed you were genuinely anxious. If I cannot discern it, That would be strange. The girl's gaze was laden with melancholy. Throughout, her eyes were fixed solely upon you and me. Was that not jealousy? A woman's intuition tells me you're in trouble. Since no fine treasures have emerged just yet, why not go and appease her? Yun-yi remarked with a mischievous expression. Isn't the fairy supposed to repair my flying sword? Why not seize this moment? I wish to broaden my horizons, Wang Hao replied, having long since lost hope and smiling faintly as he redirected the conversation. The participants of the Kunlun Grand Event were all cultivators, and hence, no accommodations were prepared at the venue. Only some stone platforms had been erected, sufficient for seating while drawing in qi. Old Su, having acquired the jade slip, had already begun his cultivation with eager anticipation. The clever Chu Yao had claimed a corner spot early on, engaged in whispered conversation with Su Shui. Upon seeing her master, she rushed over, clamoring to catch a glimpse of Chun Hui's splendor. The appearance of the spirit pill and the transfer of treasures had spread like wildfire throughout the venue. She had previously gifted her master 2 Beaching Dawn, making the connection quite logical. Yun-yi, focused on helping the rotund fellow conceal his secret, scolded her disciple briefly before moving to a corner to retrieve her flying sword. The Rift of Heaven was originally a treasure of the dark demon Lord Sai Duo. Shrouded in mystery, its capabilities and origins obscure. A millennium ago, it vanished from the collective memory of mankind after a fleeting moment of brilliance. Lacking embellishments or engravings, its peculiar shape and alarming state of disrepair rendered it unrecognizable. Who could envision its former sharpness? How many cultivators' blood had it absorbed? As Yun-yi gradually infused her true essence into the sword's body, it was as though a cow had sunk into the sea, impossible to discern its formation. Exceptional treasures are often imbued with defensive formations, deterring the curious from prying too deeply. To forcefully intrude could not only damage the treasure, but also endanger oneself. Contemplating this made her heart sink. Despite her discouragement, she did not abandon her efforts, persisting until she finally detected a hint of discernment. A faint pull emanated from within the Rift of Heaven, silently guiding her true essence deeper. Yet, the treasure did not seek to harm the intruder. It was neither actively absorbing nor even significantly guiding the process. If it were not for Yun-yi's meticulous nature, she might have missed it entirely. This sudden revelation filled Yun-yi with joy. The treasure's weakness was indeed astonishing. While treasures that absorb true essence are not uncommon, their capacity is often formidable, with many cultivators having suffered losses. However, the Rift of Heaven was clearly not merely absorbing. It was using the drawn, true essence to self-repair, albeit at a painstakingly slow rate. Even Yun-yi could not ascertain the process, relying solely on her experience to speculate. Had an untrained individual sensed their true essence dissipating, they would have undoubtedly abandoned their efforts. The gentleman before her likely fell victim to such folly. Fortunately, Yun-yi's mastery in artifact crafting kept her from making the same mistake. She allowed her true essence to flow gradually, carefully penetrating along the directed path. It felt akin to diving into an ocean of stars, where one becomes a minuscule existence, merging into the vastness, unwittingly entering a state of oblivion. Her expression radiating joy and serenity reminiscent of a legendary goddess. The Nanhai sect excels in artifact crafting, and it is not uncommon for one's cultivation to rise during the process, especially with a treasure like the Rift of Heaven. The rotund fellow had experienced something similar during his last alchemical endeavor, so he found no surprise in it. Yet, after waiting for some time without any response from the fairy, he began to feel a tinge of boredom. Chu Yao and Su Shui were lost in their chatter, their giggles echoing, and his instincts advised him to keep his distance. Old Su, however, seemed transformed. Having gained access to a cultivation method, he was diligently practicing. Even while drawing in qi, his face blossomed with joy. This man was indeed remarkable. It was no wonder. For over a decade, Su Jinha had been turned away, nearing his 70s without ever having touched the path of cultivation. Since encountering Wang Hao, his fortunes had taken a turn, first completing his foundation, and now even finding a cultivation method during his excursions. Though he spoke not of it, his gratitude ran deep. Having failed to become a disciple was a reflection of his own inadequacy. After years of setbacks, he was well aware of his limits. Cultivation is a race against time. Who would accept a disciple older than themselves? Regrettably, Wang Hao remained oblivious to the old man's gratitude and showed no interest in it. Now he was left alone, disinclined to meditate and draw in qi, pondering quietly as he stealthily approached the entrance. Chapter 39. Delving into the treasure mountain. It is unreasonable to return empty-handed from the treasure mountain, even if one cannot find the legendary exotic herbs or divine beasts. Hunting 2 mountain delicacies would suffice. Back in the day, the portly fellow had honed his culinary skills in the vast mountains of Longmen, and it would be a pity to let them go to waste. His rotund figure moved slowly through the darkness, his gaze never faltering on the flora and fauna surrounding him. Perseverance bore fruit, as he soon discovered a clear set of footprints in the snow, resembling those of a deer or perhaps another creature. Regardless, as long as it was delectable, it mattered not. He had detoxifying pills on hand just in case. Wang Hao followed the trail leisurely, considering it a warm-up before supper. 2 hours later, he finally spotted his prey, a robust adult deer. However, it bore only a single antler, its fur blending seamlessly with the snow, while its yellow eyes glimmered faintly. Startled by the sound of approaching footsteps, it bolted away in an instant, disappearing from view. What a clever little creature. It would indeed take some effort to catch it. Wang Hao rubbed his hands in anticipation and leapt into pursuit. This was the first time since establishing his foundation that he ran with all his might, the chill of the night wind whistling past his ears, a sharp sound that felt extraordinarily delightful. Suddenly, a mournful wail echoed in the distance, growing more urgent with each passing moment. Alas, it seemed someone was taking advantage of the situation. By the time he arrived, it was too late. The little creature was ensnared in a metallic wire trap, struggling helplessly. Unfortunately, all its efforts were in vain, as the trap only tightened its grip. This was no ordinary contraption. It emitted a dark golden glow and was lined with tiny barbs that dug deep into the flesh, making escape impossible without causing severe injury. Wang Hao gasped in pain at the sight. This was clearly animal cruelty, an inhumane act. Regardless, his supper plans were dashed. Shaking his head and preparing to leave, he was suddenly confronted by 3 individuals resembling Taoist priests. "Hey, fat man, that ring on your hand is quite nice. Hand it over, and we might let you go," they demanded. The starry blue ring was indeed too conspicuous. Qin Xian had warned him against flaunting it, and now it had landed him in trouble. The opponent's cultivation levels were not significantly higher than his own, but they had the advantage in numbers, making a direct confrontation unwise. Nevertheless, the portly fellow was not overly concerned. After a moment's thought, he feigned ignorance, saying, "You all seem to be cultivators as well, likely here for the Kunlun gathering. If you desire treasures, why resort to robbery? There are better ways to trade." Wang Hao had overestimated them. Participation in the Kunlun gathering required strength and background, and these individuals were merely disciples of third-rate families, lacking the qualifications to attend. The leader, with a horse-like face, sneered, "I wouldn't have anything to trade, even if I went. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Besides, we're not robbing you. You walked right into our trap. Enough chatter. Hand over the ring, or don't blame us for being ruthless." In the cultivation world, resources were scarce, and the plundering of treasures was commonplace. Esteemed sects cherished their reputations, and, since their disciples were not too impoverished, they refrained from disgraceful acts. However, disciples from third-rate families had fewer scruples. Encountering a good item without taking action would be the exception. The 3 aimed to test their luck at Kunlun, but fate had it that they stumbled upon the portly fellow. It was uncertain whether to call it good luck or ill fate. Wang Hao, though not overly experienced, understood how to deal with beggars and said, "The ring was passed down to me by my master. Even if I were to give it to you, he would never consent. You wouldn't want to attract trouble, would you? Let us each take a step back to avoid future conflict. A friend recently gifted me a pill. Feel free to take it, and let today's events be forgotten." Those eligible for the Kunlun gathering were certainly not ordinary individuals. Even a random participant would outclass these 3. Earlier, they had only dared to act boldly because Wang Hao was alone and had just reached the initial stage of cultivation. If they could gain something quietly, who would want to stir up trouble? Moreover, Wang Hao's offer of a single pill was tempting. The disciples from third-rate families had a limited understanding of treasures, knowing only that storage rings were valuable, but not to what extent. In their eyes, storage rings and flying swords were akin to mere trifles, but neither could be compared to the value of a pill. "Ah, I forgot to mention, my ring has 3 prohibitive seals. You want to be able to use it even if you take it. The pill, however, is genuine and can extend one's life by 300 years. Do as you wish. Seeing their interest piqued, the portly fellow felt a surge of pride and added fuel to the fire. The horse-faced leader pretended to be seasoned, cursing, "Stop trying to fool me. Pills are precious. I don't believe you have one to spare." Before he could finish his sentence, the portly fellow produced a golden pill, holding it in his palm. The dazzling golden light illuminated the night, revealing the greedy and grotesque faces surrounding him. "I'll keep the pill. You could do as you please. Farewell." Wang Hao placed the pill on the snow and turned to leave. In truth, the other party had never intended to create trouble for him. One must know that in the cultivation world, there was no such notion as killing to silence witnesses. True experts could uncover the truth even in the depths of the underworld, and unless one possessed soul-refining techniques to erase someone completely, no one dared to act without restraint. Wang Hao understood this well, which gave him the confidence to act fearlessly. Not all pills could be used to extend life. Some were simply delectable, yet difficult to digest. The unexpected turn of events did not dampen Wang Hao's spirits. On his way back, he found himself humming a cheerful tune, envisioning the unfortunate individuals in a comical predicament. Suddenly, a captivating figure entered his line of sight. It was Tuaba Wu, her cold demeanor more frigid than the snow of Kunlun. She had intended to explain the misunderstandings of the ice field to Wang Hao, but upon seeing the portly fellow slip away, she followed him out. Witnessing everything that had just transpired, "Is it truly so enjoyable to be plundered?" she inquired. "If it's not enjoyable, what can be done? Should I cry?" he retorted. Tuaba Wu scoffed. "You are clearly reveling in this. A single pill can resolve 3 early-stage cultivators. It is indeed something to take pride in. Given their characters, they would undoubtedly fight to the death, and even the victor would consume your dream-returning pill, falling into an endless slumber. Though I do not know how long the dream-returning effect lasts, it must be quite prolonged. One must concede that this tactic was insidious. If that pill truly was life-extending, any cultivator below the nascent soul stage would go mad for it. The disciples from third-rate families hardly recognized pills, let alone discern their types and uses. Indeed, the duration of that slumber would be extensive. Unless another dream-returning pill was consumed, one would never awaken. Given that there were no other alchemists reported thus far, it was akin to being dead. Why could you not engage in a fair battle? Even if you achieve your goal through such means, it lacks honor, does it not? Everything that transpired fell under Tuaba Wu's gaze. She longed for the portly fellow to fight valiantly, even if the outcome was predetermined to be defeat. She would ensure he was not wronged. Having grown accustomed to her brother's integrity, she found it difficult to accept the portly fellow's methods. Her tone laced with disappointment and regret. Though she would never admit it, that sense of loss was indeed rooted in affection. Unfortunately, the tiny seed of love was repeatedly stifled by the portly fellow's actions before it could even sprout. Chapter 40, Apprenticeship, Part 1. Deep down, she had concluded that Wang Hao was aimless, lazily practicing his cultivation, relying on a few spiritual pills to swagger about and deceive others, a clear display of nouveau riche vulgarity. Moreover, she was unaware that the portly fellow was an alchemist, mistakenly believing the spiritual pills were gifts from Chunxian. Wielding the gifts of others so frivolously could only label him as a spendthrift. Such a person was unworthy of love. The portly fellow had long abandoned his infatuations, remaining indifferent to her transformation. Why would he risk his life when a mere dream-returning pill could resolve the situation? They were not worthy of his efforts. Tuaba Wu felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, quickly reverting to her icy tone. "I understand your meaning. A wealthy man need not engage in a life-or-death struggle with a beggar. Tossing a stack of cash can send the beggars into a frenzy, resulting in chaos and bloodshed. The item those individuals risk their lives to fight over is merely a dream-returning pill, which you deem insignificant. If you were pleased, you could even produce a beaching pill, and a throng of experts would willingly serve you. Forget it." Tuaba Wu sighed, his tone softening. "I have come to clarify the misunderstanding. After leaving the ice plains, I sought a plane to bring you back, for I lacked the ability to carry you on my sword. Therefore, I ventured out in search of one. Who could have predicted that you would depart first? Later, I even asked my brother to inquire about your whereabouts. Everything that the chubby man did was merely to afford himself a chance. Having resigned himself to failure, he quietly left without lingering attachments. These explanations have become meaningless. and he is unwilling to believe them. With indifference, he replied, "You underestimate me. I will not hold a grudge over such matters, nor do you need to explain." After bidding farewell to Toobo Wu, he returned alone to the venue, where the grand event was in its countdown. Despite the night, it was more vibrant than during the day. Who knows how many rare treasures have been added? Yet the chubby man felt no interest. The highlight of the event would occur on the final day, when top-tier treasures would make their appearance, and a central platform was prepared for this purpose. Xian would also appear at that time. Scanning the crowd, he noticed a dashing figure clad in scholarly robes conversing with Su Shui, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Arrival. An alarm went off in the chubby man's mind, and he stealthily blended into the crowd to ascertain the situation. Little girl, it is difficult to find a good mentor. Encountering the esteemed Zhuangzizi is your fortune. Hurry and agree, lest you regret it later. An elderly man spoke, his heart seemingly in the right place. Alas, dear girl, do accept quickly. This gentleman was growing increasingly impatient. The elder Su, having faced repeated setbacks in finding a mentor for his granddaughter, understood the rarity of such opportunities. He stood nearby, continuously signaling to his granddaughter, knowing that if she could apprentice under a renowned master, he would undoubtedly share in the glory. Su Shui had heard her grandfather speak of the benefits of cultivation before. Upon arriving at Kunlun, her eyes had been opened even further. She had long been moved by the idea, but had not voiced it. Now, her big eyes fluttered. While she wished to accept, she also felt a twinge of fear. Once a disciple, forever a child. Such matters cannot be taken lightly. She intended to wait for Wang Hao's return before making a decision. Though she did not fully believe in the chubby man's capabilities, he did possess some knowledge and, crucially, was trustworthy. Yun Yi, sensing the girl's thoughts, intervened, saying, Zhuangzizi's intention to take on a disciple need not be rushed. The young lady has come with a friend. It will be prudent for her to consult with her companion before making a decision. Su Xuan nodded in agreement. That was indeed her intent. Indeed, I was too hasty, frightening the young girl. No need to rush. I will wait with you until your friend returns. Zhuangzizi seemed to be desperately clinging to the idea of having a disciple, unwilling to depart. Wang Hao, having grasped the situation, feigned just returning from outside, exclaiming, "What has happened? Why is there such a crowd? Is there a beauty here who charges no fee?" Among the four, aside from the elder Su, all were beauties, and his remark caused many to blush and retreat slightly. Su Shui, like a drowning person finding a lifebuoy, rushed to the chubby man's side and recounted the events as they had unfolded. It was much as the chubby man had surmised. Upon seeing Su Shui's exceptional talent, the other party had developed the desire to take her on as a disciple, further encouraged by Elder Su, leading to the current entanglement. Wang Hao listened patiently to her description before inquiring, "Do you wish to apprentice under Zhuangzizi?" "Of course. I would be delighted." Su Shui nodded eagerly. "However, I do not have the authority to decide whether you should take him as your master. Since you seek my opinion, I must express my disapproval." Wang Hao was unsure of Zhuangzizi's true nature, but the man was undeniably handsome. What if feelings developed over time? Moreover, Su Shui was his precious gem. Choosing a mentor required careful consideration and could not be taken lightly. "Why do you disapprove?" Su Shui asked, her voice tinged with anxiety, her eyes reddening. The chubby man could not reveal his concerns, nor could he disparage Zhuangzizi, for he meant well. He could only speak in vague terms. Taking on a master is a significant life decision. One must heed their parents' wishes and deliberate after returning home. Even matchmaking? Even Chu Yao felt indignant for Su Shui, recalling the hardships she had faced in her own mentorship journey. Such an opportunity is like a gift from the heavens, and others would be eager to seek it. Just as the chubby man was about to say more, he was silenced by a glare from his master. After much hesitation, Su Shui made her decision, walking directly to Zhuangzizi and apologizing. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I cannot accept, and I am sorry. You will surely find a better disciple." This phrase sounded familiar. Beautiful girls often say such things. Zhuangzizi was momentarily taken aback, likely not expecting rejection. He then smiled and said, "The bond between master and disciple is one of fate. I wish you well in finding a better teacher." Su Shui had not yet begun her cultivation. How could she have a master without first embarking on the journey? Unless a better choice arose, Zhuangzizi was not foolish. He merely felt a sense of regret. Before taking his leave, he reminded the girl to visit him in Shushan when she had the chance, effectively leaving a door open for Su Shui. As the crowd dispersed, Yun-yi noticed Su Shui still lamenting and approached her with comforting words. The bond of a master and disciple is contingent upon fate. If you're not destined to be with Zhuangzizi, do not force it. If it is meant to be, there will be another opportunity. As for Zhuangzizi, he is not an extraordinary figure. He merely holds some renown in Shushan. If you cannot find a suitable master, consider joining our Nanhai sect. After all, you and Chu Yao seem to get along quite well. Resources in the realm of cultivation are exceedingly scarce. Too many disciples are unsustainable for a master. Hence the common model of one master for one disciple. Had it not been for the BQ Dan provided by the chubby man, Yun-yi would still be worrying about Chu Yao and would lack the inclination to take on another disciple. However, now she was fully capable of accepting one more. Really? Su Shui's smile returned instantly, eager to apprentice at once. Let's hold off for now. Wang Hao will help you find one. If he is unwilling, you may seek me out later. Yun-yi, being exceptionally perceptive, had seen through the chubby man entirely. Her earlier words were merely meant to comfort Su Shui. In no time, Su Shui's smile blossomed anew as she joyfully approached Chu Yao for conversation. With the promise of the fairy, what was there to worry about? Yun-yi, waiting until they were engrossed in their chat, then moved to the chubby man's side, smiling gently. I did not expect Su Shui to trust you so completely. You must ensure she finds a good master, or even I shall not agree. Are you planning for her to take Chun Xian as her teacher? If so, Su Shui would be incredibly fortunate. I would envy her. Is the fairy's admiration for Chun Xian somewhat blind? I do not perceive his greatness. I was about to ask you which formidable figures exist within the realm of cultivation. Yun-yi smiled slightly and explained. In the realm of cultivation, there is a ranking of masters, with Chun Xian holding the top position. With his cultivation level, he could have ascended long ago. However, for reasons unknown, he chose to forfeit his path and remain in the mortal realm, thus placing him in a league of his own. The second-ranked master is Wan Jian from Shushan. His cultivation level remains a mystery, but as the Shushan sect primarily follows the sword, he holds considerable advantages in combat, having never been defeated. The third is Zhuiyu, the little physician from the Ice Lian Water Pavilion. Although her cultivation is significantly inferior to the first two, she excels in medicine and has aided many. In addition to her beauty, earning her the title of Little Physician. She is the only controversial figure among the top three. Upon hearing the mention of Ice Lian, the chubby man was taken aback and discreetly probed. So, there truly is a Shushan? I thought it was merely a fabrication of television. Is the Ice Lian Water Pavilion also known as the Ice Lian Mountain Manor? Is it formidable? Will they also attend the Kunlun Grand Event? While speaking, he mentally cursed the fiery old ghost. You are unaware of the renowned Shushan Sword Sect, yet you know of the lesser-known Ice Lian Water Pavilion? Are you perhaps an admirer of the Little Physician? Indeed, it was once called the Ice Lian Mountain Manor. The name changed 200 years ago. Noting the chubby man's growing impatience, Yun-yi could not resist teasing him, then continued. The Ice Lian Water Pavilion is a secondary sect, not comparable to Xingyue's sect or Shushan. Just as formidable individuals have rankings, so too do sects. Shushan ranks first, Xingyue's sect second, and Wujiman third, with the order of the top two frequently fluctuating. If Chun Xian performs astonishing feats at the Kunlun Grand Assembly, it is quite possible that the Xingyue sect will immediately ascend to the top. From her words, one can discern her feelings for Chun Xian. The chubby fellow chuckled and remarked, it seems the fairy is quite eager for the Xingyue sect to secure the first position. Haha. Naturally, Yun-yi replied with unusual calmness. Reminiscing, I owe my successful cultivation to the nascent soul stage, to Chun Xian's guidance on a specific formation. Not only that, but he also imparted a wealth of knowledge on formations to me. Although the Nanhai sect excels in artifact forging, they lack insight into formations, with only a handful achieving great mastery. Were it not for his guidance, I could not have attained my current achievements. Wang Hao understood that the formation must be a method of cultivating using treasures, which explained why Yun-yi could breach the nascent soul stage at such a young age. However, he chose not to reveal this, realizing that her feelings for Chun Xian were primarily rooted in gratitude. Yun-yi frowned slightly and chided, you too. Stop eavesdropping and come over here. The two young girls crept over, their faces still adorned with mischievous smiles, unaware of when they had begun eavesdropping. Along with them was Su Jinhe, who could not be left behind. Chu Yao didn't mind, having long been accustomed to reprimands. While Su Shui's face flushed as she timidly inquired, is Chun Xian really that impressive? Has he taken any disciples? Yun Yi said, why not just ask if you have a chance yourself? You possess great talent and beauty. Perhaps Qin would take a liking to you and accept you as a disciple. I could never be that fortunate. I was just asking, please don't mock me, fairy. Su Shui nearly wished to find a hole to hide in. Though filled with confidence in the mundane world, influenced by her grandfather, she held a deep respect for cultivators and felt utterly lacking in confidence before the legendary Chen Xian. It seems Chen Xian has yet to take any disciples. You might still have a chance. I believe he would certainly consider you, Yun Yi remarked, casting a meaningful glance at the chubby fellow. Although she was uncertain of the nature of his relationship with Chen Xian, the fact that Chen Xian was willing to gift him the Xinglan ring indicated their close bond. Indeed, she also believed that Wang Hao's Beeching Dan was a gift from Chen Xian. Otherwise, what better explanation could there be? Cultivators are exceedingly cautious when it comes to accepting disciples. Even if Su Shui had connections, Chen Xian might not accept her if her talent were mediocre. Yet her talent was evidently exceptional, suggesting Chen Xian would not mind doing a favor. Yun Yi and the chubby fellow were both aware of this, while Su Shui remained oblivious to the challenges involved and thus accepted such assertions. However, Chu Yao was skeptical. To be accepted as Chen Xian's disciple? What a joke. If Chen Xian were willing to take disciples, the queue would stretch from Shushan to Kunlun. Su Jinhe also doubted that his granddaughter had such good fortune. Yet, Yun Yi did not strike one as someone who spoke without thought, and the chubby fellow was his idol, so it seemed unlikely that this was mere fiction. He strained to discern any clues from their expressions. Su Shui, being an ordinary girl, grew weary after a day of play and soon began to yawn, leaning against her grandfather's embrace as she fell asleep. Su Lao seemed quite uncomfortable holding his granddaughter, having not seen her for over a decade. Su Shui had blossomed into a radiant young lady, making it hard for him to reconcile the image of his granddaughter. Noticing her master's stern expression, Chu Yao quickly stuck out her tongue and made her escape. Despite her playful antics during the day, she adhered to her nightly routine of meditation and energy cultivation without fail for over a decade. Most cultivators utilize the night for energy cultivation, much like ordinary people sleep at night. Those qualified to attend the Kunlun Grand Assembly typically possess this good habit. Thus, at this moment, many were either meditating or conversing, with the exception of Su Shui, who was the only one lying down asleep. Only Wang Hao, a peculiar case, refrained from cultivation, as the ice flame could autonomously draw energy, and he was not concerned about longevity. Yun Yi noticed his unusual behavior and cautioned, cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. One must either advance or regress, and there can be no slackening, especially before reaching the nascent soul stage. One must never squander time. Wang Hao understood her intention, but was unwilling to reveal his identity. With a playful grin, he replied, I'm not drawing energy right now. If I fail to cultivate, I can always be reborn. It's not a big deal. It is no small feat to come to such a realization. Yun Yi nodded in approval. For ordinary people, death is indeed not terrifying. Aging, illness, and death are the natural order of life, beyond human control. As long as one accumulates virtue in life, reincarnation may not be a misfortune. Cultivators cherish life due to their dedication to the golden core path, not out of fear of death. If one wishes to live long, it would be better to reincarnate as a tortoise. However, as cultivators, such a viewpoint is inadvisable. I shall refrain from discussing the grand truths with you. Just look at Mr. Ziheng, and you will understand. Diligence bears fruit. While idleness is fruitless is a maxim that applies equally to cultivation. The revision has been completed. Since this is a significant revision, I recommend reviewing chapters 39 to 41. And if time permits, please provide your insights. Chapters 39 to 41 underwent considerable changes, so it is advisable for everyone to revisit them. My apologies for the inconvenience. Yun Yi also sensed spiritual energy gradually flowing into Wang Hao's body. Everyone possesses a sense of curiosity, but the methods of cultivation are typically closely guarded secrets of their respective sex and should not be inquired about lightly. Wang Hao possessed an exceptional cultivation method and lacked for nothing in terms of elixirs for prolonging life. With the addition of Chunwei, possessing such advantages should compel him to cherish them and dedicate himself to diligent practice. Before reaching the nascent soul stage, Yun Yi had cultivated tirelessly day and night. It was that unwavering dedication that moved Chen Xian to impart formation knowledge to her. Chu Yao had only slightly relaxed her standards after receiving the Beeching Dan. Even with elixirs for prolonging life, diligent cultivation remains essential, for otherwise, she too would face the tribulation of thunder after 300 years. Even if she could cultivate to the nascent soul stage within that time, the deeper one's cultivation, the better the chance during the tribulation. Cultivation is not a means to attain happiness or enjoy eternal life, at least not until after surpassing the nascent soul stage. Quite the contrary. The path of cultivation is fraught with trials and tribulations, with each tribulation posing the risk of utter annihilation, a complete disappearance without even the chance of reincarnation. Thus, cultivators, engrossed in their pursuits, would never involve their families, not out of selfishness, but from a clear understanding of the inherent perils. Elixirs are not omnipotent. They serve merely as aids. Cultivating the nascent soul still requires personal energy cultivation. Even with supportive elixirs, breakthroughs depend on oneself. Otherwise, one risks self-detonation. For ordinary people, elixirs have negligible effects, as they cannot transform true essence into elixirs. At most, they strengthen the body and prolong life, with their life-prolonging effects not exceeding 10 years. In truth, only alchemists can fully appreciate the wonders of elixirs. If one believes that embarking on the path of cultivation guarantees success, such thinking is akin to suicide, and a complete one at that, leading to irretrievable doom. As a senior and friend, Yin Yi felt it her duty to offer a warning to prevent Wang Hao from treading the same path. By the way, I have checked your flying sword. The materials of the Rift Sky Scar are quite peculiar. Even the Three Flames True Fire cannot refine them, and the formation laid within is extraordinarily intricate, interlinked, and seamless. Even if I were capable of repairs, I would not know where to begin. Finally, Yin Yi ceased her admonitions and casually handed the flying sword to the chubby fellow. The Rift Sky Scar appeared transformed. Though still in a state of disrepair, it was vaguely recognizable as a sword, and notably a broad one, with a dark hue, about a foot long, just the type that the chubby fellow favored. Fairy, could you perhaps try another method? I really like it. Yin Yi smiled sweetly. Do not underestimate me. After some attempts, I have discovered a method to repair it. However, the process is quite lengthy and would be best completed by you personally. A flying sword shares a connection with its master. The longer they coexist, the greater their tacit understanding. Furthermore, once a flying sword is damaged, its master inevitably suffers as well, making a fine flying sword invaluable to cultivators. The Rift Sky Scar is a top-tier flying sword, and paying a price for it is worth it. Wang Hao was not afraid of the cost, but was unsure how to repair the flying sword. He inquired, "Didn't you say that it would take some time before I could control the flying sword? Moreover, I am utterly perplexed by the intricacies of repairing a flying sword. Although I have successfully reached the heart-moving stage, the plump fellow's understanding of magical artifacts remains surprisingly poor." Yun Yi, with a sense of helplessness, explained, "Did your master not teach you how to wield a flying sword? Theoretically, once a cultivator completes the foundation establishment, they possess true essence, enabling them to use a flying sword. However, at this juncture, the true essence is still exceedingly weak, insufficient to control the sword. Furthermore, one must not recklessly engage in strenuous activities until the initial formation of a Yuan Dan is complete. As one enters the Qi movement stage, while the true essence is enhanced, it remains quite unstable, and it is generally inadvisable to take risks during this phase. Following this is the spirit refinement stage. After a period of cultivation, one's true essence becomes abundant and stable enough to wield a flying sword. This is precisely why most masters only provide their disciples with flying swords upon reaching the spirit refinement stage. Since you have just entered the Qi movement stage, you should ideally find a serene place to cultivate. I am unsure why you are wandering about." The plump fellow nodded, then pondered aloud. "But I have yet to reach the spirit refinement stage. Is it not too early for me to use a flying sword? I could certainly wait a while longer. There is no rush." Yun Yi smiled gently. "It is good that you're not in haste. You seem to have misunderstood me. Only in the spirit refinement stage can one wield a flying sword. For now, you're merely repairing it. The rift of heaven is extraordinarily profound. Cultivating with it will be beneficial and harmless. If it were Chu Yao, I would certainly dare not to do so. Her curiosity is overwhelming, and she would undoubtedly attempt to experiment in secret. However, you are well-versed and should be able to resist temptation. Remember, before reaching the spirit refinement stage. Do not attempt to wield it. As for the method of repair, there is no need for concern. Within your body, the rift of heaven will automatically mend itself. After a brief repair, the rift of heaven was barely usable. Yun-E flicked her fingers gracefully, casting a hint of mystical light, and the flying sword transformed into a small black dot, merging into the plump fellow's body. It completed the repair within him, simultaneously undergoing a refining process that surpassed ordinary methods. Experience it for yourself. Moreover, once the gathering concludes, you'll be able to utilize the spring radiance. Most cultivators have only heard its name and have never truly seen it. A slight disguise will suffice. Cultivating with it will yield remarkable results. The star blue ring is exceedingly conspicuous, so I will help you conceal its brilliance. Those with lesser cultivation will not see through my spell. And though there are many with greater cultivation than mine, they are rare and the chances of encountering them are slim. As Yun-E assisted the plump fellow in masking the glow of the two rings, she closed her eyes. Although she had entered the nascent soul stage, she never relaxed her focus on cultivation. Among the cultivators of this world, only Wang Hao and Chun Xian dared to indulge themselves. Wang Hao had reaped the benefits of the eternal ice soul, and, coupled with his unique cultivation method, merely meditating to draw in energy proved futile. Chun Xian, on the other hand, refused to ascend, intent on remaining in the mortal realm to accompany his wife. What need did he have for further cultivation? Surveying the surroundings, it was evident that nearly everyone was engaged in energy absorption, with only a few encountering kindred spirits for candlelight discussions. The plump fellow, not knowing anyone, felt it inappropriate to approach them and opted to join in the meditation. After some time apart, the ice flame had become even more formidable, rising in a restless tempest, its deep indigo glow illuminating every corner of his being. Above the ice flame appeared a small black dot, calm and profound. This was the flying sword that had just been integrated into his body, existing like a black hole, silently absorbing the plump fellow's true essence. How dark it was! Had it been another cultivator, they would have surely felt a pang of sorrow. He finally understood what Yun-E meant by paying a price. Fortunately, Wang Hao's true essence was easily acquired, so he was not overly concerned. Previously, the plump fellow had not been anxious about advancing his cultivation, but now, with the rift of heaven dangling before him, he felt a subtle anticipation within. The finest method for a pill master to elevate their level is undoubtedly through alchemy. Within his ring lay a piece of crystal stone, originally intended to be used once 3 pieces were gathered. However, upon reflection, that seemed rather ambitious. It would be better to make do and enhance his cultivation for now. The plump fellow was no stranger to treasures. He had once crafted a rainbow crystal and thought it no loss to destroy a tricolor one. He resolved to use it immediately after the Kunlun gathering concluded. For the sake of stepping upon the rift of heaven sooner, it was worth it. The allure of soaring through the skies on a sword is a deadly temptation for cultivators. Today happened to be the birthday of Dog Slayer. Let us all share in the joy. Chapter 43. The process of communicating with the ice flame is ineffably delightful. Once immersed, one loses track of time, feeling the ice flame grow stronger and rise. The rift of heaven slowly guides the true essence, like an endless black hole, so profound that it dares not be gazed upon directly. In the midst of chaos, Wang Hao heard a chime-like melodious laughter. Upon opening his eyes, he found Su Shue's flower-like smile close at hand. You are so adorable when you cultivate. So, you're also a cultivator? Time spent in cultivation cannot be measured by ordinary standards, especially since Wang Hao had little experience and did not possess others' control. Unbeknownst to him, 2 days had already passed. Yun-E believed her admonitions had taken effect, forbidding Chu Yao and Su Shui from interrupting. Of course, old Su would not act foolishly. He had been wandering about the venue for 2 days. Although he had no magical artifacts to exchange, his knowledge had significantly expanded. Even renowned disciples rarely had such an opportunity. Su Shui, witnessing him go without food or drink for 2 days, began to believe he was indeed a genuine cultivator. Her gaze reflecting a hint of admiration, though it was quite limited. The plump fellow held no air of mystery before her. Rather, there was trust and reliance. It should be noted that the plump fellow, in the past, not only enjoyed food, but was also more gluttonous than anyone else, requesting 2 servings even during flights. Who says cultivators do not eat? Sweat. Wang Hao feigned anger. What do you mean also a cultivator? I have always been one. Oomph. I will make you regret not treating a bean bun as a staple food in the future. Yin Yi could not help but chuckle at his self-comparison to a bean bun. Indeed, it was rather fitting. In truth, aside from being slightly plump, Wang Hao possessed delicate features, falling into the category of pleasantly plump, thus endearing himself to many. Whether it was Sister Lan back then, or now Yin Yi, as well as Aunt Yang, who watched him grow, none found him unattractive. Girls might only perceive his weight through the lens of selecting a spouse, feeling that his bulk detracted from aesthetics. Moreover, cultivators of the nascent soul stage can alter their physique, so no one is overly concerned about such matters. However, Wang Hao's diligence over the past 2 days deserved commendation. Seizing the moment, Yin Yi promptly admonished her disciple, "Look at how diligently others are cultivating. When we first met, you had yet to complete your foundation establishment, and now you are at the late stage of the heart-moving stage. If you continue to exert yourself, it will not be long before you surpass me. Do you not feel ashamed for spending your days in leisure?" Initially, Chu Yao had also walked this path step by step, far surpassing the plump fellow in effort. So she understood that such speed could not be achieved through mere hard work. The most infuriating aspect was that the plump fellow echoed. What the fairy said is absolutely right. Speaking of diligence, I do have some insights. Cultivation is often tedious and dreary, and perseverance is key. It takes 10 years, no? 100 years of consistent effort to finally attain the golden pill path. Recalling his time spent tending the boiler by his master, the plump fellow felt a deep personal resonance with those words. Although it was not to the point of tears, it was sufficiently moving. Who has not felt the hardships of cultivation? Reaching the nascent soul stage is merely the beginning of a long journey, yet it is just a momentary respite. The path to the golden pill remains distant. When uttered by a plump fellow in the Qi movement stage, such words may carry a hint of superficiality, but when conveyed by Yun Yi, they resonate with the true essence of cultivation. However, should an ascended immortal hear this, they may well chuckle, for even Chen Xian could offer a different perspective. The heights at which one stands alter one's view of issues. As one traverses the path and reaches the realm of immortals, looking back may evoke profound reflections. Old Su appeared as a devout disciple, hanging on every word spoken. The nascent soul stage. What a remarkable realm it must be. As the gathering approached its final day, attendance had more than doubled. The vast venue was now overflowing with people. Most had not come to exchange magical artifacts or expand their knowledge, but rather to pay homage. Chen Xian, Wen Jian, Zhu Yu, these legendary figures were regarded as deities among cultivators. Even the purpose of the ethereal fairy's journey is intriguing. Over the past 2 days, aside from assisting the stout man in securing spring radiance and the scar of the sky, she has not cast a single glance at the displayed magical artifacts. The reason is quite simple. Since it is an exchange of equivalent value, there is little advantage to be gained. Moreover, being proficient in the art of crafting, she has no reason to covet the treasures of others. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance as over 30 Taoist priests entered simultaneously, causing quite a stir. Each sect is allotted only 2 slots, and with 4 sects ranking in the top 3, even if acquaintances came in pairs, it would only be 7 or 8 individuals at most. Thus, the entrance of such a large number of priests undoubtedly attracted attention. Unless they were practitioners who had participated in previous events, the rest of the onlookers stood on tiptoe to catch a glimpse, and even Chu Yao was no exception. What is there to see? Are they not afraid of ridicule? Yini shot a glance at her disciple and explained, landlords naturally possess certain privileges. They're disciples of the Kunlun sect. Kunlun Mountain is abundant in rare treasures and exotic beasts, spiritual flowers, and celestial herbs. They thrive on the mountain's bounty, thus enjoying advantages over other sections. What they cannot consume, they bring to exchange, which is quite welcomed. Besides, there are local specialties from the mountains, such as Hatian jade, bear paws, and snow lotus flowers, which are well known. Additionally, there are various Chinese medicinal herbs like palm ginseng, lakyang, and meat corydalus. Although these are not exclusive to Kunlun, their quality is unparalleled. These are the only items at the fair that can be purchased with money. Few cultivators are impoverished. Buying these to replenish one's health is akin to a substitute for elixirs, and Hatian jade can also be used for crafting. Thus, there's no worry about unsold stock. The income from each fair is enough for the Kunlun sect to sustain themselves for several years. Upon hearing about the appearance of exotic beasts and celestial herbs, Wang Hao's eyes sparkled. If crystals were to emerge, he might just unearth some treasures with his discerning eye. For him, magical artifacts hold far less allure than alchemical materials. Bear paws and herbs could be taken home to present to his parents, far superior to the tonics sold in pharmacies. If fresh wild beasts were available, procuring one for a taste would also be delightful. The more he contemplated, the more appealing the prospect became, and he gracefully leaped to the ground with a lightness that surpassed that of a bird, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. Yin shook her head, smiling as she followed. Throughout their acquaintance, the stout man had left her with one impression: greed. Cultivators should retain their innate greed. Greed for power, greed for magical artifacts. Without such motivation, where would the drive come from? Therefore, it is not a flaw. In this regard, she feels she falls short. When cultivators spend money, it differs from ordinary individuals. They don't even glance, merely tossing down stacks with abandon. What appears effortless to them often leads the uninformed to mistakenly believe they regard wealth as worthless. With the stout man's discernment, it was not difficult for him to distinguish the good from the bad, and in the blink of an eye, he had selected a significant quantity of mountain delicacies, mostly medicinal herbs, along with several rare treasures. In terms of appearance, he was slightly lacking, yet among those present, Li Lu stood out as his equal. Kunlun Mountain boasts numerous specialties suitable for alchemy, perfectly aligned with the tier of elixirs he sought. He would not let this golden opportunity slip by. After all, the expenses would be charged to the Tuoba family, with Tuoba Wu standing right behind him. In the scuffle, both seized a snow lotus flower simultaneously, and upon realizing they were rivals, they exchanged smiles. The stout man's knowledge of exotic beasts is unmatched, and it is not surprising he understands how to utilize elixirs for nourishment. However, when he discovered that Wang Hao's spoils included 2 bear paws, he could no longer contain his curiosity. May I inquire about the purpose of these bear paws? Tuoba Wu was destined to seize the land, if she could not allow the stout man to be at a disadvantage. First, she would secure the Snow Maiden, and then she would attend to the tickets. Chapter 44. Though Li Lu is somewhat inexperienced in alchemy, he should understand the medicinal value of bear paws, right? Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback, then explained, bear paws have always been considered the pinnacle of mountain delicacies, renowned for their nourishing properties. They are sweet and pungent, non-toxic, and are associated with the spleen and stomach meridians. Their effects include replenishing qi and blood, strengthening the spleen and stomach, dispelling wind and cold, and mending bones. They are indicated for qi and blood deficiency, emaciation, loss of appetite, cold-induced numbness, and bone injuries. Furthermore, when cooked properly, they are exquisite in flavor. Have you not heard of dragon liver, phoenix marrow, bear paws, and orangutan lips? As he spoke, he picked up 2 more and tossed them into his basket. He realized he had initially gathered far too few, and many nearby began to imitate him after hearing his explanation. Even Tuoba Wu, who stood at the back, understood these basics. He had initially expected some profound reasoning, but was slightly disappointed to hear such a mundane explanation. Was it merely for the sake of taste? Cultivators do not require such nourishment. I was asking how these bear paws relate to elixirs. Li Lu pressed on, willing to pay a great price to learn even a fraction of knowledge. Yet those capable of imparting such wisdom were regrettably few. Upon hearing the word elixir, Wang Hao was startled, and upon noticing that no one around was paying attention, he whispered, "What elixir? I'm just after the taste." Li Lu was left speechless. At that moment, Su Shui had arduously squeezed her way in from the back, and upon seeing Wang Hao's basket, laughed. "You're buying those for Uncle and Auntie, aren't you? Let me pay." She held a handful of cash, for both elderly relatives had treated her well, and being the sensible girl she was, she would prepare a gift to bring back, regardless of the stout man's actions. Although she had declared that no money would be needed for the fair, Old Master Su had made ample preparations before their departure. As the saying goes, a poor family makes for a rich journey. And now it was time to put that into practice. Don't forget, my mother gave you the ancestral ring. It's only right you spend a bit to buy a gift. In recounting this, she added with a chuckle, "You actually profited from it. When I was little, I secretly played with the ring, and when she found out, she scolded me fiercely. Why don't you just wear it? It would be a shame to lose it in your pocket." Wang Hao seized the opportunity to launch an all-out offensive. Despite their amicable relationship, it had not yet developed further. The The stout man decided to make his move starting from that ring. Theoretically, if he could trick her into wearing it, it would be tantamount to a tacit acknowledgement of their relationship. His mother's insight was remarkable. She had determined her future daughter-in-law at their first meeting, even wagering on it. Initially, the stout man thought this was too hasty. In truth, the old lady had a simple viewpoint. No matter how precious the ring, it is but an inanimate object. Passing it around wouldn't bring happiness. It would be better used to assist her son in finding a good daughter-in-law, which is far more valuable. With a grandmother's emerald dangling, it would at least help Wang Hao focus more. A mother knows her child best. She would not underestimate the stout man, but was merely concerned about his dedication. Of course, this alone was not enough for her to make a decision. She had seen the goodness in Su Shui's nature. Even if there came a day of parting, she would not cling to the ring. Mother had arranged everything for the stout man. As long as he could trick Su Shui into wearing it, the task would be accomplished. This should not be too difficult. If Su Shui despised the stout man, she would have returned the ring long ago instead of keeping it close. No girl falls in love with a person simply because of a ring. Even dating would not stem from that. However, collecting the ring is one thing. Getting her to wear it on her finger would require some clever maneuvering. If you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I will return to you now? Su Shui retorted, her face flushed. With her grandfather standing behind, perhaps it was precisely because he was there that the stout man felt emboldened. It was utterly exasperating. I would welcome that. Hand it over. The stout man played hard to get. You almost tricked me. Believe it or not, I will break it. The girl's voice rang with a distinct accent, and it seemed she was genuinely angry, making a move to retrieve the ring. That was an heirloom from his mother. If it were to break, there would be no returning home. Aware she was merely bluffing, the stout man hastily begged for mercy. Whoever pays is the same. Su Shui. Hurry up and settle the bill. Su Jinha appeared just in time to defuse the situation, raising suspicions that he might have been eavesdropping, as his timing was impeccable. Su Shui, despite her myriad grievances, dared not oppose her grandfather and had to settle the bill first. In Wang Hao's eyes, this was a source of endless amusement. In the realm of propriety, not many young people can achieve what they have. Jing Yi appeared unexpectedly, and with a single remark, left Su Shui blushing once more. If Wang Hao selecting gifts for his parents is an act of filial piety, how then should one interpret her decision to pay the bill? From an outsider's perspective, the relationship between the two individuals is indeed remarkable. Setting aside their affectionate displays during the journey, Su Shui appears to heed every word of the chubby man, indicating a level of trust far beyond an ordinary acquaintance. Moreover, what qualifies Wang Hao to bring both of them to the grand event? Such an opportunity is exceedingly rare. Even within the South Sea sect, it is evident that Wang Hao intends to assist Su Shui in finding a mentor, and the chubby man does not strike one as someone who would give without expecting anything in return. Wang Hao, devising a plan, implored, "It is indeed not easy. My mother gifted Su Shui an ancestral ring, adorned with an emerald. As you know, such items are delicate and prone to damage, which terrifies Su Shui, preventing her from wearing it. If only it could be refined into a magical artifact. I have heard that Fairy Uni possesses exceptional crafting skills. Might she lend a hand?" Fairy Uni, unaware of the ploy, smiled gracefully and replied, "It is a trifling matter, but I must first examine the ring to ascertain its condition. Otherwise, it would be a grave misdeed to ruin a family heirloom." She imitated the chubby man's manner of speaking, perhaps to jest at his somewhat antiquated style. Such conduct is not uncommon in the realm of cultivation, yet it was amusing coming from a young man just past his 20s. The chubby man had been taught by the Dan Wang since childhood, and thus had grown accustomed to speaking in such a manner. While Wang Hao's request seemed straightforward, it was fraught with challenges. The emerald ring comprised gold and the gem itself, which could be refined and purified using similar materials through methods attainable in the spiritual refinement stage. However, emeralds are not easily found, and the chubby man had made it clear that this was a family heirloom, requiring it to retain its original form without alteration. Otherwise, it would no longer be considered an ancestral piece. There are, of course, superficial methods, such as not altering the ring, but infusing it with a bit of true essence and sealing the spiritual energy with formations, thereby allowing the inherent qualities of the emerald to manifest various benefits. Yet, such an object strays far from the concept of a true magical artifact, suitable only for deceiving the ignorant. Su Lao, wise in the ways of the world, had already discerned the underlying motives. He hoped his granddaughter would forge a bond with the chubby man, not to mention Wang Hao had assisted him in establishing a foundation. Although the jade slip was gifted by Fairy Uni, it was ultimately at Wang Hao's behest. Without his influence, he would have lacked even the qualifications to attend the grand event. For Su Lao, this kindness deserved a fitting recompense. Furthermore, Wang Hao, as a cultivator, was undoubtedly a worthy match for his granddaughter. Thus, the chubby man was indeed a fortunate choice. Su Lao was not naive, yet he underestimated the chubby man. Even a cultivator's attention upon him is a blessing. Without needing a reminder, upon hearing that the ring was with his granddaughter and could be refined into a magical artifact, Su Lao was the first to exclaim, more delighted than if he were to acquire a magical artifact himself. After all, it was a treasured family heirloom, and he desired to witness its refinement firsthand. The chubby man quickly interjected, "No need to rush. I must select a couple more items. I cannot leave empty-handed." Chapter 45. Exotic flora. Most of the materials were for crafting life-extending pills, and the inventory within the ring was sufficient for indulgence. The chubby man had no interest in crafting pills for others, so he did not spare a glance at them, instead focusing on common items that enhance vitality and fortify bones, leaving Li Lu, who sought to steal knowledge, utterly perplexed. Suddenly, amidst a plethora of herbs, a vibrant, tender green plant caught his eye. It would be an understatement to call it a weed, for it resembled ordinary grass, mingling with the categorized herbs, clearly indicating a lack of careful selection. This otherwise unremarkable tender green stood out strikingly among the rare flora. The chubby man delicately picked it up with his fingertips, as if fearing it might break, and inquired, "Brother, how much for this grass?" Having already purchased a considerable amount. The Kunlun disciple felt a flush of embarrassment upon seeing him holding a mere weed. He quickly explained, "It must have accidentally mixed in during harvesting. If you like it, you may take it immediately." "Oh, since it is among the herbs, it is a commodity. How could I accept it as a gift? I shall offer 10 yuan to purchase this little grass." Wang Hao indeed produced 10 yuan to pay for it, just as he was about to tuck it away when a melodious voice interrupted. "Kunlun is renowned for its various exotic herbs. I have been delayed and arrived late. Yet you have discovered this before me. Might you be willing to part with it?" The beauty was surpassed only by her voice, clad in ethereal white gauze. She appeared as if she had descended from the heavens, her veil obscuring her visage while revealing a pair of misty, enchanting eyes, radiating unparalleled beauty. Even without glancing at her face, she eclipsed all other women, her allure stemming from a realm of existence that drove even cultivators to madness. "Little medical fairy," someone in the crowd exclaimed, excitement palpable among her fervent admirers. Such an extraordinary figure should not dwell among mortals. The chubby man exhaled dramatically, recognizing that such praise was the most fitting expression of admiration, devoid of pretense or flattery that might provoke disdain. After appreciating the little medical fairy's unparalleled grace, the chubby man promptly stowed the little grass into the ring. However, he was reluctant to part with it, wishing to feast his eyes upon her beauty a moment longer. If a price were to be paid, it would not be worth the cost, for Wang Hao never ventured into unreciprocated endeavors. If he had entertained fantasies upon first encountering Tua Ba Wu, there was no chance of such with a figure like the little medical fairy. Dissatisfaction erupted among the crowd. After all, she was a celestial beauty of unparalleled renown, ranked among the top 3 on the expert list, merely seeking a little grass from him. To speak bluntly, that was an act of kindness on her part, and the chubby man's refusal was a blatant lack of appreciation. Moreover, she was the little medical fairy. Her intent in requesting the grass was likely to save someone. Why should the chubby man complicate matters? Suddenly, a flamboyant individual stormed forward, indignant and effeminate, exclaiming, "The little medical fairy seeks this plant to save a life. What purpose does it serve for you to keep it? Though I am but a humble individual, I understand the virtue of helping others and am willing to exchange a magical artifact for it. What say you?" Clearly, he was merely a sycophantic admirer, brandishing a magical artifact that resembled a fine pearl, likely for cultivation purposes, paltry in comparison to spring radiance. No one would begrudge having more magical artifacts. Yet Wang Hao barely lifted an eyelid. While a gentleman naturally wishes to assist others, a gentleman also refrains from depriving another of their desires. An exchange could be proposed, but he need not flaunt his trinket. The effeminate man retorted with disdain, "Pah, it is merely a worthless weed. Why should it warrant the exchange of a magical artifact? Young man, do not be ungrateful. You have no right to demand a higher price." Damn it. Wang Hao detested individuals who were neither masculine nor feminine. So what if I sit and demand a higher price today? The effeminate man was in a predicament, unable to back down without losing face, especially in front of the little medical fairy at the Kunlun Grand event. Thus, he would risk everything, feeling compelled to seize this opportunity. For the chubby man was known for being shrewd. Is it not worth it? The little medical fairy's desires cannot be mere trinkets. I could easily exchange 5 or 6 magical artifacts for it. Since you are financially restrained, why must you be so audacious? Wang Hao adopted a demeanor of waiting for the right offer, oblivious to the concept of holding a rare treasure. To forsake kingdoms for a smile is a sentiment felt by many. This is not merely a matter of worth but of differing values. Among all present, only the little medical fairy and the chubby man comprehended the true value of the humble grass. Others merely speculated in vain. Those who attended the grand event were not lacking in knowledge, yet none could discern the grass's unique qualities. The most frustrated of all was Li Lu, who had spotted the little grass even earlier than the chubby man, but alas, he only caught a glimpse. This time, he faced a more humiliating defeat, still unable to deduce the grass's origin. The effeminate man, unwilling to part with 5 or 6 magical artifacts, declared, regardless, it was simply a stroke of luck for you. Hand it over quickly, or else do not blame me for causing you trouble. Though he issued a threat, his femininity rendered him less intimidating. Wang Hao shrugged nonchalantly. So, the Kunlun Grand event not only permits the exchange of treasures, but also allows for theft. I have gained new insights today. Come at me if you dare. In this moment, it is not a time to show weakness. The hefty man firmly believes that such occurrences cannot transpire at the grand event. However, he has erred this time. The leaders of the gathering have yet to arrive, and the effeminate one holds considerable status, causing the ordinary disciples to refrain from intervening. Witness the formidable power of the extreme day pill. The pearl in the rabbit's hand suddenly radiates a brilliant light, akin to thousands of steel needles dispersing, piercing the skin with a stinging pain reminiscent of a scorpion's sting, fiery and unbearable. Observers with lesser cultivation immediately shut their eyes and swiftly retreat to a safe distance. In such a moment, closing one's eyes is undoubtedly a sign of defeat. Amber has already been grasped, and although the hefty man lacks confidence in achieving victory, he is determined to make his opponent pay a price, even if he remains oblivious to the fact that this price may be death, a torturous end to life. Taking advantage of the distraction, he discreetly activates the amber. The ghastly visage that emerges is even more horrific than before, a blend of gray and a faint, dismal green that sends chills down the spine. The piercing wail that follows compels many to instinctively cover their ears, not due to their inability to withstand the sound, but because it is genuinely unbearable. The attack from the amber comprises 4 types of toxins, all refined into formless entities, allowing them to effortlessly penetrate the opponent's defenses. Stop! 2 women step forward simultaneously to intervene. It is evident to all that this combat is perilous. Yunyi, curious as to why the hefty man dares to challenge his opponent, notes that the rabbit is a skilled practitioner at the late stage of the out-of-body realm, and the gap between them is substantial. Thus, upon witnessing the life-or-death tactics, she immediately steps in, for she cannot allow Wang Hao to be harmed. The other intervening figure is the little medical sage, Zhiyu, who, lacking interest in magical treasures and unwilling to become the center of attention at the grand event, arrives on the final day with the singular aim of gathering herbs from Kunlun. She, like Chun Xian, received a golden invitation. Little did she know she would arrive a moment too late, allowing the hefty man to seize the initiative. In truth, Zhuyu has always maintained her integrity, disliking the advances of men. Otherwise, she would not have earned the moniker of the little medical sage. Even if the rabbit were to offer her a small herb, she would refuse. Her detached observation stems from curiosity about the hefty man, as the heartbreak grass has only ever appeared in mythological tales, without any description of its color or form. How could the hefty man possibly recognize it? Yet, she cannot bring herself to approach a man, opting instead to allow the rabbit to indulge in mischief and probe the opponent's capabilities, while firmly refusing to permit the rabbit to cause harm. As a side note, It is said that during the time of the divine farmer, when he tasted the myriad herbs, he ingested the heartbreak grass and perished before he could consume the antidote. The hefty man's tactics genuinely astonished Shui Yu. She initially presumed that the clash would surely result in his defeat. However, it now appears that while he may seem to suffer, the effeminate one is doomed. With Shui Yu's insight, it is evident that the amber is lethal. Once struck, there is no salvation. Even if she intervenes promptly, she cannot guarantee that the rabbit will remain unscathed. Dear fairies, do not impede me. Allow me to teach this rascal a lesson and relieve your grievances. The effeminate one hesitates mid-action, feeling some frustration, unwilling to lose face before the two fairies. Shui Yu coldly retorts, "Do I require your assistance to discipline anyone?" As a prominent figure, the little medical sage sees no need for others to meddle. Even Yun Yi is not someone the rabbit dares to offend. Now, caught between two formidable women, he can only retreat in defeat. The two fairies exchange a knowing smile, unaware of how many pretentious experts they have captivated. With cultivation at the level of the little medical sage, she would not judge others by their appearance. Rather, she appreciates Wang Hao's discernment, especially given her passion for the healing arts. Shui Yu's beauty is partially concealed by a veil, her misty eyes fixed on the hefty man, her words flowing like enchanting melodies. "I fail to inquire about your esteemed name and lineage. Had you known the significance of the Xianbing three-color stone within my possession, would you have dared to strike me?" The hefty man silently speculates, casually responding, "My master's name is not something I can disclose. I am Wang Hao." It is customary for reclusive masters to keep their names from being mentioned by their disciples, and Shui Yu does not mind extending an invitation. "Should you find leisure, do come visit me at the Ice Mist Water Pavilion." This marks the first time the little medical sage has issued an invitation to the outside world, and to a seemingly inconspicuous hefty man at that. This honor would leave many fans envious. To be a guest at the Ice Mist Water Pavilion is a privilege. "Thank you for your kindness, fairy. I shall certainly visit when time permits." At this moment, declining would seem disingenuous and raise suspicions, so the hefty man readily accepts, albeit privately adding the words, "Not really. Who knows if the crystals on his person might resonate with the other two? After all, the three crystals are intrinsically linked, and it is not surprising that they would respond to one another. Furthermore, there is no wall without a crack. Is visiting not akin to leading a lamb into a tiger's den? A plump lamb at that." Having exchanged pleasantries, the hefty man returns to his original corner. The focus of the gathering naturally shifts to the little medical sage. Tales of talented men and beautiful women are not only relished among the common folk, but are also plentiful in the realm of cultivation, driven by human nature. It is evident that Shui Yu finds the attention tiresome. She lacks the grace of Yun Yi, as most suitors encounter rejection. This is hardly surprising. What would be said to those with ulterior motives? The hefty man's fortune is indeed enviable. He returns to his corner, adopting an air of inscrutable profundity, remaining silent. What are you being so smug about? Is it merely an invitation to the Ice Mist Water Pavilion? Perhaps she was just being polite. Su Shui, drifting by, is overwhelmed with jealousy. Though her beauty does not rival that of the little medical sage, her feelings do not descend to the depths of unwarranted envy. Yet, the hefty man's demeanor is infuriating. The residents of the Ice Mist Water Pavilion do not jest about such matters. Wang Hao, who simply made light of the invitation, does not even inquire about the pavilion's location, clearly dismissing it as mere pretense. Shui Yu is well aware of this fact. Yun Yi lightly laughs, stepping in to diffuse the tension. She now regards the hefty man with newfound respect. To maintain composure in the presence of the little medical sage is a testament to his remarkable fortitude, far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Especially considering Wang Hao's relatively shallow cultivation, which happens to be in a volatile phase. Truth be told, witnessing you challenge Yu Shuzi had me holding my breath. The disparity between you two is indeed vast. It is rare to see such confidence in you. Wang Hao ceases his pretense and clarifies. What I displayed earlier was merely bluster. I do not possess the assurance to defeat him. Had it not been for the fairy's timely intervention, I would surely have suffered a loss. But there remains an opportunity for victory, does there not? Yun Yi interjects. Your magical treasure is truly unique, capable of bypassing your opponent's defenses. Its wonders extend beyond that, and if the confrontation were to persist, it would likely result in mutual destruction. Shui Yu must have discerned this and intervened accordingly. As Yun Yi speaks, she lets out a light chuckle. even if I had not stepped in. The little medical sage would have assisted you. Perhaps Zhuyu was moved by your earlier demeanor, intending to forge a connection. The hefty man is momentarily taken aback, surprised that the serene and dignified fairy would jest about such matters. Yun Yi, undeterred by his astonishment, continues. If you were to flaunt your prowess only when certain of victory, what is so remarkable about that? It would be like posturing before an ant. No one would admire Yushuzi's earlier actions. Bullying the weak is a manifestation of insecurity. True strength lies in challenging those who are stronger, or at the very least, opponents of equal caliber. Chen Xian and Wen Jian were of this mindset. That is genuine confidence. Even in defeat, one would not be ridiculed. It is the pretenders who are mocked. Such behavior could only be deemed foolish. While Wang Hao would not seek to show off before the weak, he would also not approach the strong seeking hardship. When faced with a significant power disparity, he would choose to flee. After hearing this explanation, Su Shui sets aside her dissatisfaction, her admiration for the hefty man growing. Hey, what kind of herb did you just possess? Was it truly so remarkable that it demanded the exchange of 5 or 6 magical treasures? Do you truly wish to know? Wang Hao replies, his expression grave, deliberately heightening her anticipation. Su Shui gritted her teeth and nodded. Wang Hao, with an impassive expression, stated, unless you were the ring first. Do not expect me to reveal anything. If you refuse to speak, then let it be. Go die. Su Shui, realizing she had been tricked, immediately became furious. Old Su, unaware of his daughter's inner turmoil, erupted with anger, shouting at his granddaughter, how dare you speak to your benefactor in such a manner? Quickly bring forth the ring and put it on. If you didn't like it, why did you accept it in the first place? At such a crucial moment, the old man was indeed not muddled. This matter could not be rushed. One must understand that haste makes waste. If Su Shui developed a sense of aversion, it would not bode well. The hefty fellow quickly diverted the conversation towards the topic of forging the ring. Discussing the crafting of magical artifacts ignited curiosity in everyone present. Not only had Su Shui and her grandfather never encountered such a thing, but the hefty fellow had only heard rumors about it before. Thus, when Su Shui finally produced the ring, her grievances lessened considerably. Yun Yi, the fairy, held the emerald ring delicately in her hand, scrutinizing it meticulously, not missing a single detail. Only after she felt fully prepared did she begin to explain. The crafting of artifacts employs the Taoist 3-flavor true fire, typically through a heating method to purify materials before commencing the actual construction. Additionally, formations are inscribed within the artifact. The types of formations depend on the intended use of the treasure, aside from those that seal spiritual energy. The flying swords you usually see are only a foot long, yet you have no idea how much material was consumed in their forging. Moreover, the smaller the size, the rarer it becomes. Arranging intricate formations within such a confined space can only be achieved by a master. Both Su Shui and her grandfather listened with rapt attention, while the hefty fellow felt a twinge of concern. The 3-flavor true fire was indeed formidable. What if it ruined his mother's ring? He knew that finding a magical artifact was not difficult, as his mother's dowry was truly unique. Currently, there were 2 options. The first was to procure emerald gemstones and gold for purification, using this ring as material to forge a superior magical artifact. However, emeralds are rarer than Hutian jade and difficult to acquire, and a remelted ring would no longer be the original, merely resembling it on the surface. The second option was simpler, to leave the ring's body unaltered and inscribe 2 formations within it. However, as a magical artifact, its functionality would be somewhat lacking. Let's proceed with the second method, Wang Hao and Su Shui said in unison, exhibiting an unusual synchronicity. News of Yun Yi, the fairy's intent to forge artifacts, excited many skilled practitioners who gathered to observe. In theory, cultivators above the spirit refining stage could forge magical artifacts. But due to limitations in mastering the heat and understanding formations, the quality of the artifacts varied greatly. Observing works crafted by master-level individuals could yield immense benefits, especially in a live demonstration. Yun Yi's forging skills were top-notch. Even Chen Xian sought her expertise in crafting magical artifacts. Missing the opportunity to learn was indeed a pity, and even the little medicine fairy was keenly anticipating the event. Yun Yi, who preferred a low profile, initially planned to set up 2 formations and conclude her work. Yet, in an instant, She found herself surrounded by eager onlookers. If she were to hastily finish, her peers would surely mock her. Searching for alternative methods proved fruitless at that moment, and she could not alter the ring's body, having promised the hefty fellow. Thus, she had no choice but to focus on the formations. If she could inscribe hundreds of formations onto a small ring, it would certainly uphold the reputation of the Nanhai sect. A misty shimmer appeared on her slender, jade-like fingers, translucent and ethereal. Apart from this, no other anomalies were visible. Before the hefty fellow could react, thunderous applause erupted. Wonderful! Spectacular! What show! Everyone could manipulate the three-flavor true fire, aside from the hefty fellow, who was the only one lacking proficiency. However, compressing the flame to an imperceptible level while maintaining its temperature was a feat only a master could accomplish. Otherwise, how could one perform such intricate work in a confined space? Once heat was released, not only emeralds but even gold would melt in an instant. Thus, it is said that the knowledgeable see the subtleties, while the uninitiated merely enjoy the spectacle. The emerald was levitating in mid-air, continuously rolling and emanating an extraordinary beauty. Suddenly, Yun-Yi flicked her fingers, and in a flash, the gemstone returned to her hand, leaving only a faint afterimage, clearly indicating she had completed a formation. If she were using a ring crafted from numerous gemstones, she could take her time. However, inscribing formations on a single ordinary emerald necessitated swiftness, lest she wished to turn the gem into charcoal. Crafting artifacts is no simple task. Wang Hao swiftly set aside his initial disdain, and the surrounding applause became increasingly pleasant to his ears. In fact, the crowd had nearly ceased their cheers, many even holding their breath, fearful of missing a single formation. Despite their wide-eyed stares, they could not discern the intricacies involved. Yin-Yi's fingers moved with increasing speed, and each formation required a brief pause, seemingly to allow the emerald to cool slightly. Even without using the three-flavor true fire, rapidly inscribing formations within the gemstone would generate heat. While the three-flavor true fire proved highly effective during purification, it was not suitable for this situation. It was akin to writing on paper with a glowing iron rod. Thus, even with her master-level skills, Yin-Yi faced considerable challenges. Pearlescent beads of sweat trickled down her brow, cascading down her cheek on her garments. An image of beauty that evoked a pang of sympathy in onlookers. Would ice flames yield better results? The alternating temperatures could very well cause the emerald to shatter. However, the three-flavor true fire was no ordinary flame. It could maintain heat without dissipating. The energy contained within the ice flames was unlike typical low temperatures, making it worth a try. Wang Hao's heart brimmed with an obsession for the unknown. While he lacked the ability to inscribe formations like the fairy, he could at least help cool things down. Initially, setting up formations was relatively easy, but as the process continued, the complexity escalated. The arrangements became increasingly intricate, leaving little room for error. At this point, it was no longer merely about filling gaps. The waiting times for Yun-Yi lengthened, and the temperature of the emerald continued to rise. "I'll assist," Wang Hao called out, then summoned the ice flames, enveloping the gemstone ring within. The ethereal blue flames resembled burning crystals, elegant and beautiful, emitting a captivating hue. The shattered edges of the crystal appeared akin to fragmented ice, creating a mesmerizing scene. Few present possessed a shallow understanding. Witnessing the wonder of ice and fire merging, they could not help but marvel. They even forgot to reprimand Wang Hao for his untimely intervention. Such actions are typically a taboo in artifact crafting unless both parties have previously established a tacit understanding. Otherwise, chaos is inevitable. However, their collaboration was seamless. The emerald's temperature rapidly dropped to an astonishing level. Now, even if they slowed their pace, there was no fear of the gem melting, allowing Yun-Yi's forging techniques to reach their pinnacle. Her hands moved with such swiftness that the actions became indistinguishable, creating a blur reminiscent of a thousand-handed Avalokiteshvara from the movies. Until the task reached completion, the phantoms of her movements lingered in the air. Yun-Yi raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her brow. The earlier stages of forging had constrained her movements, but now she reveled in boundless joy, akin to a horse unshackled from burdens, free to gallop. The onlookers exhaled in unison, discussing Yun-Yi's exquisite forging techniques, while some expressed confusion over Wang Hao's ice flames. Though most were merely curious, The little medicine fairy's gaze radiated a smile that was simply enchanting, imbued with an indescribable charm. It is finished. I have essentially emulated the principles of Chunhui in my forging. Wearing it will enhance your cultivation efficiency, though its effects cannot compare to Chunhui, and it offers little assistance in combat. Just have a look. Yun Yi had indeed put forth great effort for novice cultivators, akin to children learning to walk. What they needed was a stroller rather than a firearm. The ring now rested in Wang Hao's palm, its verdant hue more alluring than before, reminiscent of the vibrant greenery of spring. A layer of greenish sheen glimmered on its surface as though oiled, and the surface, reflecting light, faintly flickered with a flame, ice and fire intertwined. What exquisite beauty! May I take a glimpse? Su Shui gazed at the ring with a pitiful expression. Of course, it rightfully belongs to you. Allow me to assist you in putting it on. The chubby fellow seized the opportunity, his face adorned with an innocent smile, success tantalizingly close. However, to his surprise, Su Shui deftly snatched the ring back, huffed, and dashed away, leaving Wang Hao to chuckle wryly. Revolution remains unachieved. Comrades must strive harder. The onlookers gradually dispersed, and Yun Yixian, having dismissed two young girls, lowered her voice to inquire, "What was that ice and fire phenomenon just now? Do not presume I know nothing. That is not the flame of a cultivator. The secrets of cultivation are not to be divulged lightly." And Wang Hao maintained a smiling silence. Yun Yi understood his sentiment and ceased her inquiries, instead cautioning, "I am not the only one curious." Zhui Yu exhibited a rather peculiar expression when you showcased that ice and fire. If you're reluctant to share, why flaunt it just now? This is the Kunlun Grand Assembly. Your tricks cannot escape anyone's notice. Wang Hao, well aware he had stirred trouble, was not one to seek the spotlight. His earlier display stemmed from an irresistible curiosity, a yearning for self-exploration, and the relentless pursuit of a cultivator's potential. As the Kunlun Grand Assembly approached its zenith, the excitement was only beginning. The appearance of the little medicine fairy heralded the arrival of eminent figures. In truth, had it not been for the medicinal herbs of Kunlun Mountain, she would have arrived later in the evening. Yet, her early arrival unexpectedly brought her to the chubby fellow, which she deemed a worthy trade-off. As dusk approached, the Kunlun Grand Assembly gradually entered its climax, with renowned figures from the rankings making their entrance, all without exception coming through the main gate, akin to traversing the Oscars Walk of Fame, comfortably basking in the admiration of the crowd, the only distinction being the absence of luxury vehicles and flashing cameras. Yun Yi jested that this was a tradition of the Kunlun Grand Assembly. Attendees must not only admire the magical artifacts, but also witness the demeanor of the masters. Should the masters refuse to cooperate, it would appear pretentious. Even if not for their own sake, they must consider the standing of their sect. Cultivation, prior to ascension, cannot entirely detach from the mundane world. Did not Chun Xian also graciously accept an invitation as a special guest? Moreover, masters need not rely on entering the fray for reputation. If they do, it is merely because Chun Xian intentionally held back. What significance lies therein? A simple contest of comprehension of formations. Who would dare challenge the dominance of Xingyu's sect's Chun Xian? It is far better to proceed through the main gate with decorum. Mr. Wanjian from Shushan's sect has arrived. Yun Yi ceased her introduction and cautioned Wang Hao not to miss the moment. In truth, merely listening to the stir of the crowd indicated the arrival of a heavyweight figure. Had it not been for Yun Yi's presence, the Kunlun journey would have lost at least half its joy. Furthermore, Chunhui and Liantian's scars were destined to be unrelated to him, and Wang Hao gazed gratefully toward the entrance. Mr. Wanjian donned a simple hemp robe, appearing to be in his 70s, with silver hair shimmering with a dazzling luster, exuding an intimidating presence. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, piercing directly to the heart, standing tall and straight, embodying the essence of a drawn sword. Its brilliance unmistakable. Shushan's top rank was no stroke of luck. Even this aura was enough to instill fear. Cultivators at the nascent soul stage can effortlessly adjust their appearance to that of a 20-year-old, making it difficult to discern age by looks alone. Since everyone can transform into handsome figures, appearance becomes trivial. Why alter it? Most male cultivators prefer to revert to middle age, a fitting age for men, which also spares them from idle gossip. After all, the reputation of attempting to appear youthful is hardly flattering. Mr. Wanjian's preservation of an elderly visage was a matter of character. Yet it endeared him to Wang Hao. As the top 10 masters assembled, only Chen Xian lingered in his absence, causing many admirers to eagerly anticipate his arrival. Their necks craned in hope. The most anxious among them was Su Shui. Others merely longed for a distant glance, but for her, it was a momentous occasion of apprenticeship. Though she had been informed of Chen Xian's delayed arrival, she did not expect it to be to such an extent. Ironically, the most dazzling presence was her own brother. Damn, this guy's rather impressive, she mused, hoping he wouldn't ruin her chance. The chubby fellow was not content with merely acquiring 2 treasures. It was rumored that the grand finale of the assembly held the most significant surprises, with the best treasures saved for last. However, considering his brother's habitual bluntness, the chubby fellow felt uncertain. When would Chen Xian finally arrive? Su Shui anxiously peered towards the entrance, her expression one of longing, fervently hoping the illustrious Chen Xian would not disappoint. As they waited, the crowd gradually gravitated toward the center of the venue, where an elderly Taoist ascended the platform, placing a delicate jade vial upon the stone table. Its emerald hue resembled a leaf from afar. Those with discerning eyes knew it was merely a container, while the true treasure lay within. Dear friends, please remain calm. I shall now introduce the first treasure, blood of the red monkey. His tone was slow and tranquil. Though his voice was not loud, every individual present could hear him. The uninitiated remained oblivious, their eyes still fixated on the entrance, akin to a sports award ceremony awaiting the champion's arrival. The red monkey is a common exotic beast, appearing every few hundred years, yet its blood remains exceptionally precious. The extraction method involves piercing the monkey's tongue with a wooden needle, allowing the blood to seep forth, leading to the monkey's demise. Herein lie 2 key elements. Firstly, only a wooden needle must be used. Employing any other type would render the monkey's blood useless. Secondly, only the very first drop is valuable. Subsequent blood may still be used for medicine, but fails to capture the attention of connoisseurs. The vial can hold only a single drop, indicating the collector's wisdom in not squandering resources. The blood of the red monkey significantly benefits cultivators and serves as an excellent alchemical material. Had Wang Hao not possessed the wind fox, he would have contended for it. However, its significance diminished in light of his current situation. Moreover, the chubby fellow was inherently lazy, only working when necessary and unwilling to assist others in alchemy, unless he could charge for materials, which he would then skim off the top. This was his principle. The treasures on the bidding platform naturally varied in quality. Any item aiding in cultivation was worth competing for. After several rounds of contention, the blood of the red monkey was ultimately exchanged for a trinket by the little medicine fairy, now safely in her possession. Throughout the bidding, her gaze remained fixed on the chubby fellow. Both the heartbreak grass and the blood of the red monkey are materials for alchemy, and combined with the earlier use of ice flame, should the chubby fellow make a move now, his identity as an alchemist would be solidified. I should not fall for that. Wang Hao did not even raise an eyelid, dismissing the item as worthless. Moreover, he had no surplus treasures. Surely, he would not exchange pills for it? While he outwardly appeared unconcerned, internally he yearned for Chen Xian's appearance. If a valuable treasure emerged and he hesitated, it would be a regrettable loss. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance, people parting to create a wave, and the previously crowded venue miraculously yielded a pathway. Chen Xian entered amidst the crowd's attention, making his way around before settling into the guest area on the opposite side of the viewing platform, joining Mr. Wang Jian and Zhuyu. This angle afforded him a clear view of the chubby fellow, facilitating communication. At this moment, the men gazed upon him in adoration, while the women stared in infatuation. As the indisputable top master, Chen Xian's brilliance was unmatched, for the realm of cultivation ultimately speaks through strength. Wang Hao nearly stumbled amidst the throng, struggling to find his footing, while the nearby experts muttered in frustration, "Damn, with so many people, why intentionally take a detour? What if we bump into a child? Yun Sitiflit Alaf. Have you witnessed Elder Chen's grandeur?" Apart from Wang Hao and Yuni, the other 3 were seeing Chen Xian for the first time, all captivated by his imposing aura. Indeed, it was more about his demeanor than anything else. Su Shui even quietly abandoned her thoughts of apprenticeship. Encountering such a figure was a blessing in itself. Who would dare harbor fanciful thoughts? The elderly Taoist exerted considerable effort to restore some calm before announcing the second treasure, the ice armor. It resembled a simple vest crafted from ice silkworm silk, adorned with two red gemstones that sparkled like flames upon a snowy expanse. The function of armor is self-evident. However, it possesses an additional capability. When subjected to extreme assaults, it can unleash a protective barrier of ice, rendering the wearer impervious to all attacks for a brief duration. Although cultivators can achieve an indestructible spiritual essence, the destruction of the physical body imposes limitations on their accomplishments, confining them to the realm of scattered immortals at best. For those who pursue the path of golden elixirs, such a fate is akin to death itself. Thus, those with means are often willing to shed a bit of blood to fortify their bodies with ultimate protection. Nevertheless, such a tool holds little significance for experts. Take Yun Yi as an example. There are few who can truly challenge her, making such measures unnecessary. She even discourages Chu Yao from donning it unless one frequently engages in combat, as it proves to be of little use. Time will be better spent diligently honing one's skills. The ice armor may provide some slight advantage during confrontations, yet its efficacy is limited and superficial at best. Yun Yi elucidated. The rotund figure shifted his gaze towards the VIP section, where Chun Xian shook his head nonchalantly, disregarding the matter entirely. Wang Hao had initially intended to secure the armor for Su Shue's protection, but upon its appraisal as worthless, he was left disheartened, akin to feeding it to wolves. In truth, even had the plump man exchanged for it, he would not suffer losses, for Chun Xian's stature means that few items would catch his discerning eye. Yun Yi's aversion to the ice armor stems from her distaste for conflict. While Su Shue wearing it poses no harm, it ultimately proves futile. If one possesses the means, extravagance is permissible, but lacking resources renders it unworthy. Ultimately, it is merely a luxurious ornament. The third treasure belongs to the elder of the Shushan sect, the renowned flying sword. Wushuang. The old Taoist invoked the names of the Shushan sect and Wujian not merely for show, but to highlight the sword's extraordinary lineage. In truth, such an assertion was unnecessary. Seasoned individuals are well acquainted with the tale and origins of the Wushuang sword. Moreover, the illustrious Yun Yi is no stranger to such lore. The original intent of the Wushuang city lord was to forge a pair of flying swords as a dowry for his beloved daughter, Yi Wushuang. However, upon completion, one sword inexplicably self-destructed. Rather than being enraged, the city lord rejoiced and named the surviving sword after his daughter. The notion that the self-destruction of one sword signifies the sentience of the flying sword might be somewhat exaggerated. Is it not the purple and green twin swords that hold the title of the most formidable weapon of Shushan? Could it be that Wushuang surpasses even the twin swords in prowess? Wang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, displaying a look of, I have read little, do not deceive me. How could one who was previously unaware of Shushan now possess knowledge of the twin swords? Yun Yi supiresit achakle. Well, I learned about them from a film. The plump man sheepishly admitted, scratching his head. To be honest, my master never taught me anything beyond alchemy. Yun Yi burst into laughter. However, he was indeed correct. Shushan does possess the twin swords. Yet, the conditions for recognizing a master are exceedingly stringent. The wielder must be a pure maiden or youth, sharing a profound connection to unleash their full potential, having united only once in millennia. Such limitations have significantly diminished their allure. Furthermore, as the sect's treasured artifacts cannot be disseminated, they have remained neglected in Shushan, known to few, including myself. Wushuang is the coveted flying sword among the disciples of Shushan, yet it bears a restriction, exclusively for female users. Otherwise, Wujian would certainly be reluctant to part with it for trade. The prerequisites of mutual understanding and the requirement of youth are daunting enough to dissuade many, making Wushuang the more practical choice. Its dazzling silver brilliance shines like a star, rendering its true form indiscernible, appearing merely as a flowing light, a weapon Su Shue would undoubtedly adore. It is indeed a renowned sword, far more glamorous than the rift in the sky. As the plump man spoke, he absent-mindedly touched his nose, a prearranged signal indicating a decision to exchange a particular artifact, with the elixir for trade previously handed to Chun Xian. Brother, the Wushuang sword is intended for women, and the cost of exchange will undoubtedly be steep. Chun Xian cautioned through a mental transmission. Wang Hao, unfamiliar with such communication, merely touched his nose again. He then heard Yun Yi's explanation. The Wushuang sword cannot be compared to the rift in the sky. when the righteous masters allied to combat the dark demon lord. The Shushan sect deployed the twin swords, marking their first and sole union. Alas, they still could not contend with the rift in the sky, resulting in the near annihilation of over 600 experts. Although the demon lord was ultimately vanquished, the righteous path was left in disarray. Wang Hao feigned exaggerated astonishment. Isn't that an exceptionally flamboyant flying sword? I unwittingly stumbled upon a treasure. I should express my gratitude. I am one to repay debts. Speak of your desires. For time is of the essence in this auction, and I have little to offer. Yun Yi chuckled, who claimed I require your repayment. I mentioned it was a favor returned. Cultivators seek the path of golden elixirs. The value of 2 life-prolonging elixirs far exceeds that of a blood-stained flying sword. Moreover, while the rift in the sky is indeed a top-tier sword, its flair depends on the skill of its wielder. With the dark demon lord's prowess, even a mere twig would instill terror. Furthermore, the rift has suffered severe damage, and whether it can regain its former might remains uncertain. Although magical artifacts hold significance, reliance upon them is ill-advised. The crux lies in one's personal cultivation. Wang Hao nodded in acquiescence, fully convinced. Chun Xian, upon receiving a signal, promptly announced a bid for a beaching dan. Despite being the second appearance of the beaching dan at the event, its impact remained undiminished, with whispers echoing through the crowd like a swarm of buzzing flies. The Wujian elder, having surpassed the nascent soul stage, held little interest in life-prolonging elixirs. Chun Xian's presentation of the beaching dan was astonishing. Should the Xingyue sect possess the capability to refine life-prolonging elixirs, they could potentially sever ties with Shushan, establishing dominance. I offer the soul-transmitting liquid in exchange. The little medical sage suddenly interjected, her gaze fixed on Wang Hao. The subtle interactions between the two brothers aroused her suspicion, and connecting the dots with the star-blue adornment on the plump man's person revealed the underlying intricacies. Her keen insight could not be deceived by mere illusions. In truth, Zhuyu held little interest in the Wushuang sword. Her intention was to corner the plump man. Should the signal arise again, the truth would be laid bare. The 3 formidable experts understood one another well. Wujian had yet to accept a disciple, thus lacking interest in the life-prolonging elixir. Moreover, Shushan adheres to a one-master, one-disciple principle. And even should they take on a disciple, they would provide meticulous guidance without necessitating the aid of such elixirs. Their own tribulations during tribulation still loomed. Cultivators prepare for tribulations through dual means. The first involves emergency artifacts, which are optimal for survival. The second entails contingency plans, should one fail their tribulation. An alternative path must be considered, with the ice armor offering a commendable option for becoming a scattered immortal. However, the proud Wujian elder would surely not entertain such thoughts. The soul-transmitting liquid, however, provided a third option: reincarnation and recultivation. This liquid not only ensures the soul's survival upon failing tribulation, but also preserves the memories of past lives, an invaluable treasure for those facing tribulations, retaining both memories and realms, while allowing for the preservation of artifacts. A secluded spot for 2 centuries of arduous training might suffice to reach the nascent soul stage. The little medical sage's presentation of the soul-transmitting liquid was intended both to vex the plump man and to extend goodwill, despite their lack of prior interaction. Mutual support is essential during difficult times, especially regarding significant tribulations. Unbeknownst to her, Wujian not only failed to appreciate the sentiment, but also displayed displeasure, emitting a cold huff as if his piercing gaze could penetrate the very soul. In a moment of realization, the little medical sage understood that she had underestimated the elder's pride. Such a character would never consider leaving himself an escape route. Presenting the soul-transmitting liquid at this juncture was a clear indication of her underestimation. Wang Hao, unable to discern the underlying motives, noted the elder's complete lack of reaction upon hearing about the beaching dan. Increasing the quantity seemed futile. Those in need of life-prolonging elixirs value them as treasures, while those who do not regard one as equivalent to 10. Moreover, while the plump man possessed a substantial number of elixirs, it was insufficient for wholesale distribution. With the failure to secure both the beaching dan and the soul-transmitting liquid, few dared to make further attempts. Moments latte. The Wujian elder took the stage and claimed the Wushuang sword, addressing Chun Xian. The Wushuang sword ranks second within Shushan, yet it is regrettably only suitable for young maidens. It is a pity to keep it in my possession. I brought it here to find it a worthy owner. Elder Chun, having long possessed the Yin sword, would hardly regard the likes of Wu Shuang with any significance. As far as I am aware, Elder Chun has yet to take on a disciple. Is that not correct? Although the little medical fairy has never engaged in combat, and her means of utilizing artifacts remains unknown, it is unlikely that she lacks a flying sword. Wu Shuang is better left for a fated individual, thereby preventing any discord between the two esteemed masters. While the tone may seem exceedingly polite on the surface, the underlying implication is that the two great experts are indulging in unreasonable antics. Chun Xian, entrusted by his brother, is determined to acquire Wu Shuang, yet finds himself at a loss for words. The little medical fairy, however, remains unconcerned, her focus solely on how the chubby one will adapt. Upon mentioning the word disciple, Wang Hao's mind suddenly sparked with inspiration. It was the perfect opportunity. He hurriedly shook the still hesitant Su Shui. What are you waiting for? Go and pay your respects to your master. This is a rare chance bestowed by the heavens. Su Shui opened her mouth to respond, but could not make up her mind. It was already bold enough to seek out the foremost master, especially in front of so many onlookers. Old Su was all too aware of the difficulty in finding a teacher. Securing a renowned master is no easy feat, let alone the foremost expert in the realm of cultivation. Losing a bit of face hardly matters in such circumstances. He then began to exert pressure on his granddaughter, admonishing her sternly. If you do not take the initiative to pay your respects, how can you expect a master of the cultivation world to seek you out? Little did he know, his words only made Su Shui more anxious. Yun Yi sighed and shook his head, encouraging her. Go ahead. I know Chun Xian well. He is actually very kind, so do not be afraid. Would you like me to accompany you? Chu Yao held her small hand to bolster her courage. Their bond had grown strong over the past 3 days. With everyone's encouragement, Su Shui finally resolved to take action. Once she made up her mind, her nerves dissipated, and she blossomed into a charming smile, addressing Wang Hao. If I fail to become a disciple, you owe me a treat. Understood? Wang Hao quickly agreed. Absolutely, but if you succeed, you must wear the ring. How beautiful. Su Shui pinched her small nose and made a face before skipping away. Having received her education abroad, Su Shui firmly believed in the equality of individuals. Yet, standing before the pinnacle of contemporary experts, she felt an unprecedented sense of pressure. Each step forward was fraught with difficulty, reminiscent of her first encounter with Kunlun Mountain, though that sensation was now magnified and brought closer. Chun Xian, having been entrusted by the chubby one, felt it was beneath him to abandon Wu Shuang. Yet he was left with no choice when the other party insisted on not exchanging. Just then, he noticed a young girl approaching, her beauty undeniable, standing out even among other beauties. Her misty eyes seemed veiled, yet upon closer inspection, they radiated an enchanting aura. The girl appeared to be yet unestablished in her foundation. An astonishing sight at the Kunlun gathering. Asking Sword looked at her in confusion. Such aura was the hallmark of a top-notch sword cultivator. The old man was on the verge of transcending, yet still had not taken in a disciple, and though he did not voice it, he felt a growing urgency. However, Asking Sword, proud as he was, preferred to forego any hasty decisions that might tarnish his reputation. Now, witnessing Su Shui's compelling aura, which was indeed a rare talent for the sword cultivation school, he couldn't help but entertain a flicker of interest. The girl finally reached Chun Xian, speaking clearly and with purpose. Elder Chun Xian, may I take you as my master? Despite her inquiry, her tone held neither subservience nor arrogance, making it rather easy for others to accept. Each word struck like a sharp blade against Asking Sword's heart. Both he and Chun Xian were top-tier experts who had yet to take on disciples, and now, an unexpected young girl with exceptional potential had approached Chun Xian without so much as a glance in his direction, leaving him with a profound sense of loss. Though Chun Xian had not yet taken a disciple, he felt no pressure of urgency due to the absence of tribulation. The girl's sudden appearance, shrouded in mystery, made the decision of accepting a disciple anything but trivial. Furthermore, her evident talent aligned perfectly with the sword cultivation school, making any hasty acceptance under the auspices of the Star Moon sect a regrettable waste. With a smile, he inquired, "What is your name? Why do you wish to take me as your master?" "I am but a novice, and it was Fairy Yun Yi who sent me here. She mentioned you are exceedingly kind and encouraged me to seek you as my master." Su Shui, naturally clever, invoked Yun Yi's name and took the opportunity to praise Chun Xian. Upon hearing this, Asking Sword's expression softened somewhat. It is known that cultivators place immense value on lineage. Even if one achieves great glory, leaving nothing behind upon ascending is no different from a wealthy man dying without heirs. His earlier remarks about Chun Xian lacking a successor were precisely this sentiment, and in truth, both were in similar predicaments. In comparison, Chun Xian held a slight advantage. He was not in a rush to ascend and had ample time to take on disciples. Chun Xian gazed towards Yun Yi, who was likewise looking at him, their eyes briefly meeting before parting. However, he received an affirmative response. Additionally, he noticed his brother's subtle signal. Indeed, the chubby one was cruelly pinching his nose. Could it be that another sister or sister-in-law has appeared? My brother is commendable in many ways, particularly in his charm with women. Since this girl was indeed a potential sister-in-law, there was little else to be said. Out of respect for Wang Hao, he decided to assist, though regrettably, the girl's talent did not suit him. He nodded and said, "I accept." The crowd of experts erupted in astonishment. They had anticipated the girl would be turned away. Yet Chun Xian had unexpectedly agreed, leaving them envious of her extraordinary fortune. The experiences of cultivators varied greatly, and many present were still troubled over elixirs for extending life. Even Su Shui was taken aback by her own luck. She playfully stuck out her tongue, appearing relieved, casting a triumphant gaze at Wang Hao, whose expression turned glum. However, the most disheartened was Elder Asking Sword, who had finally encountered a promising candidate for a disciple, only to watch helplessly as she became someone else's apprentice. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly handed over the Wu Shuang flying sword, saying, "Little girl, take this Wu Shuang flying sword as a gift. Accept it, won't you?" The crowd gasped once more. Such luck would surely lead to winning the lottery. They were unaware that Wu Shuang was originally meant for a disciple of Asking Sword, but his high standards had made it impossible to find a suitable candidate. After numerous failures, he had grown despondent and resolved to find a fated individual for Wu Shuang. However, upon encountering Su Shui at the gathering, a flicker of hope had ignited, only to be extinguished just as swiftly, leaving Wu Shuang to evoke further sorrow. It was better to bestow it upon the girl. Handing Wu Shuang to Su Shui, Asking Sword smiled, a rare expression for him, one of liberation. In that moment, he truly let go, no longer burdened by concerns for a successor. Su Shui stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Her experience at Kunlun had been filled with unexpected fortune. As if living in a dream, she gazed blankly at the old man as he walked away, unsure of what to say. Chun Xian timely obstructed his path, stating, "Elder Asking Sword, please wait. You are willing to gift the Wu Shuang sword. Why not accept her as a disciple?" Asking Sword turned with a displeased expression. "Elder Chen should not jest about such matters. Since the girl has chosen to take you as her master, you ought to teach her diligently. I willingly present the Wu Shuang sword to her. Farewell." Seeing the elder's temper flare, Chun Xian could not help but chuckle inwardly. Continuing, "We all know that the little girl possesses remarkable potential, making her an ideal candidate for the sword cultivation school. The Star Moon sect focuses on esoteric knowledge and requires disciples to possess exceptional comprehension and steadfastness, subjected to daily studies of the 5 elements and the I Ching. The little girl would surely be stifled. Shu Mountain is her true home. Your Star Moon sect's teachings are suited for bookworms. A normal person would surely be suffocated." Elder Asking Sword was known for his bluntness, having offended countless individuals. Having merely promised to accept the girl as a disciple without formalizing the agreement, Chun Xian had intended to recommend her to the Shu Mountain sect. He inquired, "What do you think, Elder Asking Sword?" Chun Xian held no intention of belittling the girl. He merely wished to avoid squandering her talents. However, he made it clear from the outset that the girl's master must be an elder, as he would not agree to anyone else. Chun Xian had already resolved to lead the elder into a trap, fully confident in his strategy. Moreover, should one initially reject the girl and then hand her over to Wang Jian, the old man, being as obstinate as he is, would undoubtedly refuse to accept her. Thus, he devised the strategy of feigning indifference. Now, with a suitable master found for the girl and the acquisition of the exquisite Wu Shuang sword, he has, in essence, achieved a perfect conclusion. Even a fool could deduce that Wang Hao's exchange of the Wu Shuang sword was for the sake of the girl. Although Wang Jian is known for his stubbornness, he is not devoid of intelligence. After a moment's contemplation, He discerned the old man's intentions, but refrained from expressing his gratitude. Instead addressing Su Shui, "Once you have settled your domestic affairs, come find me in Shushan." No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from sight. Despite the joy bubbling within him, he maintained his composure, for the apprentice was entrusted to him by Chen Xuanxiang. Displaying excessive eagerness now would only undermine his dignity. Following the episode of apprenticeship, the Wushuang sword's stature elevated significantly, rendering the other treasures in the auction overshadowed. Even after the grand event concluded, attendees continued to relish the tale of the Wushuang sword and Su Shui's fortuitous fate. As the gathering dispersed, Chen Xian dismissed the sycophants who had approached him. Hastily joining the others, the brothers understanding each other without words, exiting the venue together. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Xian explained, "My dear girl, do not resent me for sending you to Shushan. I am considering your future. Inquire with Unlikely. She can attest to the tedium of the erased studies at Xingyue sect, which are not suited for the ordinary. Moreover, it would be a pity for your talents to languish without training at the Shushan sword sect. Hence, I took the liberty of making this decision on your behalf." Unlikely responded with a serene smile. Whether something is dull depends on one's character. Those with genuine interest will immerse themselves in it. In my view, Su Shui may not be fit for the study of techniques. Yet she is an excellent candidate for the Shushan sword sect. However, she has no prior connection with them, and approaching them recklessly would surely lead to setbacks. Wang Jian's notorious temper is well known. Were it not for your cunning, persuading him to accept Su Shui would be quite the challenge. Chen Xian laughed heartily. Wang Jian is not one to be easily deceived. Had he not been inclined to accept disciples, I doubt even the most convoluted scheme would have ensnared him. This is merely a case of flowing with the current, fulfilling my mission without disgrace. He purposely glanced at Wang Hao, for there were certain matters only the brothers could comprehend. The decision to apprentice Wang Jian was not initially their intent, but rather his unilateral choice. Should his good intentions lead to misfortune, it could become problematic. As they continued, Wang Hao dared not draw too close, merely touching his nose in acceptance, his smile conveying his satisfaction. Unlikely's presence at the gathering was evidently for Chen Xian, yet after their brief encounter, words eluded them. Their relationship was undeniably delicate. Perhaps the one who understood Chen Xian best was not Xia, but Unlikely. However, advancing their relationship seemed an arduous task. They were both rational individuals, lacking just a hint of fervor. We shall meet again at the Kunlun gathering 3 years hence. Not long after, Unlikely departed gracefully with her disciple, reminding, "Little girl, return swiftly to settle your mundane affairs. Do not keep your master waiting too long. Elder Wang Jian has a rather irritable temperament." Chen Xian half-jokingly warned. Drawing from past experiences, until their union was formalized, she remained just a girl, and the term sister-in-law would not be misused. The words of the foremost expert naturally held weight. Yet as Su Shui took a few steps, she noticed the stout fellow had not budged. Blinking his large eyes, he inquired, "Aren't you coming with us?" Wang Hao chuckled. "Once one enters the treasure mountain, how can one leave empty-handed? I intend to linger in Kunlun for a while. You and grandfather should return to settle your affairs. And after some time, I shall visit you in Shushan. Oh, you must come find me, and do not forget to bring me some delicacies." She stepped back, returning to Wang Hao's side. "Let's take out the gifts we purchased. I will also take some back for Annie." Only then did Wang Hao remember their haul of mountain delicacies, promptly retrieving them from his Xinglan ring. The small mountain-shaped bounty once again left Chen Xian in awe. Gifting to a brother was indeed wise, as its utility had evidently increased. In the past, Chen Xian would typically only carry a few magical artifacts and perhaps a couple of fine wines. He subtly encouraged Wang Hao to reserve some for his own enjoyment, then summoned 2 disciples from Kunlun to assist in transporting the goods, instructing them to ensure they reached Sichuan before returning. The brothers exchanged glances, sharing a smile. They could finally breathe a sigh of relief. They sought a place to indulge in wine and savor the flavor of bear's paw. Upon reaching a secluded area, they heard Xia sigh deeply. "Unlikely is truly unfortunate. In truth, I am the superfluous one. You two are a pair, sharing identical interests and passions. She is far more suited for you. I should have long since reincarnated. The cycle of life and death is in natural order. Why linger and entangle both myself and others? What nonsense are you spouting? I merely admire her perseverance and intellect. I have only imparted a few array techniques. Chun Xian's voice rose in anger for the first time before his wife, yet it stemmed from deep affection. Despite his admiration for Unlikely Ascendant's talent, he harbored no inappropriate thoughts. Wang Hao, who was busy preparing the bear's paw, also turned to correct her. I came to Kunlun with Unlikely Ascendant. She indeed admires brother Chun Xian, albeit more for his kindness than any romantic inclination. Moreover, it is hardly surprising that someone would appreciate your charm. If you were cast aside like Refuse, sister-in-law, would you still harbor affection? Who says love must be founded on shared interests? Take me for instance. If I were to seek a wife skilled in alchemy, I would likely remain a bachelor for life. Such words elicited a cascade of laughter from Yuxia. Chun Xian nodded in acknowledgement. There is indeed some gratitude involved. I shared all my insights on array studies with her initially. She is not only eager to learn, but also remarkably intelligent. You all know that I have yet to take on disciples. Naturally, I feel a twinge of longing. To claim that shared interests equate to feelings is sheer folly. An alchemist need not seek another alchemist, nor a practitioner of techniques another practitioner. What nonsense is this? I find life dull enough as it is. Unlikely Ascendant is even more so. Would two such individuals not drive each other to madness? By the way, brother, you do not resent me for not taking that girl, and instead sending her to Shushan, do you? It will be a waste for someone as clever as her to follow me. It is better to leave her under Elder Wang Jian's careful guidance. That old man has long desired a disciple, and he will surely cherish her, treating her as a treasure. You need not worry. How could I? Initially, I envied the Shushan sword immortal, yearning to join their ranks, soaring with a sword upon the wind, vanquishing evildoers across the land. That has always been my lifelong dream. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Hao continued, if one could obtain a soul-returning liquid, reincarnation would not be such a bad thing, provided one could retain their memories. It is worth considering. Though no one voiced it, they all understood, deep down, that prolonging this state was untenable. I have contemplated such a path long ago, yet alas, Yuxia cannot utilize the soul-returning liquid. Observing Yuxia in her limbo state, neither fully human nor ghostly, the one who felt the deepest sorrow was Chun Xian. There were only 3 substances that could preserve memories post-reincarnation, and none of them were accessible to spirits. They could not abandon their past affections. Both would rather endure this limbo. If you could procure the soul-returning liquid, or if I might think of a way, do not forget that I am a disciple of the Pill King. Wang Hao pondered thoughtfully, though he felt at least 90% assured. He refrained from expressing it too boldly. Is it truly feasible? Chun Xian's voice quivered. While acquiring the soul-returning liquid was not overly difficult, perhaps he could catch up with the little medical sage at this very moment. It is worth a try, but do not harbor excessive hopes. Should it fail, I would rather you not accuse me of boasting. Besides the soul-returning liquid, 2 other materials are required. The demon emerald found in Myanmar and the ghost face mushroom, which you have previously acquired. It is commonly used in the crafting of pills. Furthermore, it would be prudent to seek out a decent alchemical furnace, as not all pills can be refined in one's hands. Wang Hao endeavored to maintain a humble demeanor, but even the diminished hope appeared as a divine opportunity to Chun Xian. Though I do not share much rapport with the little medical sage, I suspect obtaining a few vials of soul-returning liquid would not pose a challenge. At worst, I could trade some artifacts with her. The alchemical furnace is indeed a rare treasure. If it proves elusive, one might gather materials and seek Yun Yi's assistance in forging one. I will take full responsibility for this endeavor. Brother, if you have no pressing matters, why not accompany me? The aroma of bear paws began to waft through the air as Chun Xian retrieved a wine jug and took a couple of hearty swigs before passing it to Wang Hao. Next time, I shall ask Yun Yi to craft a vessel for your wine. The stout man seized the jug and drank heartily. Ensure you have one made for me. But I do not intend to join you. I am unfamiliar with sword flight, and my presence would only burden you. It is better for me to remain on Kunlun Mountain to cultivate. As you know, I have acquired the Xianbing Senkai stone, and refining it could enhance my cultivation. Chun Xian paused briefly, then grinned mischievously. It is the first time I have seen you so eager to cultivate. Have you received guidance from the fairy yin? Wang Hao chuckled. There was no guidance per se, but she did procure 2 items for me. A ring called Spring Radiance, and a rather impressive flying sword named Rift of the Heavens. The mention of Rift of the Heavens caused Chun Xian to adopt a serious demeanor, though the somber expression quickly vanished as he reminded the stout man. With a flying sword, you can indeed perform sword flight. We have all traversed this path. We understand your feelings. When I first learned to fly, I soared for an entire day, only to exhaust my true essence and fall from the sky, nearly meeting my demise. However, let us refrain from discussing the name Rift of the Heavens. Too many masters have perished at the hand of that sword, and we would not wish to stir old resentments. The Spring Radiance ring belongs to Mr. Zheng and is perfectly suited for you. You can don it now. Yu Xiao interjected on behalf of the stout man. After reaching the chi dispersing stage, one enters the spirit refining stage. With a flying sword, one can perform spells. It is essential to learn some self-defense techniques. Even beggars have their own methods of self-protection. We brothers must possess some impressive skills, and you are not to hold back. Chun Xian smiled awkwardly and explained, we brothers are the heirs of the cold-faced alchemist. Having just completed my foundation, I triumphed over a fire cultivator. My humble skills might embarrass us. Who would believe such nonsense that the foremost master fears embarrassment? Wang Hao deliberately challenged him, to be honest. After exchanging the Qi and Dan with the fire cultivator, I indeed lack spells for self-defense. There is no question of embarrassment. However, the spells of the Xingyue sect are strictly confidential. Let us not trouble my sister-in-law with this matter. I am an honest fellow who avoids trouble. I simply steer clear of difficult individuals. Listen to yourself. To hear my brother utter such desolate words, can you find solace in that? Yu Xiao continued, casting a glance at the stout man. The term sister-in-law was not uttered lightly. She was determined to assist wholeheartedly. Chapter 52. Witnessing his wife turn against him in battle, Chen Xian could not help but feel vexed. You two are increasingly harsh in your words. What I imparted to Yin Yi were my insights into formations, which I gleaned through personal understanding. This cannot be deemed a violation of the Xingyue sect's rules. Moreover, am I such a hypocritical person? If I cannot teach you, I would simply say so without any circumlocution. I genuinely cannot think of what to teach just now. You are well aware that my forte lies in formations, and not everyone appreciates such things. For some, merely hearing the term makes their head spin. I harbor no aversion to arts and formations, and I am not a novice. I once studied under my master. Wang Hao interjected with pride. Alchemy indeed requires knowledge of these arts, yet concerning the vast expanse of astrological arts, the stout man only possesses a superficial understanding. That is well, since you have acquired the rift of the heavens. Why not teach you to use your flying sword for formations? During the great battle that transpired on the ice plains, aside from the Xingluan ring, I also obtained a jade slip, which took me 30 years to comprehend. It contains records of 9 formations, the marvels of which I have never encountered before. If you're interested, you may take it and study at your leisure. Generous, but I shall pass. The stout man, though brimming with confidence, was not so arrogant as to think he could master something that took the elders of the Xingyue sect 30 years to decipher. He wisely shook his head. Chun Xian discerned his thoughts. How many would be willing to devote 30 years to understanding formations? He then abandoned his cryptic demeanor and began to elucidate the intricacies of formations to the stout man. As the two brothers drank and practiced formations, Yu Xiao felt a pang of loneliness and wandered off into the distance. Though reincarnation seemed a distant prospect, she had glimpsed hope, a peculiar sensation that evoked both anticipation and fear. She feared not death, yet dreaded the loss of her beloved man. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to his constant presence. Should the day come when they parted, she might very well lose her sanity, rendering any preserved memories utterly meaningless. As always, Chun Xian disappeared at dawn, leaving the jade slip for his brother to ponder at his own pace. Despite Wang Hao's solid foundation, he managed to learn only the seal of demons throughout the night, albeit at a superficial level, yet he could utilize it with some effort. The sun cast a golden hue upon the valley of accumulated snow, soon to transform into a blinding silver. Were it not for Chun Xian's repeated instructions before his departure, it would have been hard to believe he was encased within a formation, or rather, within a barrier composed of formations, allowing those inside to witness the events unfolding outside, while those outside remained oblivious to the happenings within. The formation also served to prevent the energy of the crystal stone from escaping. The barrier had been arranged by Chun Xian before his departure. There was no better place to draw in qi than Kunlun. Within the barrier, the stout man could focus solely on his cultivation. Kunlun Summit was already a secluded locale, and with the formation placed in a gorge, it would be challenging for anyone to discover it. Nonetheless, The stout man instinctively glanced around before carefully retrieving the Xianbing Sankai stone. The pale blue fish still swam within the crystal, and refining it could equate to 30 years of arduous cultivation. Wang Hao gently moved the ice flame to his palm, forming a mysterious hand seal to enclose the ice flame between his hands. No cultivator would dare release their Dan externally, as it is a fixed entity. Once formed, it cannot be altered. The only recourse is to draw in qi to elevate one's realm. In contrast, the stout man, who practiced external Dan cultivation, aimed to upgrade and transform the Dan with each session, having swiftly entered the qi-dispersing stage through the use of the wind fox's breath. However, he was unaware of the miraculous nature of this cultivation method, as the sudden change in the ice flame had startled him initially. By infusing the crystal stone into the ice flame with its true essence, the two frigid forces intertwined instantly, yet remained remarkably stable. The process of refining, it was not something that could be accomplished overnight. It would require at least 10 days or half a month to succeed. With his current level of cultivation, it was indeed attainable. The stout man, guided by experience, determined that his dream of sword flight urged him to proceed immediately. In truth, once the crystal stone was introduced to the ice flame, the journey had already commenced. Refining did not necessitate excessive skill or attention. As long as the ice flame remained alight, the rest would simply be a matter of patience. Once everything stabilized, Wang Hao entered a state of profound oblivion. His body felt weightless, and his senses were suspended in a state of relaxation as time slipped away in the chaos. Over a month passed, specifically 49 days. The ice flame surged with wild intensity, seemingly reaching a boiling point, only to gradually settle into a calm. By now, it resembled an ancient well, and the stout man had long forgotten its existence. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from the ice flame, akin to the quiet cracking of the xianbing, a sound that, after waiting for over a month, was indeed more melodious than any celestial music to Wang Hao. The sound intensified, quickening in pace, a symphony of delicate noises, while simultaneously, the Xianbing Sankai stone unleashed a surge of energy, akin to a raging torrent, forcefully battering against its confinement. Even though the ice flame was crafted from eons old ice essence, it was now precariously close to rupture. Had it not been for the wind fox's breath anchoring it, it would have shattered in an instant. The Dan of a cultivator has a capacity limit. Upon reaching each new stage, an overflow of spiritual energy occurs, necessitating the Dan's elevation to a new form to accommodate more energy. Cultivators refer to this transformation as a realm elevation. The elevation of realms and the growth of true essence are intertwined, occurring in tandem, generally maintaining a synchronized pace. Typically, the cultivation of internal Dan progresses slowly. Once the internal Dan senses an abundance of spiritual energy, it begins to transform, and at this point, it is still far from its carrying limits. Thus, there is no risk involved. The cultivation method of external alchemy enables the instantaneous gathering of spiritual energy, yet before the elixir can even transform its form, it reaches its capacity limit. Without the guidance of an experienced individual, the risks are exceedingly high. Fortunately, the elixir possessed by the rotund fellow is of the ice flame variety, boasting exceptional quality. The 10,000-year-old ice soul inherently possesses the ability to absorb energy and, after filtration, expels impurities, thereby alleviating some of the pressure. The soft and continuous breath of the wind fox enhances the elasticity of the ice flame significantly, akin to a resilient bag that can expand and contract, dissipating a considerable amount of force. Even so, the ice flame teeters on the brink of collapse. Against the tsunami-like torrent, any obstruction or mitigation seems trivial. Moreover, the energy released by the crystal is merely the tip of the iceberg. The true crisis has yet to unfold. Cultivating external elixirs requires a methodical approach, particularly at the onset of one's journey. Given Wang Hao's current level, he is utterly incapable of utilizing the Xianbing tricolor stone. While refining it may be easy, the inability to absorb it renders the effort futile. Akin to squandering heaven's treasures, a sight that would surely cause the denizens of Ice Mist Water Pavilion great distress. This is a quintessential example of killing the chicken to take the egg, particularly in the case of a malnourished body that cannot benefit from supplementation. Wang Hao, in his predicament, can only release his true essence, a move that undoubtedly wastes energy and risks bodily harm. It is far preferable to the prospect of his inner elixir bursting. Survival, after all, is of utmost importance. Although this course of action temporarily averts disaster, it propels him toward another perilous extreme. The true essence circulating throughout his body feels as if it is inflating a balloon, every cell expanding continuously. Should he fail to discover a means of release in a timely manner, the outcome will inevitably be catastrophic. Exploding. Good heavens! The rotund fellow suddenly perceives himself as a gas canister. Chapter 53. The formidable impact challenges the limits of the ice flame while simultaneously widening all the meridians within. The gentle stream that once ebbed and flowed has now transformed into a raging river. This signifies a covert enhancement or transformation. However, to reap the benefits of this metamorphosis, survival must be prioritized. Amidst the rampant energy, two entities within him stir restlessly. The illusion butterfly seems particularly enamored with the overflowing energy, its hue having shifted to a vivid red, reminiscent of blood seemingly ready to drip from its skin. Its lifelike form inspires thoughts of flight, and indeed, it is in motion. Fortunately, the illusion butterfly is currently absorbing true essence, displaying a greedy disposition. Though its pace is painfully slow, it does not cease its efforts. The other object, the rift sky scar, senses the impending explosion and accelerates the absorption of true essence. Yet it remains indifferent to the energy released by the Xianbing tricolor stone. Thus, a cycle forms. The crystal S energy transforms into true essence for the rift sky scar and the illusion butterfly. Wang Hao has at least found a release valve, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet his life hangs by a thread. His survival hinges on the capabilities of the ice flame. If the energy transformation rate is too slow to relieve the pressure, he will still face bodily explosion. Moreover, the rift sky scar and the illusion butterfly may very well drain his true essence completely. The transformation occurs silently, with the only course of action being to endure, to withstand the crashing waves, uncertain if he will lose consciousness while the ice flame continues its task. Yet, there is a certain comfort amidst the pain. As the rotund fellow begins to entertain fanciful thoughts, even the fiercest tempest must eventually subside. As long as one lives, there lies the opportunity to conquer all challenges. This wisdom, imparted by his mother, has long since become Wang Hao's guiding principle. On the following day, the Xianbing tricolor stone gradually calms, its energy still flowing ceaselessly, yet far less violently than before, eventually reaching a level that the rotund fellow can tolerate, although it remains precariously close to the critical threshold. Energy is akin to a flood. The crest of the wave is always the most terrifying. Surviving this ordeal means having overcome half the crisis. Understanding this principle allows Wang Hao to recognize the folly of his actions the previous day. Initially, the Xianbing tricolor stone melted and released energy, causing the ice flame to burn even more fiercely, thereby accelerating the melting of the crystal and the release of energy in a vicious cycle that ultimately placed him on the brink of death. In truth, had he merely suppressed the ice flame, he could have slowed the release of energy from the crystal, sparing himself such arduous exertion. While the risks still lingered, the situation was far safer than the previous day. Now, with the meridians within having undergone transformation, their capacity to channel torrents of energy has been significantly enhanced. With careful guidance, he can navigate through this challenge. After a frenzy, the illusion butterfly gradually returns to a state of calm. Although it continues to absorb true essence, it has considerably moderated its greed. All parasitic entities are akin to vampires. They will not drain their host dry until the end of their days. This is the innate instinct of parasites. The rotund fellow grinds his teeth in frustration, yet cannot deny the truth. The illusion butterfly did indeed save him yesterday. As for the rift sky scar, it seems to have regained vitality after the previous day's tribulations. He can sense its pulse, yet it is far more ruthless than the illusion butterfly, still ravenously siphoning true essence, perfectly balancing the energy that the ice flame cannot bear. At this moment, the ice flame is completing its transition from the chi dynamic stage to the spirit refinement stage, a process that requires time. Drawing from his wealth of experience, Wang Hao deduces that to fully refine the energy of the Xianbing tricolor stone will take at least 3 months. However, the dangers and sufferings of the later stages will not mirror those of the present, though he must remain immobile and refrain from eating during this period. Now, the rotund fellow finally comprehends the significance of fasting abilities for cultivators. To endure 3 months without sustenance is an arduous task without such capabilities. One must eventually repay their debts, and he has now made up for the lack of attention paid to energy cultivation. He resolves to disregard the passage of time. For one in a state of egolessness, 3 days, 3 months, or even 3 years are of little consequence. The key lies in closing his eyes, then reopening them. The subtleties of this process are known only to the practitioner. Uncertain of how much time has passed, he suddenly feels a pulse in his chest, not from the illusion butterfly or his heart, but from the rift sky scar, a black hole that has unknowingly siphoned countless amounts of true essence. At this moment, it leisurely releases a bubble, which fills the rotund fellow with joy. A valuable item is worth the cost, while he would disdain to accept garbage even if offered for free. Over the course of 3 months, Wang Hao not only refined the Xianbing tricolor stone, but also securely advanced beyond the Qi dynamic stage, now standing among the ranks of adept spirit refinement practitioners, with only a step separating him from the heart movement stage. Typically, a cultivator without fortuitous encounters would require at least a century, if not longer, to reach this level. Simultaneously, he has also refined the rift sky scar. Had it not been previously wounded, the rotund fellow would have never expected to gain its acknowledgement, let alone refine it. One must acknowledge his good fortune, and it is thanks to Yun Yi's clever dual-purpose approach that he capitalized on the artifact's significant damage to secretly complete the refinement during the restoration process. The rift sky scar utilized the rotund fellow's true essence during its repair. Now, the sword and its master are in perfect harmony. He can sense that it remains injured, not yet having regained its former glory, yet he can also feel its eagerness to move as a top-tier flying sword. It has been dormant for far too long. Wang Hao springs up from the ground, calling out softly, "Draw all flying swords lack sheaths." For the master serves as the sheath. A black projectile escapes, swiftly transforming into a broad black sword, wider and longer than Chun Xianestein's sword, albeit with a somewhat peculiar design. Most flying swords strive for aesthetic beauty, with considerable investment in both funds and effort. Who does not wish to craft a more exquisite sword? Yet the rift sky scar is astonishingly simplistic, devoid of even the most basic decorative patterns or handguards, merely possessing the rudimentary shape of a sword, with its black blade emitting an extraordinary sheen. A heavy sword lacks an edge, and great skill is unadorned. The rotund fellow comforts himself, recalling the wisdom of martial arts. Perhaps the state of the rift sky scar is a reflection of his own. Those with true ability need not embellish themselves with ostentation. Indeed, concealment is often preferable. Consuming my essence for 4 months, let me test your might and see if you are truly worthy. Breaking the army. At present, Wang Hao's abilities do not allow him to adeptly control the flying sword. In simpler terms, he merely channels his essence into the sword and hurls it forward. This strike, aside from relying on the inherent speed of the Rift of Heaven, lacks sophistication. It is more a matter of intimidation than actual combat. An opponent of equal caliber could easily evade it. Yet should they underestimate and choose to confront it head-on, they might find themselves in a most embarrassing predicament. For the legendary flying sword is not to be trifled with. Chapter 54. The Rift of Heaven hurtles towards the canyon's cliffs with astonishing speed, creating a visual spectacle as the light and shadow converge into a singular line, truly resembling the black lightning that Yun Yi described, tearing through the void. A fragment of the snow-laden canyon was cleaved away, collapsing with a thunderous roar, while shards of ice mixed with snow cascaded from hundreds of feet above, echoing a thunderous growl that grew ever more overwhelming. Wang Hao finally realized that his previous attempt had triggered an avalanche and hurried to retract the sword to escape the perilous situation. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Although he was not concerned about being buried in the snow, it would be inappropriate for the Kunlun sect to discover his clandestine training on their territory, which is considered a grave taboo in the cultivation world. His initial aspiration was to fly with the sword. For this dream, he willingly sacrificed 10 years at the alchemy furnace. Now that his wish was fulfilled, how could he not be elated? As he soared through the sky, he was lost in the exhilaration of channeling his essence. leaving behind a trail of dark lightning that indeed seemed to rend the heavens. Having reached a sufficient level in the later stages of spirit cultivation, he felt an urgent need to release the energy absorbed from the Xianbing tricolored stone. The stability of spirit cultivation surpasses that of the Qi movement stage, and at this juncture, his control over essence had matured, marking an unprecedented breakthrough in his capabilities. As he returned home at a relentless pace, before he could utter a word, he was immediately met with a barrage of reproaches from his mother. It turned out that he had promised to bring Su Shui home for dinner every weekend, but due to various commitments, he had continually postponed. And for the past 4 months, there had been no news, leaving his mother anxiously awaiting her future daughter-in-law's return. Has Su Shui never visited our home? We bought many gifts that she said she would bring back for you. The chubby youth grabbed leftover food from the table. It had been over 4 months since he last ate, and although he was not overly hungry due to fasting, he felt a pang of longing. Your father and I have been waiting for half a year. Where is Su Shui? You said she would come, but did not show up? Has something happened? Or is there something going on between you two? You must go to her home and check immediately. His mother insisted, shoving him out of the door. After all, she was now the beloved disciple of the Sword Elder. Did his parents need to fret over her? Muttering to himself, he headed towards Chengdu, for Su Shui had vanished. On the way to Diong, he learned she was delivering something to her parents. The elder Su's response was decidedly affirmative, given the wealth and influence of the Su family. It was not surprising that someone would harbor ill intentions. However, to have targeted her on the highway and executed it so discreetly was not typical of ordinary kidnappers. Moreover, Elder Su neither reported the incident to the authorities nor offered a reward for information, clearly indicating a hidden complexity to the matter. What truly transpired? You know who is behind this, don't you? Su Shui is your granddaughter. How can you not be anxious? The chubby youth felt a tightness in his chest. No matter who the perpetrator was, they must pay a price. Elder Su let out a bitter laugh, explaining, Of course, I know who is responsible. They are Su Shui's fiancé. That wretched scoundrel, unaware of the promises made, has sent his men to retrieve her, even coming all the way to China. The specific troubles were a matter of family affairs, and Wang Hao found it inappropriate to pry. The thought of Su Shui being abducted for 4 months left him feeling utterly vexed, dispelling any initial joy. What? You simply allowed them to take Su Shui? How can someone as weak as you be of any use in cultivation? Elder Su shook his head in anguish, clarifying, If I could have saved her, I would have done so already. I only learned later that they belong to the Blood Clan. I am no match for them. Provoking them would only endanger Su Shui further. I had to wait for your return to devise a plan. Should we not inform the Shushan sect? Since Elder Wen Jian promised to accept Su Shui as a disciple, he should assist us in this matter. Upon hearing the name of the Blood Clan, the chubby youth felt a jolt of alarm. The Western Blood Clan is shrouded in various fascinating legends, such as their purported immortality, with their blood coursing with mysterious and noble power. It is said they fear sunlight, as even the slightest ray can scorch them or reduce them to ashes. The West tends to associate the Blood Clan with the night, depicting them as elegant aristocrats with unparalleled beauty in films. However, the Church often links them to demons, perhaps due to their shared possession of formidable power and the Church's disdain for both. The unseen often possesses the most exquisite beauty. As the last remnants of a rare communal species, the Blood Clan naturally finds its place in the alchemist's lexicon. From an alchemical perspective, the Blood Clan's value is not inferior to that of some exotic beasts. Although their blood cannot be used to concoct top-tier elixirs, it can yield inexpensive, life-extending potions in ample supply, with a relatively uncomplicated refining process. Given the chubby youth's abilities, mass production might even be feasible. Armed with such knowledge, the Blood Clan appeared more like pitiable insects, devoid of any terror. He would not engage in self-destructive actions, at least not until the Blood Clan provoked him. With a cold snort, he declared, Sometimes it is better to rely on oneself than on others. After all, we are merely dealing with a few Blood Clan members. We need not call for assistance. You certainly know where they are, don't you? Otherwise, you would not be so at ease. Tomorrow, we shall pay them a visit. Elder Su remained somewhat apprehensive and cautioned. I do know where they reside. They lack the means to take Su Shui out of the country and have settled in a villa in Chengdu. I have arranged for surveillance. The confidence of cultivators is always rooted in their strength, and since entering the spirit cultivation stage, the chubby youth felt even more self-assured. He accepted Elder Sue's reverence with ease, merely nodding slightly. Had he ever heard of a hero saving a damsel in distress through another's hand? Newly arrived at the spirit cultivation stage, he was naturally eager to seize the opportunity presented before him, welcoming the target with open arms. The blood clan still retained a familial structure, with their blood not only signifying strength but also honor. The blood clan society comprises several families, with the Nikola family holding a prestigious position as the direct lineage. Not only is the Nikola family renowned within the blood clan, but they also enjoy significant standing in European high society, their conglomerate operating across nearly every profitable industry, including tobacco, brewing, steel, and oil, expanding their business globally through financial infiltration. The suitor chosen by Sue's father was none other than the sixth son of the Nikola family, Kate. By status, he was more than a suitable match for Su Shui, and his conditions were evidently not derived from any sordid means of acquiring love. The acceptance of the Su family's proposal was likely motivated by business considerations, as China was a market they were unwilling to overlook. Moreover, Kate and Su Shui were classmates at Cambridge, and there was certainly some affection involved, leading to a smooth agreement. Marriages arranged for the sake of alliances are commonplace in the business realm. Chapter 55. Sue's father's abrupt withdrawal from the engagement left the Nikola family humiliated, prompting Kate to travel to China in frustration and orchestrate the abduction. Given his status, he would not resort to outrageous actions, as the blood clan prides itself on being noble and gentlemanly, never stooping to self-deprecation. In fact, the Nikola family was more concerned about losing face than the marriage itself, as this would undoubtedly render them the laughingstock within the blood clan, a profound disgrace. At the dining table stood a strikingly handsome youth, his skin unnaturally pale, with golden hair and eyes as blue as the ocean. He held a glass of crimson liquid, indistinguishable from blood or red wine, at a distance. Misu Sui, the engagement was initiated by your father with the Nikola family. We harbor no intention of putting you in a difficult position, nor do we wish to exacerbate your predicament. However, the reasons your father has provided for the annulment of the engagement are unacceptable to the Nikola family. Moreover, I find your attitude perplexing. To be precise, your obstinacy intrigues me. What compels you to abandon your family and return to China so resolutely? We are all acutely aware that your father's business is facing unprecedented challenges. Yet, this minor inconvenience is trivial. With his capabilities, he could surmount it effortlessly. Unfortunately, having offended the Nikola family, even with his remarkable skills, his progress in Europe is severely hindered. In fact, he finds himself not only in disarray concerning his business, but also unable to ensure his personal safety. Had I not taken you hostage in China, his family might have acted against him by now. Su Shui turned her head away with a cold huff. Having been brought to the villa, she enjoyed the privileges of a guest. Aside from the awkwardness of her situation, she had not truly suffered. To put it accurately, she was a hostage, and the bargaining chip was not money, but rather compensation to the Nikola family. Kage sighed, stating, I can ascertain without your input that the individual in question is Wang Hao, a rather portly fellow. You have known him for less than half a year. Forgive my candor, but he is an unlearned man, lacking in status, knowledge, and standing, and he does not merit the sacrifices you are making. Su Shui nonchalantly turned her head and retorted, speaking ill of others behind their backs is hardly the conduct of a gentleman. Nor is it fitting for the sixth son of the Nikola family. Kage, you were quite the star at school, and even I am rather fond of you. Please do not forsake your refinement. It is your most precious attribute. I concede that I have indeed lost the decorum expected of a gentleman, but that is solely due to my affection for you. Your smile is as enchanting as a tulip, and your voice more melodious than a songbird. Do you know? I fell for you during our school days, yet my family insisted I marry a noble woman. You Chinese often speak of fate, do you not? The heavens sent your father to my home to propose, and I exerted considerable effort to persuade my family to accept the union. Who would have anticipated your father's change of heart? This matter even reached my grandfather's ears. The Nikola family will not let this go lightly. As Kage spoke, he brought a glass to his nose, savoring the metallic scent that brought him a peculiar comfort. To Su Shui, his actions were repugnant. She had only learned of Kage's true identity after being captured. Her father had concealed everything to facilitate the marriage. Kage, do not make me detest you. If you view love as a mere transaction, there is little I can do. I genuinely like the Wang Hao you mentioned, Although he is not well educated, what of it? I am exceedingly happy with him, and that suffices. What matters is that he loves me more than you do. In truth, your affections are directed not at me, but at your own self, or perhaps at the reputation of the Nicola family. Wang Hao, however, is entirely different. He is willing to assist me without any expectations, even if he believes me to be a thief. I trust he will come to my rescue on a flying sword. Kage, in a fit of rage, laughed derisively. A flying sword? Are you referring to the Eastern practitioners? As far as I know, they are individuals who have spent centuries in cultivation, and this so-called fatty you speak of is merely 20 years old. Even if he had begun training at birth, what capabilities could he possibly possess? You still do not grasp the gravity of the situation. The Nicola family will not let this matter rest. Suddenly, a thunderclap interrupted their conversation, and a black lightning bolt, like a ghost of the night, tore through the building, leaving a shocking gash behind. The fissure, a foot wide, extended beneath their feet, an abyss of darkness. The rift not only cleaved the sky, but also threatened to rend the earth itself. The portly figure poked his head from the crevice, mocking, "What will you do if the Nicola family refuses to relent? Pray tell, what are your thoughts? The Blood Clan thrives in Europe due to the church's incompetence. Dare to wreak havoc in China, and you shall find no return. In my eyes, you Bloodkin are naught but a swarm of mosquitoes. To call you bats would be an overestimation." Following closely was Sue's father. The two had effortlessly dealt with the guards outside, and now stood brimming with confidence. "You are Wang Hao," Kage exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. The terrifying power of the rift exceeded his comprehension. Could this indeed be the legendary strength of the Eastern practitioners? The Blood Clan, dismissive of technological prowess, held an almost fanatical reverence for personal strength. The legendary progenitor of vampires, Count Nicola, was said to possess destructive power. Before departing, my grandfather had warned me repeatedly not to provoke Eastern practitioners. Each faction has its territory. Crossing boundaries necessitates discretion. Just as the church's influence does not extend eastward, the might of practitioners does not radiate westward. It is these customary agreements that have afforded the Blood Clan a space to exist. Even in the face of overwhelming anger, Kage knew he must restrain himself, at least until he understood the true identity of this fatty. Forcing a semblance of smile, he said, "We did not come to China with hostile intentions. We are here for my fiancée, Su Shui. The Su family and the Nicola family have an existing engagement. To renege now would be unseemly." His words were couched in politeness, yet the mention of fiancé rang harshly in Wang Hao's ears. His expression soured, and he retorted coldly, "The title of land of propriety is not self-assumed by China, but is a label bestowed by others. It is your so-called gentlemen who claim such. When the Eight-Nation Alliance invaded Beijing, did they exhibit any gentlemanly decorum? Other factions are of no concern to me. If you persist in this pursuit, I shall take your life. Let us see if the Nicola family dares to seek justice in China. Since that is the case, there is nothing more to discuss. Mr. Wang Hao, it is regrettable that we cannot be friends. However, you greatly underestimate the power of the Blood Clan. With the abilities you have just displayed, it is insufficient to deter me. Perhaps your Eastern practitioners are indeed formidable, but our Blood Clan is not to be trifled with. The Blood Clan does not understand the utilization of natural forces. Their sole reliance is upon blood, along with their innate speed and strength. Thus, when Kage resolved to strike, it was with the element of surprise. The combat techniques of the Blood Clan allow them to exert their advantages to the fullest. His slender figure traced an incredible arc through the air, swiftly reaching the portly figure before him, moving with an eerie swiftness, even faster than a bat. If a lowly member of the Blood Clan could harm a practitioner, it would indeed be a genuine fantasy. The portly figure remained motionless, not even blinking, as a faint luminescent aura shielded him from Kage's lethal strike. This aura was, in fact, a manifestation of the rift. The mastery of the flying sword is governed by one's heart. When the heart stirs, the sword advances resolutely. Devil slaying. In an instant, countless strange symbols appeared in the air, their meanings indecipherable, yet they exuded an overwhelming aura of menace. This was one of the formations recorded in the Jade Slips, ensnaring opponents within its grasp, rendering escape impossible. Combined with the terrifying might of the rift, it emanated an invincible momentum. Chapter 56. Be careful, young master. A dozen bodyguards positioned themselves valiantly in front of Kage, but they did not even have time to scream before they were obliterated, crumbling into nothingness like paper ash, utterly unable to impede the progress of the rift. Their identities were unmistakable. In the eyes of alchemists, the Blood Clan was merely immaterial, not much different from ghost-faced mushrooms or stones. Hence, the portly figure's expression revealed no change. As the bodyguards vanished, he advanced, his speed surpassing Kage's by more than double. Kage could only watch helplessly as the iron bar drew closer, piercing through the bodies of his subordinates in rapid succession. All resistance was futile and meaningless. It was said that in the prime of his power, Kage's grandfather ventured into the East alone, believing he had discovered an uncharted paradise. Free from the church's influence and densely populated, a veritable haven for the Blood Clan. Initially, grandfather's endeavors progressed smoothly, yet before long, a mere insignificant monk disrupted everything. In an instant, the formidable power that grandfather had painstakingly built crumbled, leaving old Nikolai to conclude his exploratory journey in disarray, retreating to Europe and subsequently isolating himself. Now, a similar fate befell his grandson, the scar of the rift reflected in his beautiful blue eyes magnified rapidly, drawing nearer, ultimately pausing ominously in mid-air before seizing everything. The blade, though not exceptionally sharp, pressed against his brow, inducing an indescribable pressure, as if the chilling air had long since penetrated his skull, leaving his mind in icy disarray. The calmness that stemmed from a lack of strength, although rare, carried an air of absurdity. Catch, having narrowly escaped death, struggled to maintain his composure, only to be met with the rotund man's malicious grin. Will you perish in China, or will you hastily return to Europe? The choice is yours. Having witnessed the rotund man coldly execute a dozen of his subordinates without so much as a frown, Catch maintained a demeanor that suggested indifference to his own mortality. You may take my life, but you shall never strip me of my dignity. The descendants of the Nikolai family shall never yield. Was knightly valor merely a facade of bravado? In an instant, Wang Hao's gaze turned bloodshot as he retorted, "To be frank, I genuinely admire your courage and determination. However, you ought not to display such bravado before a woman, especially in front of the one I cherish most. Spare me your laughable chivalry. You may fool a few harlots, but that is the extent of it." His ire escalating, the rotund man swung his fist, striking Catch squarely on the jaw. The force, belonging to the realm of spiritual practitioners, was staggering. Catch fell to the ground, stifling a groan, yet before he could react, a maddening pain surged through his abdomen once more, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. The formidable recovery abilities of the vampire could not alleviate the agony of fractured ribs. Catch merely gritted his teeth, refusing to yield a sound. "Is it because you believe your bones to be unbreakable? Do you doubt my ability to dismantle you?" The rotund man roared, his eyes a furious crimson. "Wang Hao, let us depart," Su Shui interjected, recalling the brutal treatment of a Wang at the hands of the rotund man. She rushed forth to intervene. "Regardless, Catch is still my classmate. He has treated me with courtesy even after his abduction. He is not a despicable individual." In contrast, the rotund man's current behavior appeared disgraceful, akin to bullying one who could not retaliate, with a clear intent to strip away another's dignity. Moreover, her father was still in Europe, under the watchful eye of the Nikolai family. In truth, she did not believe the rotund man would kill. The one pierced by the flying sword was a vampire, not a human. When a girl finds herself enamored with a boy, she will go to great lengths to excuse his flaws, and Su Shui was no exception. Wang Hao, however, was adamant in his refusal, promptly delivering 2 more kicks. "It was this man who kidnapped you, and yet you defend him? Have you developed feelings for one another after spending half a year together? For your own safety, it would be wiser to dispose of him." Su Shui, fully aware that he was merely provoking her, felt a sweet warmth amidst her anger. "What nonsense are you spouting? Such absurdity. Catch and I were classmates in high school, and we remained so in college. We need not wait for love to blossom." As she spoke, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. "If you are not embarrassed, why do you blush? Unless you intend to put a ring on it, do not expect me to take you seriously." The rotund man's cunning grin revealed his triumph. Suddenly, Su Shui adopted a serious demeanor and solemnly inquired, "If I were to don a ring to save him, would you accept? Do you perhaps lack confidence in yourself?" Wang Hao, equally earnest, countered, "Who says I lack confidence? Quite the opposite. I'm thoroughly confident in my abilities. However, confidence must be rooted in self-awareness. For only then can one avoid ridicule. If I believe that my physical form could attract beautiful women, that would not be confidence, but ignorance and arrogance. Yet, I'm absolutely confident in my ability to win your heart. Su Shui chuckled lightly, recognizing that despite being a Cambridge student with an impressive lineage and appearance, she had been well acquainted with suitors throughout her life. She could easily discern the rotund man's prior tactics. Their encounter had been fraught with drama. Wang Hao had inadvertently assisted her while mistakenly believing her to be a thief. This initial misunderstanding had led her to harbor no aversion towards him, and gradually, his confidence and indifference drew her in. Wang Hao's aloofness was distinct from childish posturing. It was an authentic expression of his character, persisting even when he showed concern for others. This demeanor, perhaps shaped by his experiences in cultivation, was a rarity for a girl of her stature to encounter, as most males around her were either eager to flatter or deliberately pretended to be aloof. With time, she learned to recognize their motives. Ingratiation was always a thankless endeavor. And when it came to feigned indifference, a modicum of common sense revealed who truly held the upper hand. When Chu Yao first encountered Wang Hao, she too had been captivated by his subtle coolness. Though it may not have won her heart, it was sufficient to pique her curiosity. Thus, Wang Hao's demeanor was not a weapon for conquering hearts, but rather a bait to lure one into intrigue. Curiosity being the first step towards downfall. Essentially, men require a measure of flattery as well, and Su Shui surmised the rotund man's intentions. With hands clasped in supplication, she begged, "Could you consider this a request for me? Catch and I have been classmates for years. He meant no malice in bringing me here. Can you see that I am quite well now? Enough. No more." Wang Hao interrupted impatiently, waving his hand dismissively. "There's no point in using this opportunity to force you into wearing a ring. Let him go now." Wang Hao was a man of his word. He approached Catch, squatting beside him without a hint of emotion, and declared, "Do not return to the east. This is no place for your blood clan. Remember, to cultivators, your kind is less than vermin. They will show no mercy when they hunt you down, nor will I." In a blink, subordinates had met their end, and Catch himself had narrowly escaped death. Yet he remained composed, his elegance a hallmark that would not waver with circumstance. As he stated, only life could be taken, while loss of dignity was a self-inflicted wound. "Halt!" Wang Hao cautioned as he withdrew the flying sword. "If you harbor feelings for Su Shui, approach me with a gentleman's request for a duel. I shall gladly oblige. However, do not dare to harass her or her family in trivial ways. Those who suffer will not only be you. Unless you wish to invite your family towards utter destruction, forget this engagement, forget Su Shui, and forget this journey to China." Both grandfather and granddaughter were left speechless, evidently taken aback by the amiable rotund man's fierce side. "Suju ikagiratedli patet harchist. You were quite intimidating just now. My word, even your eyes turned red while speaking. After all that, did it not culminate in releasing him? Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude. Thank you for everything you have done for me and my family. What may have been a trifling effort for you has greatly aided the Su family." Eliminating Catch would not resolve the issue. It might even provoke the Nikolai family into a frenzy of revenge. Their influence extended to every corner of the world, and retaliation was not as simple as dispatching a few assassins. Those targeted might find no refuge, and her father in Europe would undoubtedly be the first to bear the brunt. A peaceful resolution was the optimal course. Su Shui clearly appreciated the rotund man's solution. In fact, she was consistently satisfied with his every decision. Thus, she firmly believed that despite his lack of formal education, he was not without wisdom. He exhibited a sense of restraint and maturity in his actions. Do you think I'm being alarmist? Had it been Jian that took action, he would have long since disposed of him. The old man might very well lash out in Europe, annihilating the Nikolai family along with the entire blood clan. What does the second rank on the list of cultivation masters signify? The reputation of the sword-wielding master is attributed to his formidable combat prowess. Countless beings have perished at his hands. To apprentice under such a master guarantees that no one would dare to bully you in the future. Wang Hao conveyed the rumors he had heard to Su Shui verbatim. Angering the sword-wielding elder is no trifling matter and could spell disaster for the Nikolai family, potentially obliterating their century-old prestige. In the eyes of cultivators, the power of the blood clan is negligible. Chapter 57. The master does not seem to embody the traits of a benevolent sage, but rather resembles a merciless demon, devoid of any semblance of a transcendent figure. Su Shui stuck out her tongue and made a face. Is it not enough that they believe you? I have yet to visit Mount Shu. Do you think my master might become enraged and end my life in a fit of fury? Perhaps you could escort me to Mount Shu instead? I am genuinely terrified. Wang Hao chuckled and chided her. If you truly incite the sword-wielding elder's wrath, I possess no ability to assist you. Besides, since you call him master, any punishment he metes out is a lesson for his disciple. What reason do I have to intervene? Unless you were my wife. It would be a different matter altogether. Su Shui could easily guess his implication. No need for such conditions. If worse comes to worst, I shall merely be reprimanded. I can sincerely apologize to my master. Perhaps he would show leniency and forgive me. Old Su recalled the trials he faced in finding a master and sternly admonished. You ought to understand this. Finding a good master in the realm of cultivation is no easy feat if you are fortunate enough to have found one. Do not expect to take shortcuts, otherwise I shall break your legs. Su Shui's eyes reddened at the reprimand, and she dared not act spoiled, promptly agreeing to hurry to Mount Shu to pay her respects to her master. Will he really break my legs? She mused, realizing that the family rules were indeed strict. The stout friend, feeling sympathetic, interjected, no need to rush. Since it is already late, what difference does an additional 2 days make? If the sword-wielding elder values your talent, he will not mind a slight delay. As for whether he punishes you, I cannot say, but if you do not first go to visit your mother, she will surely tear me apart. Yes, then let us first pay our respects to the elders and postpone the apprenticeship for now. Old Su was quite astute, knowing which matters to prioritize. As for the mention of our mother, he pretended not to hear. Of course, he would not entertain such an idea due to the awkwardness of his status. Was he the stout one's elder or disciple? Having dedicated his life to loyalty and filial piety, such a predicament was indeed laughable. So he chose to remain in the small building and continue his arduous training. Neither of them were ostentatious individuals. They merely hailed a taxi to set off. Despite Su Shui's noble lineage, she had not been tainted by luxury or vanity. Her excellent upbringing allowed her to maintain a rare freshness amidst the murky currents of society, a quality that captivated Kai Chi and ensnared him in love. I know you are deliberately creating opportunities for me to plead on Kai Chi's behalf. Am I right? This way, he will owe a favor to the Su family. Furthermore, merely letting the Nikolai family relent is insufficient. Thus, you invoke the reputation of cultivators, aiming to instill fear in them. In essence, you play the villain while ensuring the Su family reaps the benefits. Thank you. Although your methods may not necessarily be effective, for the Nikolai family is not solely governed by Kai Chi, and they indeed value their reputation above life itself. Seated in the taxi, Su Shui nimbly retrieved a plethora of mountain delicacies from her bag, all procured from Kunlun, impeccably fresh and identical. The blood was still red, the greens vibrantly verdant, showcasing the bag's dual function of storage and refrigeration. Noting the stout friend's astonished expression, she declared with pride, "Are you envious? These were secretly refined for me by Chu Yao. Thankfully, I brought this bag with me. Otherwise, I would have missed a golden opportunity." It was no wonder the two girls had been acting mysteriously. They were indeed engaged in such covert endeavors. Though still mastering their craft, they dared to show off, a behavior that Yun Yi would certainly not condone. Despite the bag's stylish design, it was, after all, a mere treasure pouch, typically utilized by third-rate families. Yet, Su Shui treated it as if it were a priceless treasure. The stout friend felt a pang of jealousy and sighed, "You can make do with this bag for now. I will hasten to find you a bracelet." Though aware that Su Shui did not covet vanity, his pride as a man compelled him to ensure she did not suffer indignities. Why switch to a bracelet? The bag is perfectly fine. Nowadays, girls carry bags everywhere and find them quite convenient, while bracelets can be cumbersome. Su Shui replied innocently. He chuckled mischievously and whispered, "You do not understand. Those of status always wear storage bracelets. They are practical and aesthetically pleasing, and most importantly, they signify one's social standing. So cultivators, too, are susceptible to vanity." Su Shui widened her eyes in exaggerated surprise, realizing she had gained yet another insight. Initially, she had thought cultivators were celestial beings, untouched by mortal affairs, influenced by her grandfather's notions. The first cultivator she encountered was the enchanting Yun Yi, whose beauty, cultivation, and aura were truly admirable, leading her to hold cultivators in high esteem, inadvertently elevating the stout friend's status in her eyes. However, it did not take long for her to detect a discrepancy. You mentioned that individuals of even modest status possess bracelets. Why do you lack one? If you find one, you should keep it for yourself. I genuinely think this bag serves its purpose well. Switching would only make me uncomfortable. Just imagine if one were to produce items from a bracelet in public. It would surely attract attention. I believe the bag is far more practical. Upon reflection, her reasoning held merit. Practicality is paramount. Moreover, since Mount Shu ranks first in the realm of cultivation, and the sword-wielding elder is a figure of second rank, it stands to reason that they lack for treasures. If he truly cares for Su Shui, he would surely bestow her with gifts, leaving no need for her to worry. After some time, they would see. Nevertheless, it was rare for Su Shui to consider his feelings, prompting him to admire her mother's discernment. Andy, as the security door swung open, all feelings of annoyance and discontent dissolved in the warmth of that affectionate call. One could not help but marvel at Su Shui's social talent. She possessed the ability to transform barriers into pathways in an instant. You look so thin. It breaks Annie's heart. Studying abroad is too hard. After graduation, come back to Chengdu to work. This will be your home from now on. Right, old Wang? Her mother grasped Su Shui's hand tightly as they entered the room, as if afraid her daughter might slip away, treating her as if she were her own flesh and blood without a hint of estrangement. Her father extinguished his cigarette and murmured in agreement, clearly endorsing his wife's sentiments. After all, what could be better than a family reunion? Especially with the prospect of grandchildren? The more, the merrier, and meals would taste all the better. So suenadiri enthusiastically. Auntie, I plan to take a break from my studies for a while to gain some work experience, and then return to continue my studies in a couple of years. Is something troubling you? You can confide in Andy. It would be such a pity to drop out midway, her mother said with concern, immediately associating the notion of dropping out with financial difficulties, determined to prevent a tragedy from repeating itself. It's not dropping out. It's just a temporary leave of absence. The school will retain my enrollment, and I can return when the time is right, Su Shui quickly clarified, noticing her elder's anxiety. The reasons for her leave were quite straightforward. First, she intended to apprentice under the sword-wielding elder, requiring 2 to 3 years of rigorous training. Despite her seemingly lazy demeanor, she was resolute in her willingness to endure hardship. The second reason pertained to the conflict with the Nikolai family, a situation that may not be simple. Returning to campus would mean encountering Kai Chi again, so she preferred to wait 2 years to resume her studies, by which time Kai Chi would have graduated too. That sounds reasonable. Young people should not be overly ambitious. Her mother, not a conservative woman, nonetheless hesitated to let Su Shui go. She immediately expressed her approval, recognizing that this would provide her daughter with more opportunities. If she were to discover that Su Shui was attending Cambridge, there would be no chance she would agree. Chapter 58. While his family conversed with Su Shui, Wang Hao stealthily slipped into the kitchen, skillfully preparing an array of exquisite dishes. The plump man, devoid of formal culinary training, displayed an innate talent, particularly in the preparation of game, exhibiting a profound understanding of the medicinal properties of various delicacies. The dishes he crafted not only boasted unique flavors, but also possessed remarkable nutritional value. The couple could not help but widen their eyes. With such culinary prowess, how could they ever fear hunger? It seemed their previous concerns were entirely unfounded. Anyone fortunate enough to be associated with Wang Hao would indeed be blessed, as he could even prepare the rarest of delicacies, showcasing exceptional cooking skills. They no longer needed to fret about meal preparations. Old Wang, we've been married for over 20 years, and I have yet to savor your cooking. Yet, our son has already revealed his talent. When can you fulfill my wish to taste the dishes you prepare? Mother cupped her chin in her hands, adopting an expression of a young girl lost in dreams. Do you think I am incapable of cooking? Tomorrow, I shall take to the kitchen myself. During my university days, I never dined out, father asserted, extinguishing his cigarette with vigor, brimming with confidence. He also sought to retain Su Shui, insisting that she must honor the meal prepared by her uncle, and staying overnight was inevitable. Old Wang, don't you dare try to pass off instant noodles. If it comes to that, let me take over. We have guests in the house. The most familiar with her husband was none other than his wife, and the worry evident in Mother's gaze spoke volumes. Am I incapable? Just wait and see. Father, known for his resolute nature, swiftly finished his meal, set down his chopsticks, and headed straight for the supermarket. This was primarily to demonstrate his seriousness, but also because he had limited cooking skills. It was prudent to prepare in advance to avoid embarrassment later. As night fell, Wang Hao retreated to the balcony. Having spent a decade in the vast mountains, he had grown accustomed to the fresh air, the fragrant flora, and the crystal-clear streams, all of which made the urban environment feel uncomfortable. It was the first time he'd seen his parents so joyous since returning. Father preferred a modest lifestyle over wealth and extravagance. Familial bonds and the joy of togetherness were paramount to him, contingent upon having a daughter-in-law and grandchildren. To ensure his parents' happiness, Wang Hao was willing to do anything within his means. However, he knew his capabilities were somewhat limited. The effects of the elixirs he possessed were negligible for ordinary individuals, and the longevity they offered was minimal. Yet, he would not hesitate to share them, as the cycle of life and death was a natural law, one that cultivators understood well. His only responsibility was to honor familial duties and be a good son. A soft footfall approached from behind, nearly imperceptible, yet to one in the meditation phase, it was akin to thunder. The plump man pretended not to notice as Su Shui stealthily approached, and then she playfully shouted in his ear. Wang Hao feigned surprise, clutching his chest and whispering, "Wow, you startle me. Why are you still awake? I've given you my bed. Are you still not satisfied?" Who gets scared and keeps their voice down? She teased, her face adorned with a joyful smile. "I'm just so happy today that I can't sleep. Shall we chat until dawn?" The plump man took the opportunity to jest. "It's just a meal. There's no need to be so excited. To be honest, my house is quite small, so you'll have to endure sleeping in my bed. You don't mind, do you? But since I've given you my bed, I suppose that makes up for it." Su Shui suddenly displayed a hint of sadness, murmuring, "Wealth doesn't guarantee happiness. My grandfather passed away when I was very young, leaving my father to manage the business alone. On the surface, it seemed glorious, but he barely had time to eat, sometimes returning home in the early hours, only to rush to the bathroom to vomit. My mother couldn't stand such a life and eventually left, marrying a foreign artist, claiming she wanted a passionate man. Our once happy family was shattered, leaving my father all alone. What good is earning a fortune?" The young girl, typically lively and cheerful, revealed a past filled with struggles. Wang Hao instinctively drew her into an embrace, reassuring her, "From now on, this will be your home. My parents adore you. Once you return from Mount Shu, you can move in with us." Su Shui pushed him away with determination, retorting, "I wouldn't dream of living with you. Don't think you could take advantage of me. By heaven, I am innocent." Wang Hao exclaimed, raising his hands in mock surrender. "Besides my heart that loves you dearly, I am but a man with nothing. Keep dreaming. Once I return from Mount Shu and hone my skills, I'll teach you a lesson." Su Shui checked, recalling the first time they met when she thought Wang Hao was merely an unremarkable plump man. Their relationship had blossomed into a friendship. It was only after Wang Hao intervened to teach Wang a lesson that everything began to subtly shift. The plump man transformed into a remarkable figure, revealing a hidden identity as a cultivator at his grandfather's house. The journey to Kunlun unveiled a confident Wang Hao, who was acquainted with notable figures like Yun, Yi, and Chun Xian, all of whom recognized him as a friend. Su Shui, astute as she was, discerned that the encouragement from Wang Hao and Yun Yi to become his disciple was not without purpose. Each time she thought she had unraveled the mystery of Wang Hao, he would reveal another aspect of his true self, making his seemingly rotund image increasingly elusive. The more time they spent together, the more enigmatic he became, like an unfathomable ocean. Gradually, she began to accept his mystery and looked forward to his next revelation. Upon returning from Kunlun, she was invited to a villa by Kai Chi through dubious means, longing for the arrival of her savior, Wang Hao, who she envisioned would arrive riding a flying sword. Was this not a form of expectation? Yet, amidst this anticipation, Su Shui could not help but feel a pang of inferiority. As an ordinary person, she considered herself exceptional. Hailing from a prestigious family, a beautiful and intelligent graduate from Cambridge, attributes that garnered envy. However, these accomplishments seemed insignificant in the eyes of cultivators. In less than a decade, she would transform into a wrinkled old woman. Where would her beauty go? As for her education and wealth, they were trivial in the realm of cultivation. The scales began to tip, and Su Shui endeavored to discover what might attract Wang Hao, only to find her efforts in vain. Thus, The thought of becoming a disciple took root, and fortune smiled upon her as she caught the attention of Elder Wen Jian, the second most prominent figure in the Xianmen. With 3 years of diligent training, surpassing Wang Hao would not be a dream. Little did she know the true extent of Wang Hao's abilities, nor that cultivation was heavily reliant on opportunity. Surpassing him would not be an easy feat the following day at noon, after savoring the meticulously prepared charcoal-grilled feast by father. They promptly set off for Mount Shu, specifically Amei Mountain, one of its sacred peaks. Chapter 59, the taxi halted at the base of Amei Mountain, and the plump man wisely ceased his steps. He understood well that within the great sects, power struggles were rampant. One should steer clear of entanglements, speak less, and cultivate good relationships with fellow disciples. Despite knowing Su Shui's gentle nature, he felt compelled to remind her repeatedly. As a disciple of Elder Wen Jian, it was inevitable that she would attract envy. He hoped she would not face exclusion. I know. My ears are nearly calloused from your warnings. Otherwise, why don't you accompany me up the mountain? Only if I'm satisfied with the conditions will I stay. Su Shui pleaded with feigned innocence. Better you go alone. My presence may hinder you, he replied, but just as she was about to leave, he called her back. If you encounter any grievances or if that old man treats you poorly, return to me. Although Elder Wen Jian has considerable skills, his temperament is eccentric. There are other esteemed masters. You're not a guest under someone else's roof, so do not compromise your dignity. As Su Shui took a few steps away, her eyes suddenly welled up, and she turned back, rushing into the plump man's embrace, lightly pounding his back with her small fists. You are such a nuisance. Letting me go is impossible. Their heartfelt farewell attracted the attention of many passers-by, yet the plump man was lost in his own sorrow at their parting. Su Shui's gently trembling shoulders and the strands of hair brushing against his nose captivated him, leaving no room for other thoughts. A refined and elegant middle-aged cultivator gracefully approached the two, urging them, "Could you kindly expedite your conversation? I have been waiting at the mountain corner for my junior sister for half a year. Each time I return without her, I face reprimands from the elders. I have observed you both lingering back and forth. Is there something that cannot be discussed at once?" It turned out that Shushan had already dispatched someone to greet them at the front mountain, indicating the significance that Elder Wan Jian placed on his new disciples. All cultivators, before reaching the nascent soul stage, dedicated themselves to relentless training, and the thought of wasting half a year waiting for someone stirred sympathy in the rotund figure. However, the emperor was not lacking in soldiers, and whether Wan Jian had offered any benefits remained uncertain. Su Yue's face flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly extricated herself from Wang Hao's embrace, explaining, "My family encountered unexpected circumstances, which is why I arrived late by half a year. I truly regret making my senior brother wait." The middle-aged cultivator, disheartened, advised the stout man, "Although Shushan does not entertain foreign guests, you are a relative of my junior sister and a cultivator. Your presence here is permissible. Just be sure not to speak ill of the Shushan sword sect to avoid unnecessary trouble." His tone, though tolerant, betrayed his displeasure, likely in response to the stout man's earlier indiscretion. The esteemed status of Elder Wan Jian was akin to the emblem of the Shushan sword sect. Much like Chun Xian represented the Xingyue sect, it was unacceptable for outsiders to disparage them. The stout man hastily clarified that his previous remarks were merely misunderstood, expressing his profound admiration for Elder Wan Jian, which was why he had traveled such a distance to bring Siyue to seek apprenticeship. The journey from Chengdu to Amei Mountain took less than 3 hours by car. However, before he could finish his explanation, a sharp reprimand pierced the air. "You boy, that ring on your hand should be star blue. I care not for your relationship with Chun Xian. If you dare to speak recklessly in Shushan, beware lest I turn you to ashes. Out of consideration for the girl, I shall spare you this once. Descend the mountain quickly, or do not blame me for being merciless." In truth, each note of his voice felt like a drawn sword, piercing the heart, capable of refining sound into the sharpness of divine weaponry. Such prowess was unique to Elder Wan Jian, even though the stout man possessed the strength of the divine refinement stage. He found the pressure overwhelming. He hastily summoned his true essence to resist, while the Rift Sky sword, seemingly provoked, bravely met the sword chi, showcasing its legendary status by momentarily countering Wan Jian's brilliance, thus preventing the stout man from embarrassing himself in public. Nevertheless, Wang Hao's situation remained precarious. Although Rift's sky sword had provided assistance, it had also incited Elder Wanjian's wrath. The sword Qi, like an invisible blade, pressed against his chest, and any relaxation would result in dire consequences. His mind blank, he could only sense an indescribable sharpness and chill. The renowned Elder Wanjian was not truly inclined to trouble the younger generation. His aggression was merely a means to save face after the stout man's earlier disparagement of Shushan. Additionally, he seemed to be assessing the stout man's abilities, despite recognizing that Wang Hao had just entered the divine refinement stage. He doubted the depth of the relationship between the stout man and Chen Xian. The disparity in their identities was vast, and claiming them as friends would be implausible. Yet the star blue ring was genuinely worn on Wang Hao's finger. Could it signify a master-disciple bond? Should the stout man utilize formations to escape? It would undoubtedly validate Wanjian's suspicions. The three great masters had yet to take on disciples, and should any of them choose to do so, it would significantly impact their standings on the master rankings, as well as the reputation of their respective sections. For instance, if Wanjian were to ascend without finding a disciple, the Shushan sect's prestige could plummet, losing the support of the master rankings, rendering their sect's reputation as insubstantial as a castle in the air. Now that Elder Wanjian had found a disciple, he needed to devote time and effort to nurture her before his ascension, ensuring Shushan's brilliance for centuries to come. Although Wang Hao had received 9 formations from Chen Xian, he had yet to study them, and with the current lack of opponents, he could spare no thought for formations. His mind was solely focused on enduring the confrontation. Regrettably, the gap between the two was indeed immense, and amid the standoff, Rift's sky sword had become the primary force, nearly breaking free several times, and the stout man struggled to keep it restrained. With Wang Hao generously donating his true essence, Rift's sky sword gradually regained its former capabilities. Although the progress was painfully slow, it never ceased its efforts, accompanied by a stubborn desire for improvement. Strife was always the quickest way to enhance one's cultivation, yet such methods were only effective when reaching the limits of human potential, thus not being widely advocated. Suddenly, ice flames erupted from the stout man, enveloping him and radiating an incredible chill that extended to a radius of 50 to 60 meters, plunging the area into a wintry landscape. Wanjian had managed to condense both sound and sword qi, targeting only the stout man, leaving others oblivious to the unfolding events. Suyue involuntarily shivered twice, gazing in astonishment at the bizarre spectacle. A swirl of azure light wrapped around the stout man, exuding an unfathomable low temperature. Frost spread visibly, creeping up the lush trees. "What is wrong with you?" Suyue inquired, reaching out her small hand toward the stout man, akin to a child tampering with a grenade safety. The middle-aged cultivator hurriedly intervened, cautioning, in battles among masters, energy is concentrated in one place. Currently, the situation is evenly matched. If an ordinary person were to touch it, they would undoubtedly meet a disastrous fate. To claim that the stout man could contend equally with Elder Wanjian was absurd. The latter had merely descended to the front mountain to investigate, and even in battle, he had not exerted his full strength. Yet even so, he had managed to corner the stout man. However, Wanjian's aspiration for a swift and decisive victory was equally fanciful. For the offensives launched by the nascent soul were merely grand in stature. Both combatants startled simultaneously, realizing the precariousness of their situation and hastily withdrawing. Wanjian, wary of harming his beloved disciple, who he had finally found after half a year of searching, was genuinely fond of her due to her exceptional talent and pure character. He had not only sent disciples to guard the front mountain daily, but had also discreetly dispatched his nascent soul to scour the area, fearing he might miss her. Such dedication was already pushing the limits of his identity, which made appearing at the front mountain impossible. After a long wait of 6 months, he had finally anticipated her arrival, but upon overhearing the stout man's reckless words, he resolved to teach him a lesson. If he inadvertently harmed his cherished disciple before she even began her training, the old man would surely be heartbroken. The sword qi that had coalesced before his chest abruptly vanished, the once keen blade transforming into a swirling vortex that dissipated rapidly, merely stirring a few fallen leaves. Few could achieve such mastery. Wang Hao shared his concerns, yet could not control the intensity of his own energy. The icy chill of the eternal ice crystal burst forth, transforming the area in front of him into a winter wonderland. If Suyue were standing in front of him, she would surely freeze instantly. Even though Elder Wang Jian was a formidable presence among mortals, bullying newcomers in such a manner felt slightly excessive. He would not easily extract an advantage. Had the stout man been a despicable individual, he might have used the middle-aged cultivator as a shield, though the protective effect would have been minimal. Nevertheless, it would have been better than nothing. At least he could have dragged someone down with him at the end. There was no shame in such tactics. After all, for someone of Wang Jian's stature to attack the stout man would surely raise eyebrows. It was akin to Chun Xian assaulting the middle-aged cultivator, an act of blatant aggression. As a victim, any retaliation would be justified. The stout man felt a weight lift from his shoulders, though no change was evident in his demeanor as he coldly remarked, "So this is how Shushan treats its guests. It seems I should not have brought Suyue here. Little Snow, do you wish to take a narrow-minded person as your master? Following him, even if you learn skills, it would only bring harm. I would rather help you find a more worthy mentor." Chapter 60. Wang Hao just recently entered the divine refinement stage, and before he could bask in any glory, found himself thwarted by Elder Wang Jian, which was understandably frustrating. The stout man had no reason to feel disheartened. The ability to stand against Elder Wang Jian without defeat was already a significant boast, and throughout the entire encounter, he had not truly suffered any loss. In all the world, who could claim to have gained an advantage over Elder Wang Jian? Even the top-ranked Qin Xian would not dare to make such a claim. It is essential to understand that the rankings of masters are determined by their realms of understanding, not merely by their combat skills. If Elder Wang Jian were to claim a position of second place, it is unlikely that anyone would dare to contest for the throne of first. A series of bewildering events unfolded, leaving Su Shui perplexed about what had transpired. Hesitantly, she inquired, "Could you enlighten me about what has happened? Why is it that I am suddenly forbidden from taking a master?" Wang Hao, unwilling to disclose the details of the earlier contest, replied nonchalantly, "I have come to perceive that Wang Jin's character is rather unsavory, and the cultivation methods of the Shushan sect may not be suitable for you. You have never enjoyed engaging in conflict, so why pursue the sword sect's teachings? Although the sword sect offers unparalleled training speed, their method of drawing energy through swords is excessively extreme, and a moment's carelessness could lead one astray. In my view, it would be prudent to delay your apprenticeship for now. Rest assured, I will certainly find you a worthy master. If all else fails, you could study under Yun. After all, you enjoy her company, do you not? Additionally, Chu Yao can accompany you. Learning to forge can enable you to create things you cherish while also aiding others. Would that not be preferable? You are fond of taking Su Shui as your disciple, are you not? I shall cut off your source of support." The chubby fellow's scheme was indeed cunning, albeit with good intentions, driven by a desire to shield Su Shui from future grievances. However, his reasoning was somewhat flawed, although the Nanhai sect is renowned for its forging. Achieving mastery necessitates a deep comprehension of formations. If Su Shui possessed the suitable temperament, Yun Yi would have accepted her as a disciple long ago. Despite her confusion regarding recent events, Su Shui held unwavering trust in Wang Hao. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded in agreement, feeling a twinge of regret, but believing that the chubby fellow had valid reasons. Do refrain from speaking further. A surge of mercury-like brilliance erupted, stinging the skin and prompting the onlookers to instinctively shut their eyes. As the light receded, Elder Wang Jian materialized before them. The elder appeared to be genuinely enraged. His silver hair radiating an intimidating glow, his piercing gaze seemingly capable of penetrating hearts. His steps exuded an air of lethal intent, akin to a suspended sword. Realizing that the situation was about to deteriorate, Elder Wang Jian had no choice but to intervene personally. Generally, his age would command respect. Wang Hao glanced at him before shifting his gaze away. The mere intensity of Wang Jin's presence was akin to a needle prick. The sword sect's training was indeed extraordinary, as he had witnessed Elder Wang Jin's prowess during the Kunlun gathering, and now, under the influence of rage, his aura seemed even more formidable. Fortunately, having encountered numerous masters during his time with his own teacher, he was not easily intimidated. The chubby fellow remained silent, observing how the elder would handle the situation, reassured that Wang Jian would not dare to use force. However, Su Shui noticed that Elder Wang Jian appeared to harbor a guilty conscience. It was she who had rushed to seek him as a master, and although Chen Xian had not accepted her as a disciple, he had recommended another worthy master, a stroke of fortune that many others envied. She should have hastened to Shushan to fulfill her apprenticeship, for respecting one's teacher is a cherished tradition in China. It is unheard of for a master to wait for their disciple. Yet, she found herself detained by Kai Chi, and had Wang Hao not come to her rescue, she might still be trapped. Having arrived, she ought to promptly apologize to Elder Wenjian, but instead, the two were entangled in a tender moment at the foot of Shushan. Their intimacy caught and scrutinized, leaving her utterly embarrassed and unable to lift her head. Elder Wenjian discerned Su Shui as unquestioning obedience towards Wang Hao and, in his desire for a worthy successor, was reluctantly compelled to tolerate Wang Hao's presence for the time being. Time was on his side, as long as he could persuade the young girl to reconsider her stance and join Shushan. There would always be opportunities to help her extricate herself from the chubby fellow's grasp. Resolute in his decision, Elder Wenjian suppressed his anger and admonished, "Young man, it is a pity that despite your cultivation at the spirit refinement stage, you possess naught but a modicum of insight. This girl is inherently brimming with spiritual energy. Even without cultivating the sword sect's methods, she can emanate a formidable presence. Such talent is truly rare. Is she not suited for the sword sect? It is evident even to outsiders. By encouraging her to seek apprenticeship elsewhere, are you not wasting her innate gifts and hindering her progress? I suspect your relationship with Chun Xian influences your actions, causing you to harbor animosity towards me. But do not forget, it was Chun Xian's idea for the girl to become my disciple. By obstructing her, are you not acting like a petty villain? In truth, it was Elder Wenjian who harbored resentment. Although he bore no direct conflict with Chun Xian, the individual ranked second always yearns to usurp the position of first. Given Wenjian's temperament, how could he willingly accept being second? The mere thought of the chubby fellow's association with Chun Xian was enough to irk him. He even suspected that the chubby fellow was attempting to sabotage him on Chun Xian's behalf. Wang Hao shot him a sidelong glance, unperturbed, and replied, "I would argue that you are the one harboring resentment. Do you relish displaying your might over newcomers? Your initial actions against me are merely a reflection of your ties to Chun Xian. Moreover, Su Shui is also here at Chun Xian's recommendation. Who knows if you will treat her kindly in the future? If you bear a grudge against Chun Xian, but lack the courage to confront him directly, would you not redirect your ire towards your disciple, leaving Su Shui in a most pitiable and innocent position?" Elder Wenjian, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, lost all semblance of composure, his earlier demeanor dissipating in an instant as he roared with fury, "Young man, cease your slander. If I were truly envious of Chun Xian, I would confront him directly rather than take my frustrations out on my disciple. Furthermore, if we merely consider combat prowess, I am not necessarily inferior to Chun Xian. Yet, it is you who repeatedly hinders this girl from ascending the mountain and speaks ill of Shushan. What are your true intentions?" The louder one shouts. The more one reveals their insecurity. As the saying goes, reason does not reside in the loudest voice. Wang Hao maintained a calm tone. "You may not be inferior to Chun Xian, but that does not guarantee victory. In such circumstances, you would surely feel discontent being ranked second. Am I not correct? I have never obstructed Su Shui from becoming your disciple. Your suspicions arise from your own guilt. This only highlights your narrow-mindedness. Pray tell, can I truly trust you with Su Shui's apprenticeship? Even if you bear no ill will towards Chun Xian, you would undoubtedly take your frustrations out on me. Who can say what you might do to Su Shui once I leave? Utter nonsense. If I were truly narrow-minded, would Chun Xian have recommended her to me?" Elder Wenjian retorted, "You and the girl ascended the mountain together. You were clearly the one who delayed her apprenticeship for half a year." The elder stumbled over his words, unable to teach Wang Hao a lesson as the situation demanded. In a battle of wits, he found himself no match for the chubby fellow. As their argument escalated, Su Shui finally grasped the situation. This was merely a misunderstanding. With a timid voice, she interjected, "Could you both allow me to speak?" Chapter 61. Two grown men arguing fervently. Was it not for her sake? Otherwise, who would engage in such futile contention? All parties ceased their disputes, awaiting Su Shui's final decision. She first observed both men. Regardless of whether she chose to apprentice or not, someone would be displeased, and she could potentially miss a remarkable opportunity. Thus, the wise course of action was to first ease the tension between them. I must clarify a misunderstanding. Wang Hao has never obstructed my apprenticeship. After returning from Kunlun, I was kidnapped and held in a villa for 6 months, only escaping 3 days ago thanks to Wang Hao's timely rescue. The delay in appearing at Shushan was due to our visit to an elder. I am not making excuses for my tardiness. This is the truth. Given Elder Wenjian's fiery temper and eagerness for a disciple, how could he not be protective? In an instant, his anger erupted, overwhelming the three younger individuals to the point where they found it difficult to breathe. Who dares to imprison a disciple of Shushan? Who would dare to bully my disciple? Wenjian? Tell me, who are they? I shall make them suffer. Su Shui cautiously replied. The ones who kidnapped me were from the Blood Clan. Wang Hao has dealt with them, and I hope we can coexist peacefully in the future. For a cultivator to be bullied by a mere Blood Clan member, especially one from Shushan, was utterly absurd. Elder Wenjian, reflecting on his countless battles since his inception as a cultivator, had always faced the pinnacle of the cultivation world. He had never tasted defeat. Yet, to think that the Blood Clan had dared to abduct his disciple was an indescribable humiliation. The Blood Clan, he had merely dealt with them once, and now they were to coexist peacefully? You should let them all perish in China. Has your master not taught you the rules? As cultivators, the closest beings to divinity, their arrogance far surpasses that of the Blood Clan, and they would never deign to engage in the petty squabbles of ordinary mortals. In the eyes of cultivators, Western Blood Clans, Wolf Clans, and even the Western Church are all regarded as outcasts. Any outcast daring to provoke the dignity of a cultivator deserves to be eradicated without mercy. This is the rule spoken of by Wang Jian, and true to his temperament, he would not spare a single one that comes to his door, ensuring that even those left behind in the West are ruthlessly exterminated. As for the Blood Clan, they are viewed as lesser beings, akin to bipedal lizards. No matter how many are slain, there would be no trace of remorse. Although Wang Hao's experiences are limited, he understands this rule well, having been influenced by the Alchemist King, making him more aware than anyone else. All manner of demons and monsters, including the Blood Clan, are merely materials for alchemy. Alchemists are the apex predators in the food chain, unabashed plunderers who would never extend sympathy to the Blood Clan. However, specific circumstances warrant careful analysis. If Kage were to die in China, the Nicola family would not simply let it go. Wang Hao lacks the power to uproot them entirely, and the Su family would inevitably suffer endless reprisals from the Blood Clan. No one wishes to witness such a day. Moreover, the fat man need not take direct action against the Blood Clan, as long as he can manage to leak their secrets. Cultivators would undoubtedly embark on a frenzied hunt for them in pursuit of life-prolonging elixirs. At that point, not only would the demise of the Nicola family be imminent, but the entire Blood Clan would also face catastrophic ruin. However, such actions would yield no benefits for the fat man, and might even devalue his life-prolonging elixirs. Hence he prefers to maintain the status quo. In truth, Wang Hao's leniency was also for my sake to consider the Su family. He feared the Blood Clan's vengeance upon my family, which is why he showed mercy. Moreover, Wang Hao let only one person go, while the rest were executed without hesitation. Su Shui hurriedly defended the fat man, feeling that his actions were somewhat cruel. The Blood Clan are not humans, but merely cold-blooded lizards. Wang Hao smiled as he spoke, stating that killing the Blood Clan is no different from squashing ants. Young man, regardless of the circumstances, you have saved my disciple. I am not an unreasonable person. Today, I owe you a personal favor, which I shall repay in the future. However, there is no room for negotiation regarding the matter of the girl becoming my disciple. She is undoubtedly my apprentice. Elder Wanjin's anger had somewhat subsided, but even if he appeared more amiable, he still emanated an imposing aura. How many things are beyond Wanjin's capabilities? Given the elder's reputation for keeping his word, the fat man had certainly struck a remarkable deal. Su Shui interrupted their conversation, continuing, "The facts have been clarified. Now it is time to express my thoughts. I sincerely wish to take Elder Wanjian as my master. Firstly, there is no doubt regarding Elder Wanjian's abilities. Secondly, the techniques of the sword sect of Shushan may truly suit me. Did not Elder Chen Xian say the same? It is not a mere possibility, but a certainty. This is evident even to a fool." Elder Wanjian impatiently emphasized this point. It is important to note that while using a sword to channel energy is astonishingly swift, it also carries significant risks. The concept of merging with the sword may allow the wielder to control it, but it could just as easily lead to the sword controlling the wielder. Once affected by the sword's murderous aura, a cultivator can easily deviate from their path, and a moment's carelessness can lead to irretrievable doom. My own initiation was fraught with peril. Your temperament is gentle and mild, naturally pure, which will help you resist the corrosive effects of the killing aura, allowing you to cultivate with ease, far surpassing my own timidity. Su Shui disregarded his interruptions and continued. Thirdly, I earnestly desire to take Elder Wan Jian as my master. Under the guidance of Fairy Yun Yi, I have come to understand many truths. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. While the techniques of large sects possess unique traits, individual achievements ultimately depend on personal effort. The reason Shushan sect produces so many talented disciples is not solely due to superior cultivation methods, but also because their disciples are typically more diligent than those of other sections. Only a strict master can nurture a good disciple, wouldn't you agree? A middle-aged cultivator nearby chimed in to support her. For the past 6 months, the elder has ordered me to receive guests to the front mountain daily, even personally sending his primordial spirit to investigate which Shushan disciple receives such treatment. You all misunderstand each other out of concern for junior sister. Now that the misunderstandings have been cleared up, what is there to persist in? Do not let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. Wang Hao was not one to stubbornly cling to misunderstandings. Since it was a misunderstanding, why hold on? Moreover, Su Shui's sincere desire to take Wan Jian as her master, with her pitiful demeanor, was hard to refuse. He nodded and said, becoming a disciple is a significant matter. As long as you are happy, that is all that matters. Do not concern yourself with the opinions of others. Su Shui dismissed this perfunctory response, pouting, I want you to give me your explicit consent. Only then can I feel assured to remain in Shushan for cultivation. The fat man felt a wave of discouragement. The sword sect of Shushan is indeed extraordinary, and I was influenced by the sword immortal in my own cultivation. Being able to stay beside Elder Wan Jian is a rare opportunity. Do not squander this precious chance. Make sure to cultivate diligently. Elder Wan Jian could never utter words of gratitude. After bidding farewell to them, he immediately led Su Shui up the mountain, not uttering a single extraneous word. For one of his stature, to humbly descend to the front mountain to receive guests was already the limit. The girl's reddened eyes lingered in Wang Hao's mind as he endeavored to shake off his disappointment, retrieving a beaching pill and handing it to the middle-aged cultivator. You have waited below for 6 months. Both Su Shui and I feel quite guilty. The beaching pill can prolong life for 300 years. Consider it compensation. The middle-aged cultivator wore a look of astonishment. Even in Shushan, there is pressure. He has indeed been diligently cultivating day and night, and he had harbored some grievances in his heart. The fat man's compensation is truly generous, yet he lacked the courage to decline. Cultivators never refuse such generosity. There is no need for pleasantries. I'm also a cultivator and understand the value of time. Additionally, I ask that you take care of Su Shui in the future. She has grown up abroad and is bound to have some quirks. Do not let her suffer any grievances. Wang Hao's words were gentle, but with the efficacy of the beaching pill, each word carried significant weight. Certainly. In truth, Su Shui, as Elder Wan Jian's disciple, would seldom have opportunities to meet other senior brothers and sisters, let alone face any bullying. They would be eager to curry favor with her. The middle-aged cultivator's expression changed dramatically as he earnestly vowed to look after Su Shui in the future. Spending a beaching pill for a companion may sound extravagant, but for Wang Hao, it bought him peace of mind, allowing him to travel without worry. After sending Su Shui off, Wang Hao felt a mix of melancholy and relief. Now, unburdened, he could wander the world in search of materials for alchemy. Riding the winds on his sword, he would vanquish demons across the land. Thankfully, the Tear of the Sky was sufficiently formidable, and being slightly larger than other flying swords, carrying a fat man did not seem out of place. Chapter 62. When ordinary people hear of ancient exotic beasts, they often conjure images of formidable beings like Taotai, Pishio, or Kuanping, creatures renowned throughout history. In truth, those beings were indeed suited for the primordial era, and if they existed today, they would undoubtedly become humanity's greatest foes. In the eyes of alchemists, the term exotic beast holds little mystery. It is merely a classification for creatures that have existed since ancient times. Furthermore, not all exotic beasts possess miraculous abilities or alluring values, such as life extension or weightlessness. Most exotic beasts are rather mediocre, having survived to the present day due to their lack of value, rendering them unworthy of the cultivator's time and effort to hunt. Creatures like the wind lizard, which boasts a lifespan of 500 years, are exceedingly rare. were it not for the decline of alchemy and a diminishing number of knowledgeable individuals. The fat man would never have waited for the chance to collect. For the fat man, exotic beasts are omnipresent. What he must do is discern which are worthless, which possess some utility, and which must be acquired at any cost, even at a steep price. However, the current environment is exceedingly poor, making even wild animals hard to find, let alone ancient exotic beasts. Compared to the eastern coastal regions of the homeland, the West remains a largely undeveloped and pristine territory. 2 days later, the fat man appeared on the road to Tibet. Yan, situated along the essential route to Tibet, beckons explorers to seek out rare flora and fauna. The portly fellow reluctantly sheathed his flying sword, and of course, boarding a plane was out of the question. As he ambled along, not only could he meticulously search for traces of extraordinary creatures, but he could also revel in the picturesque scenery that unfolded before him. The air was laden with moisture, interspersed with a delicate drizzle that caressed his skin with a refreshing touch, invigorating his spirit, an environment cherished by cultivators of the arcane. It must be noted that while the portly man's cultivation method demanded little from the surrounding spiritual energy, a pristine environment undeniably nurtured one's comfort. Hence, he deliberately shunned the clamor of urban life, opting instead for the desolate wilderness. Days passed without a glimpse of the elusive beasts, yet his appetite for exploration was whetted. As night descended, an unexpected aroma wafted through the air, mingling enticingly with the fragrance of the surrounding vegetation. What a delightful scent! What could it be? In the pursuit of extraordinary beings, a keen sense of smell was as crucial as sharp eyesight. However, the portly man quickly deduced that this discovery had little to do with the creatures he sought. Though Wang Hao was not particularly finicky about food, his culinary skills were second to none. Having indulged in a plethora of exquisite delicacies, it was no small feat for him to articulate the essence of what was delightful. Following the irresistible scent, he eventually spotted a flicker of fire in the distance. It was not unusual for someone to engage in outdoor barbecuing, as it was a source of amusement, but the presence of a large pot was indeed curious. Who would carry such a vessel while traveling? Moreover, the chef was a solitary woman, clad in garments as white as snow, her hair dancing gently in the evening breeze, exuding an indescribable allure. It was a beauty that harmonized perfectly with the elegant scenery of Yan. Even if one only glimpsed her silhouette, it could evoke boundless imagination. Yet, unless one possessed remarkable strength, they would not be deemed worthy of appreciating such beauty. One could only imagine that any ordinary person encountering a woman with long hair dressed in white on a dark wilderness night would not indulge in fanciful thoughts, but would rather feel a chill run down their spine, perhaps even fleeing in terror. This woman was certainly no harmless maiden. The portly man quickly reached a conclusion. Based on a simple premise, a good girl would not appear in the wilderness at such an hour, merrily cooking for herself. Perhaps she was a creature of a different ilk. Although he was well-versed in the ways of extraordinary beasts, his knowledge of spirits and specters was limited. After all, one cannot excel in every field, and exorcising demons was not his forte. Would you mind sharing? The portly man inquired lightly, leaping to the side of the girl, or rather, beside the fire. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the pot, and it was no wonder the aroma was rich yet not overwhelming, instead wafting a rare sweetness. Within the pot simmered an assortment of mushrooms, at least 10 different varieties, none of which could be found in local markets or supermarkets. The woman lifted her head, her silk-like hair cascading behind her, concealing a pair of eyes reminiscent of morning stars. These eyes were strikingly black and white, the black a profound abyss that ensnared one's heart, while the white sparkled with clarity, evoking an inability to gaze directly. In contrast, everything around her appeared dim and lackluster, including her features, the glossy black of her hair, her graceful form, and even the gentle rain of Yan, all overshadowed by her endless depth. Have we met before? He blurted out almost instinctively. Wang Hao was convinced he had seen those eyes somewhere, yet he could not recall where. However, such words sounded like clumsy flattery. The woman said nothing, merely nodding to indicate he could join her, then resumed her watch over the fire. When preparing soup, one must pay particular attention to the flames. Thus, experienced cooks observe the fire rather than the food itself. Noticing her reluctance to speak, the portly man grew somewhat bored and began to scrutinize the mushrooms within the pot, breaking out in a cold sweat upon closer inspection. The southwestern provinces were known for their mushroom consumption, and due to human curiosity, Many attempted to sample unfamiliar varieties, leading to numerous cases of poisoning each year. However, folk remedies for testing mushrooms existed, such as traditional silver needles or breaking the mushrooms to observe the color of their juices. Of course, the most straightforward method was to examine the mushroom's hues. Typically, dull and muted colors indicated safety, while vibrant reds and purples were best avoided. This is why people often say that the most beautiful poisonous flowers are indeed the most alluring, although exceptions do exist. Generally, this wisdom holds true. As the cooking process neared its conclusion, the aroma intensified, and distant roars from wild beasts echoed in the night. Did they, too, find the scent intriguing? The woman skillfully ladled 2 bowls of mushroom soup, then fixed her penetrating gaze upon the portly man. After all, they were the only 2 present, and while she had initially focused on the fire, her attention had now turned to him. It was evident she was keenly interested in watching him partake in her creation. Wang Hao glanced into his bowl, filled with an array of colorful mushrooms, their vibrancy startling. A novice would surely lack the courage to taste such concoction. However, Wang Hao felt no fear. His skill afforded him confidence. Cautiously bringing the bowl to his lips, he blew gently to cool the soup before taking a hearty sip, concluding with an expression of genuine admiration. Indeed, it was a remarkable broth, a true delicacy. No salt or MSG had been added, and the natural seasonings were minimal, thereby preserving the mushroom's exquisite flavor. The entire pot contained no exotic ingredients, merely wild mushrooms foraged from the hills, with their value lying in their freshness, making this outdoor preparation undoubtedly the finest choice. The woman smiled in response, acknowledging the portly man's appreciation. It was well known that 10 out of 10 mushrooms in the pot were likely poisonous, a fact even a fool could discern. Thus, an ordinary person would never dare to drink this soup. However, the toxins had long been eliminated, a fact few could recognize. To consume such a broth demonstrated not only Wang Hao's discernment, but also his courage. What a pity there is no wine, he lamented, finishing the entire bowl in a few swift gulps, wiping his mouth with his sleeve, expressing a lingering desire for more. Chun Xian suggested he procure a wine vessel, but the portly man deemed the rough fellow unreliable, concluding he would have to forge one himself. After all, as a master of the spirit refinement stage, crafting a wine pot posed no challenge, especially since his requirements were simple: an elegant design capable of holding ample wine. Drinking the mushroom soup did not indicate profound knowledge. Countless mushroom varieties existed, with new ones emerging annually. To claim one could identify all toxic species was sheer folly. As for courage, the portly man possessed it in abundance. However, he did not need it for mushroom sampling. His willingness to experiment stemmed from the presence of detoxification pills, small yet potent, capable of neutralizing myriad toxins, an indispensable item for both home and travel, perfect for the curious gourmand. Chapter 63. The woman appeared to be well prepared, presenting a jar of wine to the portly man, though regrettably, it was the only one she had, as she had not anticipated the arrival of guests. Wang Hao seized the jar and drank deeply, exclaiming, "What a fine wine! Indeed, a superbly strong liquor. Thank you." Considering there was only one jar, he dared not press his lips to its rim, but poured it directly into his mouth, adding a touch of bravado to his actions. The woman said nothing, raising her head with vigor, lifting the jar high and pouring it, the liquor spilling forth and soaking her pristine garment. The same action performed by her carried a unique allure, that exceptional beauty destined to remain etched in the portly man's mind, impossible to erase. This was the first time he had witnessed a woman drink in such a manner. The jar contained potent alcohol, a style of drinking even he found taxing. Frankly, the woman's beauty was undeniably top tier. However, that pair of eyes was simply too enchanting, akin to the finest gemstones, drawing attention away from any adornments and focusing solely on their brilliance. A woman who did not shy away from challenges deeply captivated Wang Hao, no doubt. Forming an acquaintance with such a woman would be a delightful venture. Yet, the woman seemed disinclined to engage in conversation. Was she perhaps mute? The portly man had methods to remedy such a condition, but he could not ascertain her true state. Would it be too abrupt to inquire? Wang Hao hesitated, but the wine jar was tossed back to him, splashing liquid all over, which roused him from his reverie. In truth, he need not overthink the matter. Whether or not she could speak was inconsequential. What mattered was the joy of living. For instance, at this moment, he knew nothing of the woman's identity or origins. Save for her exceptional culinary skills and impressive tolerance for alcohol, the woman did not inquire about Wang Hao's background. She merely knew him as a portly fellow with a penchant for soup, which seemed quite satisfactory. After all, there was no inherent necessity for individuals to delve too deeply into one another's lives. Wang Hao lifted the wine jug, tilting his head back to gulp down its contents, the sound of his drinking resonating in a gurgling chorus. An ardent admirer of the wine, sort immortal, the rotund man was determined not to be outdone by a woman when it came to drinking. Before long, a haze of intoxication enveloped his mind. Having consumed an excess of spirits, he inevitably succumbed to inebriation. What stung his pride was the realization that he had ultimately lost to a woman. He had meticulously calculated his intake, noting that she had outdrunk him by a considerable margin. Yet, he overlooked a crucial detail. What kind of liquor could render a cultivator utterly senseless? The weather around Yun was exceptionally humid, with a persistent drizzle dampening everything. Even a newly risen sun appeared soaked. The rain and dew soaked through his clothing, chilling against his skin, yet it did help to clear his mind somewhat. Upon awakening, he found that the enigmatic woman had vanished, but the fire had not died out overnight, and the pot of soup still emanated steam, confirming that the previous night's events were not merely a dream. Wang Hao approached the pot once more and served himself a bowl. The flavor was significantly inferior to that of the previous night, perhaps due to having been left to simmer too long. Or perhaps it lacked the soul that her presence had imbued. Had he possessed a slightly better tolerance for alcohol, he might not have missed the opportunity with the charming woman. Although he had initially admired Tuoba Wu, he had later developed a fondness for Su Shui. Deep down he still yearned for a kindred spirit. Beauty was not a prerequisite. Shared interests and compatibility were all he sought. Wang Hao cherished a simple, pleasurable life, relishing exquisite delicacies, and of course, he required wine, even if his capacity was not commendable, often resulting in drunkenness since entering the spirit cultivation stage. The girl happened to enjoy cooking and drinking, which aligned perfectly with his desires. Moreover, her quiet demeanor did not hinder their communication. Rather, he found the atmosphere quite pleasant. There was no need for excessive conversation when there was fine wine and delectable food to enjoy. Sometimes communication was from the heart, and with walls built around one's emotions, idle chatter became pointless. At noon, Wang Hao discreetly entered the urban center of Yan, not for any other reason than to savor the renowned Yafish. Yafish, Yarain, and Women comprised the most enchanting trifecta of Yan. Being a true hedonist, having experienced the gentle reign of Yan, he was naturally inclined to try the Yafish. To also relish the charm of the local women, he sought a well-established restaurant. Only a fool would scavenge the streets for beauty when they could find it in the service industry, provided one chose an upscale establishment. As expected, it was not long before a petite, dainty girl appeared by his side. Her skin, nourished by the rain, was impossibly tender, her face resembling a delicately drawn watercolor. Elegant yet unmistakably imbued with the spirit of a Sichuan girl. The early spring chill lingered in the air, and the girl wore a vibrant little cotton jacket, resembling a bright red chili pepper, an embodiment of Women's allure. "Sir, may I take your order?" she inquired professionally, holding a refined menu. "I'll have all the specialty dishes and a bottle of Jiannan Chun." "Thank you," the portly man replied, immediately averting his gaze. This method of ordering revealed him to be an outsider. The girl smiled and continued, "You must be from out of town. When in Yuan, one must certainly try the fish. How about the clay pot Yafish? Yafish, found in the Qingyi River and Zhougong River, resembles a carp but has scales as fine as a trout, plump in form and tender in texture, impossible to find elsewhere. The clay pot Yafish is a renowned delicacy of Yan, said to have been presented to Empress Dowager Cixi in the Qing dynasty, who praised it as the meat of dragons and phoenixes. Additionally, let us have the kai duck, originating from the homeland of Xianxia, known for its aroma, crispness, and beauty. The kai duck is made from local, pollution-free, free-range ducks that feed mainly on water, grass, and shrimp, complemented by over 30 spices, refined through 16 meticulous processes. You are dining alone. This is more than enough, she added, and for tea, I recommend a mouthphone. The girl displayed commendable character, considering the customer's wallet. Wang Hao had specifically come for those two dishes. How could he not know? He squinted and smiled. "Very well. By the way, It is the season for spring bamboo shoots. Could you add those as well? Certainly, she replied, hurrying off. The rotund man had caught a whiff of a delightful aroma wafting from the adjacent table. In the mountains, springtime had always been like a festival, overflowing with bamboo shoots and mushrooms, true mountain treasures valued for their freshness, unlike many famed dishes that often fell short of their reputations. As he scanned the surroundings out of boredom, his smile suddenly froze. The woman he had encountered in the wild yesterday was now comfortably seated by the window, gazing lazily outside. Even in the bustling restaurant, she maintained an air of tranquility, seemingly untouched by the surrounding clamor. Her table held only a cup of clear tea, from which thin wisps of steam rose, now nearly lukewarm. Yet her expression suggested she was in no rush to eat, as if simply savoring the moment. To be at ease in any environment was a rare quality, attainable only by those of extraordinary character. The ordinary could hardly achieve such grace. Should he approach to greet her? After all, he had dined with her previously. Returning the favor seemed only natural. However, as he stood to make his move, he abruptly changed his mind, for he realized that the distance between them was just right. Much like the moon should remain in the sky, the folly would be to try and hold it in one's palm. The same principle applied to women. Gazing from afar was a pleasure in itself. Approaching her for small talk felt futile. Even he did not know what he would say. One thing was certain. No matter what he uttered, she would likely remain silent. This week, there are no strong recommendations, but everyone has noted the slow updates. Perhaps it would be best to revert to 2 chapters daily. Tonight, I will push for the rankings and aim to upload another chapter by midnight. Your support will be greatly appreciated. Chapter 64. Clay potya fish and kai duck, perhaps a tad greasy, yet the spring bamboo shoots were tender, fragrant, and exceptionally delicious. Paired with the aromatic mao phone, they complemented each other perfectly. The small dishes delighted the portly man, who praised the local girl beside him. While Sichuan cuisine is certainly a feast for the senses, it was her captivating eyes that truly stirred his appetite. While others enjoyed mooncakes during the mid-autumn festival, he savored fish amidst her beauty. How could it not be enticing? Unlike the portly man's voracious eating, the woman merely sampled each dish. For a true food lover, the essence of food transcended mere sustenance. He relished the satisfying fullness that followed a hearty meal. "We shall meet again," Wang Hao murmured, watching her retreating figure before calling for the bill from the girl. Nearby, there was a wildlife park where visitors could drive in and closely observe wild animals, including tigers and lions. The girl enthusiastically provided information as she collected payment. While ordinary tourists might find such adventures intriguing, to the portly man, that so-called thrill seemed rather childish. No matter how one altered the circumstances, a barrier would always exist between humans and danger. The wildlife park merely swapped their positions, confining people within cages to observe the animals outside. Wang Hao's plan was to traverse the Sichuan-Tibet line into Tibet, showing little interest in artificial tourist attractions. Thus he dismissed the girl's recommendation with a smile. As a cultivator, he required no rest. After lunch, he set off on his journey through the night. Along the highway, he observed numerous tour buses filled with eager tourists, animatedly listening to the guide's vivid accounts, even though the sights merely flashed by the windows. Given their limited vacation time, the itinerary felt rather rushed. As evening descended, the portly man arrived at the entrance of Hailuo Valley in Mashi Town. The best time to venture into the glacier is in the morning. Prior to that, the portly gentleman meanders through the streets of the quaint town, flanked by a plethora of exquisite handicrafts, alongside local delicacies. The former mainly originates from specialized manufacturers of tourist souvenirs, while the latter is genuine, comprising cherries, fragrant peaches, walnuts, cordyceps, fritillaria, and snow lotus, as well as musk and deer antler. Although these items do not pique his interest, his anticipation grows stronger. The Hailuo Valley is a modern glacier, formed 16 centuries ago, and is the lowest glacier in the country. Within the valley lies an ice waterfall over 1,000 meters wide, cascading down a staggering 1,080 meters, where the ice tongue mingles with the primordial forest below, complemented by numerous hot springs. The peculiar climate here is likely to attract rare creatures. Thus, the appearance of anything extraordinary should not be surprising. However, the wise do not seek it out themselves. Much like antique enthusiasts understand that treasures predominantly come from tombs, yet few dare to engage in grave robbing, as such actions could lead to one's demise. Moreover, for a modest sum, one can acquire what they need from unskilled grave robbers, akin to snatching candy from child. Wang Hao, distracted, engages in idle chatter with a vendor, attempting to glean useful information, only to find the vendor incessantly peddling his wares, which proves frustrating. The portly gentleman's gaze wanders through the crowd, seemingly hoping to catch sight of the woman in white. Although they had not arranged to meet again, Wang Hao believes she will appear. After several fruitless searches for her, he encounters an old acquaintance. "Hello." Li Lu greets the portly man with unwavering respect. "Mr. Li, with your esteemed position, I would assume you're quite busy. What brings you to Hailuo Valley for leisure?" The gentleman deliberately mocks him. "Leisure? I wish. I am here to procure medicinal herbs. The Tuoba family requires a substantial quantity, and to ensure the quality, I decided to journey to Tibet. Currently, I am lacking cordyceps, snow lotus, and saffron. Additionally, I hope to chance upon something rare in the snowy plateau." Upon mentioning rare finds, Li Lu's eyes gleam with obsession, and he adds, "By the way, the young lady has also come to Hailuo Valley. It seems there might be some misunderstanding between you two. Why not take the opportunity to clarify? I can arrange for you to meet her." Having relinquished hope, Wang Hao shakes his head. "There is no misunderstanding between myself and Tuobo Wu. Some matters fade with time. Do not meddle." Though their relationship is clearly fraught with misunderstanding, neither party is willing to revisit the past. As the person most aware of Wang Hao's capabilities, Li Lu regrets not aligning with the portly gentleman, lamenting the lost opportunity to seek his counsel. However, one thing is certain. Even if Wang Hao and Tuoba were to clarify their misunderstanding, he would never submit to the Tuoba family. While unaware of Wang Hao's true identity, his pride is palpable. Despite knowing the futility of his efforts, Li Lu makes one last attempt. "Mr. Wang, you intend to enter Tibet as well, correct? How about we travel together for mutual support? I do plan to enter Tibet, but I prefer to journey alone. Freedom suits me best." Wang Hao declines once more, his tone tinged with displeasure. It is not that the portly gentleman lacks empathy. Rather, he finds a prospect of shared company awkward, preferring to part ways. "Can you spare me a moment? I have everything you seek. Why not purchase from me?" The vendor's eyes gleam with anticipation at the arrival of a significant customer. Li Lu casts a skeptical glance, smiling. "You dare present such roadside goods?" The vendor quickly shakes his head, nervously insisting, "These items are intended for tourists. They know no difference between artificial and natural. If you require a larger quantity, I can source more for you." Li Lu feigns doubt. "Oh, they say you possess superior quality. Why must we seek distant treasures?" The vendor insists. "All the goods here are sold to tourists. They are not counterfeit, merely cultivated. The finest wares are only available at Uncle Giseng's place. But he is quite cantankerous and forbids us from selling inferior goods to tourists. The town is stocked solely with cultivated cordyceps, all procured from outside sources. Only discerning buyers seek him out, and you, naturally, are privy to this information. Had they known this sooner, they could have avoided the previous banter." They share a knowing smile. Li Lu, somewhat troubled, quietly states, "The procurement must include the young lady. The Tuoba family's dealings in the realm of cultivation are now managed by her, including alchemy. I am merely the laborer selecting the goods. The funds require her approval." Wang Hao chides, "Do not be so modest. Whatever you select, she will surely approve. Although Tuoba Wu has achieved the cultivation stage of refining the spirit, she is a novice in alchemy and must defer to your expertise. Moreover, alchemy is fundamentally a matter of financial investment. Tuoba Wu's presence is not merely to manage funds, but to emphasize the importance of alchemy and ensure your safety. Finding an alchemist is no easy task, and poaching talent is unwise." While he expresses this, he does not hinder Li Lu from notifying Tuoba Wu. After all, they remain in a host-guest relationship, and it is prudent to maintain decorum. Li Lu, despite enjoying the Tuoba family's hospitality, remains grounded in his conduct, and suggesting Tuoba Wu accompany them is merely his proposal. Now, he not only oversees alchemical matters, but has also become a strategic advisor to Tuoba Yi. When Tuoba Wu arrives, she momentarily appears taken aback. For who would expect to encounter someone in the Kam Tibetan region? However, she quickly regains her composure, nodding towards Li Lu, signaling him to take the lead. Uncle Giseng is a well-known figure in the Tibetan region, offering only authentic goods, albeit at steep prices. Quality items are invariably costly, regardless of location. It is easy to surmise that such items hold little allure for tourists unfamiliar with their worth, leading to insufficient sales to sustain the economy of Moses Town. Thus, vendors prefer to sell artificially cultivated goods. However, the interests of the two parties do not conflict. Tourists and genuine buyers seek different things, and the local specialties of Hailuo Valley are insufficient to satisfy tourist demands. Chapter 65. Uncle Gesang embodies the quintessential Tibetan, still adhering to the customs of a nomadic lifestyle. Residing in a tent, colorful prayer flags adorn the roof, believed to dispel misfortune and ensure safety. The Tibetan character of straightforwardness, warmth, and hospitality is vividly displayed in his demeanor, making the encounter feel less like a business transaction and more like a visit to a friend's home. A toast is inevitable. Fortunately, Wang Hao understands the etiquette, taking a sip, waiting for the cup to be refilled before finishing it in 3 gulps. This practice of embracing local customs not only shows respect, but also enhances one's own enjoyment. Observing Wang Hao's politeness, Uncle Gesang beams with a hearty smile, his weathered face glowing with vitality, and he pulls the portly gentleman inside. Meanwhile, the other two feel somewhat out of place in his exuberant presence, with Tuoba Wu maintaining her characteristic aloofness, silently trailing behind the trio. Upon entering the tent, the scent of various medicinal herbs intensifies, particularly the musk. Wang Hao feigns ignorance, allowing himself to be led deeper into the room. The interior is adorned with vibrant yellows and reds, yet does not appear gaudy. Rather, it exudes a unique ambience, as if such an environment is entirely appropriate. Different cultures possess distinct features and expressions, and when one sheds preconceived notions, the charm within can be unveiled. Amidst the dazzling colors, a striking white unexpectedly catches the portly gentleman's eye, momentarily halting his breath. It is she, the woman he has encountered twice, yet never truly met. Indeed, in the home of a Tibetan, their paths have crossed once more. At this moment, the woman holds a wine cup, gazing at him with keen interest. If their first meeting was serendipity and the second coincidence, what then does the third encounter signify? The two individuals exhibited an extraordinary synergy, apart from exchanging meaningful smiles. Wang Hao did not take any action. Allow me to introduce you to this esteemed physician I have specially invited to save my son. Uncle Gesang solemnly presented the woman in white, who, engrossed in her drink, appeared oblivious to his introduction. A renowned physician, Wang Hao's interest was piqued. It was no wonder she dared to consume mushrooms indiscriminately, revealing her esteemed status. A thought of revenge brewed within him. Ignoring the surrounding guests, Uncle Gesang continued. To be candid, my son ventured into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs 3 years ago and has not returned since. Villagers later discovered him on the sacred mountain, frozen and in a coma. I blame myself for being too lenient with him, allowing him to wander into the divine realm to forage for herbs. Despite my relentless efforts over the past 3 years, I have been unable to awaken him. Thus, I turned to the trade of medicinal herbs, hoping to encounter a skilled physician who could rescue my wayward son. The sacred mountain referred to is Gonga Mountain, where any attempt to ascend, even approaching it, is deemed a desecration of the divine, a grievous sin, let alone gathering herbs. Uncle Gesang believed this was a punishment from the gods for his son, yet he was unwilling to accept his son's eternal slumber, which led him to this course of action. His good character and the high quality of the herbs he possessed quickly allowed him to dominate the high-end market for Tibetan medicine. With the assistance of traders, those seeking to procure medicinal herbs in Tibet seldom missed his offerings. Consequently, he treated all customers as esteemed guests. And although his son's condition had not improved over the years, he had indeed made numerous acquaintances of exceptional individuals, thus enhancing his own reputation. Observing the demeanor of the woman in white revealed her unwavering confidence. Her manner of drinking from a bowl added an enchanting quality. Prior to joining the Tuoba family, Li Lu was indeed a renowned physician, while Wang Hao was merely an amateur doctor. The only one lacking expertise was Tuoba Wu. In such an environment, the only fitting description was awkwardness, yet her refined demeanor ensured she never lost her composure. Alchemy and medicine are, after all, distinct disciplines, and Wang Hao was acutely aware of this difference, remaining silent, choosing instead to observe the woman in white. My friend and I possess a modicum of understanding regarding medical practices. Perhaps we might lend a hand, Li Lu humbly suggested. The varieties of comas are incredibly diverse, yet the treatment methods are relatively straightforward. Often, a single approach can resolve hundreds of causes behind a coma, eliminating the necessity for targeted treatment. This was the source of Li Lu's confidence, as he had once been a renowned physician, possessing no lack of self-assurance. Though he was displeased that the overweight man had been drawn into this scenario. Once seated, Wang Hao positioned himself to the left, consuming bowl after bowl of barley wine. Adhering to the Tibetan custom of men sitting on the left and women on the right, prohibiting mixed seating. At that moment, Tuobo Wu and the woman in white sat together. Despite her initial appearance being unremarkable, she retained her allure even in the company of Tuobo Wu. Upon hearing Li Lu's words, the overweight man choked on his drink, followed by a fit of incessant coughing. He preferred to remain low-key, never flaunting his abilities, especially since he had not even examined a patient, making any confidence unwarranted. He is the renowned physician. I am nothing more than a bystander, he succinctly stated, and his words were entirely truthful. Wang Hao was indeed not a doctor, let alone a renowned physician. Alchemy and medicine are not to be conflated. Uncle Gesang held no resentment towards the overweight man. Rather, he had a degree of admiration, as the path of healing abhors those who feign knowledge. A moment's carelessness could lead to fatal consequences. Though not vocal about it, his expression revealed his deep concern for his son's condition. How could he find joy in drinking? If he had a drink, it would be in silence. Rather than indulge in drink, it would be more prudent to attend to the ailment. The woman set down her wine bowl, signaling her desire to assist Uncle Gesang's son. The overweight man could not help but admire her wisdom. A mere glance conveyed her intentions without a hint of discomfort. Thus, he remained uncertain whether she was mute or merely hesitant in speech, as it had yet to reach a point where she needed to articulate her thoughts. Uncle Gesang understood her unspoken cue, eagerly leading the group into the inner chamber. The room was suffused with the potent aromas of various herbs. In his desperation for his son to awaken, the elder had employed every stimulating remedy available, rendering the air thick and stifling. The stale air was detrimental to health, particularly for a patient in a coma. With Uncle Gesang's consent, Wang Hao opened a window. Within the room, faint breaths could be heard. Upon entering, the group had instinctively held their breaths, which was understandable given the pungent, spicy scents of the stimulating herbs. Wang Hao discreetly stole a glance at the patient, a handsome young Tibetan man who, despite being in a prolonged coma, did not appear frail. Rather, he resembled a robust lion of the grasslands, likely having captivated many Tibetan maidens. However, his complexion lacked vitality, appearing as pale as parchment. A cursory inspection revealed a body temperature below normal. This state did not suggest illness, but rather symptoms akin to poisoning, specifically from cold toxins. Wang Hao, having cultivated his foundation with the eternal ice essence, was well acquainted with the properties of cold toxins. Numerous extraordinary beasts could induce cold toxins, the most infamous among them being the ice silkworm. The records of lost treasures recounts the existence of ice silkworms in the East Sea's Qiaoshan, measuring 7 inches, black, with horns and scales. If this indeed referred to an ice silkworm, it would be highly suitable for the overweight man. Chapter 66, Gonga Mountain Ice Silkworm. Wang Hao's heart brimmed with joy, though he exhibited no outward signs, for the life of Uncle Gesang's son hung precariously in the balance. Any display of mirth would surely lead to expulsion. Should the young man be afflicted by the cold toxin of the ice silkworm, no ordinary physician could remedy it, and even a divine doctor would find themselves at a loss. Theoretically, cold toxins are insurmountable. However, the natural order of existence often presents counterbalances. If Wang Hao possessed a flame elixir at this moment, he could attempt a remedy, although the chances of success would be exceedingly slim. The effects of the dream-returning pill might rouse the young man instantly, but it would entail immense suffering, making it preferable to remain in a state of unconsciousness. The woman also gleaned some understanding. She took a piece of paper and inscribed 2 characters, Fire Crow. Her handwriting, lacking the delicate flourish typically associated with women, exuded an untamed audacity, reflecting her character. Her diagnosis aligned with the overweight man's, yet none were privy to this knowledge. Were it a practitioner of cultivation, perhaps a solution could be devised, as their robust physiques and vast capabilities might enable the capture of the Fire Crow. However, for Uncle Gesang, it was akin to an insurmountable predicament, leaving only regret in its wake. Upon seeing the two characters' fire crow, Tuobo Wu was taken aback. Only she knew that the fire crow resided in Wang Hao's possession. Yet, she was unaware that Wang Hao had already exchanged crystals with the fire cultivator. Now, having completely refined those crystals, explaining his current cultivation level, her beautiful eyes scrutinized the overweight man, hoping he could produce the fire crow, a mere act that could save a life. Yet, the overweight man, upon reading the characters, did not even blink, his expression conveying a sentiment of sympathy for the elder. What exactly is the fire crow? Can awaken my son? Where might it be found? Uncle Giseng bombarded her with questions, yet the girl remained silent. Wang Hao was disinclined to explain, and Tuobo Wu was at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was Li Lu who responded. Elder, the fire crow is a legendary ancient beast, adept at controlling fire, leaving nothing in its wake. It is said that the 9 sons shot down by Ho Yi were fire crows. Such creatures are not easily found, and even if located, capturing one is no simple feat. Uncle Giseng could never have imagined that to save his son, he would need to pursue an ancient beast. What good would this knowledge do him? He could only blame his son for daring to tread upon the sacred mountain. For it was said that the divine mountain was a realm inaccessible to mortals. Even proximity was forbidden, as ordinary people could only gaze from afar, worshipping in reverence. That evening, the elder Giseng indulged in copious amounts of alcohol. The stout man observed the shimmering tears in his eyes, a testament to paternal love. What else could evoke tears from a man of such robust constitution, if not the affection for his cherished son? When he had once left home, had his father not felt the same pangs of sorrow? Such is the plight of all parents. Perhaps, at an opportune moment, he could offer assistance. To be honest, the stout man did not mind lending a helping hand, provided it came at no cost to him. At least for now, he resolutely refrained from entangling himself with the fire cultivator. That night, he strolled into the wilderness, a jug of wine in hand. The icy breeze from the glacier caressed his body like the cool fingers of a maiden. Drinking outdoors was far more pleasurable than remaining confined within 4 walls. However, the delightful moment was fleeting. Soon, the small jug was empty, and remaining outside would only mean drinking the wind. How he wished for more suitable drinking vessels. In a fit of annoyance, he hurled the jug into the distance. Wine should either be savored in excess or not at all. He loathed the idea of discovering an empty jug midway through his enjoyment. Leaving such refuse behind felt like self-torture. Suddenly, a captivating fragrance wafted from behind him, the unmistakable scent of a woman, one who had clearly indulged in drink. His thoughts immediately turned to the enigmatic woman in white. When he turned around, he indeed beheld the familiar figure clad in white, her tall form exuding strength rather than fragility, reminiscent of a resilient bamboo. As always, she carried a finely crafted wine jar, a charming smile gracing her lips, seemingly unaffected by the sorrow of Uncle Giseng's son. If one were to be disheartened by witnessing an irreparable ailment, many physicians might spend their lives devoid of joy. Yet, her smile was not feigned, nor merely a courtesy. It was a transcendent expression, untouched by the trivialities of the mundane world. A celestial being would not find joy or sorrow in trifles. The cycle of life and death is but a natural occurrence, akin to slumber in the eyes of a cultivator. Why fret over it? Why, whenever I encounter you, do I find myself in such disarray? Though he knew she would not respond, the stout man spoke to himself, having grown accustomed to her silence, which often brought a peculiar comfort. By common sense, should such a woman ever choose to speak, it would surely bring discomfort to someone. As expected, she remained silent. With a swift motion, she unsealed the mud cap and lifted the wine jar high, pouring its contents in her mouth, allowing the fiery liquid to cascade down her swan-like neck, drenching her pristine garment, yet she remained oblivious. Ordinary women might be either naïve or overly affected, but she radiated a unique charm, rooted in her profound essence, incapable of pretense. It was as if the world bore no relevance to her. She neither influenced nor was influenced by her surroundings, existing in a realm beyond the mundane. To put it simply, she lived in this world, yet her heart transcended it, embodying the principle that while one's physical form cannot escape the 3 realms, the heart can. This state of mind, though merely psychological, is accessible only to the most adept, transcending not just cultivators but also powerful demons, ghosts, immortals, and even devils. Those who possess such a perspective look down upon the masses, akin to Chen Xian, where the multitude appears no greater than ants in their eyes. The stout man resolved not to inquire about the woman's identity, yet curiosity gnawed at him, rendering him momentarily indecisive. And he found himself transfixed as she offered the wine to him. Wang Hao took a couple of swigs, scratching the back of his head with a grin. I still don't know your name, but that is all right, as long as you can understand my words. He continued, every time I find myself in dire straits, you appear. Is it sheer bad luck that brings you here, or does your presence incite my misfortune? This sounded overtly flirtatious, and a flicker of annoyance appeared in her alluring smile. She drifted away, her expression not one of anger, but rather a disinclination towards his banter. Frustratingly, she even took the wine with her. Wang Hao dusted himself off and strolled toward the town. It was still early, and he might yet find a place to drink. The nighttime town exuded a unique charm, bustling more than during daylight, with throngs of people crowding the streets. Nowadays, major tourist attractions prohibited the classic phrases of I was here, and having traveled all the way to the Conch Valley, one must certainly not leave without souvenirs. The most eye-catching were the myriad of silver items, gleaming under the shop lights, even brighter than platinum. The silverware of Moses Town could generally be categorized into two types, Tibetan silver and pure silver. The surface of Tibetan silver appeared somewhat dull, bearing a black residue of grass ash, yet showcased the simplistic and rugged style of Tibetan adornments. Historically, Tibetan silver contained a silver content of 92.5, but nowadays, merchants often replaced it with white copper. Only a fool would pay for such wares. Nonetheless, there are also numerous pure silver products, diverse in design, including various ritual utensils, knives, teapots, wine vessels, and exquisite jewelry. With a thought in mind, Wang Hao was drawn to a particularly exquisite wine vessel. Unlike other sets comprising 7 or 8 pieces, he was captivated by a singular item resembling a stout jar, adorned with a handle and subtle decorative patterns. Its simple, rounded form evoked affection. The shopkeeper eagerly approached, introducing it in halting Mandarin. You have a keen eye, sir. This wine jug is a unique find, the only one in Moses Town. It's genuine pure silver, passed down through generations. What a tall tale. The stout man flicked the jug with his fingertip, producing a melodious sound. The silver was indeed genuine, but to claim it was ancestral was a stretch. Who in this day and age would part with family heirlooms? Furthermore, merely being exquisite held no value. The jug's dimensions were hardly sufficient even for rinsing one's mouth. Don't call me sir. You're the master here, not I. Everything here, as well as all the Tibetan silver jewelry and that statue over there. Wang Hao swiftly selected a plethora of silver items, including ritual implements, statues, and all Tibetan silver products. You want all of these? The shopkeeper was taken aback, realizing this would deplete his stock, albeit only the pure silver items. The worthless white copper did not count. Bring it to my hotel in an hour, and don't pull any tricks, or I shall return it. The stout man was unperturbed by potential deceit. Without a deposit, he was in charge. His motive for purchasing the silverware was straightforward. After a few embarrassing experiences, he could no longer wait for Chen Xian's promised wine vessels and resolved to take matters into his own hands. After all, as a practitioner at the divine refinement stage, crafting a wine jug should pose no challenge. Why seek assistance for such a task? Yet, to have the ethereal Eunice forge the wine vessels was an opportunity not to be missed. In the entire world, who else could boast such privilege but Chen? Claiming a pure and innocent relationship was laughable. Within half an hour, Wang Hao had visited 5 more silver shops, selecting all the pure silver items, excluding Tibetan silver and statues. With everything sorted, he returned to the hotel, brimming with excitement. As it was his first time crafting a vessel, he was uncertain of the required materials, feeling a tinge of anxiety. Silverware was not particularly costly, treating this as a tuition fee for his inaugural crafting endeavor. He preferred to acquire more rather than risk running out mid-process. He regretted not having bought more earlier. If others were to witness a pill refiner fretting over crafting, they would surely find it amusing. In truth, he had underestimated both the consumption of materials and the ingenuity of the people of Moses. An hour later, a grand delivery procession stormed into the hotel, leaving several security guards rendered speechless by the sheer scale of it. It seemed as though the inventory of 10 shops had been brought forth. The portly man selectively pointed out what he did not want. and the merchants naturally brought forth an even greater assortment of silverware, as local shopkeepers shared information among themselves, ensuring mutual benefit. Initially taken aback, the man, known for his temper, contemplated a moment. He had been worried about insufficient materials, so why refuse such an opportunity? Although the shopkeepers had played a minor trick, the goods delivered were genuine, each piece made of pure silver, with ritual implements and statues, including pendants, carefully selected out as they understood the man's intentions. However, to accept everything without a fight would be beneath him. He relished fine fare, but despised being taken advantage of. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he questioned, "I did not request so many items. Take back what you've overstepped." The shopkeepers, rather forthright, responded, "We haven't over-delivered. Everything is as per your instructions." The pure silver, along with the statues and implements he did not choose, were simply overlooked at the time. "We did not send anything extra." The merchant was indeed trying to play games, and Wang Hao deliberately pressed, "Ultimately, you're the ones trying to trick me. I'm purchasing such a vast quantity of silverware, and you stand to profit considerably. Should you irk me further, it would be ill-favored for all parties involved. I have not even placed a deposit, so should I change my mind now, you would have no grounds for complaint. This predicament is of your own making." The shopkeepers had indeed concocted a scheme. What began as a minor addition snowballed into this current, overwhelming quantity, evident even to a fool. Their faces flushed with embarrassment. Sensing the moment was ripe, Wang Hao donned a jovial facade once more. "Since you've come this far, it would be unkind to have you take it back. Here's what we'll do. If you agree to an 8% discount, I shall accept everything as a gesture of goodwill." Even at this discount, the silverware still yielded a profit, albeit minuscule, yet the sheer volume made it worthwhile, akin to exchanging the merchandise in store. As the saying goes, even a fly is meat. Earning less is far preferable to earning nothing, and returning the goods unopened would be an affront to their pride. The shopkeeper gritted his teeth and handed over a red ledger, listing all items along with their prices, pre-calculated prior to their arrival. "You have no say over my merchandise. All items in my shop are offered to you at an 8% discount. Here is the inventory and pricing." The portly man, disinterested in a meticulous review, feigned scrutiny and declared, "Subtract another half a point from your figures." He did not even glance at the other merchants, appearing nonchalant. For one willing to sell indicated there was profit to be made. How could they resist? The opportunity to clear out their stock was rare, and he too had his goods to retain. "I will sell as well." Many items had long sat unsold due to style and utility, and reforming them was laborious. Better to clear them for new stock. The merchants' alliance was like a magnificent castle built upon sand, crumbling with the first wave. The portly man ultimately swept away their inventory at an 8% discount, and the locals were straightforward. Once the deal was confirmed, they ceased their prattle, for business is inherently a matter of mutual consent, leaving little room for complaint. However, they only accepted cash, yet fortunately, the man had prepared in advance. Carrying a substantial sum in cash, stored within a starry blue ring. His mother had advised him that not everywhere accepted credit cards, and with a storage ring, carrying money posed no inconvenience. His procurement activities stirred quite a stir, soon reaching the ears of Tu Ba Wu, who, residing in the same hotel, observed from a distance the portly man's duplicitous and cunning bargaining. Cultivators in a mundane world are revered as godlike beings, often embodying a generosity. For wealth and status come easily to them, and they are not stingy in sharing. Yet the portly man's actions were entirely contrary, as he remained miserly and meticulous in his dealings. Previously, while at the Tua Ba household, one could understand his motives, for the allure of the eternal ice was compelling, a matter of great significance for his foundational practices, making his tricks somewhat justifiable. Tua Ba Wu had forgiven him for that. However, now, he continued to apply the same tactics against ordinary folk, seeking to exploit their prices. Though his financial capacity was uncertain, paying an extra half point should not be challenging. Why then diminish his worth? Colorful bills appeared to a cultivator in the spirit training stage as trivial as mere toilet paper, unless they were disinterested. Acquiring what they desired was never difficult. Yet her inner turmoil remained hidden from others, particularly from the portly man, who had become a disciple of the Dan King before the age of 10. His master's unique teaching method required him to work to learn, seeking guidance only when faced with challenges. It was best to think things through before asking, as encountering setbacks was common. Nearly all the knowledge he possessed was earned through effort or cunningly extracted from his master. His childhood experiences taught him that there are no free lunches in this world, and if they existed, they would hardly be palatable. No one would willingly part with valuable goods. Thus, he neither accepted gifts nor allowed others to take advantage of him. The only way to procure elixirs from him was at a cost. Each individual has their principles, and there is no shame in that. Throughout his past, whether among lofty immortals or toiling mortals, the portly man treated them all equally. Yet there were exceptions. After his first genuine act of kindness, he was cast down the mountain by his master, leading him to meet the renowned Chun Xian. Though they never formally swore brotherhood, their bond was as strong as any, having regarded each other as brothers long ago. The portly man's principles did not extend to his brethren or family. Little did he know what Wang intended to do with so much silverware. Indeed, had he purchased in bulk elsewhere rather than in a tourist area, he could have driven down the prices further. Normal individuals find it challenging to comprehend the actions of cultivators, as did Li Lu. Unwilling to witness the portly man's triumphant expression, turned away, remarking, without a discount, it is still not expensive for him. When have you seen a cultivator short on funds? He acquires pure silver for refining tools. Having not seen him for several months, she was astonished by his rapid advancement to the spirit training stage, a progression that left others in awe. Chapter 68. The room, now cluttered with heaps of silverware, emanated a unique metallic luster, and this was merely pure silver. Were it gold or jewels before him, the brilliance would be blinding. Wang Hao was fortunate. Having joined the Dan King-S sect in his youth, he spent a decade in the Longmen Mountains, largely untouched by worldly influences. Thus, his yearning for fame and fortune was not fervent, for the temptations and setbacks of the secular world can easily cast shadows that follow one throughout life, manifesting as inner demons for cultivators. This allowed him to unwittingly pass through the enlightenment phase, navigating the Qi movement phase without peril, even in the absence of guidance. Indeed, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The portly man faced no loss, for the first step in refining tools is purification, sifting through the mountain of silverware to retain only the finest. However, it is not merely a matter of achieving pure silver. What should the refined silver be called? Even the portly man was unsure, as he lacked proficiency in tool refinement and had never attempted it before. Yet, by common estimation, around 100 kilograms of pure silver, after repeated refining, should yield a few grams at least. This was Wang Hao's own estimation. If the fairy Yun were to overhear, she might laugh uncontrollably. To speak frankly, the amount of pure silver remaining after refining depends entirely on the cultivator's skill. The stronger the cultivator, the purer the essence extracted, resulting in a smaller quantity that is, paradoxically, more precious. Refining tools is distinctly different from alchemy. When dealing with lifeless metals and stones, one can unleash ice flames to their utmost limits. Brilliant silverware melts rapidly under extreme cold, evaporating until only a droplet of shimmering liquid remains, resembling a droplet of metallic essence. Despite Wang Hao's relentless attempts, he found himself unable to continue the process of refinement. From the perspective of purification, ice flame was nowhere near as effective as the three-flavor true fire. Furthermore, Wang Hao had only attained the cultivation level of the spirit refinement stage thus far. Achieving his current level was already the limit of his capabilities. He could only add more silverware to the mix, and when that mountain of silverware was exhausted, the purified solution had reached the size of a fist, bubbling and emanating a chilling aura. After a rough estimation, Wang Hao realized that the solution was sufficient to forge a wine pot, which eased his worries slightly. He began to mold it based on the style of the wine pot he had initially encountered. Under the impetus of his true essence, the solution instantly transformed into the shape of a wine pot. Within moments, a delicate vessel took form, startling Wang Hao. In truth, this was a perfectly ordinary occurrence. The liquid metal, once purified, behaved much like water, allowing it to be molded into any shape while using true essence. Wang Hao was particularly fond of this style. Resembling an ancient wine jar, rich in antiquity, and pleasantly plump, making it quite endearing. He intended to make slight modifications to the decorative patterns, such as etching a dragon design to enhance its appeal. However, no matter how many adjustments he attempted, he remained unsatisfied. While he could replicate shapes reasonably well, Creating intricate designs was a feat beyond his reach. After several attempts, he ultimately abandoned innovation and faithfully replicated a standard model. Yet, the wine pot remained merely a half-finished product, functioning no differently than an ordinary wine vessel. To accommodate more wine or possess additional functionalities, it would require the support of formations. The amount of wine it could hold depended on the craftsman's mastery of formations. For instance, a master like the Fairy Yun, he could easily contain a lake's worth of water. Although Wang Hao had consulted Chen Xian about formations and knew which ones to employ, he was still aware of his own limitations. His aim was to create a pot capable of holding a barrel of wine, sufficient to intoxicate 2 or 3 individuals, roughly around 30 pounds. As the saying goes, each profession has its own specialization. Compared to his impressive skills in alchemy, Wang Hao felt quite clumsy in this endeavor. He clumsily drew symbols, lacking not only aesthetic appeal, but also making numerous mistakes, to the point of breaking out in a sweat within moments. Compared to a master like Fairy Yun Yi, even Chu Yao's techniques were 100 times superior to his own. Nevertheless, Wang Hao's perseverance was commendable, despite repeated mistakes. He maintained his composure. After several attempts, he finally steadied his hands and feet. Although he had not yet reached the pinnacle of his efforts, he could finally glimpse the hope of success. Slowly, take your time, he reminded himself internally. The arrangement of formations needed to be seamless. Even a slight error could render all prior efforts futile. After countless failed attempts, Wang Hao's technique began to mature, and the formation's arrangement drew near completion. Success, he exclaimed joyfully, akin to a child, more exhilarated than when he had refined the Biqing Dan. Truth be told, he had long forgotten what his first elixir was. But this wine pot was undoubtedly his maiden creation in crafting, possessing significant collectible value. The silvery wine pot gleamed with a dazzling light, its smooth curves invoking a desire to hold it. As it was crafted using ice flame, the vessel at least possessed the ability to maintain a low temperature, although this attribute was not particularly suitable for preserving strong liquors. Despite being a typical inferior product, its juvenile craftsmanship akin to that of an elementary school student, Wang Hao cradled it like a treasure, insisting on purchasing dozens of fine wines to first moisten the pot. The cold attributes of the ice silkworm were perfectly suited for cultivating ice flame, and Wang Hao was determined to acquire it, though success was not guaranteed. Firstly, the enigmatic woman in white, having inscribed the characters for Fire Crow, was no ordinary individual. She might very well be scheming to claim the ice silkworm for herself. Additionally, Li Lu was no fool and would undoubtedly catch on to something. With Tuoba Wu's assistance, this duo was more than capable of causing trouble. To claim the ice silkworm, he would need to employ some cunning. Wang Hao was not without urgency, but given the current circumstances, haste would serve no purpose. Although the ice silkworm was not the most ferocious of beasts, having lost the Crimson Flame Dan, he had yet to find a suitable elixir to contend with it. Rushing in could lead to a fate similar to that of Uncle Gesang's son. Rather than take risks, he preferred a strategy of cautious restraint, aiming to stabilize the two parties involved and at least prevent them from taking action in the short term. Meanwhile, the plump friend had discreetly notified the fire cultivator to come. The old man was a pure fire attribute cultivator, making the task of subduing the ice silkworm considerably easier. Originally, it would have been more appropriate to summon Chen Xian, but considering the plump friend's intentions to rescue someone, he had opted to call the fire cultivator instead. Now that they were in Tibet, it was unlikely they would encounter members of the Ice Mist Water Pavilion. The following day, Wang Hao decided to stay in the tourist area, for the hot springs of Hailuo Valley were truly exceptional. Amidst the lush greenery of Hailuo Valley, white mist drifted unpredictably, and the mountains appeared vaguely, resembling a fairyland. Immersed in the hot springs while admiring the silver-clad mountains was akin to living a celestial existence. Unable to resist the plump friend's incessant persuasion, Li Lu eagerly joined him, accompanied by Tuobo Wu. Chapter 69. The hot spring waters of Hailuo Valley were crystal clear, devoid of any pungent sulfuric odor, making it comfortable to soak in. Outside the pool, the temperature was just above 2,500 meters, while the water inside was intoxicatingly warm, enticing many to linger once they entered. However, prolonged immersion in high-altitude waters could be dangerous, and the staff would courteously remind guests to be cautious. Wang Hao quickly shed his clothing. Aside from his excess weight, the pink butterfly tattoo on his chest astonished Li Lu. Impossible. Is that an ancient beast's illusory butterfly? Where did you find it? He knew that, given his knowledge and abilities, encountering a beast once in a lifetime was sufficient. Yet ever since meeting Wang Hao, beasts had appeared with alarming frequency. You are not mistaken. It is indeed an illusory butterfly. A friend forced it upon me. I couldn't refuse, even if I wanted to. I don't know if it's a stroke of bad luck or a blessing, Wang Hao said, gliding his finger across the pink tattoo. Although he was merely touching his skin, he could vividly feel its presence. Since entering the spirit refinement stage, the illusory butterfly had undergone considerable changes. While the plump friend was oblivious to the steps of beast cultivation and its potential evolutions, he sensed that the little creature had grown increasingly greedy. What was particularly alarming was that the celestial tear's recovery rate had accelerated, significantly enhancing the flow of true essence. Had it not been for the aid of crystal stones that hastened his entry into the spirit refinement stage, the plump friend's meager true essence would not have sufficed to contend with two vampires. Someone forcibly gifted you a beast. Can you tell me how that happened? Li Lu was instantly captivated by the topic. Others might spend their entire lives searching for a beast. Yet the plump friend had one handed to him. Was that not enticing enough? That fellow is a foolish puppet master. He obtained the illusory butterfly, but failed to cherish it, instead using it as a puppet. In a moment of desperation, he attempted to plant it on me, but I severely injured him. He likely succumbed to his wounds, and thus the illusory butterfly became unclaimed. Since it is now without a master and resides within me, it naturally belongs to me. Wang Hao explained before diving into the water, executing the entry with greater grace than a professional athlete, though the splash was somewhat excessive. This was entirely understandable. According to basic physical principles, larger bodies indeed create larger splashes. With a resounding splash, Wang Hao surged towards the opposite shore, his speed astonishing and eliciting gasps from the onlooking girls. The exuberance of his freestyle often captivated the opposite sex, while the men indulging in breaststroke or dog paddle quickly ceased, unwilling to lose face. One could hardly blame them. They were at an altitude of 2,500 meters and soaking in hot springs. Engaging in vigorous exercise was tantamount to tormenting their hearts. After sufficiently venting his energy, Wang Hao returned to the pool's edge, resting his head on the rim without a hint of breathlessness or discomfort. If his freestyle swimming was a skill honed in the mountains, this physical condition was a unique treasure of a cultivator, and Li Lu's envious gaze spoke volumes. Most beasts thrived in barren lands, and the harsh conditions were daunting, leaving only cultivators to embark on the hunt. Brother Wang, I wish to consult you on a matter. Though I recognize that my inquiry may be somewhat abrupt, and you may certainly choose not to respond. The most renowned nonsense in history is perhaps this. If you are aware that it is inconvenient, why ask? Wang Hao wiped the splashes of water from his face and replied, feel free to ask. After a brief pause, Li Lu hesitantly began. It is like this. The other day, at Uncle Giseng's home, the woman in white wrote fire crow on paper. I surmised that the young man encountered an ice silkworm, but I cannot be certain, hence I thought to seek your guidance. Acknowledging that he could not keep it from him, Wang Hao replied without hesitation. The young man is afflicted by cold poison, though it may not necessarily be an ice silkworm. There are many exotic beasts with the attribute of xianin, and some rare herbs can also induce cold poison. However, it is true that ice silkworms are the most well-known, with more people aware of them. In essence, Li Lu's lack of experience led him to associate cold-afflicted beasts solely with ice silkworms, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. He then inquired, so, it is possible that it could indeed be an ice silkworm. If there truly are ice silkworms on Mount Gonga, what are your plans? Wang Hao, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor, replied, I have no particular plans. If they exist, they exist. It is of no concern to me. The rotund man displayed an air of indifference, remarking that even if it were an ice silkworm, whoever desires it may take it. Li Lu, possessing a degree of self-awareness, understood that such exotic beasts were beyond his reach. Even if he were to acquire one, it would be futile. He was unaware of the ice silkworm's potential, so he had long resigned himself to the idea of relinquishing it, explaining, given my capabilities, even if I were to obtain an ice silkworm, it would be in vain. I merely wish to broaden my horizons with you, and would be content to catch a glimpse of the ice silkworm's true form. However, since that woman in white could mention fire crow, she must also be aware of the existence of exotic beasts on Mount Gonga. If she were to get there first, It could be quite troublesome. What do you think? This fellow first declared himself harmless, and then invoked the woman in white as a threat, showcasing his cunning nature. However, Wang Hao's concern lay in the fact that Li Lu was merely an amateur. Even with Tuoba Wu's assistance, success would be elusive. Truth be told, even if they succeeded, it would not matter, as Li Lu would not know how to utilize the ice silkworm, ultimately benefiting Wang Hao instead, perhaps merely exchanging it for a beaching Dan. The woman in white, however, was enigmatic and might possess the means to capture the ice silkworm, leaving Wang Hao uncertain about retrieving it from her. Though he would be lying if he said he was not intrigued, his impatience was of no use before the fire cultivator arrived. He had no confidence in acquiring the ice silkworm and preferred to observe developments while indulging in a few days of leisurely soaking in hot springs. Nevertheless, Li Lu needed to be managed to prevent him and Tuoba Wu from jeopardizing matters. Having made up his mind, Wang Hao calmly stated in a few days, "I shall ascend Mount Gongga, and I would like Mr. Li to accompany me. What say you?" A promise was made. Li Lu had awaited this very statement, though his gaze flickered uncertainly, as if he wished to speak, yet held back. The two exchanged knowing smiles upon reaching an unspoken agreement. Though not explicitly stated, it was evident that Tuoba Wu was to be excluded from the journey to Mount Gongga. The reasoning was straightforward. Should Li Lu forfeit the ice silkworm, he would inevitably refrain from informing anyone from the Tuoba family, regardless of its utility, as it was a matter of principle. From a distance, Tuoba Wu observed the two engaged in hushed conversation, but hesitated to intervene, especially since they were both unclothed. After a moment's contemplation, she approached and politely said, "Mr. Li, I have some matters to discuss with Wang Hao. May I have a moment of your time?" "Of course." Li Lu promptly withdrew from the hot spring, aware that while he received great hospitality within the Tuoba household, he would inevitably lose some freedom. After all, Tuoba Yi had worked tirelessly to win him over, and it was only natural to guard against others encroaching upon that bond, particularly to prevent him from forming too close a relationship with anyone else. Tuoba Wu's arrival at this moment was already a stretch. For a while, Tuoba Wu remained silent. Her purpose for coming over was to escort Li Lu away. Given the multitude of events that had transpired between her and the rotund man, she found herself at a loss for words, especially with him standing there without any clothes. Moments later, Tuoba Wu composed herself, yet she still felt uncomfortable conversing with a naked man, and said flatly, "Could you please put your clothes back on? You want me to don my clothes while soaking in the hot spring?" The rotund man responded with a smile. Logically, it would be Tuoba Wu who should change into swimwear. After all, whether man or woman, one comes here to enjoy the hot springs. Who would refrain from entering the water? If she were willing to don a swimsuit, even if slightly revealing, it would undoubtedly be an enchanting sight. It was precisely because he had abandoned that thought that the rotund man began to fantasize. However, all of the aforementioned were mere conventions. Tuoba Wu was no ordinary woman, and changing into swimwear would inevitably cause a stir. As someone capable of captivating hearts, she must understand the need to conceal her allure. Otherwise, she would easily be misinterpreted as one who flaunts her charm and ultimately categorized as a femme fatale. Nevertheless, the current situation was also awkward. Unless one party made a concession, it would be uncomfortable with one on the shore and the other in the water. Ultimately, Tuoba Wu yielded, and 10 minutes later, she appeared before the rotund man's gaze clad in a swimsuit. The selection of swimwear available at the vendor was limited, and she wore the same as the other girls. Yet the effect was entirely different. The distance from the changing room to the swimming pool was less than 30 meters. Yet the sound of whistles had already become a chorus, heralding the most alluring moment at the Hailuo Valley Hot Springs. The rotund man gaped at the beauty before him. What had initially been a casual remark had manifested into reality, with Tuoba Wu fearlessly stepping into the pool, each movement a testament to her beauty, captivating those who beheld her. The swimsuit revealed little skin, perhaps akin to a dark golden dress, yet its form-fitting nature accentuated her enchanting curves, her bosom inviting imagination, and her shoulders displayed a soft, snowy whiteness that dazzled the eyes. Her flat abdomen contrasted sharply with her pert posterior, her alluring yet unexaggerated physique epitomizing the beauty of Eastern women. It was no wonder even Chun Xian offered high praise, especially in front of his wife. That exquisite form now rested beside him, both immersed in the same pool of hot springs. After all, she was a woman once deeply loved, and forgetting her was not a simple matter. Resignation and complete indifference were distinct concepts. The rotund man felt momentarily lost, yet he managed to maintain his composure, jesting. "Shall I excuse myself, or would you like them to change the water? This water has been used by others and is thus unclean." Tuoba Wu could hardly miss the sarcasm in his words, yet such remarks did not move her. "In truth, we should have a serious conversation. Regardless, you have done a favor for the Tuoba family. The Tuoba clan is not one to forget kindness, and we have many misunderstandings between us. If possible, I hope to clarify these misunderstandings, as it is my mother's wish. Besides, we are still friends, are we not? I once explained to you that I did not abandon you in the Antarctic ice fields. Rather, I went out to help you find a plane. Whether you believe it or not, I have a clear conscience. Therefore, your attitude upon returning from the Antarctic is unacceptable to me." Wang Hao pondered for a moment before responding. "Every conversation with you seems to involve family ties and interests. Why must you live such a burdensome life? Isn't it better to live easily and freely? Why can't we discuss joyful matters?" Tuoba Wu appeared unaccustomed to wearing a swimsuit and felt the weight of scrutinizing gazes around her. Although those naked stares posed no threat to a late-stage cultivator, they still made her uncomfortable. "You're the one who established our relationship on familial interests, have you forgotten? When you initially proposed the exchange for the wind fox, it was only because you had the eternal ice soul. The wind fox was vital for saving my grandfather's life, so you were negotiating with the Tuoba family, not with me. The eternal ice soul, while extraordinarily miraculous, remains hidden within the vast ice fields, making it akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. I spent months in the Antarctic ice fields searching for it, yet I ultimately retrieved it for you. But what demands did you make in return? If not for family, for grandfather's sake, do you think I would have consented? From beginning to end, you have constrained me with familial interests." Wang Hao continued, "Including now, is that not true? If it were not for Sister Lan urging you to clarify misunderstandings, you would not be having this conversation with me at all. Our connection remains rooted in family, and such a relationship is disheartening. If I were unfamiliar with the extraordinary beasts and had no elixir to save your grandfather, if I were merely an inconspicuous and unremarkable rotund individual, you would hardly spare me a glance." Tuoba Wu's gaze seemed to scrutinize a large boy. "This has nothing to do with your capabilities or your weight. Since we are strangers, why should I bother looking at you? The truth is, you did indeed save my grandfather and have rendered a favor to the Tuoba family. Therefore, your hypothetical scenario lacks significance. Relationships between individuals are dictated by fate, and the fact that we know each other is a matter of destiny, which is why I have never shunned you. The one harboring a knot in their heart is you. What could have transpired in Antarctica? Upon your return, your demeanor underwent a drastic transformation. My mother, unaware of the circumstances, chastised me for leaving you on the icy plains, yet I am aware that this is not the true reason." The rotund individual mused to himself. "Well, have I ever complained? Is it my fault that you abandoned me on the ice and then refused to maintain contact? That is entirely due to your indifferent attitude, which has led me to a sudden realization. You are a phoenix perched upon the parasol tree, while I am merely an inconspicuous fat man. Knowing the futility of my aspirations, why should I subject myself to humiliation? It is better to relinquish and preserve some dignity." It seems that the rotund fellow harbors some unresolved feelings. Otherwise, we could have easily been friends without the need for avoidance. Then he heard Tuoba Wu's whisper. "A commonplace fat man might even be somewhat endearing. What exactly do you wish to convey?" During an inadvertent glance, his gaze was inevitably drawn to her form. Lingering for a moment, this was purely a subconscious action, one that any man would instinctively perform. A commonplace fat man at least would not flaunt himself ostentatiously or coerce others with a few life-extending elixirs. "I am unaware of the nature of your relationship with Chun Xian that would compel him to bestow the beaching dan upon you. Yet flaunting others' gifts is hardly honorable. Is it? I mean no disrespect. Quite the contrary. I feel a sense of pity for you. In less than a year, you have advanced from foundation establishment to your current state. The last time we met, you were still in the chi dynamic stage, and in just a few months, you have surged into the latter stages of spirit cultivation, now standing on par with me. At this rate, you will soon surpass me. Yet I have not witnessed your exertion. Given your exceptional talent, why do you not engage in diligent cultivation to earn recognition through your own efforts? In truth, you are not without merit. Mediocrity in talent is a gift from your parents. Many have faltered in their cultivation due to constraints of talent, ceasing their journeys before reaching the nascent soul stage. Comparatively, possessing extraordinary talent, yet willingly succumbing to complacency, is a behavior most disgraceful. Moreover, you're not only gifted, but also fortunate. Chun Xian's assistance to you must be considerable. Perhaps my words are somewhat excessive, resembling a reprimand. For Tuobo Wu recalled her brother, who, during the day, manages family affairs and dedicates every evening to cultivation. Having dared not indulge in a moment's negligence over the past 2 decades, he has only just reached the mid-stage of qi dynamic. How unjust is the way of heaven. Tuobo Wu, the favored daughter of destiny, has not only made rapid progress in her cultivation, but has also excelled academically. However, the elders of the family believe that the path of golden core is of utmost importance, deeming academic pursuits a waste of time, thus allowing her to complete only her undergraduate studies. In truth, the elders cherish her talent. Families of cultivators prioritize children with exceptional gifts and are willing to invest heavily in their development. Her brother, Tuoba Yi, possessing slightly lesser talent, has been assigned to manage the family business. Yet Tuoba Wu has not disappointed the expectations of her elders, advancing to the spirit cultivation stage at a young age. At her current pace, achieving the nascent soul is merely a matter of time. Throughout her life, she has grown under the watchful eyes of her elders, continually being their pride and joy. How could they tolerate the mediocrity and lack of ambition in a fat man? The strong do not require validation from others. Wang Hao still has a considerable distance to cover before reaching the pinnacle of expertise. Yet his cultivation methods are unique, and attaining greatness is not an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, who claims that a fat man is lazy and unambitious? To acquire the finest elixirs, he is willing to wager his very life. Could such actions belong to the weak? The rotund fellow simply prefers to maintain a low profile and eschew ostentation. Speaking of low-key, it is partly due to his disposition and partly a matter of necessity. While the apprentice of the cold-faced alchemist may carry an air of authority, in truth, he is merely a firewood gatherer. Once his identity is revealed, invitations would flood in. But what would they invite the fat man for? To concoct elixirs. Yet the fat man has no desire to engage in alchemy, to toil in producing elixirs for the benefit of others. What difference is there between that and being a cook? Thus, unless he has a personal need or a sudden interest, he is reluctant to assist others with alchemy and naturally refrains from revealing his identity. Furthermore, when the alchemist expelled him from the mountain, the circumstances were unclear. Was he truly cast out from his master's tutelage? Who would wish to bring up such an awkward status? Better left unsaid. Chapter 71. Upon reflection, it is indeed my mentality that is problematic. For my inability to let go of Tuoba Wu has led me to deliberately distance myself. In contrast, during my encounter with Chu Yao in Kunlun, I felt no such sentiment. Wang Hao is not one lacking discernment. Upon realizing his mistake, his attitude softened immediately. However, relinquishing his grievances remains a challenge. Encountering Tuoba Wu still evokes discomfort, let alone accepting her guidance. In reality, it is not only Tuoba Wu. He is disinclined to heed anyone's reprimands, and he soon wore a smile. Your regard for me is most flattering. Should I be surprised? He chuckled. Everyone seeks different things, and their principles of conduct vary. If everyone were monotonous, embodying the flamboyance of your brother or the perfection of Qin Xian, how dull would the world be? I am merely a fat man with no aspirations for advancement. Perhaps one day, when I pass away, no one will even know. What of it? I shall not imitate others. Being a petty fat man is surely more joyous than playing the hero. Tuoba Wu was unwilling to relent, continuing, my brother is not frivolous. He manages family affairs during the day and seizes every moment at night for cultivation. His diligence rivals that of anyone. Chun Xian's achievements are evident, earned through hard work. Everyone is striving. Considering her in that swimsuit, the rotund fellow preferred to let it slide, responding amiably, I am also quite industrious. I have explored every avenue to establish my foundation. Acquiring the 10,000-year ice crystal for foundation establishment has certainly accelerated my progress compared to others. Our methods of striving differ. As you can see, I have reached the spirit cultivation stage, have I not? Besides the 10,000-year ice crystal, you have also deceived a maiden of her first kiss, Tuoba Wu corrected. However, you are capable of even greater achievements. If you were to observe how others cultivate, you would realize that you are merely squandering your time. Every cultivator I know works harder than you, including those who are fully aware they will never reach the nascent soul stage. As she spoke these words, Tuoba Wu felt a tinge of melancholy. Those who are unlikely to reach the nascent soul stage include her brother and her mother. For the vast majority, the nascent soul is an elusive dream. Making that dream a reality requires merely a life-extending Dan, yet such elixirs are even more elusive than dreams. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures are difficult to find, and alchemists are even rarer. Nevertheless, Tuoba Wu's concerns are unfounded. Wang Hao will not allow Sister Lan to perish. Sister Lan genuinely regards the fat man as a friend, and the fat man reciprocates that sentiment. He has never been stingy with his friends. Recalling the incident of eavesdropping in Antarctica, Wang Hao mischievously grinned. Is it truly necessary to observe others? Your performance on the ice revealed everything. Essentially, aside from traveling and eating, you spent your time meditating and drawing in energy, cultivating with remarkable diligence. Indeed, worthy of my emulation. That degree of effort hardly qualifies as diligence. Tuoba Wu shook her head. During the time on the ice, I had already slowed my pace. Prior to that, aside from studying, I devoted nearly all my time to cultivation. In the period just after graduating from university, I hardly ceased my meditative practices day and night. Wang Hao pleaded, "Spare me. I understand your dedication. Is that sufficient?" Tuoba Wu recognized his insincerity and sighed. In truth, I lack the authority to reprimand you. Whether or not you choose to listen is entirely up to you. However, I hope you can find a resolve to improve. By the way, I sought you out regarding Uncle Gisang. I remember that the Qian Dan is from the Fire Crow. If possible, I hope you can assist him. It would be a simple task for you, wouldn't it? Wang Hao fixated on that face, which could only be described as breathtakingly beautiful. His gaze akin to that of a naturalist observing a rare creature, reminiscent of his initial discovery of the wind fox. Tuoba Wu felt an unsettling discomfort and inquired, "Why are you staring at me?" Frankly, such scrutiny was rather impolite. The rotund fellow exclaimed, "I see kindness in you. With your indifferent demeanor that day, I thought you were a cold-blooded creature." Tuoba Wu nearly succumbed to irritation. "Will you assist or not?" With his smile gradually fading, Wang Hao lamented, "I would be more than willing to help, but regrettably, the Scarlet Flame pill was lost months ago." Though the chubby man had intentions of rescuing someone, he was unwilling to disclose the truth. Revealing a transaction with the fire cultivator would lead even a fool to deduce the nature of the deal, and he certainly did not wish to invite trouble. Tuoba Wu expressed her disappointment. "How can this be? Is it true that old Gusang can only watch his son perish? There is nothing to be done. Death is inevitable, merely a matter of time." To convey his heavy heart, Wang Hao produced a silver flask and tilted it back, only to find no liquor flowed forth, not even a drop. "Impossible," the chubby man exclaimed, shaking it vigorously. He had consumed several dozen pounds of wine before ascending the mountain, so how could it have vanished so quickly? Could it be that the flask temperature was too low, causing the wine to freeze inside? The flask emitted a dazzling silver sheen, exquisite in the eyes of ordinary folk. Yet from the perspective of a craftsman, it was woefully inadequate, particularly the array inscribed within, resembling the scribbles of a 3-year-old. Despite feeling somewhat embarrassed, the chubby man nodded and murmured to himself, "The array I set up is flawless. Why can't I pour out the wine?" Given his knowledge and pride, it was indeed a considerable jest that he had crafted such a subpar item. Tuoba Wu suppressed a smile and inquired, "Did you acquire silverware merely to forge a wine flask? Perhaps my understanding of exotic beasts is slightly lacking, yet my skills in crafting are passable. May I have a look? I might be able to assist." Recently, she had lacked a proper vessel for wine and, in a moment of inspiration, decided to forge one herself, only to discover it was more for show than utility. "This is my first attempt at crafting, and I lack experience, so I apologize for the embarrassment." Wang Hao awkwardly handed her the flask. It was the first time Tuoba Wu witnessed the chubby man humiliated, and an indescribable sensation welled up within her. He only retracted his self-satisfied demeanor when faced with failure. If not for that expression, he was not particularly disagreeable. It was inevitable to falter on one's first attempt at crafting. Producing a quality item was nearly impossible, so failure warranted no dismay. Tuoba Wu sincerely offered words of comfort to the chubby man, and was taken aback upon receiving the flask. "So cold. Why is this?" Even a fool could discern her insincerity, Yet the chubby man remained grateful. At least it lightened his embarrassment somewhat. I have established my foundation with the eternal ice essence. Hence, I lack the 3 true fires and can only refine with ice flames. This temperature should not cause the wine to freeze. The mention of the ice essence conjured vivid memories, and a blush graced Tuoba Wu's exquisite features as she softly acknowledged with a sound barely louder than a mosquito's buzz. Wang Hao understood her discomfort and explained, "In truth, I should be the one expressing gratitude. With my capabilities, I would never have acquired the ice essence, let alone the eternal ice essence. Regrettably, I am quite proud, unwilling to settle. Had I not encountered you, I would still be far from establishing my foundation." When he first met her on Qingxing Mountain, he instantly thought of exchanging the Wind Fox for the Tuoba family's assistance in locating the eternal ice essence. As you know, I possess the beaching pill to prolong life. The Wind Fox holds little value for me. Your dealings with the Tuoba family are fair. There is no debt of gratitude. Tuoba Wu murmured, distractedly examining the flask. Despite the childish design of the array, it should not prevent the pouring of wine. What if I claim it is unfair? Wang Hao finally shifted his gaze from her figure to the misty mountains. Tuoba Wu ceased her fiddling with the flask and quietly stated, "It is indeed unfair. You first used the beaching pill to save my grandfather, and the Tuoba family will remember this kindness." Here we go again. Wang Hao could no longer contain his irritation and replied, "Do you know how frustrating it is to converse with you? In every 3 sentences, you mention the Tuoba family at least once, as if you are their appointed representative. And this talk of favors, are you preparing to repay me? Perhaps you would consider offering yourself instead?" Chapter 72. Tuoba Wu did not shy away from his gaze, but rather fixed her eyes on him as he spoke. It was not easy to utter bold words in the presence of such enchanting eyes, and Wang Hao nearly faltered, yet he managed to finish his statement. "Are you speaking from the heart?" The breathtaking beauty before him bore a tranquil expression that sent shivers down his spine. "Indeed, at times, it requires courage to speak one's true feelings, and I have never lacked such courage. Is your assistance to the Tuoba family motivated by this?" Tuoba Wu scoffed, though her expression was more one of disappointment. "The Tuoba family again." Wang Hao chuckled helplessly. "I might as well clarify things now. I have never assisted the Tuoba family, nor do I have any ulterior motives. The exchange for the eternal ice essence is a fair trade. As for providing the beaching pill for saving lives, that was due to my faith in the integrity of the Tuoba family. You did not give much in return, so it remains a fair exchange. Since it is a fair trade, there is no debt owed. In fact, I have gained the advantage, while you provided me with the eternal ice essence. You also imparted to me the pure een of a virgin. Without support from that pure een, I would not have been able to refine the eternal ice essence in time, ultimately leading to an explosion. Moreover, during the plane crash on the Antarctic ice field, you saved me. You may have forgotten, but I have not. If we are to speak of debts, it is I who owes you. But you Tuoba family members are noble and certainly do not require repayment from me. I share these words without any ulterior motive. If you seek me out due to a sense of obligation, it is entirely unnecessary." Wang Hao slowly rose from the water, shaking off the excess moisture from his body. "Do you see? I am merely an inconspicuous chubby fellow. When we meet next, treat me as if I were air. By the way, if I were to seek a wife, I would choose someone who loves me. Your devotion to the Tuoba family does not meet my criteria." The chubby man shook his head, disappointment etched on his face as he exited the pool, drawing the envious gazes of many. Any man who remained in Tuoba Wu's company would undoubtedly elicit jealousy. However, he left without concealing his demeanor. Where did that confidence come from for an ordinary chubby man? Had he presented himself in this manner from the start, Tuoba Wu would not have felt repulsed. Yet it was not too late to reveal this newfound self-assurance, as his previous unsavory image made his current confidence and courage all the more striking. Tuoba Wu, inherently intelligent, immediately perceived the chubby man's numerous inconsistencies. Firstly, there was the relationship between Wang Hao and Chen Xian. The two referred to each other as brothers, with Chen Xian even calling him brother-in-law, indicating a bond beyond mere friendship. Why would Chen Xian associate with an ordinary chubby man? Furthermore, when contending with the fire cultivator, setting aside his exceptional wit, his confidence was not something one would find in an average individual. One must realize that the nascent soul stage is a pivotal threshold for cultivators, marking their entry into the ranks of the skilled. Cultivators possess an inexplicable admiration for those above the nascent soul stage, much like basketball enthusiasts idolizing NBA legends such as Jordan. Yet Wang Hao appeared utterly dismissive of the fire cultivator, indicating that he was not a man unfamiliar with the world. Even with Chun Xian as his backing, asserting dominance required courage. Not everyone acknowledges Chun Xian's influence. Of course, one could interpret this as the chubby man being arrogant. Yet the fire cultivator indeed took him seriously, and even Chun Xian seemed to regard him with respect. On the ice field, the warmth exhibited by Chun Xian and his wife was genuine. Although Wang Hao made every effort to conceal his true self, he still revealed numerous flaws, difficult to evade the observant eyes of the astute. Yun Yi was the first to sense something amiss, while Tuobo Wu, despite her cleverness, was unfortunately too inexperienced and was unwittingly deceived. Suddenly awakened by the icy touch on her fingertips, Tuobo Wu glanced at the wine flask in her hand, revealing a smile. Her unparalleled charm swiftly vanished from the sight of onlookers. Were it not for Wang Hao, she would never have consented to don a swimsuit. The rotund man often coerced her into compliance, and his repeated successes were a source of her discontent. It vexed her intellect to be manipulated in such a manner. Throughout the ensuing week, the hot spring was perpetually crowded. People either perused newspapers or closed their eyes in relaxation, yet they would periodically glance around, undoubtedly yearning for the enchanting sprite to reappear. Alas, the only figure they encountered was the plump man. Rumor had it that the hot springs possessed weight loss properties, and aside from meals and sleep, he spent nearly all day soaking in the waters, a far more comfortable endeavor than long-distance running. Despite his outward appearance of leisure, he was inwardly aflame with anxiety. Days passed, yet the elusive old rascal failed to materialize. What if someone else seized the opportunity? In his anxious waiting, the plump man pondered methods to capture the ice silkworm, realizing he lacked a suitable tool specifically designed for capturing extraordinary beasts. Not all mystical creatures, like the wind lynx, possessed fatal weaknesses that could be exploited. Should he encounter an ice silkworm on Mount Gonga, a fierce battle would be inevitable. Without the aid of artifacts and elixirs, he harbored little confidence in his chances of success, leaving him with no choice but to bide his time. Furthermore, imprisoning a